I'm just being told in the background that I don't leave enough gaps on the rotor. Ha 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 ha. Thank you very much.
That's not even funny.
No, that's not even funny. All I'll say is you can add something at any time and I will adjust around it. There we go. I'm just not into typing this early. Sorry. Sorry, I refreshed my feed and came face to face with somebody who didn't look very happy at all.
I would also suggest that if there is a spot on the rota that you would like to have and somebody else is occupying that spot, maybe ask them if they would not let you take that spot.
Well, like this hour right now that you do with me, even though it's stupid o'clock for you.
I don't mind this hour so much, really. I really don't. I think I've really gotten accustomed to co-hosting from 7 p.m. to midnight. That's sort of my really good groove time for co-hosting, it seems. And I don't mind it so much. Yeah.
Well, I'm glad you're a night owl. You know, I used to be one of them. And then then it was required.
And then you started
that I had to get
co-hosting.
early. I know, and it all just got ruined after that. I know. I'll be honest, I never used to go to bed before midnight, and now I'm lucky if I even see midnight because I'm not like half asleep. So let me see what I've been getting. So there has been quite a bit of movement on the battlefield. Obviously, we're not getting a full and final picture at the moment, but again, the Russians have tried to advance near Marinka. They failed, by the way. I think that's how we say it kindly. Now then, there is something I've been seeing as well, which is a bit ridiculous. And this is the oldest stuff I have ever seen. The oldest tanks I have ever seen in my life. I don't know if you saw, Chris. All I'm going to say is it ended with 10, right? And you know these things have like numbers based on how old they are and stuff like that, you know, sort of like the first one starts at probably, you know, the T1, whatever, right? But I think this was something T something 10. And well, unfortunately, the person,
it was rusty.
Yeah, it had rusty tracks. That's what I was trying to get at. How long do you think that's going to last? Because wow, it seems a bit past its best. And I'm just going to say it's called the T10. 10, guys. What did they start off with? 90s and 72s. Yeah. Well, what can I say apart from if that thing turns up on the battlefield, I have a funny feeling that the Ukrainians might not be able to fight back for laughing. I mean, just ridiculous. Yeah, that one's a joke, but aha, I see. There's this picture of one that's actually like bright orange. It's that rusty. And someone said, I wonder if they're doing this one up. Yeah, so yeah, it is a T10 tank. Oh my god, first thing in the morning, a tongue twister. And it appears to be being unloaded off a truck in Ukraine. And you know why it's there? Because it moves. Did they pull this one out of a museum? Because it definitely looks like it. Now, Ukraine already have one beautifully preserved in a collection in a museum in Kyiv. So maybe that one will get a friend now. Just crazy stuff. I also see what's been described as, oh crikey, that is rusty. The oldest of the first generation BMP-1s being moved to the front. And well, it is on the back of a large trailer and it does appear to be in Ukraine, but it is actually, again, bright orange with rust. I just have a funny feeling that these things aren't going to be an awful lot of great use to them. Chris, what do you think? Actual museum pieces.
I was trying to do research on it, Mocker. Sorry, then to say I also can't believe it. I'm like, Jesus, T10. That sounds like it's really, really old. Actually, I just saw a quick picture, and I'm not convinced it is that old. I mean, it says it's a Cold War tank, so 60s or 70s. That must mean so. Maybe they did something weird with their numbering scheme, Mockers. Yeah. Oh,
well, they always do weird things with their numbering schemes, don't they? But yeah, the T10 tank obviously came before the T everything else tank.
T55s and T70s and all that blah. Yeah. Well, you'd think, wouldn't you?
Yeah. This is something that is predating those, I suppose. But I mean, if you look at it, looks a little bit like, I mean, you can see the design, can't you? But it reminds me of a large lady's clutch bag for some reason. It's just got that strange sort of shape to it. Sort of wider at the bottom, pointier at the top, as it were. Anyway, so no one will understand, but in my head it sounded right.
Well, that's what it's called. That's what it's called from now on, Buckers. The clutch bag.
The large lady clutch bag. Well, I'm going to suggest that because it runs, they've decided to use it, but I don't think it's going to have the armor that you might need for the current situation. I just feel as though something like that. Can you imagine? Can you actually imagine, right, what would happen if the British went somewhere, right, and they all wheeled them off, the flipping transport or whatever, and they said, right, guys, we've got some tanks for you to use, and they showed them. How many of our British guys would be able to get up off the floor for laughing? That was a question, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, I have a feeling that there would be an awful lot of hilarity. Oh, now then, I have got over a certain number now. So, numbers. Shall we do some numbers now? Folks, what was I going to say?
I know, it sucks.
Numbers. What sucks?
Not the numbers, the format.
Yes, it's harder to read. Now, I appreciate it's nice to have like a change and what have you, but guys, you made this really hard to read. Whoever did this, they're having a chuckle at my expense. So, anyway, here we have the numbers for what we're even on, the 25th of August. So, we have 470 liquidated personnel. But back up to our average, really. 3 tanks. I bet you none of them were T10s yet. 10 armoured personnel vehicles. Again, that's quite a few, though. 28 artillery systems. That's more like it. 1 MLRS and 1 anti-aircraft warfare system. Always loving to see either of those. Now then, I've literally got to search this thing. 12 UAVs and 3 cruise missiles. Now, I did hear that cruise missiles were shot at Odessa last night. it was stated that 4 missiles were shot, 2 of them were shot down, and the other 2 did not reach their target. So I don't know if there was anything happened in Odessa. I'm sure you will tell me, Prince, if I've missed anything obvious.
Go ahead.
17 vehicles and fuel tanks, and just again 1 more special equipment to keep it ticking along. But the fact that it's over 800 now really cheered me up this week. I will do the numbers again in approximately 5 hours, by the way, for the what are you called? For the Americanos when they wake up.
I'm not waking up in 5 hours. I'm just telling you that right now.
Oh no, you're on the wrong side of the world. That's fine. Yeah, you're on the wrong side
There's
of the
no
country.
way I'm waking up for the numbers in 5 hours, my dear.
That's right.
Well, it's a good job here now.
What's it? 2 in the afternoon,
Also,
Bearded?
morning to the frog, Bearded.
It's good evening here. It's 7:45 in the evening. So I'm still in most people's yesterdays.
I'm still in the same day as you. There's nothing wrong with it.
It's been a good day.
When I worked in, I didn't like Hawaii. I did not like Hawaii when I lived in Houston and had to be on call and stay for work until all the Jiffy Lubes in Hawaii closed.
Shocking.
Oh, Prince, you've sent me a new beaver picture. You know, it's something I never mentioned
I sent you
yesterday,
3
but that
pictures
massive
of
flag.
I sent you 3 pictures of beavers.
You have. It's amazing. But you know that massive flag that was unveiled yesterday? Do you know where they released that from?
Crimea.
No. The one that was on the balloons.
Yeah.
They said, hope it makes it to Crimea, but it was reportedly released from Kherson, from the left bank.
Ah, very good. But yes, with the drone attack tonight, I was inspired to request beavers over Crimea. I love beavers over Moscow too, but beavers over Crimea, we needed it.
Absolutely, and cute as hell they are. I'm going to be posting out at least one of those later because you know how I like a stolen meme. Bearded, did you have more to say, or shall we go to Chris first?
Oh, Chris can go first, by all means. Morning, Chris.
Morning, Bearded. Well, as it happens, Bearded, you know how Russians have got like loads and loads of medals and that. I was going to award you one, good sir, and that for your 3-hour wait to speak the other night.
It was that was an amusing drive home, let me tell you.
Oh, you were driving, were you? Okay, well that's not so bad then. You weren't sat there for 3 hours waiting to speak.
Well, I was sat for a long period of time. Part of it involved the drive home after work, and so biting chunks out the steering wheel, going, "Please, everybody, just calm down."
Yeah, I did think you were you know suitably succinct, shall we say? So.
I did too. I absolutely adored it, and I think I used it very shortly after that. Russians killing Russians. It's just another day, really, Bearded, isn't it?
Exactly, and I was just wondering if you might be interested in some ramblings from the rainforest here. That the Ukrainians are giving a practical demonstration to the Russians. In fact, they are schooling the Russians how to conduct joint theatre level warfare. If you just step back from all the bangs and the casualty figures and have a look from 30,000 feet, how about this? We have an ongoing deep blue naval campaign in the Black Sea. We have a recently commenced littoral campaign on the west coast of Crimea. We have what you could call riverine operations in the Kherson Delta and going up the Dnipro. We have land maneuver warfare from Zaporizhia east and north. We have a major defensive battle, a defensive campaign around Kupiansk. We have a robust and integrated air defense network that is negating what Russia's throwing at them. They have overcome the constraint of air superiority by using long-distance missiles, long-range missiles, fifth columnists with drones, whatever it is, to conduct a deep battle. So we've got a deep campaign going on. This is all happening at the same time. The coordination, the synchronization, the drumbeat, the tempo is quickening. Just think about the number of things we've discussed, and it's still only Thursday. And think about last week, and the week before, and the week before. Decision grenades going off all over the place in Russian headquarters, no doubt. But I just thought it was worth bringing up, and happy to hear anybody's comments for it. Over.
Well, thank you very much, Bearded. We have Liz with us. So go ahead, Liz, and we'll go back to Chris.
Yeah, thank you. And yeah, the idea that everything is coordinated in this way and what it might mean, especially when Ukraine has been so good at keeping, at not leaking anything. Certainly, I don't know, I feel a little fire of hope or excitement. I think that's, it will be very, I think it's a real gift if we can look at the potential unfolding of events in a hopeful, energized way instead of with dread. I think that's, it's a life force, right? If we can look at things in that direction. And incidentally, I would also say I'm so grateful for what I learn when I listen in and hear things about military strategy and all that kind of stuff. I just, it's an incredible gift. But I also really appreciate, because I haven't listened in for very long and haven't actually been able to, had the freedom to sort of drop in the midnight out, because it's almost 2:00 where I am. I kind of love I'm just really enjoying, in addition to this education and all of the good feels about, the ultimate outcome for Ukraine. I really love that. Like, I don't know if anybody here is old enough to remember, when people were on CB radios kind of thing, hey there, big, buddy, breaker 19 or whatever, the thing was. But the idea that people could communicate just because of a sort of a shared interest and a common interest, you could do that on CB radios in the old days. And people didn't know each other's real names. In this space, I hear people calling each other by their handles. Don't know how many of them know each other in real life, and it kind of doesn't matter. But the idea that there's a community here and that there is no that the common space is just caring about the same thing, and being, there's affection, clearly familiarity. I hear patience sometimes, I hear frustration, but people being really graceful about handling it. And the fact that this is, because I didn't use CB radios. I was a kid when people were doing that, but it just reminds me of that. I kind of love, like, there's something very old school about this incredibly advanced technology that's being used right now. So thank you all for I'm grateful to get to just, be a fly on the wall or even participate occasionally.
I had a CB radio in my car. I enjoyed it. My brother still does that. What is the other kind of ham radio stuff? So
awesome.
Yeah, my brother does ham radio stuff. But he lives out in the boonies.
Well, there is something very powerful about peer to peer. You know, it's like word of mouth. It's human to human, one to one, as opposed to any kind of sort of mass broadcasting thing, um, which really seems to be how people mostly communicate with each other. Like I recently, for instance, I was invited to a party on Facebook, which I never use anymore. I would never have known about it, but people just assume that you do. And in this case, the person also sent me a direct personal message. So I did get to find out about it and go, kind of thing. But everybody just assumes, it's like, well, didn't you see it? I put it on Facebook, you know. So anyway, this environment of peer to peer, show up because you want to, um, participate if you want to, or as much as you want to. Um, yeah, I love it. I think it's amazing. I think it's like the future, but it's the past at the same time.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. And it's I've gotten to know some people on from the space, and gotten to know, be really excited when somebody comes up to speak, or just developed a different kind of relationship with some of the people, and it's wonderful. And it's actually interesting you mentioned Facebook. I go on Facebook twice a day, for sure, to get the general staff report. And sometimes, there are areas of Ukraine in the military um, sources, such as Operational Command South, very specifically. They post a whole lot more on Facebook than they do on Twitter. And so, there are times that I'll check that stuff out. So I sort of scroll through my timeline, but I don't even know the last time I posted on Twitter. It's been a long time. But yesterday I was scrolling through
You
Twitter.
meant Facebook, but
I
go
meant,
ahead.
yes, I meant Facebook. Sorry. But yesterday I scrolled through Facebook a little bit, and I ran across a picture of a friend with her daughter, and her daughter is developmentally delayed, and and they have food seasons, and it's because she'll want the same thing all the time. But they've gotten her to understand that there is corn dog season, and there's French fry season, and so they just started corn dog season, which, and the kid, she's 25. I think she's 25 now. She loves roller coasters too, and so I got to look at these pictures yesterday of of uh, of her on roller coasters, just so happy, and eating a corn dog and so happy, and it made me happy. I was so happy to see that. And I did shoot her a message on Facebook, and so every now and then I connect with people that way. But oddly enough, I met that person originally on a Yahoo message board. That is a bit of time ago. Anyway, let's go to some hands since we have some started. Go ahead.
Chris is first, I believe.
Yes, I believe Chris is first also. Go ahead, Chris.
Oh, just before you do though, Chris, I want to just mention to everybody that we do have a Facebook group. And if any of you prefer using Facebook or like using it, by all means, go and join the Facebook group. Our lovely Tracy fella, she's actually the admin of that group, and she'd be more than happy to welcome you. Go ahead, Chris.
Yes, it's important that we have Facebook as well, actually, because, well, certainly for one reason, a lot of Ukrainians don't actually use Twitter. They prefer Facebook for one thing. So just quickly to say to Bearded, I loved what you said there. I don't know if you could put that in a tweet, that little summary of what Ukrainians are doing and that. But it would be rather good. I'd like, and if I could have permission to promote you and that on LinkedIn and Facebook, and that would be good. I absolutely loved that little summary. And Liz, I don't think, if it did happen in the UK, CB radios passed me by. I do remember having my first mobile phone in my T10 BMW, you know, but or clutch, NAFO named clutch bag, yeah, but yeah, I never had a CB radio, and then just sort of like, as we're on sort of social media things and that, I was trying to work out when the guy from Come Back Alive was talking to me yesterday, how they were doing this, how they were getting to the Russians, getting past, you know, all of the blocks and that to the Russians, and it turns out that one of the things that they're doing is they're buying advertising, which I just thought was funny, you know. So yeah, they buy advertising that that Russians click on, and then they get them talking about surrendering, you know, and so they get, you know, not only the hang on a minute, so my alarm's going off here now. I don't know why, because I don't have to get up at 7, but yeah, they obviously they get not only Russian soldiers clicking on it, but they get parents and all sorts. Anyway, it's advertising has proven to be an effective way through all the restrictions, so which is quite interesting. I'll stop there.
I'm sorry, but I just have to jump in and say, how brilliant would it be if advertising turned into some kind of tool on behalf of democracy? I mean, I think that would be absolutely brilliant. So thank you for sharing that.
Well, it's certainly a tool in terms of winning the war against the Russians, Liz, I'll tell you that.
Which is, in fact, the battle for democracy right there.
That'll do me.
Exactly. Morning, sir, fella.
Morning, Marcos. Morning, Prince. Big woo-woos to the Malamutes, Chris.
Woo!
I was waiting for that. Brilliant. Love it, mate. Huskies are all sat at home sulking because I'm leaving for 3 days work training lifeguards down in Bournemouth. And some dejected faces at the window when I left. But Mum will be home this afternoon. It was just something that you said just reminded me of something I saw the other day. I don't know if you saw the video that the Royal Marine Commandos put out, and they put a little video out wishing the Ukrainians that they've been training good luck, and they had them using their fast ribs to do some combat training. And lo and behold, 7 days later in Crimea, it's literally, you could have taken the footage that they shared of the Marine Commandos of Ukraine going into Crimea yesterday. There you go, looking virtually like the training videos that Royal Marines had posted, wishing them good luck. And I can't help but think that was all very carefully sort of planned, and all this training that was going on was for maybe that specific, I'll speak this morning, specific mission. And I can't wait to see what happens. I think finally the F-16s into theatre. I'll look forward to seeing some similar sort of videos. It does seem to be that a lot of the countries that are training the Ukrainian troops post these sort of videos, waving them off, saying good luck, thank you, and then a week or two later we see something happen, and it just makes you think back to those videos. So that was all I wanted to say.
Thank you very much, and enjoy your training, doing your training. Bearded.
Hello again. Wow. Okay, let's catch up. Sir fella, thank you very much for those kind words. And funny old thing, isn't it? Just telling the enemy what we're going to do. And lo and behold, we went and done it. So fantastic. Chris, let's talk offline. And Lisa, picking up your point, what we are doing here around the world is something that is hardwired into our nature. And humans have been taught story, as we call it here in in Hawaii for thousands of years. What's changed has been the medium, be it small groups discussing village politics, be it the art of the travelling town crier imparting information and people having discussions about it. As we move forward into the technological age, and in the last 30 odd years, we had bulletin board services where like-minded people could meet anonymously or whatever and discuss stuff, tell story. Yahoo chat rooms, remember them? Doing no different than we are now, a particular chat room, but it is text. So we're very fortunate that we've been given a medium which has converted what was very successful chat rooms, so they were taken down, into an audio medium where it's real time. And we just can't help ourselves. If we've got something to say, give us the medium to say it. But, there you go. Over.
If nobody else is going to say
No,
anything, I
yeah.
will jump in, actually, unless somebody else has their hand up.
No, go ahead. Did you not? I might not have muted myself. Carry on.
I totally agree with all of that, but I think that what I'm finding so remarkable about this space and this experience is that the very natural thing that you speak of that's been going on for, I mean, the history of humanity, seems to have been, almost co-opted. Whereas because what you describe is something that is an exchange. It's an exchange of ideas. It's a difference of opinion, debate. It's a back and forth thing. And what it looks like we're seeing, or what we have seen, or my own observation at least. And I'm not against social media. I think, in fact, I was so excited when it first happened, because I thought, wow, how lovely that you can choose what you want to share with the world. I thought that was a beautiful idea. But really, the way that it has been handled, or social media, which now seems to be sort of the main way that many people interact with each other, is that it has turned many people, if not everyone, into broadcasters as opposed to participants. And the broadcasting is not listening. It is output. It's not coming back. And it also, in some cases, again, not all, has encouraged people to present things in a way that is, perhaps artificial, or isn't the full story, or is the best version of the story. It has not facilitated honesty and authenticity. So, what you describe, it feels like the human experience, feels like our heritage. And there's been this, I feel like a blip in the commons, or certainly the digital commons, where that kind of authenticity that I think humans are sort of drawn to has been, I don't know, kneecapped to some extent. Because the thing about broadcasting is, of course, we all want to be heard, we all want to be listened to. So the temptation to go, oh, I'm going to try to get an audience, or, and again, I don't like, great, if you have wonderful things to share with the world, awesome. I'm grateful for the things that people share that do that. But the idea that it's not an exchange is the part where the idea is like, who can shout louder than the next one, who gets the most followers, all of that. That's not the human experience of all of us exchanging all of our ideas, so that we all benefit and are, elevated by this kind of thing. So, yeah. Anyway, that's what this feels like. I'm truly grateful for it. And also, I'm curious, by the way, I do hope that you're in a place in Hawaii that's safe. I love the background that I'm hearing, that incredible sound of life and wildlife in one of its, many magnificent versions. It's a it's a lovely audio backdrop.
Thank you. Yes, I'm on Big Island, so we were not affected by Maui, but I do live in a high lava risk zone. So if Kilauea or Mauna Loa decide to get angry, then who knows what the future might hold. Could be exciting.
All right, mockers.
Yes.
Would you like to hear what happened down Odessa way with missiles? And actually, I think there were more than this, but more than just Odessa. But keeping in mind, of course, that there's always artillery and other kind of ground-to-ground things that the Russians fire off. See, that's how well I know the military stuff, ground-to-ground things. In the Zaporizhia region and other areas that is not missiles or drones necessarily. So here we go. I'm just going to read this because it's it is rather interesting, and in my opinion, the Russians are weak, man. 5 air targets destroyed on the night of August 25th. The enemy struck with air and sea-based missiles from the waters of the Black and Azov Seas. 2 Kh-59 guided air missiles from the Black Sea and 2 caliber cruise missiles from a small missile ship from the Azov Sea were fired. So that's 4 missiles, right? Let's see, where do we go? And then there was one fired from the Su-24 aircraft towards the southern regions. Also, the launch of one strike UAV of the Shahed type from the direction of Primsko, someplace, was recorded. All 5 targets were destroyed by the forces and means of the Air Force. Missiles within the Odessa region attack UAVs in the Dnipro region. Let's keep the sky together to victory. 5. 1 drone. It just seemed it's a very weak night. I mean, that's weak sauce right there. Am I wrong?
It does seem not many, doesn't it? They have unfortunately had a what's it called? New delivery. They have had a new delivery of parts from Iran, so it's very possible that they're going to continue to produce those.
You mean
it does show, doesn't it, that they're obviously low on them at the minute.
You mean that school where there is forced labor to make drones isn't keeping up with the need?
I'm sure there's not just one of these forced labor places.
That is true. But I believe it was a Chris Owicki, wasn't it?
It was, yes. And yeah, he did a deep dive into that, and he looked at this particular school twice. One, to tell us about it, and then to mention the terrible conditions that the parents are even having to pay to take their children out of these terrible conditions, which is pretty shocking. Now, some photographs emerged last night of this Mi-8 helicopter that was surrendered to the Ukrainians. And there's a nice picture with the Mi-8 so it says it landed in Kharkiv Oblast a couple of weeks ago. I'll be honest, it doesn't look in great condition, but it does have a new shiny star on the side. However, there's some very cheerful looking Ukrainian soldiers stood with this thing, and you can see them having a peek inside. They obviously did not take a picture of the Russian himself who defected, but massive respect for doing this, by the way. So Yes, only the pilot defected, with the rest of the crew being unaware and eliminated. And I just think that's amazing. They got this guy's family out of Russia in order to get him to defect, and it worked.
Absolutely. That's
Okay.
that's the best part, though. It's great that he defected and took a bunch of airplane parts with him. But the best part, I think, is that his family was taken out before, was safely taken out, and they're all in Ukraine now. That, I think, is fabulous. How long had that plan had to have taken place, and what kind of coordination and what kind of effort must have taken place in order to make that happen, to get his family out, and then he joined them by flying the airplane into Ukraine. And yeah, I love this story. I just do. I bet you they could make a movie out of it, but it says something about
I bet you they will.
yeah, it says something about the Ukrainians in a big way. It says something about the Ukrainian ethic and about the Ukrainian heart, that they cared enough to make this plan and include all of his family in it. And I think that's just fabulous.
The plan went on for more than 6 months, I believe. So yeah, it's pretty incredible. Liz?
Actually, I think you guys have just basically covered it. I think the fact that the plan, because I had read that this had gone on, that this had been planned for a number of months. First of all, can you imagine being the person keeping this secret for so long? How stressful every moment would have been, as much as you'd also be hopeful. And the fact that it got pulled off is, yeah, somebody should make a movie. It's a remarkable story, and lots to, very much feel worth feeling good about. And also, not that anybody cares, but I do think I have to go to bed. So I again, my better judgment says I should go to bed, because what I would instead choose to do is stay and keep listening. But I do, in fact, have a number of things I have to do tomorrow. So thank you all so much, as always, for just this incredible, expansive experience. It's always remarkable. So thank you to everyone that facilitates this and keeps it happening, and everybody who participates. It's just it's so important and meaningful. And Slava Ukraini.
Heroam Slava.
Slava.
And enjoy your sleep. Chris?
Yeah, no, night, Liz. Yeah, I was going to say, actually, that obviously that MI8 would have started almost certainly with somebody clicking on an advertisement. Right now, if you, for those of you that understand these things, right, of course, advertisements have to be paid for, right? So of course, for Ukrainians to be able to do this, right, they have to pay for advertising on various things like websites, Facebook. Well, not Facebook, but you know what I mean. Equivalent social media, if you like, that Russians are watching, and that which is an interesting factor. So somebody took the leap of faith somewhere, right, to fund this operation, which, as we know, has been hugely successful. I saw some stats yesterday, and wow, just incredible what they've done. And I'm hoping. So this particular guy was a guy, another one that I had to sort of say, are you on Twitter? Yes. do you know what a Twitter Space is? Yes. I mean, bearing in mind that this guy is basically a social media digital expert, right? That is that's part of this team and that. But yeah, so yes. So I said so while I was talking about it, he was doing his research. He was doing his quick research, right? Okay, let me just have a quick look at this lot. Let me have a look at the MriyaReport website. Let me have a look at the MriyaReport social media. Then he comes back and he goes, yeah, okay. I can see very pro Ukraine. I go, yeah. And he said, oh, it's sort of, interesting actually that they are, combating Russian talking points and stuff like that. I said, yeah, exactly. So I said to him, look, just come up on the space, have a listen. Obviously, if you want to, you can, stick your hand up and speak. And if you are inclined to a speaking slot, then that I can introduce you to the right people for that to be discussed and that. So hopefully we'll get him up on the space and that. So he said he could speak anyway, which was a good thing. He would just have to be careful what he said. So it's interesting.
Yeah, I would imagine that. He would be sweating bullets. They call it, don't they? But he pulled it off, and in a way, that's extreme heroism. So yeah, he may be Russian, but he's obviously realised that he's not on the right side, and it's brilliant. He's brought them not only a helicopter but aircraft parts as well, which is, I would say, pretty cool.
I gather he does go to jail. Is it something supposedly for like a minimum 1 year or something, Mock, as I read somewhere? So he goes to jail, but obviously he also gets rewarded as well, right?
Yeah, and he knows his family are going to be looked after while he's in jail. And he'll get to visit them and all of that stuff. So
And he'll
yeah.
be treated like a human when he's in jail.
That is very true. It'll probably be the nicest jail he's ever seen. So yeah, I think for 1 year of your life, to know that you and your family are okay, you've got some money in the bank, and you're not going to be treated horribly. Yeah, I think he's definitely made the right decision.
It's
And for all he knows,
Go ahead.
from what he's been told, the Ukrainians are terrible, scary, awful people, and it's probably been the very fact that his family have been able to give him, first-hand testimony that they're not being tortured, that's been one of the main convincing factors.
Yeah, but what gets to me is I don't know how to word this right. And I understand that we say that we want to see every single Russian, every Russian pay for it because they are not standing up. They are not doing the right thing. They are not protesting. They're not, all of these things that they're not doing. So all of Russia is responsible. And yes, in a lot of ways, that's true. But you look at this situation. He probably was not willing, not real happy about being a pilot for Russia with what Russia is doing to Ukraine to begin with. He had to be in that frame of mind to some degree in order to make this decision. And so when, and I know that Ukrainians feel that same way about Russians. They have no need for any of them really. However, in this situation, they have opened their country to this Russian who was willing to say, I don't agree with this war, and here's a here's a helicopter, and you know, and I will, you know, pay my price here for what I'm doing, but my family's coming along and you're taking care of them, and that's good. And so, you know, so that is a that is a piece of compassion that Ukraine has, that I think that we need to acknowledge and realize, and also acknowledge and realize that, you know, sometimes there are Russians who want out. And there today, I didn't save it, but I did see it today. I saw a story of a blind woman standing out like in a square in Russia, a blind woman with a sign that was um, speaking out against the war. And she was arrested. She was arrested. But she did that very intentionally. There are a couple of other stories here. And I will find them, and maybe we should go to hands while I find them. Chris has his hand up, but I can share these couple of stories with you about people who have been arrested and who are in jail in Russia. And yeah, so shall we go to Chris Mockers?
Sure.
Well, actually, Prince, you touched on a very interesting, part of the discussion, which was that a lot of Ukrainian and other people do not agree with this idea that we should be basically saving Russians, right? That we should be giving Russians this opportunity to give up, right? We may, somebody may even come up and say it, but yeah, so, and I would probably say to you as well, that I have to be thankful to the education on the space here and that, because, he was like hedging around it a bit, and I went, I think I understand what you're saying here. Yeah, I get it. I get it, right? That some people, because, am I right, Mockers, Prince? I mean, I think at one time there was a sort of attitude, if you like, that the only good Russian is a dead Russian, certainly with me, right? And that, that none of them should be saved, if you like, right? But of course, there are massive benefits to doing it, but it is a somewhat controversial scheme.
Did we lose Chris?
I don't listen to that, Prince. So, did you?
What's that?
I was away with the fairies then for a minute, just answering a message.
Well, and I was looking over this thing here, but I know that Chris had a good point, and yes, it is the, we often say any dead Russian is a good Russian, and I'm gonna throw this up in the nest here real quick, and I have hung on to this since August 14th. Things that I hang on to, and it is a man who has been sentenced to prison. Dmitry Shurkinin, he's an entrepreneur from Leningrad region, was sentenced to 1.5 years in prison for holding a poster that said, "I'm sorry, Ukraine." The court found him guilty of discrediting the army. This is part of the speech that he gave in court. And that's why I put it in the nest. The speech has subtitles, and the speech is questioning the purpose of the special military operation. Why on earth are we killing Ukrainians? Why are we sending bombs on their land and bombs are not landing on our land? Why have we been doing this? And he points out in this video, I think you probably have watched it, Mockers. He points out in this video that 500 children have died because of this special military operation, and basically points out in this video that the special military operation is a huge failure. And so it's, yeah, I don't agree with every single point that he had, but the overall message is that this is ridiculous. There's no reason for this to be happening. And for that, he's spending 1.5 years in jail. So you know, the way we were talking about things, you know, there are a few Russians who are standing up like this and getting time in prison for holding a poster that says "I'm sorry, Ukraine," or the arrest of a blind girl who was holding a poster that was against the special military operation. And I have another story too. No, that's not it. That I'll.
Oh, well, we can go to Hans
Yeah,
while you find it.
yeah, that's exactly where I was going. So, but we'll go to Hans, and I'll find that. Go ahead, every child.
All I was going to say before every child goes is that you once said to me, nobody knew about Schindler until after the war.
Exactly.
That sort of stuck with me. That. Go ahead, every child.
Oh, Marcus, would you repeat what you said because I missed it?
Nobody knew who Schindler was until after World War II.
Oh, exactly. And when I listened to Chris talk, it was Schindler that I thought of because I watched Schindler's List one Friday night, and there was something in there that I just didn't catch, and so I watched it 5 times over the weekend, 5 times back to back, from the time I woke up to the time I went to sleep. And I finally caught what it was in the movie that I was trying to catch on to. Of course, he had to be undercover, and of course, he had to, in order to do what he did, uh, he couldn't give the appearance that he was actually doing it. So as Chris was talking, that's what was coming to me. Uh, uh, the the one line in the movie that it took me 5 times to watch it to pick out was where he broke down at the end and he said, I could have sold this ring, or I could have sold this 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 piece of jewelry or that piece of jewelry. I could have sold the car. I could have saved so many more people. And one of the workers in the factory said, you did what you had to do. We always want to do better." And that really stayed with me. Yeah,
Yeah.
we'll be hearing stories like that in time.
Yeah, it has come to my attention that there are a number of people within Russia who are doing what's called like a, what do they call it? The underground railway road, where they are trying to get children, especially, back to their families. These people have been instrumental in helping them contact families and children, and helping to smuggle people out as well, providing them with papers and means of transport, and someone to contact when they get out of Russia. So I do know it's going on, and I'm very thankful for those people, but unfortunately it's not the majority. And I suppose they have to work within certain limits, and they can't make themselves known. And I do hope we get to know a lot more afterwards, because it would give me hope that they actually have some some future as a nation, to be honest. It's not hard to be kind, is it?
No, it's not. I think we should go to Carrie's hand next. Oh, I'm sorry. Every child. Wait a second, Carrie. I know you're probably in a dodgy area, but every child, did you have a response to that?
I had a question, and so I'll just ask the question and wait for a time when it's appropriate. It was about introducing people to MriyaReport spaces and how to introduce them and bring them on. And I'll just leave it there and wait for when that's an appropriate conversation.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Morning, Carrie.
Morning, girls. I've got a little pocket of Wi-Fi. Woo! I've got home, so I'm meant to have a better signal now I'm here, but I'm being dogged by crap Wi-Fi everywhere I go. But I've been trying to catch up with what was happening yesterday. It was clear out time, so I've not really caught up with much over the last day. But I did say there was an enormous amount of Budenoff. Lots of Budenoff, which was rather good. I heard about the helicopter. I heard about what happened in Crimea. I obviously heard about Prigozhin. I saw Putin. I saw Putin giving his condolences, which was ridiculous. Yes, is there anything else major that I have missed? And this is the one time a year where I get back to my tiny cottage and it feels enormous because I've just been in a tiny shed.
Well, I'm glad your house feels huge. Did you hear Putin's words, though? It wasn't exactly condolences, was it? He said, yes, he's basically been very useful, but he's also made some big mistakes. And that was basically saying he crossed me.
I was watching him really carefully to see if I could sort of see any tells at all. It's so hard. There was maybe a shrug at the end. There was a lift of a shoulder. I'm sure body language experts would be reading into that quite substantially, but yeah, it's painted all over, isn't it? We'll never know. We'll never know for sure, but we know for sure.
Well, most people have a tell when they lie, that they look to the right, I believe. And it's one of these sort of natural brain things that a lot of people do. And it's very difficult to train yourself out of it, apparently. And but just because it's that side of the brain that's working and it just sort of, it's such a natural reaction. And well, just watch it again with no sound and just look how many times he sort of glances to the right or moves his eyes to the right before he speaks. And that's because he's making stuff up.
It's so hard, isn't it? Because virtually everything he says is a lie. His whole life is a lie. So, yeah, every moment of his waking life is talking bollocks. But yes, I shall do so.
Yeah, it's something that I sort of try and look out for, just because I think it's amusing to me to see an obvious lie. I'm one of these people. I can spot a lie from a mile away. I really can. And I don't know how or why, but it's just I find lies quite offensive as well. I mean, tell me the truth by all means. Even if it's rubbish, but don't lie to me, because I'll be really annoyed. And that's just, it's how I've been brought up. It's part of life. And yeah, when I see Russians talk and the obvious lies, and it just, you know, it looks so disingenuous to me.
Did you see the Scots Guards video? That was the lovely thing that I saw yesterday as well, with the pony, the Shetland or whatever it was.
Yes, it was beautiful. I mean, yesterday I had a lump in my throat half the day because of all the videos that kept coming out. I very much appreciated, you know, the videos for every country that the Defence U put out as like a commemoration of all their friends who have helped them and how they've helped them. Apart from the Finnish, of course, who, well, their video is very sparse of equipment because it's all a secret. Typical Finnish.
Yes.
But yeah, I love that. All this time you've been looking at a field full of snipers, and it's just trees.
They're all sneaky. They're all sneaky. Can I tell you my last story?
Absolutely.
Okay, now this guy does not live in Russia. I actually don't know where he lives, but he is Russian. He is a Russian writer. He has said, "We betrayed the Ukrainians. It is not they who betrayed us." Russian author Dmitry Gulashkovy, who has spoken out about his nation's genocide in Ukraine, was recently tried and sentenced in absentia by Russia for spreading false information about the Russian armed forces. So yes, these, you know, people have probably seen these things. I've seen the books, I've not read them, but evidently he has written a very popular series called Metro, and it actually looks like something I probably would like. But yes, he has been sentenced in absentia for 8 years, and he says, "No, we started first. We stabbed in the back." So there are people around the world who are Russians who are being sentenced in absentia for 8 years for saying things that Russia doesn't like, and that's just the kind of thing, that these are the kinds of stories that make me say nobody knew who Schindler was either, and we are going to find those people as time goes on, and this war one day ends, and we will find those people, and hope that they make it till then. That's what I think too. I think they probably are in great danger, and so stay pretty quiet. Every child, you put your hand up, and then we'll go to lunchtime.
Yes, and it's in other in other situations. It hasn't been just members of the country who were in great danger. It was anyone who said anything that they didn't like. Gaddafi put out a message that that he was going to send assassins after anyone on Twitter that said anything he didn't like. It's yeah, it's tricky at times.
Yeah, they're certainly reinstating some very Stalinist. Sorry, kettle boiling. Some very Stalinist approaches. I'll tell you about another one shortly. But go ahead, lunchtime.
Oh, thanks. Morning.
Morning.
Morning. Very interesting. I mean, I didn't catch all of it, but very interesting discussion. So here's my 2 cents on good Russians and whether or not they have to be dead. I think it's really fair. It's more than understandable for Ukraine, a lot of Ukrainian people, to have that opinion that, in contrast to them, in contrast to Ukrainians who, fought a revolution of dignity, fought for their voice to be heard, fought for democracy, fought to embrace, the values of the civilized world against huge odds, really. In contrast, the Russian population is cowed and has not risen up, at least so it seems, against what, I don't know, what, a century's worth of oppression, maybe longer, who knows, right? My Russian
Longer.
history, yeah, longer probably. And it's one of those things. And also, additionally, the world is structured in such a way that there is a pecuniary motive. There's a motive, there's a capitalist financial motive in not helping and delaying and waiting, and there's bribes to be had, and there's luxury properties to sneakily sell. There's oil tankers to lie about the man, lie about the sort of the I don't know enough about the oil industry, but to alter the manifest or whatever, to sneak through some sort of bypass sanctions. There's money to be made selling goods to Kazakhstan and knowing that they will end up in Russia. There's money to be made to, just ignore the fact that everyone else is sanctioning this genocidal country. So, the deck is stacked, really. It's kind of the deck is stacked against Ukraine, as it was stacked against the Jewish people in World War II. There is definitely a profit motive for allowing this sort of stuff to continue. And, I mentioned World War II, but we don't need to look that far back. I mean, everyone that has an iPhone, I don't know, that's made in China, is looking, despite the amazing advertising that Apple has of inclusivity and rainbow colors and God knows what else, everyone's turning a blind eye to the fact that a lot of these phones were manufactured in a factory that was so bad. I think people started committing suicide there in the Foxconn factory, until that was sort of things changed there. I guess
How they
I'm not
dealt with that
sure.
lunchtime?
I'm sorry, say that again.
You know how they dealt with that?
Not in the way that one would have liked. I think they just got even more oppressive. I don't actually know the specifics, so I'm
Yeah,
interested.
they stopped people being able to open the windows or access the roof.
Yes, that's right. That rings a bell. Yeah, exactly. So they just got even more authoritarian, right? And that's the thing, isn't it? So in Russia, that people have tried to protest. Boris Nemtsov, for his troubles, got gunned down outside the Kremlin, I believe. Litvinenko, when he spoke up, ended up famously being poisoned with polonium. There was a female journalist who, unfortunately, I can't recall her name, but her story is absolutely horrific. I think she self-immolated, because that was the only protest she had left. There are, there are courageous Russians occasionally, but what happens to them is horrific, and there is no incentive for anyone else to join in. And Russia's geography is, I mean, it's huge, right? And also it's made of disparate peoples and so on and so forth. It's very difficult, I think, to organize some sort of concerted resistance. I don't say this in any way to excuse the apathy displayed by the people that stay there, and the cowardice of the people that purport to support the war against Ukraine and take part in spray painting Z's and Z's or whatever they're called all over the place, and talking up their great patriotic pride, and the ones that celebrate when the latest atrocity happens. Well, it doesn't happen. The latest atrocity is committed by Russians in Ukraine. There are plenty of Russians out there celebrating. So I have a great deal of sympathy for that point of view, that the only good Russian is a dead Russian. It's not that I think, though, that every single Russian supports Putin or supports the war or any of that, of course, because 140 million people, is it? There's going to be varying viewpoints, and there is going to be this effect of selection, both by people that have left, the ones that have decided to leave because they didn't agree with the way the country was going. And I'm not just talking about when the war broke. There's been plenty of people that have left Russia before that. Sergey Brin, who's one of the co-founders of Google, I think he's of Russian descent. There's this American musician whose name I can't remember, but I think she's of Russian descent, and she was a talented child, talented musically, and her parents made the call and were like, we cannot bring our child up in Russia because she would face a terrible future. And anyway, what am I saying? So I guess I'm saying it is very understandable the viewpoints a lot of people have, and I think because the deck is stacked, and because although we try to be balanced in our discussions on this space, I have long held the opinion that although we do a lot, in quotes, in numbers, we do a lot, it is not enough, and we know it's not enough. It's not fast enough, it's not effective enough, it's not meaningful enough. And therefore, I think I really understand the point of view that it sticks in one's craw that the Russian people, the sort of narrative excusing the Russian people over and over again, these sort of tanky types or left-leaning, not necessarily left-leaning, but these days, certainly, given what's happened in certain political parties around the world, it's no longer just the province of the left, this sympathy towards Russia, but let's say sympathizers are always there to excuse the Russian people from any consequences that they might face as a result of the absolutely, abhorrent brutality and the illegal atrocities that their army and that their generals, their politicians who command the generals, and their opinion polls, their sons, their husbands, their daughters who are on TikTok, or whatever, the women that go around harassing Ukrainian tourists, the women that were recorded in Crimea, or rather more recently in MriyaReport, taking photos of themselves in front of destroyed residential blocks, holding the Z logo. It's not just men; it's women too. It's a systemic, disgusting mindset, and it is very difficult to tell these good Russians, in quotes, from this morass of absolutely atrocious war criminal, murderous, glorying in the absolute suffering of other people, Russians. And let's face it, Russia as it stands, the majority of the population is like that. The opinion polling certainly suggests that to be the case. The sort of Russian babushkas who are there cheering Putin on, getting frothy pictures of him looking whatever, bare-chested on a horse. I beg your
How
pardon?
hilarious are those old ladies? That one with the bright reddish orange hair.
It makes my blood run cold, to be honest. It absolutely makes my blood run cold, and it's not dissimilar to the sort of attitudes he had, from all accounts. I mean, from I'm not an expert on this subject. I'm not really an expert in any subjects, I think, but in what I've read about occupied France and the way French neighbours behaved towards their neighbours who were about to be shipped off to the ghetto or the Jewish ghetto in Paris and so on. That's what it reminds me of. That's what it reminds me of. And it reminds me of other things. It reminds me of people in just before the fall of apartheid in South Africa, the way they talked about you know, the black population and the attitudes they had. It makes me think about, well, it just makes me think about a whole bunch of people who, either through brainwashing or through willing participation in a set of beliefs, hold themselves to be more valuable, more human, or more worthy in some way than some other section of people. And you can see this in all sorts of walks of life, right? You can see this, like, because this sort of thing happens in degrees. It's not always as extreme as what you see in, you know, what you see Russians say about Ukrainians, for example, because that is extreme. That is wishing genocide. That is wishing.
Well, it starts with othering, doesn't it? Lunchtime.
It certainly
Othering
does.
the group, being
It
able
starts with
to,
that.
you know, add into the narrative the fact that one group is not as good as another for whatever reason, in skin color, race, religion, take your pick. There's plenty of differences between us. And
I mean, we
and
still
that's how
have
it
it,
starts.
mockers. You know, we still have it in the UK. Like, you know, that saying. It's not a saying. You know that phrase, "you and non-you." Do you know what I mean? This is like, I think this is the Bloomsbury set. And you, I think, is upper class. I might be wrong about this again, but you know, so it manifests in all sorts of ways. People like us and people not like us, acceptable people and not acceptable people, and it's an ancient evil. It's absolutely gross, and we are seeing a very particularly vicious uh, sort of manifestation of it. And it's something that isn't just a spontaneous thing, it's been cultivated by Putin, this sort of nationalism, all these national marches. I'm sure you've seen the photos, mockers, of children dressed up in military gear, marching on, what is it, May the 9th, March the 9th, whatever their day is. You know, yeah, I don't know. But you know, this sort of nationalism, and it starts with othering. It's cultivated by this nationalistic thing, and it expresses itself in hatred and then ultimately genocide when it's politically expedient for the people that can do it. You know. And yeah, anyway, so I completely understand the dislike. And at the very least, I would like the Russians to pay a social cost similar to what the Germans paid for several decades. You know, where anything associated with Russians should be considered suspect at the very least, and supportive of genocide. I would say in a sort of fair-minded view, because that is ultimately what they have proved themselves to be.
Yeah, thank you, Lunchtime. I mean, that's something which I am starting to notice more and more. There is a lot of the finding out stage because people are not wanting to associate with them any longer. And it starts at the grassroots level. I mean, you know, restaurants being unable to serve people, you know, just them asking directions in the street, and the guy understood them and he just went, I don't speak to Russians, and walked away. And, you know, so it's coming, I think, slowly but surely. The mindset is changing. They're not the superpower. They're not respectable. You know, and yeah, that they've made themselves pariahs, and there will be more awfulness to come out of this, and I think that will solidify a worldview. I'll be honest with everybody who, you know.
I mean, we haven't even seen
morals.
we haven't seen the beginning of it yet, to be honest with you. Honestly, we haven't even heard. I mean, sorry, I don't mean to get. It's hard to talk about, but in my
Going to be a
opinion,
shockwave at some point, isn't there? Lunchtime. I know.
I think MriyaReport, you know, once that's uncovered, it's just going to be absolutely one of those things that, yeah, it's utterly I mean, I can't even find the words to describe what I think, how absolutely appalling I think it will be. And I think we've only seen a small fraction, a small percentage of it, partly because, morale needs to be high. We need to keep a positive outlook and so on and so forth. And if you dwell on that during wartime, it's just too much. It's too dreadful to sort of contemplate in its entirety, really. But I think
Exactly. I think,
yeah. Anyway, I'll shut up now.
sorry. We know it's coming, and we steel ourselves for it. And in the meantime, we celebrate every positive that we can, because, we're going to see some terrible things. Every child, go ahead.
This space and Ukraine both give me a new bit of hope for building community with different cultures, different views, different backgrounds, and different opinions. Um, I'm so hopeful with the things that Ukraine is showing us about community. And the whole thing about othering. I worked at a university for 7 years, and it's an environment that I just love because of having so many different people to meet. Um, and then there's a gazillion stories to tell about that. But I came into contact with the Muslim community during those years a couple of times. It was just very surprising to me. And those stories get to be long, and other people want to talk, but I'm here because it's hopeful, and I'm here because I'm wanting to learn new ways um, to make things easier for building communities.
Yeah, I kind of feel like we started a bit like a support group, and we have become a community. And it's nice that we can all find one another and learn about one another, because I can safely say I knew absolutely nothing really about the history of Europe. I knew the countries existed, I knew their capitals, but they don't teach you the real truth in any of my schools that I went to. P-Verse, I believe you're next.
Hey, mockers, thank you. So at my lunchtime's definitely got me a bit riled up, and I appreciate your monologue very much, brother. I've been positing the idea that the way to deal with this very issue is to ban RU passports in the EU for a generation, 14 years. But you know what? I'm going to think now past bloody Brexit and say, you know what? That should include the UK as well. And to my mind, there's really no other way. And if that was being dealt with right now in Brussels, in Westminster, that would send a shiver down the traveling middle class, et cetera, of Russia, of which we work where I am. There's some just across from me, and they've gotten a little bit more emboldened the last week or so, I will say. And like, it's all I could do not to take them outside.
Yeah, I totally understand, and I do think they should have restricted travel. A lot of the time as well, we're noticing that people have travelled in and are then performing subversive actions and getting themselves arrested. So yeah, I think for every country's safety right at the moment, it's quite important. I could get with that.
Yeah, and it's just to that point, Mockers. It's like there's only so many ways that you can actually really begin to change behavior, and people's personal freedoms That's the number one way. And, finding common cause like we do here at Maria, like that's what needs to happen, right? Like in government, and especially a European-wide government. And this is something where whatever you're feeling about what the best thing is for the British economy, like that Westminster and Brussels could really work together to do something right. And unless you have an absolute moneyed interest in a Russian oil company, in a commodities company or whatever, then I just don't think that a majority of people in the UK and across Europe wouldn't say, you know what, at this point, seeing all the evidence that we're now being confronted with as it comes out over the next couple of years, there's really no other way.
Well, I tend to agree, to be fair. They need to be walled off and made to deal with themselves, I think. And when they've grown up a bit, maybe then we can talk. Karen?
Well, I just want to say this before going off to bed. Whether I come back or not just depends on how well I sleep, I guess. But I'm hearing a lot about the Russians and their accountability. And like Prince was saying earlier, there are people in Russia who have displayed extraordinary courage, like the young blind girl with the sign. But there have been, even in Nazi Germany, there were people that, those few people that just, stood out. If you've ever read the story of Lutheran pastor Erich Bonhoeffer, who died in a concentration camp because of his opposition to the Nazis. Even during World War II, there were people that hid Jews and defied the Nazis in a number of ways, joined the resistance. And I think along with seeing a lot of ugly people, once this war is over, we're going to find out about the underground, and we're going to find out about the people who tried to oppose Putin. And there are partisans right now, Russian partisans, that are risking their lives, trying to sabotage Putin's, army. And there are drones that have hit Moscow that we believe have been sent from not that far away. Some from far away, but some from not that far away. The ones from not that far away say partisan activity. But when everything gets sorted out, we need to be careful not to hate all Russians. I have no patience for people who want to paint any nationality in any situation with a broad brush and say, well, this group is all this and this group is all that, because people are individuals. And among the population, the majority of the population who are, being forced into obedience or brainwashed or enthusiastically support an evil regime, there are those people that are going to stand out. And those who do are going, and manage to live through this are going to be the seeds of a new Russia. There is, if you've read any of Bill Browder's books, he's written two excellent books, Red Notice and Freezing Order. And he did a lot of business in Russia, and he met all kinds of Russians. And he had a very honest accountant that lost his life in prison. because he was an honest accountant. His last name was Majewski, and Majewski laws have been championed by Bill Browder around the world. Laws that will penalize, Russia for human rights violations. And one person that is in prison now, has recently received a 25-year sentence, is Vladimir Kara-Murza. And this is somebody that you should look into because he is a good person. He has been a political dissident, and he's now got a 25-year prison term. But so while we are quick to hold the evil people accountable, let's be as quick to to uphold those who are good, and not to let them get discouraged. Because if we treat good people like they're evil, then we become evil people. And so, seek a balance in your judgment of Russia is all I can say. And with that, I'm going to sign off. Good night.
Good night, Karen. Lunchtime.
Oh, thanks. So that was Magnitsky that the previous speaker was talking about, who was a tax lawyer and not an accountant. And Bill Browder, it should be remembered, was a fervent supporter of Putin before the Magnitsky affair and before the scales fell from his eyes. So, okay, yeah, I suppose the fervor of a recent convert is not to be questioned in a way, but he too was a supporter of Putin once upon a time. So I don't know his essential goodness, although he's made up for it a lot since. It's a myth to say that he is, some font of moral authority, at least 100% moral authority on the subject. I don't think he is. I would say if you want a barometer of the Russian people and their morality, look at the fact that in a matter of moments, there has been a significant sort of floral tribute to Prigozhin, including, rather distastefully, a sledgehammer or two, right, to commemorate his brutality as part of the Wagner Group or whatever we're calling it now. Right, so that happened in a matter of moments. Where are the floral tributes for Ukraine? Where are any tributes for Ukraine? Where is any consideration for the brutality Ukrainians have suffered? I don't see anything. I don't see anything at all. I don't see any protest, a peep of protest from these oligarchs that live abroad. I don't see a peep of protest from Russian citizens at large that live abroad. Surely they can't all be cowed into silence. But yet here we are. So I don't know. I don't think. And also, I would say one last thing, which is this: Russian is not really a nationality. It's kind of a composite. In Russia, there's sort of a multi-state level of citizenship or nationality, even I believe, where different sort of different values are attributed to your so-called nationality, depending on what ethnicity. Oh, excuse me, what ethnicity you are, right? So that there are lesser Russians, right? And that you cannot. You can't sort of say the Russians are a people because they are not. They're actually just a composite of other states that they have committed genocide against and have absorbed in the past. There is a very good thread on Twitter which lists the various genocides over the years that Russia has taken, has inflicted on its member states. And these states, I mean, Kazakhstan's one of them, there's like a number of them, where they went in and committed hugely brutal sort of acts against the people that resisted and the people that didn't resist. It didn't really matter, and went about basically depopulating the area and replacing them with Russians. It's what China is doing now, and in places like Inner Mongolia, or you know, the sad
Russia
case
is
of the
doing now
Uyghurs.
in Mariupol.
Yeah,
Setting a
absolutely,
10-year plan
absolutely,
to
one
repopulate.
hundred percent, 100%, exactly. Because that is their modus operandi. That is what they do, and they've done it over and over and over again. So, you know, if they, God forbid, somehow hang on to Mariupol in 100 years' time, that will be considered Russian, and the people there are considered, in quotes, Russian. They're not Russian. You know, they're the remnants of Ukrainian people that originally lived there, right? But that have been brutalized and divorced from their culture, their language, their customs, everything has been taken away from them, and then they're left as, in quote, Russian. And that's what's happened all over Russia, all over these, like, this is a huge country. How did it get so big? You know, you have to ask yourself that question at some point, right? Why is it so massive? Well, the reason is it's just gone around eating everything around it. And even that's not enough. Even that's not enough. It's like a cancer. So I'm afraid the burden of proof, although normally I would agree with such noble sentiments as you must give everyone the benefit of the doubt, I'm afraid the burden of proof is rather the other way around.
Can I,
Morning, mockers. Yeah, that's interesting lunchtime. I was just thinking about that. So, when you say Russian is a sort of composite, is it composite in the way, same way as you and I might say, you know, we're British kind of thing?
Yeah, perhaps, but in a much more brutal and extensive way. But yeah, perhaps so. Perhaps that's a good analogy in that Britain was an empire at one point, wasn't it? But with Russia, it seems much more brutal. I mean, I don't think. But then I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Perhaps there are Irish listeners that would disagree with me. You know.
could I make one more quick comment?
Yeah, 1 second, Karen. The thing is, we left that behind some time ago, and that's the difference. I think that we saw the error of that way and decided
100%.
that wasn't who we were.
I didn't mean to suggest otherwise, mockers, but
Of course,
you know,
yeah.
but
There's
is
the
there a
difference.
similarity was the question, and I suppose perhaps in a way there is, but we did leave it behind. We really did leave it behind, and there has been an absolute sea change. Certainly in my lifetime, there's been a sea change in terms of attitude towards people from other races, other places. You know, all that has changed a huge deal in the UK. Russia has not had this record. They are nowhere near having this sort of moment of enlightenment. I don't think they really had the enlightenment itself, you know. So yeah, I think they're light years behind.
Exactly. They've got to sort of develop past that stage like everybody else did, or most of us did, shall we say. Karen, go ahead.
What I was going to say in regards to your comments lunchtime on some of the people I mentioned liking Vladimir Putin, I'm going to read a quote to you from former Republican President George W. Bush. He said, "I looked the man in the eye and I found him to be very straightforward and trustworthy. I was able to get a sense of his soul." Now, of course, our former president regretted saying that. But at the time, many people thought well of Putin at first before his true nature became apparent. Bush even had him down to a barbecue in Texas. So if you are going to condemn people like Bill Browder and some of the other folks that he is friends with for admiring Putin at that time, I think that that certainly isn't fair, because that a lot of people were fooled. And George Bush was an example of that. And like I said, the big thing here is to be honest and fair with people as individuals. And you can't you can't disintegrate into being hateful. You just can't, because if you do, you're no better than the people that you're hating. I mean, you're no better than the people that were originally the evil ones. You know,
I've got a
some
ton
of
of
these.
hands here.
Okay, I am going to drop the subject, but I'm just going to
I think
leave
the
you with
subject will
that.
carry on, but I've got a ton of hands want to get in, so let's go to some hands. I'm going to go to
Can I
Karen.
quickly respond though? Is that all right,
Yeah.
Marcus? Very quickly. I will say this, okay? Yes, you're right. At the time, a lot of people did think well of Putin, but I would say, I would remind you that there is a grand tradition of Western leaders getting into bed with dictators. Thatcher was a big friend of Pinochet, right? Idi Amin was spared whatever. I mean, he was given a plum life in, I don't know, Saudi Arabia or somewhere. And I think that was brokered by, I think that happened with the help of Western leaders. I'm not sure. But there is a grand tradition of Western leaders, you know, looking the other way when it comes to dictatorships or oppression in countries that are not their countries, that don't immediately affect them. So that's point one. Point two is this sort of approval that Bush had for Putin is not like, this is not like this was not done because he was taken in necessarily. There was a really huge motive, a big profit motive for the West to deal with Russia at the time. But bear in mind, at the time, right, Russia had already completely
We've got a bit
decimated.
historical here.
Oh, okay, all right. I'll draw it to a close then. I'm just saying that, you know, you can't take these motives as at face value and ignore the profit motive.
Can I just add to that, Marcus? Do you mind? Because it wasn't profit in Bush's case. It was necessity. Now, remember, when Bush got elected, he had Condi Rice as his national security advisor, and she was a known hardline Putin skeptic. But the tragedy was that 9/11 happened, and Bush needed Putin on side to support the bases he had in the Central Asian republics for the Afghan operation. So, you know, the world might have been very different without 9/11. And I bet if we hadn't had 9/11, we wouldn't have had all those barbecues in Texas. And I looked into his eyes and saw his soul and all that nonsense. You know, I think that was pretty pragmatic stuff, maybe a bit overdone to the English mind, but you know, hey, Americans are a bit like that sometimes.
Am I the only one hearing some sort of music in the background?
No, that's Mengi. Always has music on.
Oh,
Pally,
okay.
Thank you, Marcus. How are you doing?
I'm good, thank you.
All right. So, greetings from Helsinki, Finland. We are a neighboring country from, well, next to Russia. I really like the optimism that Karen has, but I don't know, Karen, if you have read any history regarding Russia and Finland, the Baltics, Ukraine. The, how to say, the track record isn't that good. I don't know if you know what's Great Wrath in Finland or Holodomor in Ukraine. The Great Wrath happened 300 years ago. We still remember it. And Holodomor was about 100 years ago. And the Ukrainian people really well know their past. So I think in the beginning of 2000, there was great optimism in Europe that things could change. But since the beginning of 2000, we have yet again seen that Russia is a genocidal terrorist state. For the past 30 years, they've been in Afghanistan, Georgia, Chechnya, Syria, 2 times in Ukraine, and whatnot. Also operating in Africa. We have had 300 years of violent history with Russia. And like I said, Ukrainian people, Balts and Polish people have had at least 100 years of violent history with Russia, quote unquote, with the modern Russia. It's unfortunate, but like Lunchtime said, the burden of proof is for the Russian people. I don't care if they have Russian nationality in their passport. For me, it's the Russian culture that's rotten, and that needs to change. And that's up to the Russian people to change their rotten culture. They have how to say, well, despising human rights for the last 300 years, and especially for the last 80 years or 90 years. And that's what you get when you do that. And the whole culture is rotten. Believe me, Karen, I've seen it, and our people have felt it. So the burden on proof is on Russia, and we don't really have to defend them. They have to show everything. They have to show that they are changing, and I'm not seeing anything. So on that point, everyone in their culture has the burden of proof. Only thing I'm willing to exclude is the minors. That's something I can exclude. But other than that, they are all guilty. They are either enables or active enables. Thank you.
Thank you, Pauli. I knew you would have a specific position, shall we say. Chris?
Oh, Marcus, so much water under the bridge since I was thinking of speaking. I was going to say, is lunchtime gone? Oh, no, he's still there. Lunchtime. I wanted to just say hello. It's ages since we've heard you at breakfast time, mate. It was good to hear you. So I was going to say as well. British. Speaking as a Welshman or half Welshman, British imperialism is not dead, but it's not as alive as London imperialism, which is really the worst. I mean, anything north of Watford is like. Basically primitives, to the Londoners, who got in bed, of course, with the Russians as well, we might add. So so I was also going to say to lunchtime. I mean, lunchtime was, I think, got me saying Muscovia and Muscovites and all the rest of it. But lunchtime, I'm sorry, my friend, I've moved on slightly because. I got introduced to the Ozero Dasher Cooperative lunchtime, right? So now I realise that they're not just, they didn't just emerge from the swamp when Kiev was a city and then start genociding around them, but they formed a mafia, and that mafia is indeed living right now in a gated community outside of St. Petersburg lunchtime. So never mind Russians and never mind even Muscovites. It's just plain old mafia terrorists living in a gated community outside St. Petersburg.
Can I respond there, Marcus? Chris, it's good to hear you. Yeah, I've been crazy busy, and then I was unwell, and anyway, it's a big saga. But I think actually, I don't think I did introduce you to Muscovy. I think that was more translated, maybe. I'm not sure. Is he the guy who came up with Disin Folklore?
No, that's decoding.
Decoding. I'm sorry, decoding. That's the guy. So I think he's big on the whole Muscovy thing.
No, you're right. I'm sorry about that lunchtime.
Oh, no problem. No
You were
problem.
going down that route, mate.
Yeah, maybe I was. But I tell you what, on the subject of London, and I am a Londoner who does, I do pack a spare pair of underpants if I go outside the Watford Gap. This is a joke, of course. I don't. I used to live in Scotland and stuff, but like, you know, but there is something that you touched on there, which is the London property market and how it's been compromised by Russian oligarchs. At sort of times of economic difficulty, London clings onto this property market to property prices like, you know, I don't know what the analogy would be, but, you know, the joke about Londoners is you talk about the how you got there and how much your house is worth, right? At dinner parties, that sort of thing. So, so yeah, absolutely. I mean, one of the reasons I got involved with this space at the beginning of the war, I didn't start listening to it right at the beginning. It took me a little while because I was on like I was on like Reddit and stuff and just absolutely aghast at what was happening. But one of the reasons I got involved was I felt an enormous sense of guilt as a Londoner because these, excuse my French, well, I'm not going to swear, but these beeps were in my city, right? These people, and I use the term loosely, had bought up huge chunks of my city and were there and were using its institutions, its universities, its schools to effectively reputation launder their hideous offspring in my city. That was happening in my city, right? And I just
lunchtime. Not to mention that they bought my football club, Chelsea.
oh, I mean, you know, is Chelsea really a football club anymore? I don't know, but yes, I feel bad for you if you supported them before that, of course, right? But you know what I mean? Like, so all of London was for sale, and you know, I think perhaps Ming said, you know, it was a peculiarly American thing to fall in line with the Russians in that way, with Putin at the time, you know, because of 9/11. I don't think it was just because of 9/11, you know. I don't. From some accounts of that period of time, Putin was very keen, right, to both emulate Bush. He started dressing like Bush with his sleeves rolled up. He started having similarly informal little chats, aping his mannerisms and so on, being trying to portray himself as an affable leader, a modern leader, etc., basically copying the guy, right? And this little sort of and was super keen to offer these bases to the US to fight the war on terror, in quotes, which he said he was fighting because he was fighting a war of terror against Chechnya. It's like, oh, look, you know, we have the same problem. Let us help each other, you and I, and that way we can be seen as equals on the world stage. We are a country that matters. I mean, what did he say about Ukraine? Let's confine our discussion to countries that matter, right? That was at Munich, I believe. So Putin, you know, despite his sort of his current disdain for all things Western, at one point was super keen on being perceived, at least, in the same way as these democratically elected new wave sort of informal, you know, Tony Blair and George Bush, George W, whatever, or Bill, I don't know, whoever. You know, these sort of younger, cooler sort of leaders of countries. That's what he aspired to be, and it didn't wash ultimately. He couldn't really pull that off because he was truly a psychotic dictator, right? Who quashed any sign of any dissent, right? Despite his apparent sort of liberal views. And let's face it, the bar he was trying to overcome was the bloody Politburo. So it wasn't a particularly high bar that he had to sort of to pass to be seen as an improvement on the past. And even that was a lie. So yeah, I don't know. I don't think. I think there is really a profit motive, and let's not. You know, Blair was plenty chummy with Putin in some ways, and so was Sarkozy. So was, you know, Schroeder, obviously, and various other leaders. Right? They were all.
I think we
Yes.
figured out that this is our own fault.
Yes. Well, I think we know that, but what I'm saying is there was a pecuniary motive, and I think that's often overlooked. And you know, we're in danger of
There's
repeating the
also
same.
the, you know, the keeping of world order. They can't, you know, They can't just poke him in the eye because he turns up here. He's the leader of another country. They've got to also, you know, play the politics game, unfortunately. We've had P-verse waiting for ages, so I thought I'd let him go, if that's all right.
Thank you, Markers. Yeah, there's a lot to unpack there. First, I was going to say thanks to Ming for giving some framing to back in the day, but through all of this, including Chris's bits, and I'm afflicted with the same club affiliation, by the way, from way back in the day. But you could look at Britain's favorite Christmas movie anymore, Love Actually, which is kind of at the base of it, about the national disgrace of Blair getting suckered in to the big lie of the illegal war in Iraq. And that was Cheney's war that Bush actually went along with, if we want to get right down to it. He was the first sitting vice president or president who refused to give up his shareholdings in Halliburton, being the case, the all-time insider Beltway company that ever was. The fact that it was going bankrupt was so laughable and so pathetic on so many levels. So, you know, I appreciate Karen's sentiment, but in framing history and putting any of that on George W. Gentleman C. Bush, like in his better nature, sorry, love, you know, that's not the case at all. And in fact, the great comparison from Putin's perspective is he saw somebody he thought he could manipulate in Bush at the time, the same way he did with Trump.
Thank
I
you,
don't know if I
Stephen.
could I respond to that briefly? I mean, that's not a personal opinion of mine. It's as a result of listening to many hours of interviews about Putin. I had to say from American experts, so perhaps they were biased, but yeah, I don't know. If you listen to Julia Ioffe and co, they do suggest that at that point anyway, Putin was pretty keen to ape that style of leadership, or at least be seen in that way. His motives for doing that, of course, it seems, well, it doesn't seem, it's clear, is to portray this affable facade, right? That you can deal with me. I'm a liberal, new sort of kind of guy. So yeah, no, it was certainly calculated, but you know, at the same time, I think he aspired to that level of prestige on the world stage.
Lunchtime, what you were saying about Londonistan reminded me of Misha Glenny's McMafia, you know, where the protagonist is, you know, that he comes from a Russian family of just pure mafioso gangsters. He's been packed off to an English boarding school and comes out, you know, a bit of a fish out of water, basically, because he's kind of stuck, you know, on two sides of this sort of, you know, family existence he has. And but really, like you say, it is a bit of a facade, because he turns up, you know, he turns towards the gangster side of things as well. I don't know if you've seen it, but it's very good.
I haven't seen it, but it sounds really good. I'm going to check it out.
So it's, well, there's the book, right, which is a non-fiction book by Misha Glenny, but there's an 8-part drama series, Mafia, which was on BBC One in 2008, which is the bit I'm referring to, and it's really very, very good, well worth watching.
Awesome. Thank you for the recommendation. I might put that in mine as well. Nale, welcome up.
Yeah, hello friends. And since Pauli is up, first of all, terve Pauli. And then I would like to ask you if you know anything more about the closing or the potential closing of the Russian embassy in Ahvenanmaa or Åland. And it has been a total silence on the news front regarding that. So I wonder if there is a committee involved somewhere now.
Yeah, thank you briefly. Yeah, so the demilitarized island in the Gulf of Finland, or in the center of the eastern Baltic Sea. So I think our parliament is gonna wait until maybe if I had to guess, it will be at the end of this year. Maybe they will process it in October or November. It will not be the first thing, but I'm quite confident that they will do it within this year. There's a momentum, so hopefully they will utilize it and close it down, and then close basically everything down, all the diplomatic connections to Russia. Maybe leave one diplomat here, and basically close everything with the Ruskies. That's my sincere hope. Thank you.
Yeah, because they managed to close the consulate in my hometown, which, by the way, is the capital of Finland, the real capital. But wasn't that because of some leasing contract run out or something like that?
Many things. Russia has been pressurizing many of the Nordic countries, like countermeasures against the measures that the Nordic countries have had on the diplomatic offices, and it's back and forth at the moment. So you reduce the amount of diplomats you can have, and then you also evict or extradite, deport persons or spies that you suspect are spies, and it's been going on for a year now, along with the embargo and with the sanctions. So yeah, it's a cat and mouse game with the diplomatic offices. Thank you.
Absolutely. And then I have to also ask you that how were you scared, or how hard did you laugh at Putin's comment that there was a storm coming for Finland from the Russian side?
I didn't actually get this news, but sounds quite funny.
Yeah, I have a funny feeling that they wouldn't last very long. And haven't they already taken away most of their defences from that border? Don't think they would enjoy the situation.
Yeah, our border is practically empty, from what I can understand.
Then I would say, you and whose army? Go ahead, Parley.
Yeah, there's some elderly people there. How to say, officers on pension, or at the point of their going to pension. I think they're left out at the barracks. But yeah, like if we look at the numbers and the satellite pictures, they have moved a lot of armament, vehicles, planes, and air defense from the eastern border. So if you measure that against the normal situation and average time, it's really empty. So a normal NATO exercise in Finland, if we would just lose our compass direction, we could actually invade and take over the eastern part of or western part of Russia. Yeah, thank you.
You'd be in Moscow before you knew it. Kerry, go ahead.
I'm so sorry. I was just talking to a neighbour catching up. I was going to say the Russian mafia program was amazing. I'd absolutely recommend it, mockers. It was terrifying, really terrifying. It sucks you into that world, and just I think I probably do need to see it again, because obviously it's been a number of years since it was out. But yeah, McMafia, that was it. I do feel I need to see it again, because it's a bloody timely reminder to all of us. I don't think this story is going to unravel for many, many years, but once Ukraine gets them the hell out, I am really hoping that we are going to, en masse as a world, start targeting and removing this cancer. See you later, Matthew. On that, and the stories that will come out will be unbelievable. But I'd be very interested, Mockers, once you've seen it, what your thoughts are, because it is based on fact, but it is claustrophobic and terrifying, and 100% well worth watching.
Well, you know what? I might have to wait a little bit.
You're
Bit of
busy,
a problem
love. You're a bit
with
busy.
having to sleep. What's that?
I said you're a bit busy, love.
Just a bit.
You
at the
can
minute.
watch it, Mockers, when Doman's back. When you're co-hosting with him.
Oh, bless him. He does carry me. Oh, Karen, you're still awake.
I should go to bed, I know. I was wondering if you could post the name of that Russian mafia program so I could find it and watch it, because it sounds intriguing. I think now a lot of us want to watch it. And do you remember a series a few years ago that came out called London Grad? And it talked about Russian money at that time period going through London, et cetera, et cetera. And I've wondered if it's on Netflix now. But I wonder if anybody here has watched it and what you thought of it.
I've not seen it. No, I was just going to say, sorry, and then I need to drop to listener, but I was just going to say, Mockers, I will find the, that program, and I'll just put up on MriyaReport a little image and a link or something like that, okay?
Awesome. Thank you. Lunchtime. Go for it.
Oh, thanks. On that subject, by the way, is it a coincidence that Domon's on holiday and Prigozhin's are falling out of the sky?
We cannot tell you anything about it. All we know is Doman goes on holiday and strange things happen. He's never here when, like the Kerch Bridge was hit the first time. He wasn't here. There's been another occasion where he's been away that something huge happened as well, and I just can't remember what it was off the top of my head. But
Lunchtime, do you think Doman did it?
I wouldn't be so direct, but it just seems like he's got the perfect cover story. Oh, I was at a wine tasting. You know what I mean?
that is his cover story for everything. That's very true. Perhaps wine tasting is a code name for something. Yes, we'll have to see. We'll have to check when he comes back.
It's a very good euphemism.
Speaking of which, did you watch Solovyov talking about this yesterday? It's kind of amusing. He blames everybody except for Putin, who's straight as a die, completely honest, and a man of his word.
I haven't had the pleasure of watching that yet, but God, he's just. I have to say, I had to cut down. I took a break from Twitter because there was a series of particularly brutal things that happened in Ukraine, culminating with that little girl dying, and it was just that combined with the sort of glacial pace of things like F-16s and more excuses that I was hearing from various politicians, even the ones that are considered to be doing well now, like the Germans are considered to be doing really good things now, but given half a chance, there is yet more backsliding when it comes to defense expenditure. Oh, look, there's an excuse not to do it, or the Swiss not releasing certain weapons. I mean, it was getting a bit too much for me, so I kind of had to take a step back. But and part of my sort of pledge to myself is not to watch that bloody idiot anymore, right? Because he's just, first of all, he's completely deluded, and it's not like he believes in what he's saying anyway. His son is a fashion model, isn't he? Based in London, I believe. I might be wrong about him being based in London, but in Europe somewhere. He's this rather effete-looking male model, swans around the place on daddy's ill-earned, sort of ill-gotten gains. And at the same time, there's what's his face, sort of whatever his name is, preaching, fire and brimstone from his shitty pulpit. Excuse my language. On Russian TV, it's just utterly despicable. And I think, I think I've sort of told myself I'm just not going to watch that stuff anymore.
Thing is, lunchtime, you've not to let it get to you. You've not to listen to the words and be fuming. You've got to find the amusement in it. Once you learn to laugh at it, because it is absolutely absurd, then it gets a lot easier.
You're right, but don't you find it's a bit of a continuum? Like, so I have periods where I'm amused by it, then I find it disgusting, and then I'm enraged by it, and then eventually I find myself coming back to being amused again. But it is a bit of a roller coaster, I think.
Yeah, you've got to sort of keep yourself a bit detached from emotions, I think, because those guys are just flipping living on another planet. And that, you know what, I really hope to see that man in handcuffs one day in The Hague. You never know what might happen. I would like to see that. Good morning, Rich.
Good morning, Marcus. How are you, first off?
Well, apart from the fact that I can't sit comfortably anywhere because of my back, good.
Good. So apart from that, just the terrible pain. But apart from that, all good. Have a brew, you'll be fine. I'm sure. I do find Dome and Preston International Man of Wine tasting very suspicious. I will admit the timings are very suspicious. Speaking of suspicious things, there was more suspicious training going on in the air above Sevastopol last night until 11 p.m. again, strangely enough, with what looked like air defense going up. Have you heard anything about any booms or anything like that, Marcus, or is it still reasonably quiet in that area?
I've heard and seen an awful lot of things going on overnight. There was, let me just see if I can get a little rundown for you, because there was lots of things happening that I struggled to keep up with because I was so tired, and I then just had to go to bed. So what started was there was an awful lot of panic from the Russians, and then there was a message that Novoprokopivka, maybe, came under the control of the enemy. Now, I don't know whether that's fire control. I think it's fire control. That would suggest that Ukraine is still moving quite forward, though. Then we saw air defense going off in the Kaluga region. Now, I believe there is some sort of airbase there. Then we heard panic that there were lots of units of heavy equipment heading towards the Russians. I believe that was again in the Zaporizhia region, so it looks like that might have been a long night for them. Then there was air defense going off in the Tula region of Russia. Russian media then reported about explosions in Narofominsk district of the Moscow region, to the north of Orikove, a cluster of enemy equipment. So this is coming from the Russian thing, coming from the Russians. The enemy is concentrating forces for a decisive blow towards Verbove and then Tokmak. So we haven't heard a lot more of that, but we certainly have heard of the Russians being quite concerned. The airspace above Moscow, again, was closed to air traffic. Then we heard explosions in the Kaluga region in the area of Shaykhovka airfield. Now, this is another one of those places where those Tu-22 M3 strategic aircraft are located. And, well, they said they shot down an S-200, although it looks like it might have been a drone, I'll be honest. But if there was one, there probably wasn't just one. Then Crimea started getting very noisy, and there was a lot of booms going on in Sevastopol. There was some noise that, oh, hello, I've lost it. That person obviously went to bed before that started. Yeah, there was some noise about the air defence being active in Sevastopol, and I am waiting for a full report on that, to be honest. That one's still a bit recent for me to bring it all up, but we shall see. Oh, of course, and the Kerch Bridge was closed to traffic again for a period of time. Can't imagine why. Does that help, Rich?
It does. It felt a bit like a sort of not literal, but like the Long Knives situation. It was a very busy night. There was I'll admit I'm not very agricultural. I don't know much about cotton, but it seemed to be blooming quite a lot at night time, especially last night. So it must be very patriotic cotton.
Yeah, I now remember actually what Prince Heather told me, that there were 3 waves of drones that were sent into Crimea, according to a report.
Yeah, that was one thing I remember seeing. Actually, you've just piqued my memory. There was some sort of report from a Russian Telegram channel, so obviously take it with a dump truck full of salt. But they said it was mention of this swarm of drones that was coming for our boys, and feel sorry for them. It's a very difficult situation, and I'm just like,
So
yeah.
many drones. The sky
Yeah.
was not visible, if you remember.
The sky wasn't visible. Sounded very biblical, didn't it? It was like a new age technical verse from the Bible or something. It was quite good.
Yes, I just, my brain went straight to, like bioengineered locusts, because they swarm enough to block out the sun. So I thought, here they come on their little wings.
Little kamikaze ones this time, though.
Bioweapons, indeed. Lunchtime.
Oh, thanks, Marcus. I've got to drop down, but I just wanted to. This is perhaps a behind-the-scenes question, but I have a. Do you remember I recommended a speaker? I wondered if I could follow that up with someone. Would you mind pinging me someone's details so I can follow it up and see if there's any interest?
Absolutely, yeah, I'll do that. Give me a minute, and I will send you exactly the correct person to talk to.
You're the best. I've got to drop down. So thanks so much, and have a good one, everyone.
Enjoy your day. Genesis Man, welcome up.
Morning, Mockers. Morning, everyone. Yeah, so really interesting conversation this morning. And there was a lady that was in the Trump administration. I think she was English or Scottish, who has a very, very good take on Putin and his shenanigans through the years. I think she's a Putin's strategist or something. But she and I'll go and find the lady's name today. But
Fiona Hill, I think you're thinking of.
Thank you. Was that Chris?
It's Ming. It's Ming.
Ming, no, you're absolutely right, sir. Thank you for that. And I would urge people to go and listen to the lady. She's done a few podcasts, and she is so spot on with this narcissistic moron. Absolutely spot on. But anyway, it would make sense, Mockers, would it not, if you've taken out the air defence in a certain part of Crimea to then hammer Sevastopol with practically everything you have the day after you've done it, would it not? So I'm very interested to learn in any boom booms in Sevastopol. I'll keep my ears to the ground, but thank you, people.
Yes, indeed. We will find the fallout of that as the day goes on, I'm sure. We've already seen some very dark videos with booms in, so I expect that there's going to be indeed some reaction. Chris, good morning again. Have you sorted your Malamutes?
I have. I'm post Malamute now, Mockers. Post Malamute. Yeah. I was going to say to Genesis, I totally agree with him on. I got as far as Hill in my head. I couldn't remember the Fiona, so thanks to Ming for that. But yeah, she is pretty stunning, isn't she? Right. And I mean, I don't remember the detail, but I remember when she basically had to testify? Testify, is that the right word? I think it is, isn't it? Testify before one of the committees. Yeah. I mean, she was absolutely stunning. Yeah. What a fantastic ambassador for the Northeast. I think she comes from. Is she Newcastle, Wales, and everything?
Yeah, she's Geordie, and that's a really interesting topic, Chris. We can talk about that in a sec, because she's not very proud of it, or at least she actually said she felt it would have held her back in the UK.
Yeah. The Chris Ming, the thing that got me, I mean, the lady knows the subject inside out, upside down, and she was trying to gently, and bless her heart, she was trying to gently and firmly point this out to Trump, and he just wasn't having it. He was having none of it, and time after time she laid bare everything Putin was going, and she was basically saying to Trump, "You're being played, mate. You are being played like you have never been played before," and he just wouldn't have it, because Trump thinks he's the player of players, doesn't he? And he's the businessman that can make a deal and all this malarkey. But she was so spot on, and it just fascinating listening. Fascinating, got to say.
Genesis, obviously, I wouldn't get involved in American politics, but 100% agree with you. So, yeah, no, she's fantastic. And also, Genesis and Rich, I think, I would just point you to Bearded's tweet of earlier this morning, which he did, Mockers. I don't know whether you saw it, but he did that summary that he spoke on the space very early this morning. So I shall be. I've got permission now to plagiarise that to my heart's content, with a bit of OPSEC.
But I have to say, I disagree with Fiona Hill that she wouldn't have kind of risen to the top in the UK. I mean, I don't think people get held back by their backgrounds anymore. And she is just so spectacularly competent. She would have just got to the top wherever she was.
Oh, it was in the UK, was it, that she was going to be held back, Ming? Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Because of her her Geordie background.
Oh yes, but not in America, because they just thought it was cute or something over there, correct?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Of course, I'll make the point. Sorry, Mockers.
Yet they didn't listen to the woman in the room. Typical,
Mockers, no. Oh, take me out after you. Some blokes don't, do they? And they don't take advice kindly, and that's the point I was making, Chris. Sorry about the American politics. I was making the point that the girl was so spot on that, it doesn't matter who you are. Some people you just have to sit down and go, right, tell me more, because this is good stuff. And the point I'm making is he couldn't see the wood from the trees. And it's come to, everything the girl said has come to pass. And everything she says about, oh, this is what he'll do, this is what he'll do, has come to pass. That's the point I'm making, Chris. Sorry. I didn't mean to get into politics, honest. Sorry.
Oh, no problem with me, Genesis. I mean, yesterday was a great day for many reasons, including mugshots. Yeah.
Oh yeah, totally. Well, you reap what you sow, or sow what you reap, or whichever way it is. It's too early in the morning for me, but if you put out stuff,
mate. Yep.
Yeah, if you put out stuff like that and you raise people to an insurrection, and well, there's going to be consequences. I'm sorry, sweetheart, suck it up.
Indeed. And well, yeah, the same with the Russians, eh? They've achieved consequences. The finding out stage is currently going on, by the way. Ukrainian troops have reported that they have been successful in 2 areas in the southern front, according to Andrei Kovalov, spokesman for the General Staff. They continue to conduct an offensive towards Melitopol. They have succeeded in the Novodanivka, Novopropivka, and Malotokmacha over to Ocheretuveti, wherever, directions, and are consolidating their positions, he said. In the Bakhmut sector, Ukrainian forces continue to also advance south of Bakhmut. And I had a little note from Bakhmut Demon first thing this morning that said, and when I find it, we have progress in Andriivka area, Kurdmivka too. So that's good to hear. He's not a man of many words, but I always like to have a little look. And I do have a bit of information about one of the battles, but Chris, go ahead. Or is your hand just there as a ghost?
No, I was just going to say, Ming, sorry, Marcus, that we have the southern front, and then we have the sea front. Is that right? Is that what we call the sea front? You know, of that the sea front, I think, is going to be really big. We're going to be talking about that a lot. And I can't remember who said it now, but somebody directed me to the Royal Marines promotional video about training the Ukrainians, and boy, were they! I mean, that if you want to get cheered up, Mockers, Ming, yeah, go watch that Royal Marines video. I think I did tag you guys, or some of you at least, on it. Yeah, that'll cheer you up. I mean, that was like the blueprint for the raid on Crimea.
Sorry to pop in. I think it was Gunny, Chris.
Was it? Okay, cool. Well, great. Anyway, whoever it was, it's a brilliant video.
Yes, I have seen a little bit of it. I did catch a snippet of it, and I will go and watch it all at some point. Now, I'm just going to give you a little bit of info about the battle for Robotny, and well, obviously we know that it has been liberated with a Ukrainian victory, and is considered one of the largest battles so far. On the Ukrainian side, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 units. Okay, these were the 47th Mechanized, the 65th Mechanized, the 116th Territorial Defence, the 117th Territorial Defence, the 118th Mechanized, the 71st Jaeger, the 46th Air Mobile, the 82nd Air Assault, the Scala Battalion, the 78th Special Purpose Regiment, the 73rd Centre, NGU 3rd, and NGU 14th Brigades. So this was approximately 40 to 48,000 strong. That's a lot of folks, by the way. Now, on the Russian side, this is what they were up against. And there's so many, I'm not even going to count them. There's more than 20. There's probably 30, just looking at that. And the count for the amount of men who were in all these brigades and regiments and whatever, bars and blah, blah, all of them added up, counted to about 80 to 117,000 strong. Just compare that to what I said for the Ukrainians. 40 to 48, 80 to 117,000. Now, we know that not always they have full brigades, regiments, what have you. Some of these are indeed already lower on numbers than they should be. But even at that lowest count, it's still double what the Ukrainians went in with. So it just goes to show what they're up against, just in one small area as well. That's a town, Robotny. It's not a massive place. You can see by looking at it from the overhead views that, you know, it's not huge. But that's how difficult it was to take it, that they're at least outnumbered by 2. And that just goes to show exactly how difficult these battles are. And it surprised me, actually, that they were so very much outnumbered. And yeah, so now you know why things go slowly, because that there's just billions of them, unfortunately. So I have some. Oh, right, Genesis Man, please go ahead.
No. You're really good to point that out, Mockers. Just a little caveat. I don't think the Russian units were at full strength, so it probably wasn't that sort of figure. However, what they did have to do was navigate their way around loads and loads of minefields, and I've seen pictures of a square meter having 7 or 8 mines in it, and you know they've been at this for a few weeks now, and they've been pulling in Russian forces and annihilating them en masse. And I'm not saying that the Ukrainians haven't taken losses. Let's be fair, they have, and bless them, they've kept at it and they've punched through. So let's hope they just start to keep going now and things start to get a bit easier. I'm hoping that defence line 2 and defence line 3 will be nothing like defence line 1. So let's hope and pray that they start making some significant progress. Thank you, peeps.
Thank you, Chris. Even.
Yeah, and Genesis, you would know better than me, I'm sure. But you know, I was reading something that they are now not heading south, but they're heading west and east because they are behind some of the lines and that. So that's sort of quite interesting, if that's correct.
Yeah, there's I don't know if people know him. He's just called David, but he's an American tanky bloke, and he's spot on with stuff. And I've been listening to him, and they're behind them and they're making mischief. Let's put it that way. They're starting to flex their muscles. And be advised, people, they haven't committed the Ukrainians haven't committed their main forces yet. They're still holding them. Yes, they are rotating people in and out, and there's some pretty decent brigades in there doing some pretty decent stuff, honestly. And it's a tough fight, I've got to say. However, they haven't committed their proper force yet. When that punches through, good God. When what's his name, the head of the security keeps saying, you have no idea what's coming. I truly believe the Russians don't, and they are going to get a spanking.
Yeah, all of this time that we've been waiting and calling for things to happen, Ukraine's not been standing still, have they? They've been preparing, they've been training, they've been planning. All this stuff does take time, unfortunately. And of course, they've been having to also move with the current situation. So, you know, things change, plans may not work out, things need to be tested and what have you. So I think they're getting themselves to a situation where they feel like they've done all the preparation, and there's just a bit more groundwork to do before they start to see some real gains for their efforts, I would say. Yeah, that you're right. I don't think the Russians really know what they have coming to hit them. Chris?
Well, yeah, and again, if you all agree in that, you know, at the seafront and that, you know, according to Budanov, we know that he has like 2,000 trained marine troops, shall we call them, and you know, loads of amphibious stuff and boats and ribs and goodness knows what else. So yeah, the seafront's going to get exciting, isn't it, soon? So what will they do then, Genesis?
Yeah, so Chris, I've come up the Crimea seafront. What's it? I think that's what we'll call it. And So this is definitely designed to start really stretch the Russians because they don't know what's coming, where, why, and how, and they're just having to put stuff, just keep moving it around from A to B to C, just keep it on the move. So it's just causing their logistics, which the Ukrainians have been going after remorselessly, even more problems. And they're hitting railways, they're hitting roads, and they're hitting stuff on the move now. So yes, they're really starting to stretch them. And like you said, if you've got 2,000 commandos that can attack any part of Crimea beach that they decide to have a pop at, well, you don't really know where to put stuff. So all the stuff that you thought you didn't need to defend, oh shit, now we've got to defend it. So it's just causing them problem after problem after problem. And I'm no military expert, but people keep saying the same thing. You just give people problems to deal with, and in the end, you find the weakness, and that's where you go. And they are masters at it, and I take my hat off to them. I really do.
Dilemmas is the word I remember, Genesis. Keep giving them dilemmas.
No, absolutely. Choices is another one. What do you want to do? Do you want to defend that, or do you want to defend that? Because we're going to hit both, but not on the same day. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Somebody said to me it was death by 1,000 cuts, that they're just, snipping away at every angle all at once. And it does indeed look like that to me.
Agreed, Mockers. And just going back on your point, and I know people are frustrated with stuff. And that's the nice thing about this space. I hear it on other spaces, and they're having a pop at, or having a pop at the Ukrainians about not being fast enough. I think everybody's been really supportive in this space, and I think we need to hold the faith. And I have not heard a bad word said, which I'm really pleased about. But yeah, things will get done in their own time, and they will produce what they want to produce when they want to produce it. And I think they've laid the groundwork for a successful push now, and I don't give that Kerch Bridge much longer to live. They've demonstrated that they can hit it, and they're just waiting. And basically what they're saying is, right, we're going to give you a couple of weeks to get your asses out of Crimea. Otherwise, you ain't going to be able to get out.
Well, they kind of have said that, haven't they? A couple of times. And now they're saying to people, look, if you're somebody who doesn't support Ukraine coming into Crimea, now's your time to leave. If you remember, they did that phone campaign where people were getting like an emergency call number. When they answered it, they were getting a message to basically, if you're waiting for us, then keep waiting. And if you're not waiting for us, be aware that we're coming. So you might want to leave. I just think that's amazing.
Yeah, if you listen to Berdanoff, and I'm sorry for cutting his name up, but the man is of few words, isn't he? And you can tell by his facial expression. He says, and the other day, referring to what you just said, Mockers, he said, look, if you've done naughty things and you shouldn't be there, go. But, if you're there when we get there, God forbid you, because we ain't taking any prisoners. And he's quite clear if you read between the lines.
Well, exactly. He's saying if you fight against us, justice is coming. And anybody who doesn't want to be part of the Ukrainian community, well, you know what to do. And I think he's giving a very strong message there. I'm not sure all of them are going to understand or even care. But when it comes to their doorstep, they're going to make their decisions one way or another, aren't they? And I'm kind of glad that they're really stubbornly sort of sticking their heels in, because it means that they're going to leave it to the last minute. And the last minute will be chaos, absolute chaos.
I don't know if people heard, but Zelensky was asked about ceding territory, and he said, "Yeah, I'll give up Belgorod, to get into NATO if that's what you want." So the message is the same from top to bottom. We ain't giving up a bloody inch, and you can fight us all you like. A, we're not going anywhere. B, we're going to kick your ass, and see we're going to take back everything we had back to 1991. And if you keep on, we'll take a bit of Russia and all. So behave yourselves.
Yeah, exactly. The messaging is beautiful, isn't it? Chris?
Yes, well, I've always rather liked the 1919 borders rather than the 2014 ones. You know, so yeah, it's a very interesting story, that isn't it? How the Ukrainians gave away that bit of territory in order to have their sovereign territory, which was obviously has been recognized multiple times by Russia and even by Putin. You know, it's a very interesting story, that.
Yes, and unfortunately, they're having to fight for it back. Well, we support them in everything they do. Now, a little bit of information from the islands of the Dnipro. That's the one. Now, there are still some islands on the Dnipro that have Russians on. But probably not for very much longer, considering this report. So, this is coming from a Russian source, the 205 Brigade, and they say, right now, our boys are crumbling on the island. Guys, give goals, video, no one works. The guys identify targets, send coordinates, but information does not go further than the head of intelligence. The company commander with the soldiers tried to advance to evacuate the guys, but they were stopped. The company commander was taken and sent to a psychiatric hospital by force under the pretext that nobody is there. So I don't know whether he's having hallucinations or whether they just don't want to believe him. But either way, he got relieved of his command in quite an emotional fashion by the sounds of things. And I just wonder whether it's because those cheeky Ukrainians are ghosting in and out like ninjas in the night. Welcome back, Peeves.
Hey, Marcus, like that quote exactly. Like I was hearing some people break that one several hours before, and very curious. Like in your experience, do you think that's real, or is that a bit of the old Russian literature on Telegram?
Well, the thing is, people have natural panicked reactions, don't they? And it's possible this guy's like got himself so wound up that he's having a bit of a panic attack and waving his arms around and being a bit mental. So yeah, he's obviously been pushed to this point, and it seems to me that they didn't want to deal with that. So, you know, I could well believe that they would haul him off and try and calm him down somewhere. Because let's face it, panic like that is not good to have around with you know, his subordinates watching. So I can believe it.
Okay, love to hear that. So from the other info, like I've been hearing numbers earlier of up to 50,000 Ukrainian troops now are part of the push through. And, you know, that all obviously when that message came through, and that was a real, you know, it was all quite believable that they're just being overrun. Is that kind of what the collective thought now is, that there's really serious numbers making the big push south, as far as we can tell?
I believe there have suddenly been additional numbers dedicated. Definitely not everybody, though. There's still some reserves. And yes, it would appear that they chose yesterday as a day to open the floodgates on something they've been holding back. I don't have a lot of information other than some extremely panicked Russians and some positive hints, shall we say, from Ukrainian sources, but nothing too solid to talk about at the moment. But let's just say that there is positive news on the horizon, I would expect.
Extremely panicked Russians sounds like an 80s new wave band. I love it. There's a new 12-inch coming out next week. Yeah, isn't it interesting if we all get, we look back in 6 months, year, whatever, like that they actually took the meme of their 32nd Independence Day to make the move. I mean, that's just like extraordinary stuff.
Well, that's just typical, really, isn't it? Because, the Russians have all these special days for themselves, and, they believe in all these, what do you call them, these dates, a little bit superstitious and a little bit nostalgic all at the same time. And I believe that the Ukrainians are just masters at trolling the Russians. So why not use their day of independence as a day to go in and give them a good punch in the nose? It seems like the perfect occasion, doesn't it?
It does. Now, I don't mean to corner you here, but it's an interesting question that we're all thinking about. And like maybe the last few weeks, have altered your perception, but, without letting your heart guide you, like what is your feeling for how long this lasts at this point?
I would say that we will definitely be here in 2024. And I wish that wasn't the case, but I do believe that it's going to continue past the end of the year for sure. I don't think too much longer after that. I don't expect it to go on to 2025. But that's me trying to be hopeful, but also realistic, I would say. I really
have big appreciation. Always had big appreciation for a woman's intuition. So it sounds about right, to be honest.
Well, yeah, I sometimes have to temper my own excitement. And a lot of the time I hear things and then nothing comes of it. And you think, well, obviously that didn't pan out. But I don't let those things dishearten me because we have to keep trying, don't we? No matter what's going on, we have to keep trying. And I'm hearing that perhaps the yes, well, I was going to say perhaps some pressure has helped, but Beefeater is here with some good grounding as well. So just something that I've come across and I think is worth mentioning, that Heineken have announced that they will immediately leave Russia after the brewer has sold the Russian branch of the company for €1 to the Arnest Group, a well-known Russian company. Their statement is, we took care of our people, good care of our people, sorry, and leave in a responsible manner. Okay. When you say responsible, that's a year and a half too late to be responsible, by the way. Anyway, Beefeater would like us all to know that this is a feint. This CEO has supported the genocide of Ukrainians for the past 18 months, using the sick reasoning of protecting Russian employees while banking their blood profits and paying taxes to support a regime led by an indicted war criminal. So the basic answer is that it is considered most heinous and, well, immoral, thoroughly immoral, and corporate manslaughter is what Beefeater is recommending here. And this is one of the problems with the companies now that are claiming to be out of Russia. They're either doing it way after the fact, or they still own companies and have shares in companies, the companies that they've sold them to, which is a teensy bit cheeky. I'm looking at you, Coca-Cola. So, you know, don't always be happy that these things are happening. Well, don't give the companies a free pass for profiting off genocide, basically, because it's pretty sick. Prince, you came up. Did you want to add something to our previous conversation, or were you just lurking?
Now, come on. Me lurk? Yeah, I do that sometimes. No, you had mentioned the phone calls that went out with the you have the opportunity to leave. And it made me think of something Robin mentioned earlier. And it is up in the nest. It is, oh, the last one in the nest, all the way far to the right, where the Russian hackers, excuse me, the Ukrainian hackers hacked into like the Russian security cameras and played the national anthem. And there is a very nice variety of photo clip or video clips up there while the national anthem is playing, where you can watch people's reaction to it. And once again, Ukraine scores, and Russians are left really annoyed and whatever. But it's absolutely hilarious to watch.
They give a message at the beginning, and I need to wait for someone to translate that message so I can see what they actually say. But they give a message, and they say something about, you know, you've got a big place called Russia, and you should stay in Russia, or something like that. And then they play their national anthem. So I'll find out what the translation of that was at some point today, hopefully. But yeah, they love to troll them, don't they? It's quite beautiful. P-verse.
To Beefeater's great work and your articulation of it there, sanctions are just such a bunch of old tosh. But the one thing that can be done and will have an effect is if everybody just understands what's happening and makes the simple choice. Like who really needs to drink another Heineken to begin with? And if that's the only beer you can get at halftime at your club's ground, then you let them know that you want nothing to do with it. But that's actually one place where groups like MriyaReport, et cetera, can actually have an effect. But the idea that it's happening, on some sanctions, governmental, corporate level, right? There's still like 1,400 international companies that, as you were, and they're in and outflow from Russia. So just say no.
Yeah, and I just want to add, if anybody doesn't follow Beefeater Fella, he is in the audience right now, and you should go and have a look at the expansive and detailed work that he does with lots of sourcing, lots of information and ideas combat the particular issues. I mean, going after the public perception of the brand is actually a good thing here. That, if your brand supports genocide and is associated with that, then that's going to do your brand an awful lot of harm, and that gets your shareholders a bit twitchy, I would imagine. So yeah, that's kind of I would say the most direct route that he was advising upon. Chris, go ahead.
Yes, mockers, and a term that I used here, a term that I learnt here from generals and all of that. the point of culmination, the culmination point, which generals will say, ah, yes, very difficult to say exactly when the point of culmination arrives, i.e. The collapse of the Russians and that. And companies that are still doing business with Russians should beware of this, right? They should really be educated to this, right? Because very soon, Mockers, it's going to be too late. It's going to be too late, right? Because Ukraine will have won, Russians will be kicked out, and they'll be on the wrong side of the whole thing, won't they? So, hurry, hurry.
Well, exactly. You drag your feet, you know, you show the world exactly who you are, that you put profit or whatever over human life, and that's just, well, it's unforgivable as far as I'm concerned. Peeves?
Well, you've just kind of described the odor of this app, which is like one of the great, you know, conundrums that like everybody faces once you become a grown up in this world, right? Like, it's just insane. But Chris is 100% like just on the money with that. And I hope everybody still has enough fight in the belly, you know, when that moment happens and you just want to be at a beach party in Odessa. Is that no, you know, now is when people, companies, governments need to have their feet held to the fire and never forget, you know, what we've been watching unfold and what Ukrainians have had to are having to deal with every single day.
Absolutely. Kerry, welcome back. You found your Wi-Fi pocket.
I did find my Wi-Fi pocket. How long it will last, I do not know. But just to let you know, I've pinned the Mafia info to my profile, and it's by. So I've copied you in, darling. I've just put your handle in it. So yeah, anyone who wants to see that, go in there. Mockers, decide if you want to shove it in the space or not. It is worth a view. And just looking at it quickly now, it is a very, very interesting program because it's based on a book by Misha Galeni, who is a journalist and broadcaster that specializes in global organized crime and cybersecurity. So he wrote the book in 2008, and then this particular series came out in 2018. But I remember watching it and it just being such an eye-opener, and they really do lay the ground very, very well. And it goes through and depicts the absolutely refined, luxuriant lifestyle that people in the context that we were talking about, you know, Russians who've been able to emigrate, who've fully embedded themselves in the upper echelons of whichever society they move to, but how it's impossible to drag themselves away at the end of the day from being fully tied up with the cross-border transnational mafia networks. It is absolutely well worth the viewing.
I've gone and grabbed the entire series. Never mind how I did it. I'm sure you won't mind, since you're all probably solid BBC license payers. But if you want to watch it, just DM me and I'll send you the link. I've uploaded the whole thing to Google Drive, and you can watch it at your leisure.
Well, thank you very much, Ming. That's very helpful, especially for those who may not have access. You know, I'm thinking people overseas, Americans may struggle sometimes to get access to it. So yeah, that's very helpful. Kerry.
I was just going to say, I mean, Big Peter, you've done some sterling work that I'm looking forward to having a look at in proper detail, going back over again. But this will be part of the unraveling that the world community, the free democracies will have to start to take apart post victory.
Well, you know the reach of NATO goes very far. Nothing is beyond their reach. So we shall see. But yes, we have the NATO community, even in leaders and politicians and all sorts of strange places. So yeah, I feel a coming together. One of the things I've seen this morning with regards to people trying to live their lives in other countries, that the police in Finland have arrested a Russian man suspected of carrying out terrorist activities in the Luhansk and Donetsk regions between June 2014 and August 2015, and Ukraine is now asking for him to be extradited to them for justice to be served. I think we're going to see a lot of this going on, and look at that, 2014 to 2015. The long arm of the law has finally caught up with him, and nowhere to hide, eh? Chris?
Oh yes, I think there's going to be a lot of that. You know, I think of the what do they call them? The Mossad hit squads and that. I think that's going to be going on for a while, Mockers. And I've got to go and do something. But I was just going to say, you know, and obviously this is not a good thing, but unfortunately I think it's reality. But back to the companies and damage to their brand. You know, when the Ukrainians take back all their territory, and we find out, you know, all of the almost inevitable atrocities that have been carried out in that territory, even worse for those companies' brands, right? Unimaginably worse, I would say. So hustle, hustle.
Thank you, Chris, and enjoy your day. Randy, welcome up.
Hi, I wanted to give a after-action report for the Republican presidential debate. They were all, I mean, Trump was not on there, and his position is gobbledygook on Ukraine. But they asked flat out who would cut aid to Ukraine, and they got one hand fully up. Vitek, whom we call Swarmy, nickname, who also believes that 9/11 was an inside job and a bunch of crazy stuff. His unfavorables after the debate went up 3 times higher, not 3%, 3 times, 300% greater unfavorables. So he's probably in single digits. DeSantis halfway raised his hand and said he wanted the Europeans to contribute more. And I interpret that as as I had predicted, that he would be backpedaling. He was briefed on Ukraine by the Heritage Foundation, which ran an ad, for example, you know, the Hawaii aid versus Ukraine aid, false dichotomy, and they got blasted by it. Their upper management has been in turmoil for about 2 years. They really, there's a question about whether they're really conservative anymore or what exactly they are. So DeSantis simply said he wanted the Europeans to provide more. And I think that that's what I call a throwaway line, meaning it sounds good to people who might be skeptical. Yeah, well, Europeans ought to take care of themselves, which is, you know, a lot of truth to that. But, you know, it's happening. It's a throwaway line in the sense he's saying something that some of the audience doesn't understand has already happened. And when it happens, as it already has, he can announce, see, the Europeans now have really stepped up. What I think the big play will be in September when the Kiel Ukraine aid tracker numbers come out for September. I think by then Europe will have given more than the US. Because there's only this new authorization bill still pending in the US since the last figures were May. And so I think the Europeans are going to be on right now given more. when that happens, it'll be easy, much easier to go to the skeptics and say, see why those Europeans really stepped up. So Nikki Haley made that point in the debate, and nobody argued with her. So that line, the anti-Ukraine aid line in the Republican Party, is dwindling, as a lot of us predicted it would. As there was progress in the war, people would look at it and say, well, you know, this isn't an endless war. This isn't really like Afghanistan. We're not fighting, and those Ukrainians are fighting, and shit, they're really fighting well. When that is, as that is more greatly, widely perceived, I think there'll be no issue on this. So that was my take on the debates. I was surprised that it was not more on Ukraine, but the one part that was I thought quite different than the perception that many Europeans have, that the whole Republican Party is in the tank for Russia or something. And nobody on that stage except the moron was really comfortable questioning Ukraine aid.
Thank you very much, Randy. It's nice to have that confirmed by somebody who is sort of closer to the situation than I am. And I did kind of get that impression myself, that it wasn't such a hot partisan issue for them anymore, that they were indeed beginning to, realise that defence of Ukraine is defence of Europe, is defence of the USA as well. Genesis Man.
Yeah, thank you, Mockers. So, Randy, there are those of us in Europe that don't think the whole of the Republican Party is against Ukraine, only the MAGA idiots. And I wish you every success in purging them from your political party as soon as you can. And I'd just like to give you a shout out for your work, actually, because I see you on different spaces pushing the narrative, Ukraine narrative, and take me out off to you. Well done. And I would urge everybody to go onto his page and read his thread on information that fights this sort of disinformation in the United States, which has a sort of a foothold, but not a big. Well, I don't know. Has a foothold and needs to be fought. But thank you for your work, Randy. Top man.
Oh, thanks a lot. One of the best polls, most recent, had overall support in the United States for helping Ukraine at 65%. Now, if you study American politics, as polarized as it is right now, there aren't a lot. I mean, if you got 60%, in favor of something, that's a lot. And I want to remind everybody, all the polls you see from the U.S. now are simply either all adults or registered voters. Now, only about 55–60% of registered voters actually vote. And so the key political parameter is always likely voters. And every one of our elections, you'll see suddenly in the last couple of months of an election, you'll see suddenly the gap closes. And suddenly it's a much closer race because they started spending the money to do likely voter polls. My point in mentioning this is likely voters are older people and people that are college educated. They have much higher actual voting participation than others. And those are the two groups that are most in favor of helping Ukraine: college educated people and older people who remember the Cold War. So I think the support is probably understated by 5 to 10% in the polls we're looking at. So that would mean 70%. It would mean 61%, 62% of the Republican Party, and that number has been going up. So I'll always tell people I don't think there's a real issue. If you judge our country by the few nut jobs in Congress that get some media attention or on Twitter, it would be like me fishing out in the UK, one of your crazies, and saying that's UK politics. So the issue is Twitter space does not really affect public opinion, or even less does it reflect the people who vote. So.
And Randy, isn't it fair to say at this stage, when it's about the Republican nomination, the debate, that we saw a couple of days ago is more an internal conversation in the Republican Party about getting the support of the kind of core base, as opposed to winning a presidential election, where the conversation will probably change dramatically in another direction.
Yeah, that's conventional wisdom, and I think that conventional wisdom is right. Everybody, I mean, the problem is the fringes of both parties over participate in the primaries and are overrepresented. And then the general election, when we have to win independence. If you don't win independence, you do not win general election. And the reason Republicans have had trouble in the last couple of elections is the loss of independence. And I'm not, Trump was toxic to independence, and the Trump candidates last year were toxic for independence. And the independents are about 5 points more in favor of aid to Ukraine than Republicans are. So you have a majority of all three voting blocks, Democrats, Republicans, and Independents, all, pro aid. So when you go to the general election, the notion that you're going to do anything to impede, Ukraine winning is going to be even less popular. And the conventional wisdom is you tack toward the center after the primaries, and you see it all the time. And I think that's DeSantis's problem, and I'm disappointed in him for not being a leader. I'm a resident of Florida and was a DeSantis supporter. And when he started being equivocal on this, I started calling him a surrender monkey on Twitter. And a lot of Republicans see my posts, so maybe I helped push him. I don't know, but I think you can see what he's saying is moving the way the polls are moving. And he's a politician, and you can condemn that, but you have to get elected to do anything. And if we wanted, if you want ideological purity on every issue, you end up having 8 parties and coalition governments in a nightmare, and we don't do it that way in the States. So.
Yeah. Also, as Axel always states, the centre holds, and that's the thing that it does come back to a more adult situation eventually. But yeah, those loud people on the fringes are just best ignored, because they're just loud, get a lot of attention, and we've got a few of those characters here in the UK. Get far too much attention, so I fully understand. Genesis Man, go ahead.
Yeah, Mockers, I totally agree with you, and I thank Randy again. I do treat anything that's coming out of the States just at the moment, because of the political situation over there at the moment, with a huge amount of skepticism, and I do look to Randy to keep us grounded at this point. So thank you for your work, mate. Thank you.
Yeah, I certainly won't get into the domestic issues of American politics. I'm totally allergic to it. But with regards to Ukraine aid, I can see lots of positive things. For example, now that the F-16s have been okayed, which is just incredible, and they've been pledged by European countries. Now, the US has stepped in and said, well, yes, we fully support this. We're going to also help with training. And I have a feeling that it's all sort of been engineered this way, that, for more European countries, or Nordic countries even, to step up, and for them to receive the full support from the US. And that way, the US is not going, everybody follow me, or sort of being the, the world police or what have you, that some people might consider, even though we probably rely on them to be as well. They get a lot of criticism for that, but Europe has relied on the US a bit too much in the past. So it's a bit unfair, that criticism. And so this is sort of, it's empowering the other countries of NATO to step up and say, yes, here's us giving our pledge, here's us doing as much as we can, and showing it in tangible things such as aircraft. Really, it gives me a lot of joy to see a number of countries coming together to make this work. And then the US just slips in afterwards and says, you have our full support and we will assist with the training. And that tells me that, you know, that was sort of maybe a planned position. And I think it was a good thing. And yeah, so everyone's been saying, you know, the US needs to step up with this. Well, they've stepped into the group now. They've stepped into the tent, and you never know what might come in the future. You know, maybe small incremental steps is what they're going to be doing with this. And well, if things are needed in the future, I'm sure that American support will still be there. So it's all good. Albion, welcome up.
Good morning from a sweaty southern Spain. Today's our village festival here. Believe it or not, a Spanish village has a French king, Saint Louis IX, Saint Louis the IX, as its patron saint. Anyway, today's the big fiesta. I've been listening for the past 10 minutes or so, and I wanted to give a shout out to Randy in particular, because I recently sort of joined forces with him. I'm for those of you who don't know, I'm a sort of centrist, reluctant Democrat, never Trumper. And I discovered recently Randy's very, how should I put it, very well thought out, very measured analysis of the situation in the States, which I'm very actively involved in, as well as my support for Ukraine. And I just wanted to say that the assessment he gave a few minutes ago about the political picture in the States is spot on as far as I'm concerned. But if you take centrist and sort of right-wing Democrats, add that to the massive number of independents, who I think now are around 14% of the electorate, and those few remaining Republicans who haven't completely lost their minds, such as Randy, I think we haven't got anything to worry about in terms of support for Ukraine, and that includes in the election. As long as we can keep the defendant. I don't mention the man's name anymore. He's now got a booking number in Fulton County, Georgia. As long as we can keep him out of the White House, I don't think we've got anything to worry about, because the crazies on the far right of the Republican Party, the sort of Matt Getzes and Marjorie Trader Green and that ilk, what's your name, Boebert. For you Brits out there, these are the vocal people on the extreme right of the Republican Party in Congress. You might sort of compare them with Nigel Farage, imagining that although he's not actually a member of the Tory party, you might compare them with thinking of Nigel Farage and his ilk as representing the sort of general will of the Tory party, which I'm hoping is not true. I don't think it is. But anyway, I'll shut up. I just wanted to publicly express my appreciation for all the work that Randy's doing, and I'm doing my best to share his stuff on my account, because I think perhaps I may still have one or two Republican friends out there who are still speaking to me. And I think what Randy is producing will go a long way towards convincing those sane, sensible people who are still maybe sitting on the fence to come down strongly on the side of Ukraine. So again, Randy, thank you very much.
It's important to keep a level head, isn't it? And it's important not to get caught up in the emotional reaction that we might have to some statements and some people. And I've found, certain things, shall we say, very triggering to my emotions. And you have to sort of just take a little step back from that and just say, actually, what are the facts? Let's have a look at the facts. And that doesn't work for everybody. But yeah, the more measured response, the tactics that Randy uses to convince and bring people over to a different way of thinking, you know, looking at things from a different angle, I always think that's important.
If I could just follow up on that, Marcus, you're spot on there, because the MAGA cult, who, from what I gather, represent 70% of the Republican electorate, and perhaps Randy can correct me on that if I'm wrong. They wouldn't know a fact if they wouldn't know a fact if it slapped them in the face, and even if they ultimately recognize it, they'd still ignore it. But I think the point I'm trying to make, and Randy's definitely making, is that these people are not a major force in electoral politics as long as everybody else gets out and votes. If everybody else sits back complacent or defeatist, then they could be an important factor in the outcome of the election. But if we have anything remotely similar to what we had in 2020, we don't have to worry about that. But we've got to get sensible people out to vote to ensure continued and well. I still have my complaints about U.S. support for Ukraine. Somebody coined the phrase "Slow Joe" and the Tiptoe Brigade, and sadly, I think this characterizes the current administration. But thank God for it, compared with what the situation would be if the defendant were in the White House. I wonder if Randy has any thoughts on that.
Well, Trump is unpredictable. Look, it's the attack on Wagner in Syria. I don't know a lot of people know about that, but Wagner shot at the Syrian Democratic faction that was there with U.S. Special Forces, and Special Forces got on the phone and called the conflict line they had set up with Russia and said, "There are Russians shooting at us." And the Russians said, "No, there are no Russians shooting at you. You're mistaken." So they called Washington and said, "What do we do?" And Mattis in the White House said, "Fire them up." And in about 3 hours, Wagner in Syria was virtually annihilated. Out of 500 men, there were 200 dead.
Out, wasn't it, Randy?
Huh? Yeah, there were.
Finding out.
And there were massive losses of the Wagner people, and the Russian Air Force in Syria stood down because there were F-35s in the air, and that was maybe a surprising reaction out of Trump. I think that he's unpredictable, and in some ways that was a bit of a deterrent too. I mean, you didn't know if he would make some dumb deal or send a missile. So I think that's a little dangerous, because I think deterrence has to be predictable. As to the continued influence of him on the party, many of us voted for him because we're Republican, and we figured we would at least go along with the Republican Congress, what they wanted to do, and they were much more mainstream. But right now, the core MAGA supported, and I don't like to use MAGA because it's not to say that's not the same thing as Trump. Some of the MAGA policies, like border security, are really common to 90% of the party, and almost everybody who voted for Trump voted for him because they like some of those policies, but thought he was a narcissistic idiot. But what are we going to do? But his core support now is much, much lower. He's got around 40% of the primary vote. Again, that's not likely voters, so it's probably more like 35%. And of that 35%, half say they would consider voting for somebody else. So his core support is probably now down to 20%. The people who would do whatever Trump tells them is about 20%. And they also include some people that are less likely to vote. So I think
Randy, sorry, you mean in the general election?
No, I mean right now in the primaries.
Wow.
Right
okay.
now. Yeah, right now in for example, his much publicized interview with Tucker Carlson that tried to compete with the debates got millions of viewers, okay, on the internet. It did not get 0.5% of the viewers giving a like. So those were not, I mean, a lot of people were just wanted to look in to see if he'd say something else dumb or what he was going to say. And when it was the same old shit, they just, said, okay, and they turned it off. So that number really said, I mean, the actual number of people who liked the Tucker interview was very, very, very small, tiny percent of the audience on the internet. So I think that's another indication that it's all slipping. And then you had another poll showed that about half his people who say they will vote for him would not vote for him if he was convicted of anything. And some of the people that are not informed think that, I think both these things are true. I think the charges are political, but I also think that some of them are true. The two things are not inconsistent, all right? But if he's convicted of anything, there will be a big drop in support as well. And some people will, so I don't think it's at all inevitable that he will be the nominee, and the support that there is much more shallow than it was in the past. Because in the past, he had campaigned and he got elected by, much the way Zelensky got elected. We need an outsider to shake things up. The system isn't taking care of the common man, and which was accurate. Even Bill Clinton said that in 2016. But now he only talks about himself. Me. I was robbed of the election. I was a great president. And the vision for what he wants to do now to fix things is not the message. And I'm not being partisan, and none of this is. I'm just trying to be analytical about American politics as a political analyst. And generally, you have to have what George Bush Sr. called the vision thing. Somebody was criticizing his campaign internally, and he said, "Oh, you mean the vision thing?" So, yeah, but a candidate has to run on their vision of the future, and usually that has to be optimistic. Like, this is a problem, but we will do better, and this is what we'll do, and isn't that good? You don't hear very, very little of that out of Trump that makes any sense. So please don't overestimate the influence of Trump. The betting pool is probably still that he'll be the nominee, but that is a reactive device, not a predictive one. So I think it's completely wide open right now. The only thing he has going for him is there's so many candidates, but on the other hand, almost none of them all of them are having trouble getting even to double digits except DeSantis. So DeSantis is a traditional Reagan style Republican. His record in Congress was if Ronald Reagan had that seat, he would have voted the same way DeSantis did. Just classic, they're the bad guys, we're the good guys, and we have to help wherever we can in the cause of freedom and protecting, our way of life. And that was DeSantis' record in Congress. He's kind of hidden from that now because of the skeptics in the party in the primaries. But I think he'll come out. He'll come out of the closet, I hope. I think it'll be easier to move him than it would be to move any other candidate or get any other candidate elected nominated in our party. Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Randy, I think you touch upon, when you said deterrence must be predictable, I think you touched upon the biggest issue I personally have with Trump is that he was so wildly erratic. So if you look at the series of events that went on in the Middle East and how he reacted to them, so there was a bunch of tankers that were were mined in the Persian Gulf, nothing happened, right? Then the really big thing where the Iranians do a drone attack on the Saudi refinery, taking out 5% of. Sorry, am I still here? I just had a call. Yeah. No, they take out 5% of the world's oil production. Trump does nothing. Global Hawk, or whatever it was, gets shot down over the Gulf. And he orders an airstrike on Iran, which he recalls with 3 minutes to go or something. And then there's a kind of little missile strike in Iraq, and he orders an assassination. And it's just so random. You know, whatever he was feeling on the day, it seems.
Albion, do you want to go?
Yeah.
Oh,
I
sorry.
just got to real quickly react to that. The problem he had at the time is John Bolton was the national security advisor, and Bolton was not giving him graduated responses. Bolton was saying, if we do anything with Iran, they can start popping off surface to air missiles at the tankers. They could bottle up the whole Persian Gulf. So if we attack Iran, we have to take out all their ability to block Gulf traffic. And that was, and so Bolton was basically advocating going to war with Iran, not troops, just blowing everything up that could threaten anything in the Gulf. And so if the alternative is to do nothing or start, a total war with Iran, well, yeah, okay, I'll do nothing. So part of it was the incongruity, and this is Trump's biggest problem. He's such a narcissist. He doesn't find good people, and he doesn't listen to them when they're there, and he gets people that he had no business picking to begin with. I mean, Bolton was completely inconsistent with what Trump was trying to do. Bolton was one of the advocates for endless wars, and it had and Trump was running on the notion that we're only going to intervene when it's really important to the U.S. And we have an end game, and we can win, So in that circumstance, I think, and I don't know about the Pentagon people, but they would have been filtered by whatever Bolton said. Bolton would have been the guy that gave them the briefing options. And it was widely known at the time that Bolton wanted to go to war with Iran. So I think that's the same with any president, that we've probably had very few that ask for 5 options and then read all the briefing books on all the options, which a lot of us think we would do if we were sitting there, but I don't know, all the time and demands of the office what you can do. But if it's a war or peace decision, you probably should. But I think we've had some presidents that don't. Anyway, I think that explains but again, we're all on the same point. It's the unpredictability, and it has to be extremely predictable. And we were not predictable, as Ben Hodges has said. We did not have predictable deterrence in Ukraine, or this would not have happened. This was a failure of deterrence. There was massive uncertainty about what NATO and the U.S.'s response would be if Russia went over the border. And Biden even said, well, if it's a minor incursion, that would be one thing. And then all of a sudden, well, what's a minor incursion? He just takes the rest of Luhansk and Donbass, and that's okay. It left uncertainty, and there can be no uncertainty. If there's uncertainty, there will not be deterrence.
Yes, that's a very good point. Yeah, you've got to be able to, project that power and say, don't mess with us. Not even a little bit. There's no red lines. There's no grey lines. There's no grey areas. Don't mess. And unfortunately, that particular message was not made when it should have been, I think.
And as the U.S. and others are negotiating these security guarantees for post-war Ukraine, that also has to be part of the element. Not some big promise. There has to be very, very specific, predictable policy if it's a real security guarantee. And we will probably be talking about that. I hope by this time next year, we'll be talking about the quality of those security guarantees, and that'll be our new cause.
Albion?
Yeah, for once, Randy, I have to disagree with you about something. Donald Trump has repeatedly told us that he chooses only the best people. Do you not believe him? That was a rhetorical question. No, I wanted to take things back directly to Ukraine, Randy, for just a final question. On a scale of 0 to 10, what do you think the prospects are of U.S. support for Ukraine decreasing or even ending following November 2024? The prospect of it decreasing, a scale of 0 to 10.
I think, to be honest, in the situation where we are now, Albion, the prospect is 0.
Sorry, I don't know if Randy said anything, and I didn't hear you clearly, Marcus.
I was just saying, the situation that we're at now, I would honestly think that is 0. Nobody's going to be able to pull that one off.
Well, I'll be a pessimist and say 1.
Yeah, I think it'll be, the prospect after the election?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, in the U.S., it's 0. It's 0. Yeah,
so
because I have no doubt.
Pessimistic.
Yeah, I have no doubt that Ukraine will make, significant gains, and it'll be obvious to anybody that if they haven't won, they can win, and the issue will shift to a typical American impatience with war is to just go in and win it. The longer it drags on, the more it costs, the more lives are lost. Let's just give them what they have to get it over with. And that will increasingly be the attitude. And the notion that they've done all this and they're winning and we're going to, cut them loose. That we had a debate for a decade of what party was responsible for losing China at the end of the Second World War. And that was a enduring stigma to anybody who was accused of not helping Chiang Kai-shek enough or whatever. And it had huge political implications. This would have even more. And so there's I think it's virtually 0 because you're looking at 70 already. About 70% plus of the electorate wants to help, and that's only going to grow, I think. And so no president stands up against 70% of public opinion on an issue like that.
Slava Ukraini.
Haram Slava. Genesis Man.
Yeah, thank you, Marcus. Randy, I know people often talk in terms of the US and NATO. It's NATO. US is part of NATO. Just a gentle point, but I don't think enough people think about it in those terms. And on the point of deterrent, it wasn't the US not saying it. It should have been NATO standing up to the twit in the Kremlin and saying, mate, 1 foot across that border and you're going to get your arse slapped. And collectively, the West didn't make that point. And I think we all have to take some responsibility in that, especially the top 5. And I include the UK in that. We were not vocal enough to tell that man to stay in his bunker. That's all our faults. And I don't want the US singled out as it was their wrongdoing. It wasn't. It was collectively all of us. That's the point I'm making.
Yeah, I think that's correct. And there's no indication that behind the lines, behind the scenes, U.S. was telling NATO allies, yeah, we're ready to go in. Are you ready to go in? We're ready to, provide aid. If he comes, we're going to do this, right? Right? No, that we were not even leading or raising the discussion topic. I believe the UK's response was what pushed the UK's response. Ben Wallace and Zelensky's brilliant PR campaign were the 2 things that just compelled Biden to act. And the other thing I want to point out, of all the issues when they're polling, your approval of the Biden administration, foreign policy, which is largely a Ukraine policy, is his most favorable and approved policy. So it gives you just an example of the strength of support for Ukraine in the U.S. And the dissenters and flaky Colonel McGregor reading his Kremlin script and stuff. It gets a lot of attention on Twitter, but it's not reflective of the public.
Yo, get back to me buttons. Where am I? I can't even see. It's too sunny in this place. I'm in a very sunny kitchen. Right, there we go. Sorry, I just had to get back to where I was. That was quite annoying. Now, Ming, you normally come up with some interesting tales from the depths of Russian Telegram. I actually have a couple today, but if you have any that you want to bring first, please go ahead.
Oh no, you go ahead. You go ahead, Mockers, by all means.
Oh, that was me saying please speak while I finish making my brew.
Okay, yeah, no, I will. Well, actually, I've been looking around a bit. There's not an awful. I haven't looked at Telegram this morning, to be fair, but I've been looking at Commerçant. Not much going on there, to be honest. Nothing particularly interesting about Prigozhin. They rehash a Wall Street Journal article on Prigozhin having been in Africa prior to dying in a plane crash. But other than that, nothing much going on there. I was just intrigued by Solovyov's response. Now, I have a theory about Solovyov. I think he's like secret opposition, because what he does is he takes things to such an extreme that he kind of highlights the absurdity of what it is exactly that he's saying. So he was doing his live show where he kind of takes on his trolls, because I think they're allowed to comment online as he's speaking, and a bit like sort of a live YouTube broadcast. And so he was going on about the West, NATO, Ukraine were all highly suspicious in killing Prigozhin, and Putin pardoned him, and he's a man of his word. He's you can trust him completely. Everything he says is set in cast iron, and there's no way Putin could possibly have been involved in this, because that's just not the way he is, and thereby highlighting exactly that fact. This is the way Putin is, and he has to be the main suspect, because he spent a lot of time amusingly talking about how Putin had absolutely no motive to take out Prigozhin, which again, was highlighted the complete absurdity of the fact that the main person with a motive to take out Prigozhin was Putin. So, hence my theory that Solovyov is in fact a secret member of the opposition. Go ahead, Albion.
It's very absurd, isn't it? It is extra absurd. He does provide me with hours of entertainment. Plus, I hate saying his name properly, so that's always fun too. Albion.
Thanks. Just following up on what Ming said, I maybe have been out of the loop a bit, but I'm just wondering if at the moment there's a consensus here, A, about whether Prigozhin is actually dead, B, how he got dead, and C, on the other hand, there seem to be an increasing number of, well, a small number of people at least, who are suggesting he's alive and well in Africa. So those three questions.
Yeah, the alive and well. So the alive and well theory in Africa is based on the second plane. Now, there was apparently a second plane shadowing Prigozhin, his other plane that landed back in Moscow after the other one was shot down. I think it's pretty solid that he's dead. I mean, I just, Yeah, and it's kind of interesting. So yesterday, Commerçant were talking about, oh yeah, this looked like it might have been a missile strike, and it sort of looked like they weren't even trying to hide it, because I think they want it to be known that he's dead, and basically that Putin did it. So there's the other small details. I think the people who picked up the bodies from the crash site yesterday confirmed that they'd ID'd Prigozhin on the basis of having a part of his finger missing, and Utkin on the basis of his tattoos. These kind of details, I know it's all coming from Russian sources, but I think they want us to know that he is dead, and they're actually being genuine at the moment.
Yeah, I heard something about an iPhone as well.
And by the way, the Prigozhin alive and well in Mali or whatever, that is coming from what I see. That's coming from African Twitter, because he's a bit of a kind of hero of theirs. So I wouldn't strike. They strike me as less reliable sources in this case than the Russians.
Yeah,
themselves.
it actually was an African account that I saw saying that this morning.
Yeah. Also, this is typical of Russians, isn't it? Allow several different narratives that could maybe all be plausible in some way. And then it just sort of, the rest of the world finds it much more difficult to make the truth of it. Are you just hot micing there, Albion?
Yeah, sorry, I was thinking silently. I was trying to go back to Putin and motivation and how to put it, the public perception. I mean, given the general inclination to believe A, that he's dead, and B, that Putin did it or sanctioned it, I'm wondering what the thought is about whether this ultimately will work to his benefit within the Russian political system, or whether he made a big mistake.
No, this shows that he's a man of his word, doesn't it? This shows that if you cross him, any sort of betrayal will eventually lead to your sinister demise. I mean, look at all the people that have disappeared so far.
But I thought that the narrative was that he had forgiven Prigozhin, and that, I mean, the official narrative, that he had forgiven Prigozhin and that he had sort of sent him off on a new mission in life.
Yeah, I'm not sure a single one of the Russians in the know believed that for a second. One of the things that I actually believe was the truth coming out of Putin's mouth is that he would never forgive betrayal. But also, he's not a man to do things hastily. He likes to be, the hidden hand, as it were, although this wasn't terribly hidden, I don't think. He made sure that he was out in public, seen somewhere when it happened, no hiding away on this particular day. It's just all sorts of very coincidental. And also the fact that there was information that came through by loose lips in the State Duma that, of course, it was him. They absolutely know it's him. They wouldn't say it outside in the street, but everybody knows it was him. That's exactly the message that was meant to be sent.
And then there's the timing issue, Albion. So keep in mind that the day before yesterday, the day that Prigozhin died, that same day, Russia suffered the massive humiliation of being beaten to the South Pole of the Moon by the Indians. So that if you've got an op in your pipeline, that was the perfect day to pull it, because that pushed the Indian success completely off the front pages, and nobody talked about it.
And it was 2 months to the day from the Prigozhin mutiny.
Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that. That's
Yeah,
another
June
interesting
24th.
point.
June 24th.
boys, I'm seeing a boom in Crimea. Sorry, let me just check if we can see where this is. Oh, this is the base of the 126th Guard Brigade of the Black Sea Fleet. Local residents are claiming at least one arrival was recorded in the village of Perevalne, where enemy personnel have been stationed. That's a lovely thing to happen first thing in the morning.
Is that in the Sebastopol area then?
You know what? I will have to get my map out and check. But is it if it's a military base in Crimea, it's all good. Somebody can check for me if you want to get the map out, Ming, and check where that is.
What are we looking for?
I'll do it if you want. I'll do it.
It's called Perevalne, Perevalne. If you can find that for me, and we'll talk to Freight Monkey in the meantime.
Hey everybody, I've been looking at a little bit at the news, and there's obviously all kinds of talk about Robotny and all that. I prefer not to actually really think about it too much until we really know more and until we hear more from the Ukrainian side, really, because otherwise it's I think there's always a lot of disinformation as well, and there's a lot of over-optimistic takes. But one thing that seems to be more or less confirmed is there's a bit of a major change actually in the capabilities of the armed forces of Ukraine, because these pretty much constant either strikes or actions on Crimea, which have been accelerating and escalating, really shows that something has changed in Ukrainian capabilities, and I find that very encouraging, and it must scare a little bit the Russians. And I would like to remind everybody of a conversation we had a few months ago on this space, where we mocked the Russians for, building trenches on the beach, because we were saying if the Ukrainians do something, it's not going to come from the sea because, it's very difficult and it's dangerous and yada, yada, yada. And here again, actually, the Ukrainians have really surprised us. Not only have they surprised us, I mean, we can still mock the Russian trenches, they were useless, but actually the Ukrainians have been hitting Crimea in a way that a few months ago we would have thought was improbable. And I like to be surprised, and I wanted to point that out.
Absolutely. I like these kind of surprises too. Jorn, good morning.
Good morning. When somebody mentions operations like this, I tend to come up, and I just like to go on the record to say that this isn't surprising to me. I've been saying it all along that they will start doing operations like this. It's what I used to train on doing in the Norwegian military. I never done it in live action, but still, it's a very efficient form of warfare. When you have a fast boat, you're almost as fast as a helicopter, but much less vulnerable. And they can show up anywhere when they're good at it. They've been trained by the SBS, which is basically the best in the world on this. And the Russians are, especially the forces in the rear, are less than impressive. So this can be a very important playground for them. The most significant threat to them are Russian aircraft, both fixed wing and rotary wing. And just the fact that the F-16s are so late bothers me. They have manpads, yes, but when they have the F-16s that can linger over the Black Sea, then they also have air cover and will be much more protected to do operations like this. And they can show up wherever, and even they can build as many trenches as they want. The Crimea Peninsula is massive. They can't protect everywhere. So this will be a massive threat to the Russians in the short window of time that they still have the Crimea Peninsula moving forward.
You being a fellow Norwegian, you'll know about boats. Did you notice one of the videos from yesterday, it looked like the rib they were on didn't have a normal outboard because the engine sound was kind of a high-pitched whine, like it was maybe a turbine engine, or more likely a water jet. It struck me as a little intriguing detail.
I haven't seen that, but water jets are very efficient, especially when you're bored or you're going on land, because they're not deep, so you don't hurt the propeller.
And no propeller to damage.
Yeah, so it's a very good choice, and that's probably what they have on some of those boats. The Stridsbåt 90, which is another fantastic thing that the Swedish military industrial complex has produced, also have water jets and was fiercely efficient. And I've advocated the Ukrainians getting Stridsbåt 90, and I still hope that they will.
Excellent. Genesis Man, I think you were next.
Well, I think Freight was before me.
Brilliant. Then go ahead.
I had a quick question for Jorn. Do you think this this sort of boots on the ground operations are something that comes directly from the recent training then that the Ukrainians had with the SBS? And I think I would be correct, but I might as well ask you by asking. I mean, this must show that the level of the Ukrainian intelligence over Crimea has really not only improved, but is basically perfect, because you can't do any of this if you don't have, you can't have any blind spots, I reckon. But I guess you'll correct me if I'm wrong. And that is something that really differentiates what Ukrainian intelligence compared to the Russians, which seemingly wouldn't be able to mount something like this because, well, they just don't have that overhead intelligence. I guess the I-Star or whatever it is.
Yeah, it's quite clear that the Ukrainians have. I've seen pictures of they almost know each individual soldier in trenches along the front. So the combination of satellite photos, other signal intelligence, and also probably they have some loyalists feeding them information from Crimea as well. They have an intelligence picture that is very close to perfect, and there's been a discussion that they wouldn't do things like this because you can do just a HIMARS strike. But of course, when you have boots on the ground, you can destroy everything. You can take prisoners. You can gather intelligence. So the military value of that is bigger, although the risk is much bigger. But the knock-on effect, which is even larger for the strategic picture, is that it forces the Russians to make a choice. Do they still want to be as vulnerable as they are right now on the Crimea Peninsula, or do they want to take forces from the front back there to protect the coastline, the very, very, very long coastline? So it's a massive problem for the Russians. While I'm on, I'd like to share some other news from Norway. I've just stepped out of the news agency Nettavisen, where we've done the first episode of our Ukraine podcast, which is the first all Ukraine war themed podcast in Norwegian. So we're very happy about that. Bring on the Russian trolls. They can't control this narrative, at least.
That was amazing. Well done. And thank you very much, Jan. Freight Monkey, did you want to come back before we move on?
Oh yeah, just very quick. It reminds me of some of the things that I read about the early British SOE operations during World War II, and I just think it's very cool that all this is possible. It fills me with a lot of hope. And also, Jon, thank you very much for all your inputs. And one lucky thing about a Norwegian podcast about the Ukrainian war is there's a lot less tankies and trolls that can come and really disrupt you anyway, because as from my understanding, Norway has far fewer of them compared to the broader English-speaking world.
Well, to the first thing, yes, the British SOE, some of those raids during World War II combined operations between British SOE and Norwegian Exile Forces. They were in Lofoten, where I grew up. It's called the Lofoten Raid. It was in June 1941, and it had massive ramifications for World War II because that's where they got the first naval Enigma code book, because they took a German armed trawler that destroyed the machine but forgot to destroy the code book. And we talked about the allocation of forces. I think there were 10 German soldiers on the Lofoten Islands when this raid happened. After that, they moved in hundreds and spent years building massive bunkers and gun positions and stuff. And Hitler went completely mental with paranoia after this raid, and he was stuck with several divisions in Norway that he could have used for the Battle of Berlin at the end of the war. So that little raid had massive ramifications. But you mentioned trolls. There are so many trolls writing in Norwegian. And we really got to see that when the F-16 subject came up, and now that Norway also are giving F-16s, they have gone completely mental. In articles I write, there's usually 10, 15 trolls. There are like 300 comments now with absolutely bonkers people, and they brought out everyone. So in the last 48 hours, there's a former Norwegian sort of like fitness queen, the Norwegian Jane Fonda, I would call her. She was very popular in the 90s, but now she's gone completely mad. She thinks that the war in Syria is just actors and stuff, child actors pretending to be dead and stuff. And she's a well-known mad tanky. She has joined the debate, and also, I don't know if you guys have heard of Varg Vikernes. He was sort of one of the early ones in Norwegian heavy metal environment.
The church burning guy.
Yeah, he became
And he
famous.
murdered his own bandmate.
Yeah, he murdered his own bandmate for PR purposes, and then he burned out a church from the 1400s. So he's a bit of a character. He has also engaged on Twitter and is part of the Norwegian tanky environment. So they brought out everyone. But, there is not that many people on Twitter, but a lot of people listen to podcasts. So good luck with that.
There's always a way, isn't there, Jon? There's always a way. Genesis Man, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Marcus. To Ming and Jorn. So I seem to remember that a little while back in one of the aid packages, there was from the United States, was just the single line, small boats. And I think everybody went, oh, yeah, small boats. And lo and behold, they're being used, which is, so that may go to the propulsion system. I don't know, Ming. I just remember seeing it. And Mockers, you can't tease me like that. You can't say there's a boom and no pictures. Have we got pictures?
Oh, sorry, I've just retweeted something. If you want to have a quick look at it, I'm just not enough pairs of hands, my friend. Not enough pairs of hands.
Yes, I've got
Sorry,
sorry. That is a little bit southeast of Simferopol, halfway between Simferopol and the coast. Perivalny, I think you said it was.
Yes, that's absolutely right. Yes, thank you very much for finding that for us, Ming. And there was something I was going to say on the last conversation, which has completely gone out of my head. So I'll go to Bruce.
This operation in Crimea is really encouraging. And also the operations on the left bank of the Dnipro River. And I'll tell you what, when the Russian defenses get so thin that you can make an operation invading their controlled territory with a platoon and a company, the operations get so small that you can use lower level officers to plan them. They're closer to the soldiers. They know their capabilities a lot better than anyone on the top. And when they spread so thin that you can do that, you can do a lot more of these, and the chances of success gets so much bigger. This is a really good sign.
Yeah, the unfortunate side with all that, Bruce, is that the spread so thin bit of it isn't true on the front lines in Ukraine, and that's the reason they're spread so thin elsewhere. You know, you can punch through anywhere you want. You can march halfway to Moscow if you're Prigozhin. But the real challenge, I think, is on the front lines in Ukraine itself, because that's where they all are. You know, you can land in Crimea. You know, you can completely show them up any 6 ways you want. But it's that slow, methodical grind on the front lines in Ukraine that's really going to count in the end, I think.
Well, yeah, that's of course unfortunate, but it's a political situation we have, that the Russians, they have kind of won the political game. It's politically impossible for Ukraine to march on Moscow or even Minsk, so they can just remove every kind of defense from there. But by doing these raids on less defended parts, they force the Russians to react to it, and it mitigates this political loss, at least a bit. But yes, of course, as things are now, they are forced to attack through minefields to the best, through the best defended parts, which actually sucks, and that's basically the West's fault. We shouldn't be proud of that. It sucks.
Oh, excuse me. Yeah. Unfortunately, the front is a very difficult place at the moment, but we also see the cracks appearing, and not just cracks. I mean, chasms appearing. There's an awful lot of very upset Russians of a morning for about the last week, and let's just say that I've noticed. In fact, it's got ever more frantic over the last 24 hours. There's a lot of there's a lot of concern and cope. Just noted.
Yes, how are things on the Russian Telegram right now? My Telegram account has been blocked, but the general feel right now it's always hysterical, I know, but is it even worse than usual?
Well, it appears to be. There was a little something that I was looking at this morning, which did make me chuckle a little. That in the Kherson area, there came a note that right now our boys are crumbling on the island. We identified targets, send coordinates, but information does not go further than the head of intelligence. The company commander with our soldiers tried to advance to evacuate the guys. They were stopped. The company commander has been sent to psychiatric hospital by force under the pretext that there was nobody there. So I don't know what happened, but obviously he had some sort of episode and ended up being carried off to not continue to spread the panic, I think, by the sounds of things.
To the funny farm where life is beautiful all the time.
You know what? I'm not sure that any of the funny farms in Russia are going to have beautiful anything. Yeah, but yeah, it reminded me of when the Kursk submarine was sunk, and the mother who was, causing a ruckus basically, and she was shouting and saying a few things that maybe people were thinking but didn't want to voice. And they just calmly walked up to her, injected her with something to pop her to sleep, and carried her off. And nobody else twitched. They were all like, "Oh yeah, that's happened." And I imagine it would be pretty much the same. That this guy would be having a freak out, and someone would come in and go, "Right, okay, we need to take you out of here immediately." So yeah, it would appear that he was removed from his post for starting a panic, or losing his mind, or having a panic attack, or something like that. Also, apparently he was seeing Ukrainians who aren't there. Now, I don't know about you, but I believe that Ukrainians are getting very good at infiltration, night ops, little special operations to, take out certain groups, hiding about in the forest in their ghillie suits, looking like a piece of bush. I have a feeling that there maybe were Ukrainians there, but just nobody else saw them. So yeah, there's plenty going on, and that's why we probably don't hear a lot of detail at the moment, because there's still stuff happening.
Deep state maps. I was just looking at deep state maps. There's a lot of green along the front line, which is how they mark liberated areas. And the really big one is Rabotina. But there's still that intriguing little 1 square kilometer across the Dnieper from the Antonivka Bridge, which is unknown status. And in the last 2 to 3 days, a little upriver from there's a 3 square kilometer area over the other side of on the left bank of the Dnieper, now unknown status. So, it looks like there's 2 potential bridgeheads across, just a little bit up from Kherson.
Yes, Ukrainian forces have been seen there, and we've had plenty of reports that Ukrainian forces are over there and have managed to get themselves a lovely foothold, and they're kicking some butt. So I'm willing for it to continue to be unknown at the moment, but the snippets of information I get out, it would seem that there's a lot of panic on the Russian side, and they do appear to be having a emotional moment, shall we say. And this is one of the areas which, because of the fact that they're getting quite emotional, in some parts they appear to have started pulling people out to push them to the edge of the battle line. And it means that the checkpoints in the rear are not being manned and things like that. And you know what happens when you've oppressed a community for a long time, and then suddenly there's not so many of you around keeping up that oppression anymore. I'm going to imagine that leaves yourself slightly vulnerable to additional partisan action. What do you reckon?
I totally agree with you, Marcus. I mean, I think partisan action is the one thing you can't underestimate the Ukrainians for, and with Bogdanov, in there and all the rest of it, that's the sort of thing that's going to create all sorts of nightmares for the Russians.
Yes, exactly. I hear all sorts of bits and bobs from partisans, but sorry, I've just seen a nice new Russian tank exploding in sorry, that was the moment of explosion in the Robotny district, shall we say. And I have to say, the photograph Genesis man that was with that update about the base of the 126 Guards fleet is an old picture, but the report that goes with it is correct. So it may be an old photo, but the report is indeed correct that this place appears to have been hit by something this morning. And well, we'll wait and see for more. But oh, hello. Maybe I've got more. Oh no! What do we have here? We have a new group of identified what are they called? Grouping of soldiers, training base. That's the one. So, according to information that has been received from partisans, funny, we were just mentioning that, about 20 Kamaz trucks with mobilized drove into the Volna village in the Melitopol region, and the village was then closed for entry and exit, possibly because they're afraid of desertion. Friends from the armed forces of Ukraine with long-range weapons are already dealing with them. So that sounds like another item that we're probably going to see some drone footage from. It is nice when you get, the word from the locals, isn't it? That, oh yeah, they've just gone in there, they've closed it all down, they've completely taken over. Well, that's a perfect place to hit them, obviously. Ooh, cluster munitions away. Now,
Marcus, totally different issue, and it kind of touches on the London grad thing we were talking about a bit earlier. Are you getting these ads in your Twitter feed from that are in Russian, with a guy speaking Russian, from something called Protection Law, which is all about regaining or getting back seized funds?
No, I am not, but that is interesting.
Well, it's kind of weird because I've been getting it for the last kind of week, and I sort of, looked at the Twitter handle. It's actually for an estate agent somewhere in East London, I think in the kind of Canary Wharf area. And if you go on the estate agent website, you wouldn't think they were Russian at all. I mean, everybody, there's the R team bit, and everybody's simply English, apart from one lady who looks like she's maybe got a Lithuanian name. But this, it's completely unrelated, this estate agent website, whose Twitter handle these Protection Law guys are using. But I kind of assume that if they are, it's because the businesses are somehow related. And that the Protection Law bit is entirely aimed, it seems, at Russians in the UK. And the whole thing seems completely weird. And why it's in my Twitter feed, I have no idea, but it's been there on and off for the last week.
You should report them as pushing propaganda or something.
Well, they're not really pushing propaganda. They're pushing their services to help, and they assume, I guess, that I'm somehow Russian and I might have all sorts of money trapped in the UK. So, I'm not really the right audience. It just seems a really odd thing. Anyway, I'll dig into it some more and see if I can find out the names of the directors of the various companies involved, and I'll report back.
Freight Monkey is coming up. You might want to add something to this. It does seem quite cheeky, though. Here we are offering our services to help you get out of sanctions. Cheeky. I feel as though there should be something done about that. I can't bring you up for some reason, Freight Monkey, so I'm going to just send you a request because that'll be easier. Might help if I keep my mic open while I do that, because yeah, I can't do both. So I do have some little stories that I will bring to us in a minute, but I would like to see what Freight Monkey has to say first. There we go. Could you tell I was doing something at the same time then? I had my thinking voice on. Freight Monkey, go and check your DMs, accept the request, and that should help. So while we're waiting for him to do that, I will bring you one of my strange little stories. So we recall the young lady who was detained for apparently blowing up that propagandist bloke, Vladen Tatarsky, Daria Tripova. And I just thought I would give you an update. So she's accused of being a terrorist. And the courts have extended her arrest until December the 2nd. The decision was made by the Basmany Court of Moscow. And, well, earlier they picked up this girl who just happened to be there. And she did indeed give him a statuette, which they're blaming as what blew him up. And it would seem that they're keeping her in. So that's no surprise, is it? They could just keep extending her term exponentially. Now then, I do have some other strange and, well, I'm not going to say wonderful, but strange tales of corruption. And I thought you would like to hear them because, well, you know when Russians say things are unfair? Well, things are very unfair. And here's one of them. So, a non-working resident of the Krasnodar territory reported the theft of $10,000 to the police, but then found them again. However, that wasn't the end of the story. According to the information, a 62-year-old woman from Slavansk on Kuban had set aside $10,000 at home. However, she couldn't find them and became so upset that she reported it to the police. They opened a criminal case about theft, but a day later, the money was found at home. Being a conscientious lady, she reported the discovery to the police so they could cancel the criminal case, which they did. But they also seized the money and promised to return it to her as soon as possible as part of their investigation. Yeah. So the pensioner waited for several months, and each time she asked how her dollars were doing, she was told that they were eventually lost. The woman could not come to terms with the double loss and has now turned to an investigative committee, which I thought was just lovely. So basically, they came round, they said, oh, well, we'll take that money as evidence straight into our pockets. Thank you very much. The level of naivety, I just, I can't get over it, the level of naivety. So anyway, I have another one, which is a little bit fun and also pointing to the endemic and ease of corruption, shall we say, that goes on in Russia. So, a 9th grader was detained for setting fire to a relay cabinet in Moscow. Oh dear. For the task of this, he was promised 20,000 rubles. According to our information, the police detained the teenager at night. He confessed to his deed and said he had acted upon a tip from an unknown person in social networks who merely introduced himself as Sanya. The 9th grader was promised to be paid 20,000 rubles for arson. It is known that he lives with his mother. Earlier, he wrote that on August the 24th, we wrote that on August the 21st, a relay cabinet was set on fire in Moscow, which led to train delays. The burning equipment was noticed at about 6:20 a.m., not far from the Solenchaya station. In the case noted as treason was opened against the resident. Oh, sorry, no, hang on. There's a new one. So anyway, he did cause quite a bit of disruption. And then there was just this note that a case of treason has been opened against a resident of the Kaliningrad region who apparently tried to flee to Ukraine through Belgorod in order to join the armed forces of Ukraine, which I thought was funny. According to information, 56-year-old Evgeny K. started from his original area of Golubevo near Kaliningrad and reached the Shebekino border. There, he was looking to bypass a checkpoint and enter Ukrainian territory. It unfortunately did not work out for him, and he was arrested before his attempt. It turned out that the man is a citizen of the Russian Federation, but at the same time, a native of the Zhytomyr region of Ukraine. And that is part of the problem that they have here, isn't it? That, oh, hello, Iwana, you've joined me. Yeah, that's part of the problem, that they don't have, this split of we're all Russian because we live in Russia. There are an awful lot of people who live in Russia who have Ukrainian family, who were originally born in Ukraine and ended up in Russia for one reason or another. And they're also importing people who may or may not dislike Russia and its ways and, may find a way to get out of Russia. Now, unfortunately for this man, he's been captured, but it just goes to show if people are going to that sort of length that they think there's a reason to. More of this. May it continue. And welcome up, Iwana.
Hello, Mockers. How are you?
I'm good, but I need a beverage. So bear with me one second.
I think you spoke earlier about, the arsoning that is happening in Russia. I'm not sure, but because I had to work, so I didn't listen very carefully. But there is an interesting article in Kommersant about this. So according to FSB, Ukraine special services pay Russians between 10,000 and 20,000 rubles apiece for arsoning. So there was an investigation of the FSB, and they concluded that it's the fault of Ukrainian special services for the arson that is happening on objects of the Ministry of Defense, Ministry of Internal Affairs, and Russian Railways, because they post ads on internet with the promise to pay that amount of rubles. And apparently they are posting these ads about quick money, and this the frequency of these posts increased sharply on various internet sites, Telegram channels, online casinos, and chain drug stores. They search for people, this is quoting the Russians, of course, they search for people who agree to carry out the task, and they rely on young people, elderly, or mentally ill, who do not realize the severity of their actions. They say that their actions will be qualified as minor crimes, and all the costs will be covered by the promised fee, usually between 10,000 and 20,000 rubles, as I said. And however, the Russians say, having achieved the desired result, they cut off the contacts. At the present, FSB says that all arsons have been solved. They have 22 cases that they solved. So yeah, well, I don't know if it's true or not, but even if it's true, it's really, innovative, let's say, at least.
Well, it has been mooted by the Ukrainian side that they too have said this, that it's something that they have been doing. They've been convincing greedy and naive people, shall we say, and it works. It seems to work, and we have commented before, haven't we, that they appear to be extremely greedy and also quite naive, and well, Ukraine's making the best of that situation. I think that's brilliant.
Yeah. Now, let's say that most of these arsony things are small things, just small fires, usually at the doors of an office or something like this. But you never know. You never know when a big, nice fire happens because of this, because we know that the firefighters in Russia are not really very quick to arrive at the scene of the crime, let's say.
What crime? Indeed. Now, I have a little bit of information. You know me, I keep things in my pocket. So there has been some good analysis on why Putin killed Prigozhin. And, you know, a lot of people say revenge and what have you, but the timing of it, is it symbolic in any way? Probably not. It's probably just good business. And this is what the analysis has come about. That why kill Prigozhin now? Putin does not rush into things, which he doesn't. He generally plays a very long game and often waits years to kill his traitors. And the answer is, it's not necessarily about the mutiny, but it is about business. Now, Putin, the Defense Ministry and the GIU have been muscling in, quite obviously, to take over Prigozhin's businesses, including Africa. And it would appear that he did not get the message about Africa. After the June mutiny, he was told basically to apologise and go away. And he didn't go away. Well, he did for a little bit, but he still fought for the control of businesses in Africa. And that's the reason why he's no longer around, for whatever happened to him. So, if at that point he had scooted off to sip margaritas in the Maldives and turned all his business over to Putin and co. as penance, instead of trying to fight to preserve his place, he would probably still be alive today. But of course, we'll never know. Putin even talked about Prigozhin's Africa business in detail in his condolences speech, mentioning the oil, gas, precious metals and stones business. It seemed strange and weirdly out of place, but it makes sense. Prigozhin's death is not simply about revenge, it's strictly business. We've said previously, a lot of things in modern Russia can be explained simply by understanding that the Kremlin is effectively a mafia enterprise. Now, the July mutiny should be seen as gangland warfare between Prigozhin and Shoigu, and Prigozhin's death as merely another business takeover. And I think that's probably a very good point, that, yeah, he didn't go away. He was still trying to schmooze with the African delegations and what have you, and, you know, consolidate his place there. He still seemed to think that he had some sort of use to Putin, and it would appear that that was he was quickly disabused of that notion, shall we say? What do you think, Ioana?
Surely, of course. Well, it's the Russian way. What can I say?
Yes, basically, get out of the way, or we will help you to get out of the way. And I think that's worth noting that, you know, as a business decision, it makes a lot more sense to do it now when he's, you know, still not going away and being quiet like he should have been. I mean, look what they did to Surovikin. He's under house arrest, isn't he? He's no choice about going away and being quiet. But I don't think at the time they could have done that to Prigozhin just because of the fact that he was commandeering his own army. Which, again, has gradually been dispersed, hasn't it? They still seem a bit angry, but they don't seem to have as many assets to be angry with. And I think that was the whole point of giving him time to, you know, go away and lick his wounds a bit, And had he just gone away and been absolutely quiet, he might have been able to preserve his life, if not his position. Now, just a bit more on the base of the 126th Guards Brigade of the Black Sea Fleet in Crimea. There are casualties now arriving at the Simferopol hospital, and there are reports of further explosions close to the headquarters. So it would appear they're having quite a bad day. Oh no, what a shame. I'm going to be keeping my eye on that as we go along, and we'll get more information as it comes up.
I don't know about you, Mokas, but my Twitter is broken. I get very, very few relevant tweets, and it's really hard to search for information. I don't know what they did with an algorithm, but it doesn't work very well. However, I have some news. We didn't ask recently what Crimean Bridge is doing. So apparently, it's on schedule. The restoration of the Crimean Bridge is on schedule. The end of the first stage of restoration is scheduled for September 15 and will be done at that date or a few days earlier. It's interesting because they say the first stage of restoration, so it will be going on, the restoration of the Crimean Bridge. Well, of course, we wait for some events there, and maybe the schedule will be different. What do you think, Mockers?
Do you think on the 16th of September they'll have another hole in the bridge to deal with?
To be honest, I hope that something happens earlier, but 16th of September is good also.
Yeah, just give them a day to set it all in place, and then boom. I think they did that with the Chonghua Bridge, did they not?
I think so, yes.
Yeah, give them a chance to get it repaired and stop using the pontoon bridge, and then just, oh, by the way, have you noticed this big hole that we've just put back in your bridge? It's almost like they're playing a little bit with them. It's well, it's amusing to me to see the counter, the action and the counter. Talking of action, there has been another large-scale handover of enlistment notices to migrants in the South Urals. Russian media has reported upon this. The event was organized together with support of Umon Special Forces and took place at the Chinese market located in the metallurgical district of Chelyabinsk. Just taking people out of the metalworking business there. I'm just thinking that might be awkward for their future. Anyway, men who have citizenship but have not joined military registration were handed enlistment notices on the spot, and those who had previously received them but were failing to respond were picked up and taken directly to the military enlistment office. And it's quite notable that in the video, the people handing out the notices are nice, white, ethnic Russians, you know, good Moscow boys, and the ones that they're carting away are very much the non-white Turkic type of Russian. And, well, I'm going to say that it looks very much like forced conscription of migrants. And so, you know, maybe next they'll go on to the homeless population. I know they have picked up a few from the homeless population. And yeah, I would like to see maybe Sololyov and his lovely son going down to the conscription office. But it's just, again, more of the ethno-genocide of their own people. It's absolutely disgusting. And on the video, it really comes across, you know, oh, you're not one of us? Here, have a letter. Off you go to the war. It's just disgusting.
Remember that a few months ago, Solovyev talked about the mobilization, and he said, everybody should go, everybody who's a patriot should go. Of course, I can't because I'm too old. But recently, we have seen in Ukraine people much older than Solovyev. So why doesn't he go to be a patriot in Ukraine?
He's got no good excuses, has he? Ming.
Thanks, Marcus. Yeah, and I just came across a fun little thing on Telegram. The guy who does the, he's the sort of head of the tracking organization of Crimea, and he's the one who I normally look at to see what's going on the Kerch Bridge. But he's come up with a little data point on an unrelated topic to the Kerch Bridge. So all the Western manufacturers of lorries and trucks have pulled out of Russia. So you'd think the Russian manufacturers would be cleaning up. Actually not. They're being crushed by the Chinese. So Russian sales have collapsed completely, with, you know, 2 Chinese manufacturers showing 200 or 300% growth rates in market share. And who would have thought it?
I feel, Ming, that this is part of the devil's bargain that Putin has made with China.
It is, because he's basically going to be, you know, China's lapdog. And it's not like he can suddenly say, right, well, we don't like you Chinese sending your trucks here in Russia. We're beating you out, because that doesn't help him either.
No, so he's going to basically allow his own industry to collapse and become completely dependent on the Chinese flow of stuff there. I don't know. It just seems, yeah, it seems a bad place to put himself. But we kind of saw this coming, didn't we? You make a deal with the devil, and you got to pay the price. So, yeah, I have no problems with that. Aha! This is brilliant. I've just been sent this details that the armed forces of Ukraine have been saturating the front with iron-built models of equipment to help neutralize the enemy Lancets and their high-precision projectiles. They are made at the metallurgical plant Metinvest. Outwardly, they are identical to real combat units, but of course they don't contain any of the gubbins. Now, the armed forces of Ukraine have released this information, so it's not OPSEC or anything like that. They want the Russians to know that they're wasting their time. I think that's lovely. George, welcome.
Добрый день, good morning, everyone. So yesterday, celebrating Ukrainian Independence Day. It was a very interesting day. I liked some of the videos that have been put out by the Ukrainian Department of Defense, thanking some of the nations that have contributed to their war effort. I know that some of those videos had been released earlier earlier in the year and last year, but still, it was nice for them to retweet those out as thanks on their Independence Day. How you doing, mockers? Any good news? I need a lot of good news.
Well, overnight there was a large drone attack in waves upon Crimea. We are waiting to hear the results of that, but also there was attacks towards an airbase, another airbase where they keep those Tu-22 whatevers. I'm trying to think. I want to say Kaluga area. I don't know where that is though. So Iwana probably knows.
Oh, I don't really specifically know about Kaluga, but I can tell you about this wave of drones. According to the Russians, there were 42 drones. detected by the air defense system. As a result of the fire impact, 9 drones were destroyed over the territory of Crimea. 33 were suppressed by electronic warfare and crashed without reaching the target. This is according to the Russians, of course. 2 hours ago, the governor of Sevastopol, Mikhail Razvohaev, or something like this, announced that several drones had been destroyed over the sea near Cap Chersones. He didn't name the exact numbers. There is no information about casualties and damage. The MOD, Russian MOD, also said that they destroyed a Ukrainian S-200 missile over Kaluga region. So here it is, the information about Kaluga. They say that there was a S-200 missile and they destroyed it over Kaluga. But of course, this is the Russians, so we don't necessarily believe everything they say. But
Thank
I have
you.
a question
I'm
for
glad it got
George.
Kaluga. My brain just wasn't giving me the wrong name. Yeah, in the Kaluga region, there is an airbase, and I believe that that may have been under attack. Now, I saw a video with a number of booms as well recorded, so there does look to have been air defense active, and I bet you Peter knows all about it.
Well, I don't know all about it, but I know where Kaluga is. It's the capital of Kalushskaya Oblast, which is southwest of Moscow, about 60 to 80 miles. And it's the place where there's a big VW Audi plant. And it's not really very far from Moscow. So if they've now got a wave of 42 drone attacks there, that pretty...
Oh no, that was Crimea, that bit.
Oh, so that bit was Crimea, right? Okay. Sorry, getting those two confused.
But there was certainly a number of what appears to be drones.
That's great,
that,
thanks, cheers.
attacked that airbase.
Sorry, I'm on there. Thanks so much. Sorry, I'm just dealing with an Uber. Yeah, that's if there are drone attacks in Kaluga, which there have been previously, because they mullered this Tu-22, I think, which was at the same, I assume, the same airbase. That means that obviously, well, it means either they've got drones going a long way from the Ukraine, the nearest Ukraine-controlled territory, which is something of the order of 500 kilometers away, or they're managing to launch them locally somehow. Either of which would be good, obviously.
Yeah, and it's always good to remind the Russians that their airbase is unsafe for them. George?
Ilona said she had a question for me, so...
Yes, I have a question because I've seen in the Russian news an information about Greece. According to them, Greece terminated the contract with Russia for the technical support and maintenance of the Tor M1 and OSA AKM anti-aircraft missile system. So I'm wondering, this is a decision that was taken following, the meeting with Zelensky. And, you said that there can be an exchange in Greece with the air defense systems in order for Ukraine to receive something from Greece and Greece to receive some Patriots. Do you think that this termination of the contract might mean something more significant, or is just something small?
That's a very good question. It's interesting that they would terminate the contract all of a sudden. Yeah, that's a very interesting. And Greece has had those for years. So is it because Greece can do the maintenance on their own? Has Ukraine said they would help them with the maintenance? That's another possibility. Or because Ukraine has those type of systems, or is it because they're getting ready to offload them? Hopefully, it's option number 3. I'll take option number 3 for 1,000, Mr. Trebek, and hopefully that's the winner chicken dinner, because yeah, I'm hoping that they're getting ready to announce something like that. Remember, there is a Rammstein coming up in about 2-3 weeks in mid-September, and that would be a nice announcement.
Yeah, I hope so. That too. So the news I have is just very short. It doesn't give any details. So yeah, I was thinking maybe, just maybe, something will go to Ukraine. Let's see.
I'm gonna dig into it. I'm gonna look to see what I can find, and because yeah, that would be it's very strange at this time, and my question is how much have they been using this service from the Russians to begin with? Yeah, I'm hoping it's for option number 3.
Ooh, I've just seen a new video, and this is a powerful fire on the beach in the resort village of Nebug, Nebug, in the Krasnodar territory. According to information, the local hangar at the Lavikon Hotel, where they store their boats, is on fire. Just, boats on fire again.
And I just thought that maybe someone wanted the marshmallows. Made a nice bonfire on the beach. No.
I just think it's interesting that it was boats that was taken out. It's just, a little bit of something that crossed my mind. Now, Zaluzhny this morning has, or at least at some point, has come out with the statement that the forces of Ukraine are on the verge of a breakthrough on the front. And I have no reason to doubt him. I've been seeing some information that leads me to believe that might well be the case. Now, I don't know if you've seen the video, George, but have you seen the video of the T-10 tank offloading?
Yeah, I saw that they were offloading a T-10 tank. So just a little bit of history of that. The Soviets / Russians during World War II, they had the T-34, and then they came out with the T-34-85. There was a race to upgun and up armor tanks, right? Especially between Russia and Germany, because that's where some of the biggest tank battles in history happened. So as the Germans were developing their tanks, and then they came out with the Tiger 1 and then the Tiger 2, or the Königstiger, and that was pretty much a behemoth of a tank. The Soviets went from the T-34-85 to what they called the Joseph Stalin 1, 2, and 3, and they were developing 4, 5, and 6 toward the end of the war. Some of them weren't put in production, but it would be called the IS-10 or the T-10. This was like their super heavy tank. It crawls around at maybe at the best 20 kilometers an hour. Yeah, it has like a 122 millimeter gun or something crazy like that. But yeah, they made thousands of these. Unfortunately for the Russians, handheld anti-tank weapons is pretty much started making these super monstrosities heavy monstrosities obsolete, right? Somebody with a Carl Gustav could take one out like at a couple hundred meters. So the fact that they're rolling these out, they're scraping the bottom of the barrel. I don't even know if the damn thing starts. And they're just going to try to plug them in as immobile pillboxes. These are the desperate measures that you saw the Germans do in World War II. If anybody's interested, there's a couple of videos out. During the Battle of Berlin, the Germans went to facilities, repair shops, right, and dragged tanks out of the repair shops. There were tanks that couldn't be repaired for whatever reason. Obviously, Germany was getting bombed to bits back then. So what they did was they dragged these tanks out and actually dug up the streets in Berlin and buried them up until the turret to use them as static pillboxes. So that might be what the Russians are trying to use these for, because they move at a snail's pace, and it's absolutely the second greatest army in the world is bringing out antiques.
Well, also, it wasn't one of their, antiques that they've got rolling for the parades or anything. No, this thing was definitely a bit rusty.
Let me tell you this, Mockers. At top speed, if it started at the one end of Red Square to go to the other end of Red Square, they would be there for 6 hours. That's how slow this bloody thing moves. So, and that was when it was brand new. So, yeah, that would have been a long ass parade for one tank to go from one end of Red Square to the other. Just saying.
Well, I wonder how fast the last one tank that went through the parade was.
Oh, yeah, that was the T-34, right? One T-34. Oh my God. It's absolutely crazy. But remember, Putin. So this is where we're at now. Putin has to stay in the war. It's all about his survival now. That's what he's no longer fighting to hold. People have lost they've lost the plot. He's no longer fighting to keep Crimea, Donetsk, or whatever. That's people just don't understand Putin. I understand this. He's fighting to stay in power, because as soon as he loses those areas, he's done. I don't care how much his security apparatus, blah blah blah. Look, money talks, bullshit walks, people. You think those oligarchs? Look, these guys are. That's all they care about is making money. How many Russians die or whatever, or if this industry collapses or whatever, hey, the oligarch that owned the trucking production things, we'll give you something else you can suck the life out of. Don't worry about it. That's how these guys work. We'll give you a diamond mine in Africa because the leaders there are too stupid, and too corrupt to not give it to us. This isn't about holding on to Ukraine right now or anything like that. This is about him clinging on to power. He's hanging from the cliff by his fingernails. That's what this is all about now. He will sacrifice everything and anything to stay in the power, to a degree, because there's oligarchs too, that want to stay in power too, but they know that if he gets to the point where they look like everything else around them is going to collapse, he'll be going through the single pane glass somewhere in the Kremlin.
Well, I hope so, George. I really hope so. And one of the things that I have noticed is that there appears to be much less fervour for this war, shall we say. There's a lot of people who aren't quite so supportive anymore, even if it's just by their silence.
Oh, and you know what? And right now there's, we're not seeing it because, we just don't have the resources, the honest media sources in Russia, but there is a mad scramble because they know that somehow they're going to try another conscription sometime in September to get ready for for the spring, right? For another one of their stupid suicidal pushes or what have you. So there's a mad scramble now in Russia for people to figure out how the hell they're going to dodge that conscription. It's crazy.
Budanov was given the figure of 450,000. Now, do you remember how many they started with? And they thought they were going to take the whole of Ukraine with what they started with. And now he's looking at another 450,000.
All right. So what is 450,000? Explain that number to me. Is that who they're going to mobilize, or what is that?
That's the figure that they've been given to try to attempt to mobilize. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Good luck with that. And like, I don't know what kind of equipment, but that's what these guys don't care about. They don't care about if the guys have equipment or not. It's just that mad suicide wave to keep me in power. It's the whole Joseph Stalin 1941 thing. Throw everything but the kitchen sink, as long as the Germans don't step foot in Moscow, and just to keep me in power. They didn't care how many thousands or millions would be sacrificed. So we're in that stage of the war now. So their goal is to mobilize 450,000. All right. Now remember that is that the number that Budanov says they're attempting to mobilize, right?
Yeah, that's the number that they're currently considering attempting to mobilize.
Okay, there's going to be a lot of nursing homes going to be emptied out, and a lot of high schools. So get ready. It's absolutely insane. Their offensive, their ability to make offensive warfare, is slim and none. And Slim left town, months ago. I guess like I said, it's all about him staying in power now, because he knows if he loses those territories, he's gone. So they're going to try to do everything, but the Russians are stupid, and they sit there and wave their 1942 communist flags and think they're the greatest country in the world. So a lot more meat cubes coming your way.
Yes, unfortunately, that is the case. But I think people now are starting to cotton on that, guys in Russia have started to get very nervous about being drafted. Even the, good Moscow boys. I mean, we saw yesterday and how it started and how it's going perfectly with a young lad who appears to be from Moscow, nice, good-looking boy. On the first video, he's there gloating over the fact that they're stood by I think it was a Bradley, with his crew. Look, we've destroyed this Bradley, yay! And then the second video where he's going, "Please don't kill me, I'm only 19," and I just that was, well, unfortunate but fortunate for him, because there was a true graph of effing around and finding out right there.
That was so interesting. Had no qualms, no reservations. was all in it to win it. A few months before when he was recorded in front of that Bradley cheering on, him and the rest of his orc friends. But then, oh yeah, please don't kill me. I'm 19. F you and the horse you rode in on, because there's a lot of kids in Ukraine that are no longer with us that were probably saying the same thing in Bucha and Irpin and in other parts of Ukraine. So I couldn't give I couldn't give a damn if he had been sent back in a damn mason jar to his parents. I don't give a shit. There's nothing left in the tank for them. We need to get like I've said before, we need to get the victory against Russia. Their humiliation and total defeat in Ukraine has to be complete. The war crimes trials have to be thorough. They need to be broadcast. And I'm keep calling my uncle and his friends and those that work in the Ukrainian government and telling them they have to make sure that those things are live streamed. The trials, especially the trials when it comes to the crimes against humanity that involve children. We have to get to the point where when you ask one of these pathetic losers, where are you from? They either lie and say they're from another country or they whisper Russia. That's when we'll know we've broken them. That we've broken the evil empire, as Reagan once called it.
Very good, George. Welcome back, Randy.
Hi, George. I just wanted to point out every successive wave of Russian mobilization or conscription has been more poorly equipped and more poorly trained than the last. We've seen even World War I rifles given to these guys, rusty old vintage AK-47s. They're wearing World War II helmets. The capacity of Russia to equip and train a significant number of new combat troops is really nominal. One of the things they've had to do is send their training cadre into combat. And it would take thousands of experienced soldiers back in Russia to actually train these people to do anything. So all they've been doing is getting these guys and putting them on a train, offloading them in a bus somewhere nearer the front, riding the bus up to some woods, having them march through the woods and get in a trench. And they have no support. Sometimes they have no officers present. They are literally a meat wall. And the capacity of Russia to do any better than that, and any, it's just no time soon. None of this would affect the course of the battle in the next several months, except to jack up the Russian casualty rate, because these people are going to be pretty much useless on the battlefield. I mean, even a scared, untrained guy in a trench with a automatic rifle is, you've got to get him out of the trench and separate him from his automatic rifle or from this world. But interesting, the direction of the penetration in Robodyne. I don't have any information about it, but one option would be going laterally behind the front line where the Russians have concentrated almost all their manpower, and then combining that with an attack from the another direction and knocking off huge swaths of the Russian line by enfilade operations, we call them. Rather than just take one spearhead and drive right to the coast. If their objective was to destroy as much of the Russian army in Ukraine as possible, don't be upset if they don't run right down to the Azov Sea. They may, with these highly mobile and super heavy firepower units, they may just do some, cruising along, do some raids, bushwhack some guys from the back, knock off some other positions in the rear, take out that they could have the Russians sitting there with nothing but the front line and the conscripts hanging out. The other thing is a whole lot of VDV units and Spetsnaz units have been attacked, and these were thrown into the Robotyne battle, and they have been seriously depleted by being in pretty much constant contact since last February, and they've been largely filled with a lot of conscripts who also were really not trained. But having those units are, the only ones those of us that are grunts ever saw in a video that actually were acting like they were trained infantry, and even then it was spotty. But and that was only in the first months of the war when they were all the professional soldiers and not conscripts or contract troops. So yeah, each wave is weaker and weaker than the last one. That was the point. So the idea that magically there's going to be 100, 200,000 troops that show up like the same kind of troops that march at in old May Day parades in Moscow. No, they're going to be old guys, young guys, poorly equipped, no training, zero morale. I mean, the classic is when the replacements are coming in and they're all green, and they see the veteran unit going down the opposite shoulder of the road, all wounded and shot up, and they know that those guys were real soldiers, and they know they're not, and they're being sent to the front. I mean, the morale I think is starting to crater and will have effect. So I hope sooner. I hope that people surrender and don't cause casualties on either side. But we'll see. But we could be nearing the point where there are very large scale surrenders.
Randy, when the old guys are coming out of the line and the FNGs, the green troops are moving in. That visual will snatch their soul away. But Randy, me and you have said this before. This is why cluster munitions are key. That's what saves Ukrainian soldiers' lives. Doesn't matter if they put 400,000 noobs in there, right? If Ukraine has enough cluster munitions to hit them with that, Randy, you know this, there is nothing more demoralizing than getting hit by that munition.
Yeah, there's nowhere to run, and the idea, and this is again, some of the people that don't know shit about combat are saying, well, there are these multiple lines, so if the first line gets run over, they're going to march back and take up positions in the second line. Yeah, that shit's not going to happen. They're going to be trying to remember where the mines are, if they ever knew where the minefields were, trying to run back to the second position on foot, under fire by cluster munitions. We've already seen some video clips of that. It does not end well for the Ruskies. Retreating under fire is bad enough, but when you've got drones accurately spotting cluster munitions on you as you're moving across open terrain, whoa! I nobody would want to do that.
Yeah, it's a bad idea, isn't it, George?
I was going to say, yeah. If you're retreating disorganized, like we've seen them retreat, that's morale breaking. And remember, this is where we're starting to see some of that panic now. We're starting to get reports of Russians surrendering a lot easier. So, as these battles keep taking place, and Randy, you hit the nail on the head. People need to understand. this is what people don't. It's the news reporters. It's these people saying, "Oh, the offensive has failed. It's a disaster." No, it's not about taking ground. That's this is the biggest argument that Hitler had with his high command. Well, the ones that knew what the hell they were doing. It's not about taking ground. It's about destroying the opposition force, the enemy force. And that's what Ukraine is trying to do. Randy hit the nail right on the head. As they break through a line, turning to your left and turning to your right and catching them in what we would call, right, Randy, in the oblique, right? From one side, from left to right, and rolling up that line, that's where you get the big win, because now you can destroy the rest of the troops that you would most people would bypass. You don't want to bypass them. You want to crush them, because as you push through that first line, the troops on your right and your left, if they don't have the manpower to push to try to cut off your spearhead, they're going to retreat into that second line. But if you can make that right hook or left hook and roll them up before they get to retreat to the next line of defense, that's a big win for you, because now you're removing the one asset that the Russians are starving for, is manpower, especially any manpower that has experience, like Randy said. So you might not see this drive to the sea initially with these breakthroughs. You might see left and right hooks as they try to roll these troops that are now caught on that first or second line and try to cut off the retreat, either surrounding them or destroying them, piecemeal. That's the objective. The objective of the ZSU, of the Ukrainian Armed Forces, is not necessarily taking back territory right now. It's destroying Russia's ability to defend the territory they've taken. And that means to destroy their equipment, artillery, MRS systems, and to crush as much of their army as they possibly can.
And the advantages then the Ukrainians have will all come into play. Their mobility. These are all armored and mechanized units that can really roll. And we've seen a lot of video clips of them rolling down the road. I mean, when there's open space, they can friggin' move. So they'll never know where they're going to be. The other advantage is command and control. You get a line collapsing, and it's like, what do we do now? Where's the captain? Where's the colonel? What are we supposed to do? And the Russian command and control is shitty in the best of times, but when they've got their headquarters being blown up by HIMARS and their lines breaking and penetration, and they got bad intel about how much the penetration is, who's behind them, who's in front of them, and this is where the Ukrainian intel signal and satellite and all that will be invaluable. So we'll go from a situation which people tried to liken to World War I, trench warfare, that was not symmetrical, but roughly symmetrical until the Ukrainians knocked out so much air defense and artillery that they would win those encounters. But we'll go to the area where they are the strongest and the Russians are the weakest, and that will be mobile, fast-moving warfare with a need for rapid reaction and decision-making by local unit commanders about what they're going to do when they don't have headquarters orders.
Genesis man, do you want to go ahead and then we'll go back to George?
Yeah, thank you, Mockers. Thank you, George, for keeping us honest and your experience, and Randy, you as well, in these matters, as it does explain a lot to us people that are just looking on. And I've learned not to take anything most newspaper people, editors say with a massive pinch of salt. I just wanted to ask one question, George. So those and I think it was a T10 tank, the one that goes at 0 miles an hour up and down, when were they actually manufactured or started to manufacture them?
Like we're talking 48, 49, 50, 52.
Jesus Christ, that is the bottom of the barrel then, is it not? Is there anything else they can scrape out after that?
Well, there might be a Joseph Stalin 2 or 3 tank from 44, 45 they might roll out. And we saw one we saw a couple on a train a while back, but we weren't sure if that was rolling toward the front or they were just moving something to make space for something else.
So that is properly the bottom of the barrel then. I mean, there ain't nothing else, nowhere, no how, no when, anywhere for them after this lot. And like you say, they're easily knocked out and will probably be used as static gun emplacements. I get that, but Jesus, that is bad, is it not?
That's desperation.
Thank you, sir.
Did you have anything else you wanted to reply to Randy, George?
No, I'm gonna drop down. I'll join you guys later on in a few hours. Okay. Y'all have a good day.
You too. Have a good one, George. So I have news, and I have news that looks terrible for the Russians. I'll be honest. So this morning we have reports that the armed forces of Ukraine have made further territorial gains towards Verbove. And I can see there are a number of areas which appear now to have been removed from the grey zone and, judging by these maps, made into Ukrainian-controlled territory. I also have a little note on Novoprokopivka. I have no idea if I'm saying that right, but that'll do. Ukrainians are continuing to advance, and there are fights in it. Now, there's a note here from a Russian military blogger type person, and it says regarding Novoprokopivka, whatever it is, yesterday I said there were fights, one of the first, and today they have already begun to confirm this. I deleted the post, however, and you know why. And I can only assume that Igor Gherkin is a prime example of the why. Now, I'm going to get myself another beverage, and then I have something that the lovely Iwana has brought to my attention. Well, in fact, I'll tell you about it while I'm walking about. So, talking of all the shuffling of the deck, shall we say, of the Russian military bigwigs, this is a bit personal, I suppose, that the Salisbury poisoning commander will replace Prigozhin in Russia's African operations. So I think we'd heard this mooted previously that Major General Andrei Averianov is now leading the the Covert Operations Unit in the GRU, which carries out missions on foreign soil at the orders of Putin. So he is a Russian intelligence chief responsible for the unit that carried out the 2018 Salisbury poisonings, and is now being tipped to take over the African operation of the Wagner mercenary group. So he's previously been implicated in carrying out a number of foreign assassinations, not just the Salisbury poisoning, and he now appears to be seen introducing himself to Africa's leaders throughout the St. Petersburg summit, or whatever it was, last month. So it's leading to a view that he may be the familiar face that's being introduced to them. And certainly he was there at the behest of Putin. Certainly Prigozhin was not, even though he attended the summit And we said, didn't we, that this might be one of the bones of contention, that Prigozhin was not backing down. He was not going away and being quiet. He was still meeting African leaders and swanning about like he owned the place. And it kind of looked bad. And he was getting in the way. So the Commons Foreign Affairs Committee Conservative Chair Alicia Kearns suspects that General Averyanov would be positioned to take over the leadership of the Wagner network in Africa. And it is quite likely that Putin has orchestrated all of this. Well, obviously. Now, this information comes from the Eye, which is not always 100%, but you know what? They've quoted and named an actual person, so I'm happy that, you know, that they're coming out with the actual quotes, not just a what do you call it, an unnamed source, because that just annoys me. So yeah, it would seem that there is indeed already a plan to fill Prigozhin's shoes in Africa. It's funny how it all works out, isn't it, Ioana?
Yeah, and you know, I was wondering what will happen with the Wagnerites in Africa, because this was their main business. Actually, I think Prigozhin regretted that he didn't stay in Africa and he got involved in this war of aggression in Ukraine, because it was much profitable to be in Africa instead of, you know, dying in that meat grinder in Ukraine. And yeah, I was wondering what will happen with the Wagnerites in Africa. I thought maybe this will be dissolved, which would have been a good thing for all the world, I think. In the same time, we have seen, like 2 days ago, an indication that the UK will put Wagner on the list of terrorist groups. And I said to myself, maybe this is too late, you know, because it was decapitated, the group. I'm referring to the group. But now with this possible new commander of the Wagner group, I think it's even more necessary to put this group on the list of terrorist groups, because he's a cruel, unscrupulous person, and we have seen that he acted even on the territory of Great Britain. So yeah, what do you think about this?
Well, I think the UK should be taking a dim view of this fella in particular, yeah, and it would be good to get that sort of shoved through. Certainly connected with the Salisbury poisonings. Anybody there, well, it should be a particularly sore point for the British, don't you think?
Yeah, I think the same. Just administrative question, Marcus. Do you have issues with Twitter right now? Because I seem to be co-host, but I do not have any of the, you know, buttons for a co-host.
Oh, that's useful. That's probably why we don't see anybody wanting to come up as well, because I'm a bit blind in that department. I would say go for a recycle, my lovely. See if that helps.
Okay.
There was an update which I had to do last night quite late, so you might find they've sneaked a new update in. And that's, you know, just for anybody listening as well, if you're having any issues. They sneaked an update up on us last night, certainly for Android users anyway.
Yeah, in fact, at the beginning it worked, and then you know that button to mute all began flickering, so appearing, disappearing, appearing, disappearing, and now it disappeared completely.
Oh, that happens when you've not got any speakers up. That's what it is. Unless your other functions are broken, that just happens.
Okay, so I'll stay for a while and see see how it goes. Okay.
Yeah, what you could see when it was flickering there was somebody disconnecting. So it pops on and off as it disconnects them, I think.
Thank you, Marcus. Learning every day.
Oh yeah, I've been here long enough chatting to myself. Don't you worry, I've seen that before. So, the Institute of the Study of War have put out a little update here, and I'm just checking it is today's update. Yes, it is. And I'll just give you a little summary. So they state that the armed forces of Ukraine have approached the second line of defense in the Robotny area. And let's just have a little explanation of what that means. So the defense forces of Ukraine approached the second line in the area of the village of Robotny, which is now confirmed to be liberated, in the Pologiv district of the Zaporizhia region. One of the famous military commanders of the Russians expressed his concern about this situation and stated it was a critical moment on the battlefield. Critical, I like that. The American Institute for the Study of War included data in its report on August 24th and analysed that Ukrainian soldiers are further expanding the breakthrough of the defensive lines of the Russian armed forces in the western part of the Zaporizhia region. Now, I sort of said this the other day. I'm not going to say that I was like crystal ball gazing or anything. I was indeed guessing based upon the knowledge that I had gleaned, but that once they had a passage through the main body of the minefields, they were indeed going to start expanding that breakthrough into, I suppose, a bridgehead, where basically they're going to form like an arrowhead in order to protect their flanks and then just start moving forward. And it does look as though that is the case, that they are indeed forming some sort of arrowhead type shape in order to, oh, sorry, two messages. In order to then bolster themselves in that position and continue to break through the second line of defences, which apparently is not as wide as the first line of defences. And then where are they? They're on the last line of defence if they continue forward in the way they're going. And, well, I'm going to say that that last line of defence is going to be a bad place for the Russians to be. Now, I do have a little bit more information coming through from Sevastopol. So there were drones and explosions over Simferopol last night, confirmed. Well, they've said at the range in the Kazacha Bay, shooting was heard, including hand grenade launchers. And depending on the direction of the wind, combat could be heard in different parts of the city. So, well, good luck to them.
Yeah, I have seen a video and it looks quite interesting what is happening in that area.
Yeah, and just to recap, we have currently a situation with a base within the Russian occupied Crimea. And, according to preliminary data, that there appears to be quite a number of casualties. So it's a terrible shame. It's a terrible shame. They should maybe go home. Yeah, I just think, maybe they're going to get the message eventually. Just hopping back to Robotny, I did mention that there was a nice video of a burning tank this morning, and there's some comments here that the drivers and the gunners are having to scan and shoot out-of-place objects to demine in the middle of the dirt road and during a manoeuvre. So they actually spotted a mine, shot at it, took it out, and then continued to roll forward. Now, that's a level of awareness that I think, they've developed, I would say. We've seen a an awful lot of vehicles falling afoul of mines on both sides. But certainly you wouldn't want the Ukrainians to keep having that problem. And it would appear that they are learning as they go. And, well, we know that they're very fast learners, aren't they? And, yeah, it's good to hear. Now then, I've got a little bit of a story, more developing information on this guy who was picked up in Finland. The reason it's coming up now is this guy is called Jan Petrovsky. He's a delightful Russian neo-Nazi, and he was detained a month ago in Finland. And it's coming up now because Ukraine have put in a request to extradite him rather than deport him back to Russia. So one of their reasons for extraditing him to Ukraine is A, justice, and B, that maybe they could get quite a few in exchange for him, because he seems to be a profitable person for this current regime. And so as people are trying to sort of, campaign for him to be released and sent back to Russia, Ukraine have said, oh, well, if you want him so much, so do we, because we could exchange him for a number of people that are in captivity, and that would be very useful for us. So I think that's lovely, but the grey zone is not very happy, would you believe? I know that they put out a statement this morning, and here it is. The news is now spreading that a Russian citizen has been detained in Finland, and the Russian Foreign Ministry, in turn, is trying to take measures to help. But this is no longer news. In fact, the situation is as follows. So Russian citizen Yan Igorovich Petrovsky, call sign Slavyan, was detained in Finland more than a month ago on July the 20th. At the same time, my good friend Alexei Milchakov, one of them, pick one. Anyway, his call sign is Serb. That's a bit easier. I wonder where he comes from. Anyway, the commander of the Russist DSHRG wrote to me about this, that the fighter detained was Slavyan. Even despite the fact that earlier Jan Petrovsky had now deprived of a residence permit in Norway since the pre-war times. Well, that's what you get for being a terrorist. Anyway, so here's why, though, because he has been fighting as a volunteer in the Donbass since 2014. So you admit then that it was you guys and not separatists. I like that as well. Then he also fought for Russia in other parts of the world, and now he returned to the war in Ukraine. At the time of his arrest, he was placed in the migrant detention center in Finland. And the reason for his detention is called something like violation of migration legislation of the Schengen area. Well, he is a terrorist, you see. That's kind of what happens when you're a known terrorist. Anyway, so after the arrest, his wife, who was traveling with him to resolve issues with studies and subsequent return to Russia, this indicates that the departure to Finland was not for the purposes of recreation or immigration, immediately notified the Russian consulate, just as the Finnish side did. But the Russian Foreign Ministry did not react to this, either in a public or behind-the-scenes format. In fact, not at all. That's not a surprise, is it? Not at all. It just it amuses me greatly that they think that they would have done something anyway. Since July the 20th, Jan Petrovsky has not been visited by either the Russian consul or the lawyer. Gosh. Despite the fact that Slavyan's wife wrote personally to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the presidential administration of the Russian Federation. Oh no, did they not read her letters? Oh. Anyway, today's public reaction to the situation from the Russian Foreign Ministry is connected only with the fact that Jan Petrovsky was transferred to a prison, where, according to the latest news, he will not be expected to be deported to Russia after all, but to be extradited, which Ukraine has now requested. Let me remind you that the Russian volunteer unit DSHRG, Rushish, whatever they are, as well as its command in the face of Serb and Slavian, is under US and EU sanctions. And in Ukraine, they are just waiting for their extradition, just as the Russians were waiting for the Azov. Though we have now seen the fate of Azov. Yeah, they've apparently imprisoned a bunch of them and then given them hefty long sentences and deported them to some Siberian hole somewhere, which is delightful. Anyway, he says, now we will see if the Russian state will stand up for the volunteers. It's a bit hopeful, that, isn't it? I don't think so. They're so naive, like children. Anyway, bless the little summer child. So, I do not know why Slavian went to friendly Finland. I do not know the answer to this. Maybe he was worried about his wife, who was alone when it comes to a trip. But even Jan's reckless act is not a reason to leave Russia in trouble. Sorry. He wasn't being reckless. He was trying to save his butt. Slavian is threatened with extradition now to Ukraine, either indirectly or through a third country in a fictitiously created criminal case. I have a feeling that earlier on he just admitted that he was in Donbass in 2014. So he's just contradicted himself there. But anyway. Extradition to Ukraine is equivalent to 15 to 20 years, or maybe even a life sentence. I ask friendly channels to help pass this information to any format that is convenient. And, well, I've got to say that this guy who's writing this from the grey zone, he appears to be, again, a little bit naive. That he thinks that the government's going to step in and help this guy who's just, you know, he's just one of them. He's not got any power or influence, has he? Why would they bother? So, yeah, that just I kind of love these things that they think that, I don't know, that somebody's going to help them. I don't know. So there are also more Russian tears coming our way. I know, it's going to be a flood soon. Several Russian resources are highlighting a dangerous situation with regards to the islands and the Dnipro River, where reconnaissance companies of the Russian 205th Brigade are ordered forward without any artillery support. I think we've heard that before. Anyway, as a result, this results in their immediate destruction. First messages emerged when the Russian mercenary with the call sign 13th published on his channel an audio message attacking the commander of the 205 Brigade. This was followed up by 4 to 5 other channels confirming the information and also mentioning similar situations developing in a number of other units. Now, there is a chat log provided by Russian military, reportedly to be someone in the brigade, and it is unclear which specific island they're talking about, but appears to be somewhere near Kherson. So, I'm going to have a little drink first before I go with this, because it's a bit wordy.
Okay, in the meantime, I can tell you something about Peskov. Guess who spoke again?
Has he been drinking again, that Peskov?
Well, I don't know if he drank, but he spoke again, and he spoke about several things. For example, he said that a special military operation is being carried out right now, among other things, to exclude such terrorist manifestations from Kyiv as drone attacks. Perfect logic, don't you think?
Makes sense, doesn't it? Yeah, makes
Yeah.
sense to me.
So, of course, there would have been no drone attack if there was no special military operation, of course. He also spoke about Prigozhin. He said that, let me find it on Guardian. He said that it's absolutely ridiculous to think that Putin might have had a hand in it. So he just ruled out this. He said that it's impossible to know if Putin will attend the funeral because he has a very, very, very full schedule. And also said about the Wagner Group that it has no formal legal existence. It exists as a group, and it has made a big contribution to Russia's military campaign in Ukraine. He praised its fighter for heroism, but of course, no legal existence, so practically it doesn't exist. Yeah, so Putin has no hand in what happened to Prigozhin, and of course, you have to speak about the heroes only with good words. Russian society does not accept cases of insulting veterans of the military operation in Ukraine, of course. And he also said that preparations are being made for the meeting between Putin and Erdogan. It was yesterday, I think it was announced that the meeting will take place on 4th of September. Now they say that it will take place soon. So I don't know if the date 4th of September stays or not. And also he said that Putin will not go to the G20 summit in India in September. He will maybe participate via video link. There is no plans for Putin's direct participation there. Has a very busy schedule, and the main focus is on the events related to the special military operation. Yeah, he's very busy, Putin. He's very, very busy sitting in a bunker and chewing his nails, I believe. Anyway, he will not go to India. Of course, India is not a signatory of the Rome Statute, so it has no legal obligation, let's say, to deliver Putin to the ICC. Previously, India even hosted some individuals that were indicted by ICC, for example, the president of Sudan, Omar Hassan al-Bashir. So Putin will not probably be directly in danger if he goes in India. But again, I think he's kind of scared mouse right now. I don't know what to think. He doesn't seem to be very willing to leave his bunker. What do you think, Mockers?
Yeah, I think there might be a bit of paranoia going around, and I wonder if he's concerned that, you know, getting on an aircraft himself and making himself vulnerable in that way might not be a good idea, considering what's happened with a few aircraft when Russia have got involved. You never know, he might be considering in his head that other people may also have this idea. So yeah, I do believe there is an awful lot of paranoia. And well, he didn't go to Africa for a good reason, did he? And he also left a lot of speculation open in Africa when he dialed in with a strange voice. Now, you know, it all seems a bit weird. And
also not seeming to remember on what hand he has the watch. So that was very strange also.
Yeah, I mean, to me, that's somebody who normally wears their watch on that hand, because that seemed to be sort of a natural reaction that he then just tried to play off as looking at the back of his hand. And, you know, something like that can't really be faked. And so, yeah, there is some question as to whether or not that was the real man himself, and a suggestion that maybe it wasn't. Ming?
Thanks, Marcus. No, so I think what would be interesting to have a look at, I haven't had a chance yet, but I'll have a quick peek. Which countries would he have to overfly to get to India? And are they signatories or not? So that's an issue to consider. And the other one is on the paranoia front. You know, I certainly wouldn't leave Russia with a whole bunch of disgruntled people at home potentially plotting against me if I was in Putin's shoes. So yeah, probably a lot better all round to stay at home.
Yeah, he's certainly got plenty of reasons to not leave the country right now. I mean, let's face it, if he wasn't there for any period of time, people might just get up to mischief. And, well, I think he's had enough of mischief in his supposedly loyal circle. So, yeah, I would see him as very reticent to take his eye off the ball at the moment. Despite the fact that, you know, he may have a stranglehold currently.
Sorry, Marcus, I know that you have something prepared, but I remember that someone else spoke recently, and it was quite ridiculous what he said. It's about Medvedev. You know, you asked if Peskov drank again. Well, Medvedev definitely did. Basically, he was speaking about Georgia, and he said something along the line that Russia might annex Abkhazia and Ossetia if there are reasons to do this, because many people there still want to be in Russia, and Russia can consider it. And this was a few days after the commemoration of Russian invasion in Georgia. And I also want to bring this subject up now, because yesterday we have seen the manifestations in Georgia with the occasion of the Independence Day of Ukraine, and it was absolutely amazing. The crowd, the young people there, just being together and celebrating the independence of Ukraine. And that speaks a lot about the desire for freedom of the Georgian people. And I just wanted to put these two things in contrast.
Yes, absolutely. The people of Georgia are incredible with their support and their own desire to do better and to be governed better. And yeah, Russia saying stuff like that. I mean, you know, Medvedev saying stuff like that. I mean, he's a bit bonkers anyway, and he always makes these very far-reaching comments. But it's just another threat, isn't it? If you bother us, we will see the need to take over more of your territory. Just another threat, and it's all very. It's words now. It's words. They used to be able to do the actions that backed up the words, but I'm going to say that right now they may be a little bit hampered in that. And thank goodness for Ukrainians, hey. Lily, welcome up. We've not chatted in a while.
Good morning, Markers, Brianna, Ming. I miss you guys. You know, this paid work thing is so sucky sometimes. But anyway, I didn't know if anyone had mentioned the Wall Street Journal front page above the fold article, Wagner Chief Race to Save Empire. So while we're saying he's not knowing this and that, bouncing around, it was only 4 days before his plane came down. So he was traveling around Sahel and below. And while he was shoring up his previous contracts and promising this or that, also receiving gold bullion from Sudan and telling them he needed more, but he would provide more, that what was happening at the same time? Well, maybe Putin didn't want to ever go to Africa right now, but the Russian Ministry of Defense had their peeps in Libya making their own arrangements and undercutting Prigozhin, who is on the continent at the very same time. And then he did a little, what they're saying now, I guess it's sort of in hindsight, his swan song flyby. He went to several other business regions in Africa before going back to Russia. So I just thought that was interesting. They don't mention, I believe, I've read it very quickly because I'm rushing in, the person you mentioned, Walkers or Rihanna, who was saying about who's going to replace Prig. I forget.
Andrzej or something. I don't know.
God bless you.
Indeed. Yeah. I don't know. It began with an A, it ended with an Ev. Him. He did the Salisbury poisonings, basically, or he arranged them, the little tinker.
Exactly. So if you, I don't know that it's that full of new facts, but I certainly could gift it up in the site when I get in the office. It's interesting though that we do see that the time frame was that this was definitely planned, and I bet you Prigozhin knew. I mean, he has a feel for it. Now, what I'm thinking is going to be interesting to think that those Russian blockhead MOD people, or whoever they're going to put in Africa, to think that they're going to be able to, in a suave manner, get the countries in Africa to go along with their management style, as opposed to Prigozhin, who was, they're all, you know, miscreants of a different level. But it'll be, I think, fascinating. And this is probably something, it's just a thought to keep there. And as we see the evolution of the countries and Wagner, specifically, unfortunately, the continent of Africa. Yeah. Thank you so much. And I'll be listening now.
And just to give you the information, I have the name is Andrei Averyanov, the head of covert operations unit in the GRU.
Dankeschön.
See, I told you it began with an A and ended with an Ov. Sorry, it's just, yeah, it's how it goes. Now, Shaggy Fella, he will be on later, and he's put up a lovely video of his megaphone being put to good use in London yesterday at the gathering and protest for Ukraine. And he said that the crowd was incredible. Loads more people than he expected. Really good atmosphere. Lots of you know, positivity and happy people, and people just meeting and getting along. Lots of interest from groups and some press. And I'm going to sneeze.
Bless you.
Thanks. I didn't want to do that in your ears. Yeah, he was interviewed for I think it's a little documentary that somebody's doing to, you know, looking at the support that Ukraine has galvanized. And so he told them about NAFO, and they didn't even know about NAFO, would you believe? Which I thought was shocking, considering what they were trying to put together. So luckily, there was a couple of NAFO doggies, one of them being another Alex Ferguson. And so they teamed up to educate these people the joys of NAFO. And so hopefully they'll now be taking a closer look at that and the absolute wondrous stuff that has happened as a result of strange online cartoon dogs. Yeah, it's still absolutely amuses me to no end, but in a good way, in a very good way. Who'd have
Just
thunk it?
wanted to say that I've seen that video and it's absolutely amazing. I retweeted it. I encourage everybody to look at it because it's, you know, you get shivers when watching and listening to it. So yeah, it's amazing.
Pop it in the nest, sugar. Pop it in the nest. I just lost it because I was going to want to put it in the nest and then I lost it. So I was like, oh, right, I'll just leave it. But yeah, if you've got it, pop it in the nest. See, I've not even had a chance to retweet it myself, even though I loved it. So what have we here? Yes, this is a chat log provided as a report from someone from this brigade with regards to the islands. And we already heard that the one guy out of the 305th or whatever was dragged off to to the funny farm, I suppose. I'm trying to think what you call it. Yeah, he was dragged off for psychiatric assistance, shall we say. And so this, I think, is the guy who tried to help in this situation. So let's get into this. Fighters from one of the recon companies of the 205th Brigade appealed to us to highlight the problem on the islands. Devils, who is specifically the brigade commander, name hidden, and the head of the recon battalion, name hidden, are sending our boys without artillery support, drones, well, anything basically. They are killing our boys in droves. Recon battalion receives the task to reach the island. So they're not on the islands anymore. They're trying to take them back. First, a deep recon company goes, and they are 200 and 300. Then the first company, also 200 and 300, plus captured. The second recon company, with no artillery support. We lose a full company in 2 days. Oof. Company commander Asmanov, him, stood up for the guys, but he was dismissed, and they also now want to dismiss his deputies. Company commander Asmanov said, "We have no UAVs, no artillery support. Lads are yelling from the island requesting evacuation due to their injuries and fire support for cover, but there's none." The commander was dismissed. Other info came through that they also want to dismiss Sergeant Magomedov and Sergeant Korol for the same reason. Zero supplies. Our lads were dropping chocolate bars from drones to the boys so they could at least eat something. Something very strange is happening. The Ukrainians are easily coming in, effing us up and leaving. Their mortars and artillery won't let us stick our noses out anywhere. Commands come to keep moving forward, but the guys say this is a swamp. They are not listened to. Asking the command of the Dnipro group and the general staff to pay attention to this situation further, since very soon we face Cossack camp multiplied by 3 if the situation is not changed. So he admits there that they got absolutely trounced at the Cossack camp. That's always nice to hear. We've heard that they did have a bit of trouble there, and gosh, it's terrible. Oh, there's some extra spicy details from Dimitri here as well. So I think this was yes. Earlier, I wrote about the terrible situation in the Kherson direction. Here are some details. On the Kherson front, the Ukrainians were completely given the initiative. They come to our shore, smash the strong points and settlements, take captives, and leave. They do whatever they want, and no one takes any action to change this situation. There's a sign that the Russian defences there aren't very good. You see, this is the sort of thing that I keep seeing, and it sounds like they're getting to full-on desperation.
What can I say, Mockers? More. We want more.
Well, I want more of the deterioration of the situation there, because, yeah, when they start getting desperate and they're dismissing the, commanders left, right, and centre just because they're saying we can't keep doing this. Well, what does that tell you? It tells you that those guys that they're sending in them waves are just going to continue dying. It doesn't deal with the situation at all. And so, yeah, I'm just thinking that it might be something that they should have thought of something different to do. But, the orders come from high command that you must continue to go forward, and so blindly they do, no matter what, removing any obstacle in them sending men directly to their deaths. It's a very strange system where a commander cannot do something to save the life of his own people, and if he tries, he's literally hoiked off somewhere as being hysterical or whatever, or just sacked and probably chucked in a basement somewhere. You know what they're like. They like to do that sort of thing, don't they?
I think that's a rhetorical question, Mokas.
It kind of was, but I had to sneeze again. Sorry.
Okay. In the meantime, I was kind of a little bit. I've seen 2 pieces of news in the Guardian, and they are kind of sad in a way. One is about. Let me read it. So, German prosecutors said that they are investigating the attempted murder of Berlin-based journalist Elena Kostyuchenko. She's ethnically Russian, after she was one of the 3 Russian exiled journalists who experienced symptoms consistent with poisoning. So basically, they said that there are reasons to believe that she was poisoned. That happened last October. She experienced extreme disorientation, abdominal pain, swollen extremities on a train journey from Munich to Berlin. And now it's her words. When I got out of the train station, I realized I couldn't figure out how to get home. The pain in my stomach was getting worse and worse. Even touching my skin was painful. I barely slept that night, and for several more after that. As soon as I managed to fall asleep, the pain would woke me up. So this is in Novaya Gazeta Europe, the article, and yeah, it's another attempt of poisoning. We just spoke about the Salisbury poisoning earlier, so this is kind of worrying in a way, because the Russians are still doing this type of things. And the second one,
they don't change, do they, Joanna? They really don't change. Once you said that, I've got a terrible tale of woe for you, which is Schadenfreude. Please go ahead.
Yeah, there is a second article about an hour ago, still on Guardian. Poland wants to see if there is no Russian involvement in the outbreak of the Legionnaires' disease. So practically, they are investigating if there is no involvement from the Russians, because 7 people died in the south of the country, and this may be the result of intentionally tampering with the water system. The bacteria that causes the illness has been found in 113 patients in Rzeszów and the surrounding area, according to the health authorities. 7 people died, aged 64 to 95. They had other health conditions, and the Internal Security Agency is investigating several possibilities, several scenarios, and this includes a possible involvement by Russian agents. So again, this is concerning. We don't know if indeed it was so, but the fact that they are thinking about it and investigating it tells us something. So what is your tale of woe, Mokas?
The very fact that that's even been suggested tells us a lot, doesn't it? Tells us they do indeed have some suspicion, and this is why we need to make a decision. Get all your work visas and tear them up and go home. Take your passport and use it to go home. And if you have dual nationality, well, maybe you don't anymore. That's a bit harsh and it's against lots of laws, but I would be all for that. would you like a tale of, well, this is woeful for some people and beautiful for others?
Of course, Marcus.
Well, it would seem that Moscow has already decided that Wagner is over. A bunch of Wagner graves have been concreted over as though they never existed. And the Wagner PMC leader has not yet even been buried, and the graves of his mercenaries have already been basically removed. So you remember those places where Prigozhin himself visited, and he walked around and, you know, showed off the graves of the Wagner. Well,
yeah, but how do you remove a grave? It's the decorations or the names, or this is really confusing.
yeah. Well, I'm gonna send you the video of the what they've done is they've taken out all of the crosses that were placed there, all the wooden crosses with their names. They're all piled up along one side, and the place has been tarmacked and gravelled, and there is a single sort of memorial, and all the flowers and what have you that were purchased and put on the graves have just been sort of left in a big pile, ready to be collected later. And there's a couple of guys just sort of tidying it up, you know, tidying up the concreted area and just spreading out the gravel to make sure it looks as though it never existed. And obviously this guy taking the video is absolutely incredulous that this is happening. But what did we expect? Remember that picture of was it Stalin with his buddy who then disappeared from the photo? It's kind of the same thing, isn't it? Well, yeah, you annoyed me, and now you're disappearing from everywhere.
Talking about cancel culture, because it was a culture, the Wagner culture. So now they are canceling it. So nothing to see here. Circulate. Please go away. There is nothing here. You didn't see anything.
Yeah, so all those you know, places that Prigozhin opened, and he said, you know, these are Wagner cemeteries for our boys and what have you, and look, I'm looking after even the graves of our boys. Yeah, all of his good work there has been erased, and well, that's how you get rid of somebody, I suppose, isn't it? All these people just being forgotten about in a very Stalin-esque way. Talking of Stalin-esque approaches, I do have a bit of news from the finances of Russia, and it's based on a few different things that President Putin mentioned about new policies, capital control, and incentives in his recent speech. Incentives for saving, to save money. So the first, which is the capital control, allows to keep check on the currency and inflation, while the second is a way to lower consumption and increase, therefore, the amount of capital available to banks, presumably so that the state can steal it. What this may mean is there is, becoming a total war mentality, basically. The Kremlin cannot continue on this way and has to move to a much more rigid and expensive resource collection system. Now, funnily enough, earlier in the war, personnel from the Central Bank of Russia were asking themselves if they were the Reichsbank 2.0. And now, in a twist of unexpected or very expected irony, they are indeed implementing exactly the same policies of the Reichsbank between 1933 and 1945. That's almost terrifying, isn't it, Ivana?
It is, but yeah, that's the problem. Russia will do all all it has to do to continue this war. So Russia must be stopped. I said it before, we are now 1.5 years into this war, and they are doing changes in order to adapt to this reality, in order to get over the sanctions. They are doing changes in the laws, they are doing changes in how the industry works, and we have to hurry up. It's very important to understand this. We have to hurry up, and we have to help Ukraine with everything it needs, because Russia would starve its population. Putin will starve the population, but he will continue the war unless he's defeated. So yeah, they are doing this. They are trying to reduce the inflation, because the inflation is quite high right now. They did this with the interest rate. They do this with encouraging savings and everything. They are changing the rules for the capital. They are imposing some supplementary taxes for companies. They are imposing taxes for the companies that want to leave Russia. The commissions in the banks for trading with the foreign currency are over the top. For some banks, it's 50%. Other banks stopped trading with currency, and yeah, they are diverting the funds from the budget to the military-industrial complex, and they are still trying to adapt. So if we are not fast enough, if we are not taking the measures that we have to take, and Befitter yesterday talk about it, and it's amazing, and I just want to advertise the podcast when it will appear, because you have to listen to this. If we are not fast enough, and if we are not enforcing the sanctions, we will let Russia go and up its military complex. They already did, and they are continuing to do it. Even if the economy will suffer, even if the people will suffer, they do not care about the people. Putin just cares about, you know, his image as the new Tsar. So yeah, it's totally true, and unfortunately it's very sad.
Yeah, exactly. It's just continuing to milk the society for everything that they can get. And yeah, it is a bad situation for anybody caught up in it. And yeah, we can only hope that they don't like it enough to do something about it. I'm not very hopeful of that, but you know, let's just say that it will cause other problems, however, you know, like theft and people bartering and things like that. They're not going to continue to put money into the system if they can't buy anything. So, you know, they'll just get by without buying things. I have a funny feeling that it was the same in the 90s.
That's exactly what I wanted to say. They were there in the 90s. At the beginning of the 90s, there was a barter economy in Russia and in the former Soviet republics, and it was dark. the 90s were a dark period. There was racketing. There was increased crime and everything that goes with it. So it was a very dark period, and Russia is risking getting again another time into that darkness, let's say. Not that there is too much light right now in Russia.
Sorry, Sugar, I was typing a message. I typed that very fast. I hope it wasn't full of typos. Anyway, so I've had a little bit of information here from the spokesman of the General Staff of the Armed Forces, Andrei Kovalev. I don't know how I say that. But he's stating that Ukrainian soldiers have advanced in the direction of Melitopol and there are successes near Bakhmut. So here's a bit more information. Melitopol direction, ZSU, have had success in the directions of Novodanilivka and Novopropivka. I can't say these ones. And Tokmacha. I don't know. OCHER it starts with. AUG somewhere. Retuvrit, maybe. Sorry. We will learn together, eh? So the Ukrainians have anchored at the achieved boundaries in that location. In Bakhmut, the defense forces are continuing their offensive south of the city of Bakhmut, and there are a number of successes where they have entrenched themselves at the borders. And the occupiers continue to try to attack in the Avdiivka, Marinka areas, as well as Kupiansk, Liman, and Bakhmut directions, because, you know, they just don't understand that it's a bit futile for them to continue, but they keep pushing people forward because, you know, we've already told somebody we've taken this area, so you must take it. Sorry, Ioana, I cut you off.
No, I just wanted to say Novoprokopivka. That one I can say. The rest, I don't have them. I have to look for the, you know, spelling of them and maybe try. In the meantime, I have an update from the Russian side. According to them, just a moment for the translation. Yeah, 73 Ukrainian drones were put out of action in a day, they say. This was reported by the Russian MOD. So there was a, between quotes, terrorist attack by UAV on objects on the territory of the Russian Federation, and it was thwarted, according to them. There was a drone over the Belgorod region. There were other drones in Olshany, Shishkov, Berestov, Golmovsky, Vasilyevka, Sladka Balka, Injerenenry, and Zofteneve. Look, mockers, I have to deal with that too. Of course, they include the LPR and the DPR and the Kharkiv region in the zones that were attacked. Of course, these are Ukrainian territories that are occupied by the Russians. And yeah, yesterday, I think, or 2 days ago, there was an investigation. Yesterday, there was an investigation by BBC with the drone attacks on the Russian targets, and the figure was 160 or around that figure. Well, according to the Russians, we can add about 70 today, so that leads us to about 130 maybe. So a lot of drones, and well, I don't know about you, but I want to see even more because you have to keep the pressure on a little bit. As we have seen, the Russians are beginning to wonder what is it with all those drones that fly above and crash into different sites, and maybe this wouldn't have happened if there was no special military operation. Well, yeah, maybe they understand something from this. In the meantime, there is a news that is ridiculous again in the Russian paper, and there is no extended article. It's just a news line from the live stream. Sources familiar with the investigation into the Nord Stream explosions confirm that the trail leads to Ukraine. There is no evidence of Russia's guilt. They quote the Spiegel for it. So back again to the Nord Stream. Every time that there is a problem in Russia, there is some talk about the Nord Stream. Have you noticed that, smokers?
I have noticed they do seem to bring it up at times when they're looking for a different dead cat. Yes. It's always something that they're waving around, isn't it?
Yeah, so here we go again. There are, according to them, no proofs that Russia was involved. Of course, we know about it, and it's kind of ridiculous. All the arguments they bring, they tend to do that type of circular arguments. They say something, and 1 month later they quote the same thing as if it was the proof, you know, for their allegations.
Yeah, we see it come out that, you know, they will leak information to sources, usually crap, and they will then push it out through various news sources, and it will then be picked up and parroted by Western media, and then they can quote the Western media and say, look, it's true, such a body reported on it. And yeah, it's just a way of propagating their information and looking as though they're legitimate when they quite clearly aren't.
Exactly. And with that, I will step down and let Mr. M take my seat. Thank you, Mockers, for today, and see you tomorrow.
Thank you, and see you tomorrow. Welcome up, Mr. M.
Good afternoon, Marcus. How are things going on here?
Well, there's been a lot of action overnight. I struggled with going to sleep, to be honest, because there was far too much going on, but I did manage in the end. Now, what we're seeing is some very good news happening. We're seeing a lot of cope and upset from the Russians, especially in the 205th Brigade, who are on the left bank of the Dnipro. They're not happy at all. And wow, there's a bit more information here that has been translated, and it is an appeal by one of the soldiers in this brigade, stuck on the left bank of the Dnipro with no help. And the commander himself of this particular unit kicked up a terrible fuss, and rumour has it he was carted off to the psychiatric ward. And this has upset a few of them. So, healthy brothers, it is time to put the cancer, this effing 205 Brigade. We do everything at our own expense. Repairing equipment is generally investing a bunch of money, and if it breaks down again, they immediately threaten us with transfers, or to immediately transfer our chevrons. Rude. And now the most terrible enemy. The sappers also have battalion. The down-and-out Lieutenant Shekelovkov, him, the most terrible murderer, drags everything out. It is not right. So to speak, I think murderer is murderer. I'm thinking that. So to speak from his guys, for the slightest misconduct, he pulls money from 50k to 300k a price for a transfer somewhere. Bonus 1010 is stable 50-50. I don't know what that means. Well, this guy is generally scum. The best word I heard from him at a meeting in the direction of us officers is, oh, that's a rude word. Yeah, so in short, he is gone. So I have a feeling that a new guy was put in charge of these fellas, and that was after the other guy has been carted off. And it seems like he's not much better. In fact, if anything, it's worse. No. Oh, cracky. Yeah, if anything, it's worse. So desperation is setting in, I would say. And I like seeing a bit of desperation. It makes me smile. So let's continue to see what's going on now. Part of their desperation to seek more men to be mobilized is now going ahead in the Donetsk People's Republic and the Luhansk People's Republic, those places that don't actually exist but have been subsequently annexed. They have now begun to cancel the sentences that Ukrainian courts imposed. So, the Prosecutor General's Office of Russia is seeking to cancel any sentences of Ukrainian courts against the residents of the DPR, LPR, Zaporizhia and Kherson regions. In the message of the department, it is noted that it concerns those who were illegally politically motivated decisions. And basically this means you were a traitor. So the Prosecutor's General Office has received 126 submissions with a request to cancel sentences of Ukrainian courts, 7 of which have already been completed. Criminal proceedings against citizens have been terminated due to the absence of corpus delicti in their actions. The legal consequences of criminal prosecution have been cancelled, the Prosecutor General Offices said. In July, a law on criminal proceedings in the annexed regions was adopted. A deputy, Pavel Krashechenkov, maybe, explained when determining punishment, a term for the worse is acceptable. That is, the punishment will not be tougher if Russian law provides for a more severe punishment for the crime committed, but at the same time, according to law, if a more severe punishment was provided by Ukrainian legislation, the Criminal Code of the Russian Federation provides for a more lenient punishment for the similar crime. A lenient punishment will now be applied. And so what he's saying there is if you're, maybe a wife beater or, you've been fighting a lot or anything like that, well, the Russians don't care about any of that. They just let those people go and mobilize them into the army because, that's a good place for them to get some supplies from. I do wonder how many, what are they called? How many prisoners they're going to have left to do this with. They really are starting to scrape the barrel if they're, looking to mobilize pretty much anyone who isn't currently doing so. Yeah, it seems awkward. Now, I'm getting here some more information about the monetary situation in Russia, and I don't know about you, Mr. M, but it looks pretty bad.
You should where?
Oh, in Russia, they're having terrible money problems. Would you believe? In fact,
Oh yes.
yes. Local producers in Russia are asking retailers to take into account the change in the ruble exchange rate as a basis for revising prices of their products. They are also in favour of reducing the time for revision of price tags to 2 weeks, according to Russian media. In other words, it is expected that the cost of all goods in shops will increase starting from September. At the same time, Rosstat reported the 5th position of the Russian economy in the world of terms of economic purchasing power. And well, they're basically borrowing economic policies from fellow BRICS countries. In countries like Argentina, it's actually very common to revise prices very regularly, in fact, up to every 72 hours. So, yeah. Let's just see what happens, but I'm going to say that that's going to be a problem.
That's going to be a huge problem for them. I have some other news. Did you know that from the commanders who started in 2014 the war, from Russia, Wagner, FSB, LPR and DPR, there is only one left alive. All the others are already dead. And the only one who is alive is Igor Girkin. I just saw a post from that. So all of those commanders who started the war in 2014 are already fertilizer on the Ukrainian soil.
Or at least no longer a problem for Putin, hey? It's funny how these people just get offed or tend to be sent to places where they're not going to Well, they're not
he's
going to be
make-
problems.
He's making sure that there is nobody left of them. So there is also nobody who could even pose a threat to him.
Exactly that. And I'm being asked to do things, but I can't do everything at once, I'm afraid. So you'll have to bear with me.
Yeah, you're not an octopus, so you have to channel everything in order.
Exactly. If some lovely people came up to chat, you know, that we would not have this issue. I would be able to do everything.
I
Please
don't
do
see,
this,
I
please
don't
do
see
that,
any
please do the other.
requests,
And I'm like,
and I am
I
still not a
can't
co-host.
do everything, I'm afraid, folks.
I cannot help you. I am not a co-host yet, and I can't not bring people up as I
So
also
I've
don't
just
see.
got like one pair of hands, I'm afraid. So yeah, everyone DMing me, just give me a sec, eh? Jerome, how nice to see you.
Good morning, muggers. I'm outside with traffic, so I hope I'm not real bad. I think it's windy. But I just wonder a quick question. How do we measure the effect of Prigozhin's demise in Africa? Has that been discussed? Like, who's running the show now? Do we see an effect in Africa of Wagner activity?
Yeah, there is a guy. I've forgotten his name again. It begins with an A and ends with an ov. And he was one of the guys responsible for planning and carrying out the poisonings in Salisbury in the UK. So he's obviously extremely nice chap. And he's now apparently been put in charge of looking after these, or at least he was introduced to all the African leaders at Putin's side at the summit. So there's every possibility that this guy is going to be either in place himself or putting someone in place to do that job.
Okay, I need education then. Who runs the Wagner show? So maybe I was expecting its complete demise now, but it's just a tool of another section of the Russian kleptocracy. I'm not quite sure on that.
Well, I think Prigozhin, not Prigozhin, I think Putin still wants to use them. You know, they're quite good at generating cash flow because of the places that they're intertwined with in Africa and what have you. However, he does kind of want the public to forget about them. I don't know if you heard, but it would appear that the special cemeteries that were opened for the Wagner by Prigozhin have been dismantled and are currently in the process of being paved over, which seems a little harsh, but it just goes to show how much somebody wants them to disappear. And yeah, it's quite frightening actually that they can just, you know, that's it. We've had enough of you. Your legacy is going to disappear completely. It reminds me of, you know, in Egyptian times where they like chipped the face off statues and stuff like that because they were like, we're going to completely erase your legacy, so that nobody would ever know who this person was. And yeah, it's very much of that sort of pettiness, if you ask me. Now then, I've done that job, right? Okay. So many jobs I need to do. Bear with me 1 second, Mr. M. If you just want to speak, I will try and sort out your situation.
Yes, there was Iona, you had it about those drones that Russian shot a lot of those drones down. Well, Budanov has made a statement that even if 70% of those drones were shot down, 30% of the drones will still hit their target. So the targets will always be hit, even if the drones are or most of the drones are shut down.
Well, exactly. You know, that they've reported, what was it, 70 odd drones that they shot down, which is, for starters, absolute hilarity. And also, if Ukraine are able to fire that many drones at them in one night, can you imagine what's going to happen over the next weeks? I'm just,
Oh
you know.
yes, they are in for a big surprise. I would tell them not to look up.
Well, that's kind of the whole thing, isn't it? They just say, well, if we don't look up, it won't bother us. If we just pretend and shut our eyes, it won't bother us. It's yeah, it's a strange way to live your life. Now, we are reporting that there is movement, more movement on the front, and we should pay attention to the Robotny salient today. Ukraine has reportedly begun a large combined arms operation pushing towards Tokmak, and this appears to be the first major Ukrainian assault since the shaping operations began at the end of spring. And well, you know that that moment that we've all been waiting for, that possible breakthrough moment. We might not have to wait for too much longer, and so we'll see about that. And well, I will bring you any updates as I have them, but you know, in order to keep an eye on that, you have to come and talk to me.
I am a co-host now, Mocker, so I can help you also.
How that works.
And so the Ukrainian continues the counter-offensive. It's a very bloody and very slow, but the Ukrainian army forces have already crossed the first line of Russian defense, and in the south. And this is from chairman of the Joint Chief of Staff, Miri. And there is something more. The Ukrainian army forces have crossed the main first line of defense. This defense line, which the Russians have spent many months preparing. So you see the what we already told, that those lines never gonna hold anyone back. It's now a fact. But those defense lines has minefield, dragon teeth, and anti-tank trenches, and there is a complex matrix of defense preparations, and the Ukrainians are crossing it. The speed of the attack was slower than expected, but this is not uncommon in war, as war on paper is different than a war in reality, as we said also has been said on this space.
Absolutely, yeah. They seem to be forging ahead at the moment, and it's very difficult to sort of, you know, bring you immediate updates, because they're very quiet about the whole thing. So I'm going to bring you some different news. Oh, yes, sorry. That's just something that I found exciting. I do like explosions. They tend to
Did you already get
make me distracted. Oh dear, what's this, my dear?
Did you do an MOD update today?
You know what? I have not done an MOD update.
That's what I was thinking, because otherwise I would have heard it.
Yeah, I'm just watching a video. You know the 205th that I've just been talking about, 205th Motorized Rifle Brigade. These are the
Yes.
people. These people who are having a terribly hard time at the moment on the left bank of the Kherson area are, well, they're actually the people that blew up the Nova Kakhovka hydroelectric power plant. So I would say they're getting everything they deserve, and also there's a very nice video of one of them here who is incredibly drunk and is having to be helped back to the trench by another soldier because he just falls on the floor. He's that drunk, but he's also wearing the most amazing footwear, which are sliders, basically. He's got a pair of flip-flops on, so no wonder he falls over. And it would seem that they're all ready to storm whatever it is that they think they. That guy's in a mess, so I can only imagine that the rest of them must also be, probably not in such good condition anymore. And you know what? I'm so glad to see those guys having a bad day.
Yeah, of course. They should have a very, very bad day. I've seen a post that supposedly shut down drones from attack yesterday. 2 Magen 5 UAVs. I don't know if you have seen them, Marcus.
No, is this Ukrainians shooting down Russian drones?
No, this supposed to be shut down Ukrainian drones, but shut down by Russians. It's in the back channel, so take a look at those pictures. There seems to be one totally intact. They have shut them down with electronic warfare systems, so just to be clear about that.
Yes, well, it was reported that between 40 and 60%, depending on the type of drone, were being taken down by the Russian forces in various ways. However, the rest of them are getting through, and that's very heartening to hear that at least 40% of the drones are getting through and reaching a target. And that they're, well, we've heard about them frantically shooting into the air, things like that. We've heard of frantic gunfire around Sevastopol again last night. And I think this is the right thing to do. It's to constantly keep them worrying what's coming next, what's tonight going to bring. It gives a sense of foreboding, and it's going to just erode that morale all the further. And that's affecting people that aren't on the front line. That's affecting the people that are currently able to stay away from the front line for whatever reason. Maybe because they've paid. So Russian military and bloggers are now expressing concerns about the breakthrough of the defensive lines in the Zaporizhia region. And there is a statement that this is a critical moment for them. Now, I can only say that's really good news. I like to hear them getting upset or worried or saying that something is critical. Oh, and you'll be glad to know that the missing wing of Prigozhin's plane has been recovered. Interestingly, the part that has broken off does not appear to have any shrapnel damage on it, like the rest of the aircraft did. Almost as though the plane may have been you know, the wing may have been detached from the plane completely and sort of thrown out of the way of any sort of shrapnel damage, or maybe the shrapnel damage came from the wing. Anyway, there's going to be a lot more analysis over that. I'm absolutely sure of that. Now we know. Oh, go on.
Have you talked already about the new package of Finland, that the 18th package of military aid?
I have not really, no, because I wasn't able to look up any information on it. But yes, if you've had the chance, please.
Well, Finland, as the president of Finland, Sauli Niinistö, at the request of the government, approved the decision to provide an 18th package of military aid to Ukraine. There was another post about that they will not make very clear what there is in the package and to whom it goes because of safety issues. So we will not know what's in it. And that's, well, okay, that's okay for me. For now, we will know it afterwards, do we not?
We'll have to see. Now, I've got something here which Ben Hodges has posted and says is a very good analysis by General Petraeus and Dr. Kagan, whoever that is. I'm sorry, don't know. So he's stating here the Pentagon talks a lot about multi-domain operations in Ukraine, but Ukraine are actually doing it. So the ground assault is only actually one part of this offensive. And we have noticed, haven't we, long-range fires have increased, long-range drone attacks have increased. The front line itself is, you know, boiling away there with difficulty for anybody to be able to, you know, on the Russian side, to be able to move their troops around because they're being fixed in all sorts of places. And now we see small boats attacking Crimea in a daring night raid. It sounds crazy, doesn't it? But it's all part of the plan. So I'm just going to bring a little bit of this information if it's not locked. Oh, nice. So David Petraeus, a retired US Army general, has made some comments. Let me see. Commander of the troops in Iraq, US Central Command, and NATO, US forces in Afghanistan. And Frederick W. Kagan is a senior fellow and director at the Critical Threats Project at the American Enterprise Institute. Now I know who he is. So they put this together for the Washington Post, and I think it's good to promote this message from the Washington Post and not other messages that we might see. So the rapid Ukrainian breakthrough and advance that many have hoped for has not occurred. And media coverage has grown gloomy in recent weeks on the back of fragments of journalistic accounts from the front and reported intelligence assessments from the West. It has appeared that the news has not been good, but even though the fight against Russia has proved to be bloody and slow, a very hard slog, observers would be wise to temper their pessimism. War does not proceed in a linear fashion. Defenders can hold for a long time, then suddenly break, allowing an attacker to make rapid gains before the defense solidifies further to the rear. And the Ukrainians are aiming to generate exactly this effect. And there is a lot of reason to think that they can. Ukraine's offensive push is far from over. In fact, it's in the very early stages, just 10 weeks into what is likely to last at least 4 more months. Penetrating a modern defense in depth, such as the Russians appear to have established. Has done it twice in modern memory. Both times against Iraq. In 1991, with a massive air campaign. Just saying. So, in 2003, a smaller US-led force, again, destroyed and badly degraded Iraq military within a few weeks. Now, Ukraine has had none of the advantages that the United States had in those operations. In both related cases, coalition forces benefited from extreme air supremacy, while Ukrainian aircraft cannot operate over Russian lines and cannot prevent Russian aircraft and helicopters from hitting their own troops. And Ukraine has too few armoured breaching systems with regards to the minefields, and in order to carry out the amount of breaching operations that they have to, or they need to. So the Russians have also fought a lot better than the Iraqis did, and in some cases better than a number of analysts gave them credit for, even though they have had an unimpressive performance until recently. So Russian forces have prepared extensive defences in depth, consisting of wide, deep belts of, well, it says skillfully laid mines, but, that they have at least laid them where they were supposed to, I suppose. Anti-tank ditches and other obstacles. Soldiers equipped with drones are directing substantial artillery fire against any Ukrainian units that enter this area. More broadly, the Russian army has tried to adapt an elastic defense in which its troops initially fall back and then try to counterattack once the Ukrainian forces begin to tire. Have you noted that they have adopted that technique after watching the Ukrainians do it to them? And this is the problem. They do learn. They are learning. So all of these factors make the Ukrainian counteroffensive much harder. But as one of us had the occasion to observe during the tough early months of the 2007 surge in Iraq, hard does not mean hopeless. Ukrainian forces are advancing in two key areas in central Zaporizhia Oblast and on the road to Tokmak and Melitopol, and in the eastern Zaporizhia Oblast, south of Velika Novosilka, on a line towards Berdyansk. The Ukrainians appear to have penetrated at least the forwardmost belt of Russian mines and defences in both areas, and their advance in the Robotny area appears to be accelerating. They have also taken back significant ground around Bakhmut, which is the only town that Russia was able to really capture during its own costly offensive last winter. So Ukraine's incremental gains are only part of a larger effort. British Chief of Defence Staff, Tony Radakin, termed this as starve, stretch and strike. Ukrainian forces are stretching Russian defences by attacking at multiple points along their 600-mile front. They're also attriting assets in Russian-occupied territory, taking out artillery units, HQs and reserve force staging areas, as well as targeting key supply depots and routes to make it more difficult to sustain the defence. To put it simply, Ukraine is applying pressure on their opponent from every direction until something breaks, at which point they will commit to strike. The Russian frontline forces are likely tired, if not exhausted. Some of them have been defending since at least the start of the counteroffensive on June the 4th, and many of them have been in place for much longer than that. Fresh units are not usually rotated in, It is also unclear how heavily mined or manned Russia's secondary defensive lines are at the moment, but there's good reason to doubt that the Russians have large numbers of high-quality soldiers holding these positions. And more importantly, Russia lacks large operational reserves to pour into those positions, so any Ukrainian breach of the existing lines will be difficult to counter. And this is what Ukraine is banking on. Small breaches can yield relatively sudden and rapid gains. If those materialize, panic amongst the Russian forces could multiply Ukraine's opportunities for continuing momentum. And although there is no guarantees of success, and the Russians have clearly adapted to the realities of a new phase of war and face serious challenges, it would be foolish to write them off completely. But it would also be similarly foolish to write off this summer counteroffensive, a fight that's likely to continue into the winter. Ukrainians know exactly what they're fighting for, their very survival, and the country's total mobilization across all sectors of society is a testament to this will and determination. So for the Western observers, it is important to keep a big picture in mind when following the grueling fight. Policymakers should not wring their hands about the counteroffensive not yielding quick enough gains for them. This will be a long war, and we need to continue to assist Ukraine to prevail. Ukraine continues to require precision strike capabilities of a long range, such as ATACMS, however you call them. Cluster munitions, as well as more artillery rounds, and more ammunition in general to sustain their offensive, and the accelerated delivery of the F-16s. In truth, Ukraine needed all these capabilities months ago. But we must do more, and we must do it with a sense of urgency because the time is now. And I personally appreciate an informed view that is very supportive and very positive, I would say. I'm enjoying the positivity. Now, what have we got in the background here? Sorry, that was funny. So we have, oh yes, this information did come up earlier. We spoke to George about it, but it is interesting that Greece will terminate the contract for the maintenance of Russian air defense systems and transfer them to Ukraine. So that's certainly good to hear. And wow, that's a surprise and a shock, hey, that Greece have suddenly made these decisions after having a little visit. It's amazing how these things work out. So Shaggy, welcome up.
Good morning, good afternoon. It is afternoon, isn't it? I was well into the afternoon. Oh dear. Yeah. How's everyone? Hope you're all well. Hello, Mr. M and Mockers and Greenwich there as well. Lovely. Yeah, very good, very good. I'm nursing a slight hangover, but I'm hydrating on coffee to get rid of it. So I'm nearly there.
So tell us, how did it go yesterday? Did you have a fabulous time?
It was very nice. Yeah, it was very nice. A bit emotional. Yeah, my feet got sore. I'm not going to wear trainers next time. I'll wear them boots because it's not very comfortable with my trainers. Yeah, it was nice actually. Started off outside the Russian embassy with this English bloke who decided he wanted to sing in German all the time actually because he didn't know any Russian or Ukrainian, which was fair enough. So we were singing some old English. Well, he was singing some old English World War II war songs in German, which was a bit odd, but it was quite funny. He definitely, like, my megaphone got used by him as well. He really liked that, but I didn't like it that much when he kept on turning around to speak to me and shout in my ear with it. So that was quite funny. Yeah, that was the last function of my my shark costume. I managed to break it. The zip fell off. So I haven't got my head together today to be able to fix that yet. Peter had a little go at fixing that yesterday, I couldn't do it. So I need to get my sewing kit out, I think, and maybe have a little Google to see how to fix zips. Yeah, it would have been okay actually. Thinking about it in hindsight, I know there was somebody attacked by a shark in New York, but most of the Ukrainians I spoke to were more happy about the Russian shark, actually, the ones that knew about it. So I think the shark costume is still a go. It would have been good, but it was quite hot. Thunderstorms, we missed those. It dribbled a little bit. We found a tree. Reminded me of being a kid again, lying under a tree and just looking at the branches. That was nice. So I was co-hosting from there for a bit until we wandered down to 6 o'clock, just before 6 o'clock, to Vlad the Great, Vlad the Great, as I call him, his statue. And there was lots of people there, and it really got quite busy. So I don't know what my sound was. I don't know what it sounded like, whether it was too
It was
noisy.
very nice, actually.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, excellent, excellent. Yeah, it was really busy. There was. I reckon there was about 2,000 people there, maybe three, but maybe 2,000. It got really quite packed actually. I thought we were heading at one point down to Downing Street, but nobody moved anywhere. We were just there. Everyone was just there singing away. There was a few stalls selling T-shirts. So me and Peter got ourselves a identical T-shirt, basically. One of the it's a blue T-shirt. The blue of the Ukraine sky with a yellow trizub. I think it's called a trizub. Anyway, the trident thing. Yeah, so that's great. So I got that. So I got another T-shirt to add to my collection. So that was handy. Yeah, I met some really nice people there. There was loads of cameras there. People doing a lot of videoing. Well, not just on phones and stuff, with proper equipment and doing interviews. I got interviewed a couple of times actually. One for some film, which should be interesting. So did another fella. He talked a lot longer than I did. I'm gonna have to work on that. But yeah, it was really good. It was really nice seeing him there as well. It's always good to see another fella. He's a great guy. Yeah, and he apparently came on. Peter and I were waiting for him a little bit, and he was yakking away to Axel for a good 20-25 minutes, I think. So that was good. After that, and when it all started packing up, we headed off to the Ukrainian Social Club, which was packed. I didn't realize it was that big, that social club. It's like a little warren in there. There's loads of bits. There was a film going on in a back room. There was an outside bit which I never actually got to see because it was like a warren in there. Apparently, you had to walk through the kitchen to get to it, but I felt a bit weird walking through the kitchen. I thought, I best not walk through kitchen. I don't normally walk through kitchens to get to a beer garden. It just felt a bit weird, so I never actually found that. So I'll have to go there again to find a beer garden. Yeah, met some lovely people. Yeah, that little clip of I put on my timeline of the Ukrainian national anthem. I wish I'd kind of got the whole thing, but I didn't know they're going to burst out in song. So that was really good. That girl had a really nice voice. So I enjoyed that. I'm glad I bought my megaphone. Finally, I bought that 3 months ago, and keep on forgetting to bring it with me. So I managed to get that working. So that worked out quite well. Yeah, so altogether it was a lovely day. Loads of Ukrainians there, loads of Ukrainian supporters. The girls look great in their outfits, I have to say, with the flowers in their hair and those outfits they have on with all that pattern. They're great, and the guys were cool. Met a guy right at the end. Can't remember his name. He was dressed in like an army uniform. Another fella knows him. He gave a speech at the end, which was brilliant. Basically saying like stay the course and whatever, which kind of points to what you just said now. I'm getting a feeling now that it's very similar to people. A lot of people are feeling like they did during the Curzon offensive when everyone was going, right, what's going on? What's happening? When's this offensive happening? Blah, blah, blah. I'm starting to get a little bit disappointed. I've learned my lesson from that. Basically, just wait. These things take time. So yeah, trust in the armed forces of Ukraine. Basically, that's where I am on how this offensive is going. It's like that they're doing what they need to do with what they've got, and they haven't got, as you say, Mockers, they haven't got air support. So it's going to be a hell of a lot tougher. So it's as simple as that. They're doing what they're doing what they need to do to save Ukrainian defenders' lives, but make progress and trick the Russians, and that's it. And it is going to take time without air support and without all the stuff that a NATO nation would give its defenders. So yeah, unless we give it to them, it's going to be slower. It's really that simple. If we give it to them, it'll be faster. It's a really simple equation like that. So we just got to step on it. We've got to not get disheartened. We've got to stay the course. It sounds like cliches, and it does, and they are a little bit because they're true. Yeah, we do have to stay the course. Do as much as we can. Don't overextend ourselves emotionally or financially, but push it to the max without going into the red, as it were. Anyway, I've yacked, haven't I? Over you mockers.
You're allowed to yak. Genesis man, welcome back.
Thank you, Mockers. So Shaggy, top roving reporter of the year award goes to you, fella. Absolutely beautiful job you did yesterday. Really enjoyed your coverage and your pictures this morning. Brilliant. Well done, you. And I'm like you. Stay the course, people. They'll get there in their own sweet time. And like you said, they're looking after their own. They're defending Ukraine and Ukraine lives. Just one point, Mockers. I don't know if we spoke about it today at all, but has anybody got eyeballs on, I'm going to say Robotna, but they're past that onto the next village, which name it starts with an N. And if I try and pronounce it, I'll murder it and nobody will know what I'm talking.
Kivka or something. That one.
Oh, you got it, girl. Well done, you. That must have taken some practice, I know, because I'm not even going to attempt it. But I'm thinking and hearing from snippets here that they're actually in the village already, and they're giving a good kicking. Don't know if anybody's got any views, thoughts, or information about that.
Yeah, I hear that there is fighting in and around that particular settlement. Let me just see. See, there's not a lot of information after a flurry of frantic posts by the Russians, who were stating that the armed forces of Ukraine were coming at them with columns of 80 up to 300 vehicles. They were very excited. Some of them can't count, obviously. But
the Ukrainians are successful in two fronts, in the southern front. That's true. And in
Novopropavka, that one.
Yeah, two places, to be honest. Oh my God! Now
They're also pretty successful in Avdiivka and Kerdamivka, in the Bakhmut area.
Yes,
You can't find them.
Novodanivka, Novoprokopivka, Malatokmachka, and Ocheretuvate. There were these places. They were successful, and they're getting fixed at. So.
Yeah, they've also made gains in the direction of Verbove, which you can look at on maps because it's not too difficult to spell that one. So where was I? Yeah, so this morning, the Russians claim, meaning there is no Ukraine sources to confirm this at the moment, that the entire Armed Forces of Ukraine 47th Air Assault Brigade has been recommitted to the line of contact between Robotny and Novopropavka, that one. And there is extremely heavy fighting going on. So there was as well the opportunity to document armed forces of advances towards both Novopropavka and Verbove over the last 24 hours. And this is basically them expanding this area here. In fact, I'm going to pop this little one into the nest so you can see the map on it. So you'll be able to see that they are literally expanding the point of that arrowhead in two directions. And that helps them to swallow up the ground in between as well. If they go with like a two-pronged assault, you know, anybody caught in the middle is going to be having to get out of the way, put it that way. Now I'm just looking, there appears to have been a new video to me, anyway, of Ukrainian drones visiting the Sheikovka airfield again. So this is the one in Kaluga. And I would say something definitely got blown up there. I don't know what it was, but that was a very bright explosion. And Genesis Man, as you're here, I'm going to send you that so you can see what I'm looking at and decide whether you think that's just a general explosion or whether there was actually something there like fuel, perhaps, avgas, perhaps.
Thank you, Marcus. I'll go and take a look.
Yes, it's a very bright explosion. I just wondered if that might be telling of something. So I'm just having a quick look to see. Yeah. So unfortunately, the Russians, of course, keep shelling residential areas while the offensive is going on, and they did it again last night in Dnipropetrovsk region's communities. They suffered numerous amounts of shelling, and an enterprise, agricultural enterprise, and a power line were damaged in Nikopol. Nikopol is across from Energar and has unfortunately been the location of an awful lot of shelling. So 700 families, or more than 700 families, are now currently without electricity, and damage is mainly to private houses. And a gas pipeline as well. So they probably don't have any gas either. So the list of civil infrastructure damaged or destroyed due to Russian aggression is obviously growing by the day. But it just goes to show that, that there's no specific thing that they're aiming at there. They're just smashing the stuff out of everything. Now then, I'm just... Genesis Man, you're back. Please.
Thank you, Marcus. That's an interesting one, that is, because you have a little fire to the left and then a big explosion. Now, that I've seen that quite a few times in terms of fire at point A and moves via a liquid and then lets go. So that could be quite a few things. Doesn't look like an explosion, i.e. ordnance. It looks like something let go because of fire A, which is good news. But yeah, interesting one, that. Interesting.
I just wondered if it might be fuel or something like that, just because it was so bright, the flash.
Yeah, it could be anything. And the video didn't go on, which is unfortunate, because
Yeah.
you'd have been able to tell from the colour of the smoke. In general terms, what you might have thought it was, but it could be anything. But whatever it is, it's a significant bang. Let's put it that way.
And it's nice to know that it's that airfield again. Somebody's trying to tell the Russians that that airfield is now out of commission. So
Sorry, I didn't know it was an airfield. Yeah, you could be right in your thinking. Then it could be a avgas. Yeah, absolutely. Well done, you.
See, I'm not just an airhead after all. Sorry, someone once called me that, and I was like, "Bless you." But yeah, I know I've got a brain because I've had plenty of brain scans. So Shaggy.
Yeah, better to be an airhead than a shithead. Anyway, did you see the T10 tank falling off the back of a lorry? Well, it might have actually reversed. I don't know if that's rust coming off the tracks that I'm seeing, or whether it's just dust. I didn't even know there was a T10, a Russian T10 tank. I don't know if you've seen that or spoke about it yet.
It's a tad old, yeah. Genesis Man.
Yes, so Shaggy. So George Furious was on this morning, and he was giving it 10 barrels of what's it T10s. And we both come to the lovely confusion that if they're rolling that crap out, then they are at the bottom of the barrel and scraping through it. He was most disingenuous about them. I think his thing was if you wanted to go through Red Square, it'd take bloody 3/4 of an hour to drive from one end to the other. They're that slow.
He said 6 hours. 6 hours.
Sorry, Mockers. He was not he was not impressed with that. But yeah, brilliant stuff.
Yeah, I mean, what's next? Is there a T5 or a T4 or a T1 or a T minus 50
Man on a
or
horse next, Shaggy.
what? Sorry.
It's a man on a horse next.
Well, literally, they're literally going to have somebody dressed in a bin, aren't they? Like a metal bin, with a hat on.
Bows and arrows.
Yeah, exactly. Anyway, I saw another video as well. There was a little clip I saw earlier today of so some Ukrainian foreign defenders had got round the back of the Russians, somewhere in Donetsk. I'm assuming that was maybe around Bakhmut area or something like that. And then they took them out. They took them out, and then they sat there in the trench. And as some more Russians came running back towards their lines, which weren't their lines anymore. One of them got wasted, and another one got caught. He had a bit of a look of shock on his face, actually, when I saw that. Did you see that vid?
Yes, he jumps into the trench and then like it goes to his face and it just stops on his face. And you can see that his brain's going, zzz. You're probably wondering how I got here.
Yeah, exactly. Well, he had a nice helmet on, actually, I noticed. So hopefully he won't need that anymore. So hopefully somebody else can have that. But yeah, I mean, normally the Russians don't have many helmets, which have got like
I'm going to say
GoPro.
that's stolen.
Yeah, GoPro fixings. Yeah. So that's hopefully returned to rightful owner on that one. But yeah, it's just the look on his face though, which is just really amusing. His mate I think he got shot first of all, because there was one person running towards the back who kind of just disappeared after a shot rang out. So I reckon he got toasted. So he got shot at. So he was lucky. He was lucky. The Ukrainian defender kind of missed him, and then he came running back with his arms flailing in the air. I don't know if he just ran like that normally. Some people do run like that normally, and it makes me laugh actually whenever I see that. Or whether he was running back, surrendering. I don't know. By the look on his face, he didn't. I don't think he was surrendering. He was just running like Basil Fawlty, which amused me no end.
Yes, he didn't do very well. Well, no, actually, he did very well because he saved his life. Sorry, I've got hiccups again.
Oh, it's a bit late for hiccups for you, Mockers, isn't it? A morning thing.
Yeah, apparently I've not had any dinner. Gina, go ahead.
I know I come up and good afternoon, everybody. I come up whenever somebody mentioned T10, and I went, "What? Yeah." So these are even older than the T54s. And if George was up earlier, he's probably said all this. So yeah, so this is the last development of the IS tanks, which are named after Stalin. They're a heavy tank, and so produced between 1954 and 1966, but the first manufactured in 1945. So yeah, I mean, they really are scraping the barrel. I've actually been waiting for a T-34 to show up on the battlefield in Ukraine, which would have been older than this clearly, but yeah, I mean, there's photographs here on this thing I'm looking at of a T-10 in Czechoslovakia during Prague's during the operation to finish or finalize or take it over again after Prague Spring, 1968. That would have been. Yeah. So yes, they are scraping the barrel again. I haven't seen the footage or any film of this, but I presume it doesn't look good. A bit of a rust bucket, I would say.
It's reversing off the back of a trailer, and its tracks are just shedding rust like nobody's business.
Well, I mean, at least you can say that they're recycling, I suppose.
That is true. Yeah, the ultimate fella who bonks. Welcome up.
Yeah, Shaggy. And y'all can mark my words on this. We're gonna see T-34s. But back to the gentleman who accidentally saved his life. That look on his face was that moment he realized that he up. And that look is going to be screenshotted into so many memes.
It's very memeable, isn't it? I thought that immediately. Genesis man.
Yeah, that's
go
going to
on.
be the new guy holding the side of his head on a barge.
Indeed. Yes, that fella has made himself famous by memes. Sorry, hiccups. Genesis man.
Yeah, I saw that video as well, and I was like Sir Shaggy. He had a shiny helmet, and he had a very clean Z on his front, and it was just that's the two things that caught my eye, and then his face when he thought, "No, there's something wrong here. I don't quite know what it is. I don't know whether I'm supposed to be here. Maybe I got this wrong. Should I run back? Should I do?" It was one of those absolute brain fart moments. And G-Man, the T-34 was not that the one that was in the Red Square March this year? If it is, it's currently on its way somewhere
No,
from
you're right.
Moscow
It
to the
was
front.
indeed.
It,
And
it's
Russia recently
they're driving
bought
it to the
some.
front, fella.
They bought some from Laos.
Why would you buy T-34s?
Well, if you'd lost them, sorry, if you'd lost them, maybe.
So what's left on the bingo card for tanks, G-Man, for Russians? What tanks have they still possibly got in
Well,
storage
I'm
which
going to
haven't used
say,
yet?
and there is actually a lot of speculation on this. T-34 is definitely. I don't know if it's the ultimate. They could go further back.
T-16.
Well, I think it would be they may well have some of the IS variants before the T10, so IS7 down to 1. Who knows? Apparently, they have these big storage units, but they talked that they were actually in big garages, and clearly they're not, because we're seeing the amount of rust that's coming off them. We've seen the footage of them sitting in the open with stuff growing through them.
Maybe they just think it's a reenactment of like you have these reenactment of old battles, so they're just dragging all this stuff out and reenacting old glory phases, which isn't going to go very well against modern stuff. But yeah, well, whatever. As long as we give the Ukrainians stuff that can blow these things up. Maybe if they can stick them all in a line, so we can give them something that can go through a few at once. That would save on ammunition a little bit. I remember hearing that when the T-54s were discussed, and maybe a Sabo round would go through 2 or 3 of them in one go if they were all nicely lined up. And they do like lining things up, the Russians. So I'm kind of waiting for a video of a one shot from a Ukrainian tank taking out two or more Russian tanks in one go. That would be awesome.
You never know what you might see these days, especially with the items that we're seeing appearing on the battlefield. Genesis man.
No, just following that tank conversation. So, can you imagine them going up against a Leopard or a Challenger? I mean, those things are the Challengers are out there, and so are the Leopards. And like, hang on, one shot from that, it goes straight through the bloody thing, wouldn't it? And also, where are the Abrams? I'm pretty sure we were promised some, and I haven't heard them in country. Anybody know?
Manana.
Last I heard, sorry, G-Man. Last I heard, they were finishing up the training. So I don't know if they've been delivered or not. Do you know, G-Man?
Yeah, I think it's going to be September or October before we see them. 31 tanks. Okay, we're only give 14 that we know of. Although, who knows? Could be more. And as we said, we will replace them if any are damaged. So, but 31 Abrams, when they've got thousands of the things. I must actually go and have a look on Google Earth at that boneyard place in Nevada desert. Just how much is still there. I remember when I was younger and working and first discovered Google Earth, we were all looking at the number of bombers and everything that's there. Yeah, it's quite staggering. And then we hear that they've got a cave in Norway with a whole division set of everything. You know, so don't make me mad.
Well, I understand that they've got to consider their own security a lot of places, and that's, you know, perfectly appreciated. That with the world the way it is these days, yeah, people have to have their own security in mind. However, you are right that the US does seem to have an awful lot of stuff, just stuff that, you know, the Ukrainians, if they even had like just a fraction of that stuff, they'd be doing really, really, really well instead of just well. So yeah, it's a tiny bit frustrating that. Genesis man.
Yeah, I was looking up UK stocks, US stocks, and I don't know if people know. Did you know that the US Army has 220,000 Humvees? 220,000. You could give every single person in Ukraine a Humvee. Jesus, they just don't know how much kit they've got. They just do not know, I'm sure.
Well, now we know where all that money goes, eh? G-Man.
Yeah, this article's a little bit old. This Kyiv Independent article, but Ilya Ponomarenko, September the 1st, 22. But it's how many tanks does Russia really have? Because, you know, the estimates are wildly, there's a big range of estimates. Just looking through it. Yeah, so at that stage, he's saying they have enough to keep them going, but there's a year on, who knows? So just, yeah, it doesn't really show. I thought I was going to go into more detail. The military balance 2021 database says Russian storage facilities had around 10,200 tanks, including T-72s, 3,000 T-80s and 200 T-90s. But I don't think we're going to believe that anymore because they haven't showed up. And the database's 2016 publication also indicates that Russia has roughly 2,800 Cold War legacy T-55s in storage, as well as about 2,500 T-62s and 2,000 264s. But so that all added up to 17,300 tanks. I think you can take that a lot.
That's a great deal,
Clearly,
doesn't
that
it?
number hasn't shown up, so we're going to divide that by 10, probably, or something. You know, who knows? And then of course they're rusty scrap. So, you know, because they're sitting. Yeah. Here's the thing. Analysis of Google Maps satellite images of 19 Russian military storage facilities, mainly located east of the Ural Mountains, the Ukrainian Military Center, the Ukrainian Military Defense News site, estimates that 2,299 tanks appear unrestorable, sitting in the open for decades. So basically, heaps of rusty scrap metal, ready for nothing but disposal. So who knows? They're going to have to take whatever ones they can. It's not going to be 17,000. I'm going to say.
No, definitely not. The thing is, these tanks can exist on paper, but, you know, if only a very small percentage of them actually have the possibility of moving and firing, then, you know, it leaves them in quite a bad position. and we've seen, like you say, there more than 2,000 tanks, absolutely immovable, rotting in the open, and because of all the, you know, grifting that's gone on, they've never invested money into upkeeping them. I bet you half of them don't even know what a can of oil looks like. And so, yeah, they are the masters of their own downfall. And well, just seeing them pulling out rust buckets now to, I don't know, use as gun emplacements or something, level of desperation is really it's got somewhere. I've seen over the past 12 months just the amazing amount of degradation, and well, it's impressive that they really are now digging so deep that they're bringing out proper antiques. Shaggy?
Yeah, yeah. Thanks, Mr. M, for that link in the back channels. So I'm looking out for T26s and T28s now. Apparently, T26s are a light tank, and T28s are a heavier tank. Any thoughts on those, G-Man? And just before that, I'm also watching a video from yesterday from Nexter of some Ukrainians launching a huge Ukrainian flag with balloons from the left bank of the Dnipro River. I didn't really watch much on Twitter yesterday because I was a bit too busy. So I'm kind of catching up. So I don't know if anybody else has. Well, loads of people have seen this. At least 681,000. That's awesome. I like that. I like that kind of stuff. G-Man, any wisdom words on the T20, the wonderful T26s and T28s that we might see? I guess.
Only from the fact that I played in World of Tanks, and if you played the Soviet line, you had to go through T26 and T28 to get to the T34. And they weren't that good. They weren't that good in comparison with the enemy tank that you would be facing at the time, which is going to be something like a Panzer I or something like that, you know. No, fast perhaps, so you can run away. That was probably good. Yeah, but other than that, no. Put it this way: a Bradley's autocannon, in the right circumstance, in the Gulf War, took out T-72s, or disabled them. It totally put away. I mean, the Bradley was called the BMP killer, because that gun was it just cut through the BMPs. Usually they would use their tow missile against the actual armor, the actual tank armor, but they could, the chain gun could, if you got a side hit or definitely a back hit, that tank was disabled with it. You know, and also that guy that speaks sometimes, Hamish de Breton Gordon, the ex-British Army guy that's on the Telegraph, he talks about having used the original law anti-tank weapon to take out on an abandoned T-72 now after the end of the first Gulf War, and he made the turret pop with one of those. So the Russian armor, not that good.
Doesn't sound like it, does it? Genesis man.
Oh, blimey, G-Man, that's quite frightening. Well, it's come to pass, and nothing in Russia works, does it? And if it's produced, it's crap production, so it ain't going to protect anyone. So I just want to shout out to Den John, who's just sent me a new hashtag. Hashtag give every Ukrainian a Humvee, which I thought was rather funny. But there you go.
Well, considering they're crying out for vehicles, just think it might be worth asking. So, you know, maybe some Americans who are waking up now might want to think that that's a good idea. I see you, CC. So, lovely people, there have been other things going on today. And we've got a bit more information about these drones which have said to have hit a large Russian base in occupied Crimea, located at the village of Perevalne, near Simferopol city. So in this particular location, there is a known training base, and there's some images, which I'm just going to pop them into the nest so you can all have a look at them as well, showing what's actually there. Lots of Russian targets, and there is obviously casualties and damage to the equipment that stood there as well. And as you can probably see on a couple of those pictures, there's a lot of equipment, and it's stored all together in, like, you know, one spot. So It only takes the right thing to set all of that off. Just wondering if that's, oh yeah, it's quite a big base. Sorry, I'm just looking at the overhead. And now I can see its exact location, which is, well, that's quite far into Crimea. Obviously it's not as far as the Kerch Bridge, but I would say that this is possibly one of these long-range weapons that they're developing. Hopefully it is. If they were sending in an awful lot of drones, it would be the perfect opportunity to sneak in the odd missile as well at the same time, huh? Cece, I woke you up. Every Ukrainian needs a Humvee.
Good morning, love. How are you? I have the
Not bad.
fastest campaign in the West, and it's called Move Your Thumbs at 120 for 120 seconds. So all you have to do is type with your thumbs to my name right next to the red phone to Biden's outreach program to request anything your heart desires.
A Humvee for every Ukrainian. I think that's a good message. Even if they just give them to all the soldiers, that would be great.
Love it. I'm pre-caffeine. So 120 seconds, move your thumbs to text President Biden for Humvees and all the other treats and goodies that we always talk about here. And then if you're really supportive, resist.bot, which only takes a couple minutes. Resist.bot will automate all of your letters to your reps. And it's a pretty handy dandy little thing.
And it's always good when people make it easy, isn't it? Because, you know, a lot of people may not have a lot of time in the day, or, you know, be unable to take a long time to think about something, write a letter, whatever. But you do it once, and your resist.bot will help you with the rest.
Yeah, it used to be to have a voice, you had to, you know, be on TV or radio or something. And so it's really great that now you can have a voice. You know, you had to be Oprah, a Humvee for you, a Humvee for you. Now your thumbs just move back and forth for a minute. So highly encouraged.
Very easy to do, folks. Very easy to do. And thank you for coming up, Cece. I know it's something that we've got to keep pushing. We've got to keep pushing. So, apparently, Lukashenko has made a recent statement, and it's quite a silly one. So I'll just tell you this before I go to Hans, that Lukashenko has stated that Putin could not possibly be behind Prigozhin's death. Now, his statement is, I can't say who did it. I won't even become a lawyer for my brother. But I know Putin. Oh, he's just said that his brother's a criminal. Nice. But I know Putin. He is a prudent, very calm, and even slow person, making decisions on other less complex issues. This is too rough and unprofessional work. So he's saying, yes, he's a terrible murderer, but he wouldn't do it like that. That's just too messy for him. Like it. G-Man?
Just when CC's here, just mention that I've got another reply from my my blast of correspondence last start of the week. I suppose that was over the weekend. So this one is one of my MLAs, so I'm waiting for the MP to write back. If she doesn't write back, I'll have to start ringing her, which is going to come. But he has come back and said, Dear Glenn, thanks for your email. Support for Ukraine is paramount. They must win. We must assist them as much as possible. This might be a war between Ukraine and Russia, but it is being fought on behalf of the whole West. As a party, we have been very vocal. Indeed, our election broadcast in 2022 carried the image of Ukraine and the words Slava Ukraini. On a personal note, my son is presently, his son's in the British Army, presently training Ukrainian soldiers. The reports he sends me strengthens my belief that support for Ukraine victory must be stepped up. So that is, I'm going to go back to courage for him. This guy. I know him personally. He's a leader of one of the parties over here. So I know he's on the right. He's already on the right page because I mean he had 6 tours in Afghanistan, so he knows what that's about, and he won an MC for one of them. So he knows what it takes and what's required. Not the most influenced, but certainly at least he's saying Ukraine must win. So that's a start.
Hey, G-Man, what is in the UK? What is is it Take Your Power Back, or what is the website?
They work for us.
Yes, they work for us.com.
Yeah, they work for us, and then there's just another one was right is something like that, sub-site, which is right to them or something like that, which allows you to send emails to all your representatives.
And
The only annoying thing about it is because the like of the prime minister or ministers aren't, because we have got a constituency system. You can really only write to your own MP or your direct representatives. So writing to the prime minister goes through this sort of, because he's also a constituency MP for somebody, but not me. And if you write to him, you get a gatekeeper saying, "Wait, are you writing to him as prime minister or are you writing to him as your MP?" If you answer prime minister, it ends up getting forwarded on, but you're less like, I don't think I'll get a reply. Put it that way.
And in the words of Paul Massaro, be the problem, be the pest. He told me, he was like, look, in your advocacy work, definitely go out there and tell people, like, squeaky wheels, that's the only person people pay attention to. And we're up against the, oh, but my taxes people. So we got to counter their numbers. So what you're doing matters. They do write it down, not your exact words. So don't stress on how articulate you are. Look at me, I'm up here talking about in front of hundreds of people pre-tea. And I don't even have 2 neurons to rub together right now because I have no caffeine, and this is how much I believe in it. I don't care if I make a fool of myself. I just know how important it is. So please, please move those thumbs.
Exactly. Repeating that level of support, repeating the message of support is just as important as first contact. So you might think you've done something, you say, well, I've done it. Done it, good for me, pat myself on the back. Do it again and again, and maybe a bit more, because you have to be a little bit of a pest sometimes. And I know my MP thinks I am. So it's working.
It's funny, Markers, because we're socialized to be polite and get along with everyone. This is not that. This is that you want them to be annoyed with you. You're always polite, right? So not annoyed in that fashion, but annoyed in the sense of, oh my god, I have to take care of this so this person will stop phoning me every day and we can go on to our other issues.
Well, exactly. If that person has to spend a lot of time dealing with your particular issue, then sooner or later they're going to try and do something about it to get it out of their inbox. Been there. So welcome up, Alex. Good to see you.
Good morning, everybody. Good news from Greece.
Good morning.
Good news from Greece, if you've discussed it already. So apparently they stopped. They broke contract for maintenance with Russia on their anti-air systems, Tor and Book. They have 21 of these systems, and it looks like they probably will get something newer and better. And this system, through a third party, will end up in one of East European countries. They do not specify which one. But 21 system could be a nice addition to Ukrainian anti-air force. They can certainly fight with rockets, Russia sends, and even airplanes or helicopters. So at the front line, they will be very useful too.
Hey
So
guys.
that's good. And it
Hey
makes
Alan.
a lot of sense. Yes.
So I'm going to clarify some things. All right. So the OSA, which is the SA5, the SA8, that missile system, they have 38 of those, right? There are 38 individual self-contained launchers with the radar systems, right? They're mobile, and they have a range of about 10 kilometers. So those would be really good at the front to start taking out those alligator helicopters, right, that the Russians have been trying to use, and any low-flying Su-25 ground attack aircraft. So 20, so there's 38 of those. What's the more important part is there's 21 SA-15s, or what we call Tor 1s. 21, they're not just 21 launchers, they're 21 batteries. It's 84 launchers altogether. So it's 21 systems. That's what Greece purchased a while back. That's what they've accumulated from former East German, Polish, and Russian stock. What they're saying is they're going to be decommissioned. So we know that Ukraine has been asking for these things. And I know people are going to say, oh, but they're old. They're still effective. They're still effective. So Ukraine wants these. Zelensky was just in Greece a few days ago. I think he charmed Mitsotakis, who is a Greek PM, into finally pulling the trigger on this. Maybe these things are definitely going to have to be backfilled. There's no way Greece would have parted without this stuff without having them backfilled. So that's the most important part here, is that these things are being backfilled by somebody, and by what, we don't know. Maybe we don't need to know. Maybe Greece doesn't want that to be known. So for whatever reason, they're decommissioning them, and that is a good step in the right direction. This is a significant amount of systems. They're not S3. They're not S300s. They don't have the range of S300s or S400s or Patriots or what have you, but they are good at what they do. They can actually, I think the Taurs can actually engage cruise missiles, once they reach within their envelope. I think their envelope's like 25 kilometers or something. I posted it on my timeline. You guys can look at. I took a picture of the article that's coming from the Greek Defense Ministry. So this is a good development moving forward. I think the transfer will probably be, if it's ever formally announced, because Greece doesn't like to announce like everything. So it'll probably be announced during the next Ramstein meeting. So this is good. This is a good move forward. This is a substantial amount of systems. This is nothing to sneeze at.
Thank you very much, George. I might have a question for you in a minute. Shuffle Girl, go ahead.
Yeah, just real quick. I don't know if you guys saw. I sent you a link to it, Mockers. But what do you do when the head of Wagner gets killed? You go ahead and destroy all the graves of all the Wagner PMC guys. They've been pulling up all the markers, piling them up unceremoniously, and essentially paving over where they were. I'm not sure what they've actually done with the bodies, but it just goes to show how vindictive, I guess, Putin is to get rid of the evidence or get rid of any sign of that wrinkle in his side. So just wanted to let y'all know. Oh, and also I wanted to formally say thank you to everybody that helped out with our fundraiser for the tourniquets. That was amazing, and I'm just floored by everyone's generosity. I can't believe we got 1,100 tourniquets coming to Ukraine. So thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, we got 100 more than we even set out to, right, Shovel?
That's absolutely amazing. And yeah, thank you very much for bringing us that update, Shovel Girl. And yes, you're right. It's a very Stalin-esque situation, and this is why I know for a fact that it was Putin that's killed Prigozhin, because that was very quick, wasn't it? That they organised this sudden erasure of the Wagner Group and their graves. Yeah, I don't reckon they've moved the bodies. I reckon they're just, nothing is here. You don't see nothing.
The amount of progress they made in the video, it appears is like they started within the hour or so of that plane going down, and I'm not joking.
Yeah, absolutely. They wanted rid of that guy, and they wanted rid of his memory, and they will continue to do so, I reckon. You will see Wagner slipping into insignificance, and yeah, well, maybe they'll survive in Africa, maybe. Sir Shaggy.
Yeah, just with regards to advocacy and what CC does and whatever. I decided a couple of weeks ago on a little method that I do. So when I talk to some friends I don't talk to very often, but they live in different constituencies to me, so they're gonna have a different MP. So I've asked them if they could write letters to the MP, and most of them said, "Yeah, I'd love to." But I mean, you get that impression that in Britain people say, "Yeah, they'd love to do that," then just don't bother. So I said to them straight after that, when I get that look, i.e. the ones who didn't ask me right away, "Oh, how do I do that?" The ones who just fob you off and say, "Well, I can do it on your behalf if you want." So I can write the letter if you give me permission. I can write the letter and send it off for you. And all of them said, "Oh yeah, that's a good idea." So I'm saving them time and getting letters to MPs in different constituencies to me with permission. So it's a little bit sneaky, but it's a kind of a nice kind of sneaky, I think. So I use a different email address, obviously, for each one of my friends I'm writing on their behalf. I actually don't tell the MP I'm writing on their behalf. I just make it look as though it's coming from them. But that's my little sneaky method of doing it that I've come across the last couple of weeks. Cece, what do you reckon?
I love this idea. I mean, as long as you're getting permission, it's not sneaky, it's literal. Like they give you permission. So I'm all for it. My moral compass is all for it, Shaggy.
It's providing a service, Shaggy, to them people who don't have time because their lives are so busy, but they would do it if they had time. So you're taking away that that trouble for them.
Exactly. I mean, I use kind of a bit of a template which I change every now and again with a few words and a few extra sentences in there or some taken out, so they don't look like mirror copies of them. But this really takes me to do. I do this for 7 friends at the moment, who all live in 7 different constituencies, and it takes me about half an hour, and that's it. So 7 MPs are getting letters, not every day, about every 3 days. Sometimes a little bit longer if I'm a bit too busy myself. But yeah, I try and do it. But yeah, 7, I don't know, maybe about 40 a week, I reckon. Yeah, about 40 a week, I suppose. I'm gonna have to look. Actually, I need to go into those email addresses and check the junk folders, because I've had a couple of replies, but nothing that seemed like a direct somebody writing it reply, rather than just a kind of a standard reply. So I'll have to get onto that. But yeah, filling up their inboxes with requests for aid to Ukraine. My next little step is actually I'm trying to figure out what companies, like defense companies and humanitarian companies, have bases in those particular constituencies. So I can say, go and have a word with that company that's in your constituency who may be up for giving some stuff to Ukraine, and then you'll get a big pat on the back for getting stuff for Ukraine, for your political goals, and the Ukraine will get stuff they need. Plus, the company will be able to get a bit of good PR as well. But that's going to be a little bit of a work in progress that way. I don't really know where all these companies are and stuff like that. I'm not brilliant to that, but it's just that's my plan B, my next idea. That's it. I'll shut up.
It's called scaling up, that, Shaggy. Cece, do you want to answer that, and then we'll go to Alex?
Yeah, though, like if you're in Ohio, for example, they're making 155s, or you're in Arkansas and they're making HIMARS. You know, find out what, if you're an American, what state you I almost said find out what state you're in. First, figure where you are. Figure out. Cameron is gonna send me, if anyone here has a list, a full comprehensive list. But I'm also getting a list of each state and everything made for the war, because the job creation argument is so strong, Shaggy. So I'm so glad you brought that up. And the other thing is, something really beautiful happened organically in a space, which was someone was saying they were going they were so excited because they were going in person. They had made the appointment to go in to talk to their rep, and someone else in that space was like, wait a minute, I'm from Ohio. You know what? And then the person invited them to come with them. So if you have any buddies that are in your state and they're coming from opposite sides of the state and they're both driving to the middle, so great, right? Because it gives double the power. They get to meet each other. They're going to have lunch together, and they just form this friendship. It was just so cool, and it was so organic. And it really, you know, packs a punch, because then that's two constituents. So pretty cool if you want to meet a buddy here on MriyaReport who's in your state, or what is an oblast called in the UK, Shaggy, or Mockers?
County.
Or
A
your
county.
county. Yeah, new friends, making
Yeah.
friends, Mr. Rogers style.
Yeah, the other thing with that is you get a lot more confidence going with somebody else, with a buddy, with a wingman, than just popping off there by yourself. It's like yesterday, if I didn't have Peter with me as my wingman, I don't know if I would have been able to do what I did yesterday. I'm occasionally a little bit shy in certain situations. Occasionally, definitely not. But yeah, definitely having somebody with you is really, really helpful.
Just some news. The Netherlands will transfer almost all of its F-16s to Ukraine. And this comes from Defense Minister Ollagren.
That's awesome.
Wee! Yeah! Yippee!
Exactly. So good to hear. Alex, go ahead.
Thank you. This information about, I was honestly appalled with this information that they kind of erased the Wagnerites like graves. I mean, and then I remembered, you know, it's like old tradition in Russia. They like, if somebody is out of fashion, they go after everything, including graves, and that's one of the features. I would even call it, you know, part of culture, because again, we often, when we hear culture, we think of you know, something different typically. But yeah, one thing that always surprised me, especially in the, you know, regions, in villages, like their graves are in such a bad shape. It's like nobody cares. And yeah, this is one thing. And why I think it's important, I think those who are fighting in Ukraine, Russians, who were mobilized and whatnot, they should look at it and kind of make conclusions, because nobody will find these people's graves, like, and they will get a grave if only if they are lucky. Most often they are just lying there somewhere in the field, you know, totally dying, rotting. Stray dogs may be eating them, or pigs. And if they are lucky, you know, as soon as the regime changes and this war will become very unpopular in Russia, and everybody kind of associated with it, they will go after graves. I can guarantee you. And yeah, like, this is something to think about for Russians. I don't know if anybody's listening, but I would try to, they probably don't have time for this, sitting in trenches and rotting there alive. But if there is a way, I would absolutely tell them that this is what you are looking at. This is gonna be a future. Nobody will give a damn about, why they're dying. Well, actually, already nobody is giving a damn, including their own commanders. So, yeah, there's something to think about for Russians.
They are trying to erase everything that's bad for the country. So with this attack on Ukraine is a very bad thing. Wagner, they are black stain on the white blouse of Russia, and to erase them from memories, it's out of mind, out of sight, out of mind. So they try to erase everything that is bad and glorify everything that is seen good in their eyes.
One of the things why I think they're also erasing these Wagner graves is because the Wagner group actually have done quite well in the fighting. They may have lost a lot of their contributors, but they have actually, achieved a few things through their participation, and they would never have captured Bakhmut, I don't think, without the more experienced Wagner fighters controlling some of that. And so it's kind of erasing their contribution, totally taking away any glory that they might be stealing from the great Russian army. It's Shoigu's final sort of, glory grab from Prigozhin, because if these men didn't exist, if nobody knows they existed, then it must have been the fabulous Russian army that did this all by themselves. I kind of feel as though it's a bit like that. Alex, do you want to come back on that?
Yeah. I am. They probably were. Well, they certainly were better than like average mobilizants because they were professional military, right? If you put professional military together, you are like almost by default better than average non-military units. But I think Prigozhin was different in a way that he did give a shit about his soldiers. Yeah, he was killing them, but those who died, he personally, like those graveyards, he personally kind of opened the memorial for them and paid for it. And this was mostly to show to his soldiers, that they will be taken care of. And this is what Russians erase. And that must be a powerful message to soldiers who are fighting right now, because for starter, none of the commanders will even bother to, sometimes they do not bother even to reply to their relatives. Let alone, building some memorial or whatnot. And this message is very powerful for soldiers who are fighting in the Russian army and kind of are supposed to die for Putin, because it works much more. It's much more powerful than words, because you would hear, they are heroes and whatnot. Hey, look what they did to their heroes. And people did it by their own. Well, I do not know if Putin personally ordered to do this. He's like complete idiot, or Shoigu, which we cannot completely exclude, of course. But it is telling both that about people's attitude. and about the future of these soldiers. Because I mean, any soldier will, when he dies, he wants to leave a memory, right? So, but not in Russia. You don't want to. You don't want to die for Russia. That's the message.
Well, one of the main traditions in Russia, though, is remembering and honouring their war dead, isn't it? Even if sometimes they're just given any old person's picture to carry. So, you know, it's a real twist of the knife to just erase their war dead and pretend they didn't exist. And I would imagine that other Wagner fighters who are, you know, being now signed over to the military en masse might act actionable, and well, I can only imagine that they're importing another problem. And you know what? These people just have no foresight, do they? Sorry to keep you waiting there, G-Man. Go ahead. He's keeping me waiting now. G-Man, are you there?
G-Man, can you hear me?
Sorry, I had my hand up. Oh, okay. I'm not sure. I'm sorry about that. I must have pressed that button by accident, or else I just can't remember.
That's okay. Yeah, I'm sure you'll come back to us if you remember. So Shaggy, go ahead.
Yeah, I wonder what they're going to do in Russia with those wangers. I mean, in lots of countries you have the tomb of the unknown soldier. Maybe they're going to have the tomb of the unwanted wanger in Russia. Just one thing. They could do that. Yeah, I quite like that. The unwanted wanger, and a nice, don't know. I have to think of some kind of thing to put on. All right, yeah, that's my thought. That was it. I had a few more, but I can't remember them now. I have to write them down again.
Well, what comes to me is that they're almost embarrassed that the Wagner Group has been successful over the regular military. And I think that's why they're trying to sort of poach these guys into the regular military to make it look as though, look, it was us all the time. It wasn't the fact that, you know, they had a proper paramilitary group that was trained and had committed atrocities all over the world already, had plenty of practice in atrocities. And, you know, the fact that they were training the Russian MOD virtually and, you know, taking on other PMCs and training them as well. I believe they were involved in the training of, I think it was, what they called the Wolves or something like that. Anyway, these guys that kept getting disappeared from the Russian MOD and sort of funneled into PMCs. Oh yeah, it's all been happening, and Wagner seemed to be responsible for a bit of that as well. So there's been all sorts of backhanded ways of trying to get one-upmanship on one another between him and Shoigu. So this is just it's like Shoigu just sort of paving over the last of it, just tying up the last loose end. Just want them out of your memory so that you remember the glorious Russian army. But there's still a lot of Wagner around. And I just wonder what's going to happen to, you know, their shiny, big windowed, tall building and stuff like that. Are we going to start seeing these guys like literally being dragged out of there and mobilized into the army? Because, yeah, I'm concerned that might happen. So Shaggy, I'll just say this before you go. I don't know if you saw the video of the Wagner guy. Now, there was a video some time ago of going round the shiny Wagner offices, and there was one lad who was sat dressed in full military gear for no particular reason, sat at a desk, smiling, you know, and waving, "Hello, we're the cheery face of Wagner. I'm your receptionist." And then there was a video last night of the same boy, very, very tearful. He played a sad song and just cried into the camera. The drama was amazing. But yeah, this lad also appears to have chosen a particular song. When you listen to the lyrics and understand them, apparently it's about the loss of his father or something like that. It's a teensy bit homoerotic, but yeah, it's about losing a father. And Well, they all called him Dad, didn't they? Yeah. Shaggy?
Yeah, it just reminded me of another video I saw of these bunch of Russians. There's one particular Russian celebrating next to a Bradley, and then the next video was him not looking very happy because he'd just been caught. He'd been caught by the Ukrainian defenders, which made me chuckle. It's definitely made
Yeah.
me chuckle. Did you see
Did
that one?
you note what he said as well? I'm 19. I'm only 19.
No, 19. Seem to remember that song from back in the day. Average age of a Vietnam soldier, I think that was. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what the song said anyway. Yeah, it was quite funny. I mean, regarding the Wangers, I mean, they're in for a bit of a pay cut, aren't they, if they sign up for the Russian military? I mean, if they get paid at all. I don't know how much that. They were on like a couple of thousand, I think, when they were working for Wanga, and they're going to be on a couple of hundred if they actually get it, working for the MOD. But I suppose they're going to have to either sign up for the MOD or get signed up to the MOD. So yeah, if they want any choice in the matter, which isn't really a choice, then yeah, they're a little bit stuffed. So if they sign up, I guess they might be given kind of slightly better jobs than if they don't volunteer to sign up. They'll be sent straight to the front line in the storm units. So might be a little bit of self-preservation going on there. If they're, as it seems to be quite a lot of them actually signing voluntarily up. So they might be getting better jobs slightly further behind the line, at least for a few weeks anyway, until all the ones on the front line get splattered and they're just shoved there anyway.
Yeah, I do wonder if it's a bit of a voluntold situation. You know, you will volunteer. It's not really that voluntary. However, you know, when one starts doing it, the rest will follow along like wee sheep. Some of them still appear to be making grumpy videos, though, and declarations that this is not over. And, well, we know how it goes, don't we? That sometimes they'll let it simmer for a bit before doing something about it. And I have a funny feeling that the Wagner boys have had much better paying conditions than they're going to have in the MOD. And yeah, that's going to cause a bit of a problem because they've gone from being elites in a way in their circle, you know, to being just one of the minions, just nothing, just like everybody else. And it's very hard to come down from that position when you feel that, you know, you're better than everyone else. What do you think, Shaggy?
Yeah, they're going from elites to eat cheats, if you pardon the expression. Works in my mind anyway. Yeah, they're in a little bit of trouble. I mean, I'm still holding out the hope that Wanga, after it decided not to march for the second time on Moscow, or at least officially anyway, that they break themselves up into little platoons and go guerrilla against Putin in Moscow or something like that. I hope they've decided. They've realised maybe not a good idea to all go in one big bunch. I was especially amused when I heard that a load of them were about to get on a plane to head somewhere. That would have made a great target for the wonderful Russian air defense, which is really good at shooting down their own planes. Yeah, they're quite good at that. I'd like to see a bit more of that as well. But I'd also like to wish those Wangers a little bit of luck if they decide to go guerrilla in Moscow against the Russian MOD. And that reminds me of one thing that I thought about. So just after this mutiny happened, and it was, and then a few days after, when it all kind of simmered down a little bit and they backed down, we were talking about who was going to be holding the can for this, who was going to be held responsible, who Putin was going to be purging. So it was either Putin was going to go, or Putin was going to make a show of some of his high-ranking staff. So maybe Shoigu was going to get booted, or Gerasimov, or Prigozhin was going to get outed, or something like that. So it seems to have, with hindsight now, turned out to be a little bit of a purge. Like Surovikin has been demoted by presidential decree, and God knows where he is, although he still looks great with my painting on his face in one of my memes. So it looks like Putin kind of won that little battle a little bit, and so did Gerasimov and Shoigu. So yeah, Gerasimov and Shoigu didn't get booted. It was in the end Prigozhin and people that supported him, like Surovikin. So that's quite interesting. That.
Yeah, Surovikin appears to have maybe escaped with his life, but it may not be so comfortable anymore. But nobody's seen him, have they? And he's got to apparently stay home and be quiet. So he may have got the message, but Prigozhin definitely didn't get that message to stay away and be quiet. And that probably has a lot to do with the actions that followed.
Yeah, just one more thing. Yeah, I'm kind of looking for news of that S whatever that maybe have taken Prigozhin's plane out. Whether Wanga are going to go hunting for those guys who manned the air defenses in that area, and whether they'll be taken out by the Wanga guys. That would be kind of interesting and actually very helpful as well for Ukraine if they would do that. Thank you very much. Maybe down to the last man standing. That'd be really quite good. I'll shut up now.
Well, the RDK guys have already reached out to some of the Wagner people and said, as long as you've not committed any major atrocities in Ukraine, why don't you join us? Which I thought was a nice little hand of friendship. And, you know, we could fight for a common goal. And thought that was a bit of fun. Cece.
What kind of links into what you were saying is about the young kid in the video is I've heard just repeated stories and then 2 first-hand accounts of the borders of Russia, and that no one's stopping people from leaving, and young men in particular, like they're not being stopped from leaving, so they have every ability to leave. So not only have I read that in articles, but 2 first-hand accounts from Russians saying that. So, you know, if you have the ability to leave but you choose to fight, I don't have a lot of empathy.
Yeah, right there with you. Alex.
I think they will be looking for other places outside Russia or Belarus to where mercenaries can get something. Maybe in Africa, they might have some connections. Maybe even, yeah, I'm not sure if anybody wants them in the former Soviet Union. But maybe in Africa they have a chance. I doubt they will stay in Russia because it's too dangerous in Russia. They will be hiding now. Like they understand that everybody's after them. They will try to leave Russia, even leave Belarus. I do not know how many of them would want to join Ukraine, though. I doubt many because.
Oh, not joining Ukraine. No, joining the RDK, which is the Russia
yes.
Freedom Fighter group.
Yes, RDK. But maybe a dozen maximum. Like again, I don't think they fought and came out clean from that. So we'll see. But they will probably be looking for places where mercenaries can find something. So, yeah, it will be hard to do anything within Russia. You know, you need support of locals even to be a partisan, and even in that case, it's too risky. So, not sure. Maybe even, you know, there will be some movements, but mostly to reveal the remainders of Wagner, you know, so that knowing who they are, and it will be part of provocation or something. Yeah, I think they will be trying to find something in Africa, most of them. And I'm talking about nucleus, the one that kind of, because those who wanted to or were willing to join the MOD already did so. And I don't think they are very happy about the decision, because it's the money is not that great for them, and I'm pretty sure that everybody else is looking at them now. They are probably getting the worst job to do. So.
Yeah, something tells me their paying conditions are going to seriously decrease, and yeah, there's probably not a lot they can do about it, but it will make them very disgruntled. And you know, these guys, when they're very disgruntled, they fight one another because they have to have someone to blame. So we'll see what happens. Just receiving some lovely news from Lithuania that they have announced a new aid package to Ukraine to the amount of 41 million euros, including ammunition, rifles, maritime surveillance radar stations, and anti-drone guns. And they have also dropped the information that Latvia also handed over another Mi-17 helicopter to Ukraine. Now, I don't know if all the Baltics are competing here, but shall they? I would like very much for them to continue. Now, earlier in the year, it became known that Latvia wanted to donate its entire fleet of Soviet-era helicopters to Ukraine. So this is possibly what they're doing, phasing them out, patching them up, and sending them on as they, as they're available. And so we will see continued flow of helicopters, it would seem, from Lithuania as and when they become available. And I know it's only one at a time, but each machine gives them more capabilities. And yeah, good stuff, all good stuff.
I have also some news from Robotnia. So the positions battle continues south of Robotnia. Russian troops launched a series of attacks throughout the day. No territorial changes. It's unclear why the Russians are claiming that Novoprokopivka has been liberated. It hasn't. So beware of enemy disinformation.
What it actually says is that Novoprokopivka is under control of the armed forces of Ukraine. Now, a lot of people are saying, oh, that means it's been liberated. No, it means it's under fire control, which means they can hit it with their regular artillery. So, yeah, let's not run before we can walk. They do have to liberate the town before they can start hoisting up a flag. So that's where it came from. But it is not under their control as in they own the place. It's under their control as in they can hit the place. That's where the divergence started.
I can give you some headlines what the Western press is posting about Ukraine, if you want.
Oh, they're very doom and gloom, aren't they? There's basically gloomy headlines everywhere.
Yeah, they are not.
Almost as though it's, sort of like connected to something, almost as though this information is being pushed out.
Yeah, I think it's mostly clickbait. They have seen something, copy it, past copy, and make some news from it. But so Fox News, there is no Ukrainian offensive, and the Russians one is about to begin. Well, when will they start if they didn't start it already? So that's one thing. The Times, by the end of the year, Britain will run out of weapons for Ukraine. Well, that's another bullshit. So in CNN, Biden administration not ready to ramp up arm shipments to Ukraine. Well, we all know better.
They're
The
making regular arms shipments to Ukraine. Yeah, quite regular. So I don't
Yes,
know what
and
that's about.
they are rampant. Yeah, okay, it will not be maybe not in the USA, but they are making efforts to ramp it up in Europe themselves, and so that's also something that you can wipe your nose with. And the Evening Standard, Kiev will not be able to recover from unsuccessful counter-offensive on Kherson. Well, I don't know if they are listening or are they looking at a map or something. I don't know where they got their
Don't know where they're getting their sources from.
Yes,
Seriously, because
exactly. Those intelligences, no. I don't know where they've got it. Maybe they suck it out of the thick thumb. But The Economist cool down in Kherson, why the Ukrainian army should not rush to capture the entire province. Well, why not? It's their right to do
that
it.
just sounds like a Russian. That sounds like Ukraine should slow down and shouldn't carry on trying to capture this. It's so not fair.
No, Russians should not lose. No. Well, eye-catching headlines, I think. Don't you think?
Again, it's clickbait. Doom and gloom really seems to sell for some reason. Making people feel unhappy seems to sell.
Yeah, they want to make people depressive, but we know better. Well, this is just a few of them, so I'm expecting more of these shitty coverage of what is really happening in Ukraine.
Yeah, I finally got a translation of the man who is stood at the Wagner cemetery and absolutely gobsmacked at what's going on. And he's I'm gonna have to restart it. But he's aghast at the fact that all these graves have just disappeared. And there was a lot of them. It is a big space. And here we go. So he says, this is Nikolaev Cemetery. Unclear what's going on, but all the crosses and wreaths were collected in one place. I've no idea what they're doing here. Graves were where the gravel is now. Prigozhin opened this and erected an obelisk. Oh, the obelisk is still there at the moment. Yeah, the obelisk is still there, and there seems to be a memorial around that, but everything else is gone. So where this path is, there were graves. What are you doing, guys? This is blasphemy. People were dying for Russia, and you've leveled all their graves? What are you doing? Are you not even afraid of God? Good God-fearing gentlemen they are. Yeah, and here are all the crosses for the dead guys. Note the year 2023. And these have all got plaques and names on still, and they've just been uprooted and dragged out, basically. All the wreaths are dumped here in a pile. So, all them plastic flowers that they put on top of everything. Yeah. And here, where the work is going, there were graves here too. So he's disgusted with the fact that they're just erasing them from memory, and horrified. But I'm going to imagine that his message isn't going to reach a great deal of people. It reaches us, but he's probably one of the very few people who's noticed, and is going to continue to notice, because it's best not to know these things. It's best not to be upset by them. But I do reckon the Wagner guys will know, and they'll be upset by it. just wonder if they might cause some trouble. You know where you said to Shaggy about like guerrilla operations and stuff like that? Well, I reckon these guys are probably the type of guys who would be doing that sort of stuff, subversive techniques and what have you. You never know.
Yeah, that's why I'm kind of hoping that's going to happen. I think the obviously at the start there was all obviously emotion happening, and we're gonna do March #2, but then they realised, you know, well, that's probably not a good idea telegraphing that to the Russian MOD, so they kind of backed out. Well, backed out in words, but maybe they've got more subterfuge plans going on. So yeah, I'm looking forward to more things going boom, Mockers. Well, you're going to be overworked, even more overworked. Hopefully with lots more booms and lots more things happening in Russia by these chaps. I love a bit of red on red action. Actually, it's one of my favourite things.
Aye, it's certainly been entertaining. Raver, welcome up.
Hey, good morning. So if Russia's going to pull up these Wagner graves, it's a golden opportunity for Ukraine to deep fake, because, you know, nobody knows what Putin actually looks like. He's got so many body doubles. We don't know which one's the real one, if the real one's even still alive. But create their own Putin body double and start doing deep fakes where, one, he is vacating all of the pardons for the Wagnerites, and two, that he already has vacated all the pardons for the Wagnerites, and three, no, he would never do that, and start leaking them into Russian society just to cause chaos.
Did Raver just crash?
No, I did not just crash.
Thank goodness. Just heard a clatter, but it was Shaggy hot marking. Sorry, I was just worried for your life there, Raver. I've completely forgotten what I was going to say in return.
Oh,
Never mind.
unless Vivek Ramaswamy's got hit teams, I think I'm pretty safe.
Cool. Yeah, this is something which has continued through history, this erasure of your enemies. And it dates, well, way back. You know, you can go back to Egyptian times where you can see that there's monuments and burial sites and everything that have been, you know, the faces have been etched off and they've been scratched out of existence, as it were. It happened to a particular queen, I believe, that I can't even remember the name of now. And so it worked, obviously. And this is what Stalin did, isn't it? Erasing people out of photos. And here's Putin, or Shoigu, maybe, erasing the very existence of Wagner. And I just wonder what's going to happen to those guys that are, like, you know, in that big building, that big Wagner building, those guys who were crying outside of all his businesses and stuff like that. They might be crying for more than just the reason that they're grieving. They've probably lost their freedom to do what they want to do. And, well, where's their income going to come from? They're in a bind. So, Shaggy?
Yeah, I mean, they had their 15 minutes of fame, and they've had 30 days of resting in peace as well. So that's all they get, really, for being a Wagner. And yeah, so they're not going to be resting anymore when they're dug up. I wonder where they're going to put them, or just plough them in. That'd be kind of interesting. I hope they've got some sunflower seeds in their pockets. I'd like to see kind of lots of sunflowers popping up all over the place in Russia. Thank you very much. That'd be quite nice.
You know what? Any bodies that they give back to Russia, they should actually do that. Just, you know, very surreptitiously sprinkle them with sunflower seeds and see what happens. I imagine that would be quite fun. Sometime later, these things sprouting. But yeah, it astounds me actually that they took this long to do it. It does seem a bit extreme, doesn't it? But this is who they are, I suppose. And we shouldn't ever be confused about who they are. they've just shown us quite clearly that they have no particular qualms about just forgetting about people. You've done us wrong, we're going to forget about you, and that's it. Now then, the Russians are having a very bad day, and the weekend might be even worse for them. I'm just looking at something here that, well, it's more bad news for the Russians, and I'm trying to find out where this is now. Oh, this is possibly Andriivka and Klishkivka. And in this particular area, I believe our friend Bakhmut Demon is around there. And he did say that what had happened with the Russians there is they had moved in with armour. Their armour was taken out pretty much completely. And so now they're just feeding in more and more mobilised men. And there is a nice group photo here of all the Russians all together in front of some tents at a camp, all kind of like, here's our group picture. And I'm going to say there's probably not a great deal of those left from that group picture. So they've taken it for posterity at least. And here is what's been said from one of them who's still surviving. Forecasts, well, this won't end soon. Their artillery hits 1000%. Everything is shot. Now they don't even spare a shell per fighter. It will only get worse from there. If MO supplies our entire army with equipment, ammunition and artillery so that there is no need here, then it may be possible that everything would end. But we have nothing. Guys, we pray for each of you and thank you for your service. Try to come home alive. And then here, this battle is no more. Oh dear, sounds like woe to me. There are survivors, but all 300. So all of them are injured. Wow. My interlocutor talks about how the boys are taken out in hell. So somebody came back and wasn't very pleased about their performance by the sounds of things. I want to tell you about the direction of Andriivka and Klishkivka. MO gives the order to go forward, but without artillery support. Again, we've heard this, haven't we? Somewhere in the Kherson region. Anyway, I am in the 72nd Brigade, 1st Battalion. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Shaggy. The AUG group. We are prem with machine guns against tanks. I think that means we're sent with machine guns against tanks. For 4 days. 4 days. The Ukrainians, rude word for Ukrainians, laid the whole bat. I think that's the battalion. And we are not alone. 200 is a lot. Bodies are not taken. The smell is so hard to breathe, but battalion commander is still 100 meters away, and he has a new star. What does he care about? We are just meat, led to this extermination. Oh, Shaggy, thank you for the music.
You're welcome. I love my away music, actually. Sorry, it just makes me chuckle.
It was a bit of a sorry one, that one, wasn't it? Crikey. Raver, what do you think?
I think that is great, and I'm pretty sure that I see a CC who can tell everybody how to help turn those 300s into 200s via a simple phone call.
Oh no, I just heard CC 300s and 200s. The power of the exponential by writing, you mean?
No, your phone number to make sure that we continue supporting Ukraine.
Yes, so resist.bot is 1 for letters, and then my new name, which it's funny because other spaces keep calling me 302, so now that's my name. So just text my name and request the number that you would like, and the name, and if enough of us do it, our dream wish list will just grow and grow and grow. But we have to do it every day. That's the thing. It's like we can't get lazy about it because it really is about numbers. I've seen the little pieces of paper where they tally these. So even though it may seem like you're texting or talking into the ether, it's really not. Like your efforts go onto a tally, a piece of paper, which hits ears that make this decision. So, yep.
Yeah, it's absolutely worth doing. Go ahead, Raver.
I was just gonna say, contacting our leaders is critically important to sustaining support for Ukraine, and it doesn't matter if they're not of your party. This is a battle for life against death. Put aside the partisanship. Reach out to whoever your local elected leaders are. If you're an American, you've got a congressman and 2 senators, and it doesn't even necessarily matter if they support Ukraine or not. Reach out to them, put the pressure on them, and don't be afraid to call the whiteboard switch house and tell Biden to keep pressing forward or do more, such as release the F-16s or the Atacams.
I would put Andy Harris at the top of that list as well of your own reps, because he's the one that was the chair of the Ukraine caucus who came out last Thursday against funding for Ukraine. And his number is Andy Harris is his name, 202-225-5311. Again, Andy Harris, he's the chair of the Ukraine caucus, and he himself has been compromised, in my humble opinion. And his number to hold him accountable is 202-225-5311.
Wait, what? How is the chair of the Ukraine caucus against supporting Ukraine against fascism?
I'll put the article in the nest.
Please and thank you. That is rather upsetting. Also, right now it's August, so if you happen to be close to one of their district offices for a congressman, feel free to stop by and you'll find somebody there, or you should, and let them know what you think.
Yeah, and it's absolutely the same no matter what country you're in. These people work for you, not the other way around. So we should give them something to do. We should make them earn their money. That seems like a good idea to me. Now then, I'm just looking at a bit more information about the underwater drone project that we did see a short video of the other day. And it is the, bear with me, MriyaReport underwater drone. And it looks like a big missile pod. And basically, it is the first large underwater drone project created directly for wartime needs. And, H.I. Sutton has published some further information on this drone. So, let's have a little look at it. Ukraine's MriyaReport, maybe, underwater drone is a new large autonomous underwater vehicle developed by AMO Ukraine, AMMO Ukraine, among the many large UAV and AUV projects around the world. This is probably the first born directly for wartime needs. The project is separate to the Toloka family of AUVs, which are already being developed in Ukraine. So the basic vehicle is 6 meters long and 1 meter in diameter. Construction is metal, with all or most of the hull being a pressurized vessel. A keel appears to run along the bottom, and there are expected towing loops. So we saw some video of it being lowered into the water the other day, and it obviously piqued his interest, and he went to have a little look at it. So, AMO Ukraine have advertised the system as being for anti-ship, anti-bridge, intelligence gathering, and transport of goods. The range is reportedly 1,000 kilometers, and the unit is stated as costing 16 million hryvnia, equivalent to 433,000 US dollars. So at least one of the prototypes has an X-form rudder configuration, and the nose cone can come off at the front of the vehicle, and you can put other things into it for transportation, which is quite interesting. I don't think it would be good to put a person in it, but say you were transporting some, you're wanting to transport some devices, some explosives or something like that, something that you wanted to send to a team that was, you know, maybe some partisans or a team that was inserted, you could pop a little one of these pods along and, you know, arrange for them to pick it up. So it's not just able to carry explosives, it's able to carry stuff. And I think that's pretty nifty. We've heard of them using drones to supply with, you know, ammunition and things like that. I see no reason why these things also couldn't be useful in supplying behind the lines, as it were. And there's plenty of that, especially when they're starting to supply people hiding in Crimea, don't you think, Raver?
Very likely on the supply pod. But I'm more interested in the anti-shipping or the anti-bridge. So assume anti-bridge is, you know, it's going to sail up to a pylon and explode. But anti-shipping, this thing can't be that fast. And I'm wondering if they found some way to turn it into a missile mode. I'd love to see a rack of brimstones come pop out of the top of this thing and, you know, go pepper the Admiral Gorshikov or something.
Did you see yesterday the video of the fast boats that were near the rig? And one of them was firing off what appeared to be an anti whatever missile. I'm not sure if it was a shoulder-held missile or if it was something attached to the ship, to the boat, because I never got that good a look at it. All I saw was a missile flying out of one of these boats and coming especially close to the camera. And I thought, wow, I didn't expect them to do that. Not from a small boat anyway. And it impressed me a great deal.
No, I did not see that video.
Well, apparently they were being harassed by I don't know if it's an Su-25 or an Su-27, and I don't care right now. But they were being harassed by Russian aircraft, and so they shot at it, and there's a possibility that they may have damaged it because it disappeared quite quickly and landed. So there is a possibility that there was some problem as a result of them shooting at it. And well, hopefully that's another aircraft that's no longer airworthy for a while, at least. And it's also... Oh, go on.
So I don't know if Hopsy's here or not, but he'd be the one to ask about, you know, naval strike type missions. You know, but just off the top of my head, you know, at sea, an aircraft at altitude can probably see you really far away if you're moving because of your weight. But if you don't have some sort of a standoff weapon and you've got to go in with guns or rockets or bombs, you've got to put yourself inside of that shoulder-fired manpad envelope because there's no cover. You're not going to be weaving between the hills to pop out where you're not expected. You're going to be coming in and they're going to be looking at you. And everything that gets done is going to be done down the throat.
Yeah, and they're also giving a message to Russia that, you know, we're here and we're prepared to defend ourselves here as well as over there. So, you know, come near us and we'll have some gifts for you. And they probably will be quite emotional. So, yeah, I just thought that was brilliant. And we have actually seen some of these boats which appear to be fitted with guns of some kind. And so even though they're like, small semi-inflatables, they're geared up for war, most definitely. And they also appear to have a couple of new smaller boats, but also like mini gunships, I would say, that I don't know what they were called. I knew yesterday, I don't today. But either way, all these small things that they're building up into, extra capabilities really quickly as well. I see things coming together. Certainly a lot of flipping daring missions. I remember hearing about them flying into Azovstal with what they expected to be one-way helicopter missions. And, some of them weren't successful, but a number of them were. And they were able to supply and to take out injured and things like that. It was incredible stuff that they pulled off there. If you remember, start of the war, they flew into Belgorod at one point very cheekily and took out some base, and I think it was some sort of tankers as well at the same time, like tanks of oil and lubricants and fuel. And that was something which they were never expected to have done. This, crazy, audacious attack. And yet here they are, continuing in that vein, sneaking into Crimea, causing loads of bother, apparently eliminating up to 30 people, and then just scooting off again, and leaving behind a load of flags and Ukrainian stickers, which is cheeky as heck, as far as I'm concerned. And somebody said yesterday, I can't remember who it was a military type dude, but every time Ukraine takes these chances, they appear to pull off something incredible. And I find that really encouraging, that, they are prepared to go and do these slightly crazy things, and they seem to be pulling them off really regularly. Maybe they just don't talk about the ones that didn't work, but we'll find out all eventually. But yeah, I'm just so impressed. Sorry, there comes a time where I have to stop and have a drink. It's just not possible.
Yes, sorry, I was just looking at something, Marcus. There is a lot of things going on, a lot of news coming out. It's almost hard for me to filter it a bit, but have you seen the posts from the Ukrainians, what they have done with some they have made some equipment, it should look like equipment, totally of metal. Have you seen that post?
Oh, decoys. Yeah,
Yeah,
metal
those decoys. Those metal
Yeah.
decoys. That's pretty genius, I think.
Yeah, so they have indeed been building and dotting around metal decoy models of artillery pieces and, the mobile guns. And in all cases, on the outside, they're exactly the same, but they just don't have anything inside. And they're being placed around the battlefield in order to draw out the Russian fire. And then Ukrainians are able to pinpoint exactly where they are, take them out without any actual losses. I just think that's genius. And it's just typical, isn't it? We've seen them with blow-up models. We've seen them with wooden decoys. And now they're actually making them so lifelike that from the air you would never know. It looks like you've blown something up, only there's no actual explosion of ammunition. And there's your dead giveaway. because these things are not guns, they're just replicas. And yeah, I just think that's crazy. And it's also proper genius, because your guns could be anywhere. Any of these things could be your guns, but most of them aren't. And so not only does it look like to the Russians that Ukraine suddenly has bunches of additional towed artillery, but also they're wasting their ammunition and giving away their positions at the same time, and they just can't tell the difference. I just think it's lovely.
That's what they get for using potato cameras.
Even with a potato camera, Raver, these things are proper replicas. So that they would be very difficult to tell apart from the real thing. And they might be a bit shinier, that's all. So they might have to, like, rub a bit of dirt on them. But other than that, yeah, they look exactly the same. And these have been created specifically to be blown up by the Russians, to draw their fire and draw their attention. And suppose if you see, Ukrainians dropping off a heck of a lot of artillery in one spot, you would think, right, we're going to let them get in place, we're going to take it out. And they can fire at that all day, and the Ukrainians will say, thank you very much, we know where you are now. Bait and switch.
Well, the Ukrainian long-range artillery hit and destroyed in the past day 1 control point, 3 personal focus area, weapons and military equipment, 3 artillery devices at firing positions, 1 air defense device, and 2 ammunition depots. So they are pretty busy.
Well, that's it. And we don't see every single one of these on a video, do we? But
No, but
every faith.
it isn't necessary to see everything on a video. If we don't see it, it doesn't mean it doesn't happen, or it isn't there.
Well, exactly. I mean, some of these things won't come out for some time because of OPSEC, and some of these things just were not, it wasn't a priority to record the video for the internet, But yes, I can well believe that Ukrainians are not sitting on their laurels. We've seen an awful lot of movement and booms, and I mean, yesterday Tokmak was booming, Berdyansk was booming. It's all going off, and I'm just looking forward to the time when Ukraine starts to really crack through that shell. We can see that it's already starting to crumble now, and I'll be honest, in the left bank of Kherson, that there's something developing there. I would say there's something major going on, because there's a massive amount of unhappy Russian voices at the moment about that particular area. So Shaggy.
Yeah, I'm hearing a little bit about the air that goes on there as well. Russians are not happy, but just a little anecdote on the on the rubbing earth on stuff to make it look a bit older. Yeah, it's a trick we use at work. So if you take out a van, it's generally a group work van, one of the group work vans. If you end up with a little scratch on it because you kind of walking a bit close to a wall, yeah, just rub the scratch with a bit of mud, and then it'll soak into there. And you get back for inspection, and it just looks like it's an old scratch. I've done that a few times myself. Don't know, really, redacted number of times, but yeah, managed to pass inspection each time. Just that.
Well, even if they have good cameras, I don't think they'll be able to tell these apart. They are extremely intricate-looking things. They've got like everything that they would expect to have.
They've definitely got. I mean, they were doing it with cardboard and wood first of all, weren't they? That was only a couple of months ago. Now they've suddenly got to the stage of virtual replicas of them in metal as well. So that's speeded up, but that's for Ukrainians for you. Another example of the ingenuity and thinking they go through. They're brilliant.
I know you love booms and you love fires. Well, there is something, I don't know if you already mentioned it, but there is something on fire in the Krasnodar region. Some luxury La Vicon Hotel, the La Vicon Hotel in Krasnodar is on fire.
I believe what's on fire there is a boat house and all the boats inside. Yeah, so I don't know if that's for a particular reason.
Well, a lot of things go up in flames in Russia lately without any indications.
Well, like the other day when those guys went to Crimea and took out the yesterday, was it yesterday? When we heard about it, you know, and took out the 30 or so guys. They also took out 4 fast boats. So, you know, perhaps they're trying to give them a hint that you know, civilian boats aren't for using against us either, because they have also commandeered civilian boats. I just, you know, think that there's some reason why boats in particular were targeted there. Wow. So I'm just looking at a video of Ukrainian soldiers at a rehabilitation center, and there's one guy who's got a
electric
wheelchair, yeah, and he's made a train for everybody. I'm just going to retweet that so you can all see that. That's brilliant. Absolutely love it. It just goes to show, doesn't it, that nothing can get them down. They're all there hanging on the back like a train. I love it. It's this sense of camaraderie. It's this, you know, sense of humor, and the fact that they, you know, they have agency in their lives. They know what they're doing. They know what they've been fighting for. They've, you know, they've got everything on their side, really. They just need the additional assistance. And you know that at least one of those 4 guys will be getting a prosthetic and going back to the front, because that's just who they are. Now, I've got to say that this app, whatever you want to call it, has been absolutely awful recently. Every time I look for updates, it just brings me up the same like 10 tweets that I saw like yesterday. It's very annoying. So I'm just having to do everything manually, and it's a pain in my posterior, I must say. So let me see. Zelensky has had another meeting today with the head of the Turkish Foreign Ministry. I think he must be called Fidan. They discussed the peace formula preparations for the Global Peace Summit, and the problems of Russia blocking the grain corridor. I think the situation is basically that the only problem is Russia in this grain deal, and that's why Ukraine want to continue the grain deal without them. They haven't broken their contracts, have they? Oh, welcome up, Maddie. How are you?
Oh, hi, Marcus. Fine, thank you. Thanks for letting me just come up for a while. I don't know if anyone saw this, but I'll just tell you. Yesterday, at the United Nations Security Council on maintaining peace and security in Ukraine, Mykola Kuleba, he's a founder of Save Ukraine. It's the organization returning deported children to Ukraine. And he was ombudsman for children with the president of Ukraine 2014 to 2021. and he tells about the lives of children in the war in Ukraine. So he tweets at yesterday's, it's the 25th, at yesterday's UN Security Council on maintaining peace and security in Ukraine, I was honored to speak on behalf of Ukrainian children, those deprived of their right to life, their right to childhood, and their right to their own identity. I talked to the voice of those forcibly taken to their territory by the Russians, deported under the pretext of evacuation, forced to sing the Russian anthem and forbidden to speak Ukrainian. It is significant that the Ukrainian language sounded in the Security Council on Independence Day, which we celebrate for the second time during a full-scale invasion. The 15 members of the United Nations Security Council listened to me in Ukrainian with respect and understanding. Even Vasily Benzayev spoke Ukrainian, but our children in the temporary occupied territories today cannot even listen to songs in their native language. Each of us must hear the stories of these children. Everyone should do everything possible to bring the Ukrainian children home and give them a chance for a happy future. Our children are not weapons or shields. They're just little children with a right to a happy childhood. And then some of the comments after that, just below that tweet, is that someone tweeted at the beginning of Kuleba's speech, United States Permanent Representative to the United Nations, Linda Thomas Greenfield, chairing the meeting, tried to stop the speaker and inform him that the speech was not being translated into other languages. But Kuleba did not hear her and continued speaking. When the speaker finished his speech, Thomas Greenfield addressed her colleagues in the Security Council. We will circulate the speech in writing. Mr. Kuleba spoke Ukrainian. So there we are. Anyone? I have tweeted this if anyone wants to look further. Thank you. And then just one other tip that I myself have used in activism and in especially writing to government departments and giving is that I find that it's very useful and possibly quite powerful to actually always put after if you're sending an email, after putting the address of the person you want to send to CC another person as well. So it just makes that person you're sending it to aware that someone else has actually also got the same message, and maybe just holds them a bit more accountable and a bit more powerful. Just my input. Thank you.
That's a good idea, that. Thank you, Maddie. I have a funny feeling Sir Shaggy's going to be trying that one. Rich.
Good afternoon, my dear. How's the bag? That good.
Yeah, that good. Carry on.
Wonderful. Have you seen, this might cheer you up if you've not seen it, have you seen the video of the Vatnik who had a very, very, very nasty surprise when he was running across the battlefield away from the front?
Yes, I saw that, yes. But go on, tell it.
Do you know which video I'm referring to?
Yeah, I know the one that the Vatnik is running he's under fire and he's running the wrong way. He's running directly to Ukrainian entrance. That's the one you mean.
Is that the one you mean, Rich?
Say that again, sorry, I think I lost signal then.
Oh, so he's running under fire, and he basically runs directly towards the trench, which he thinks is his place of safety. And when he arrives, it's full of Ukrainians, once he's already jumped into it.
Yeah, pretty much it. There's a bunch of Ukrainians that managed to circle around behind them, and they've literally laid there in wait for their colleagues to push the front up. And these two guys have come back legging it, trying to get back to safety. Only, as you've rightly said, there wasn't any safety there because that trench had been taken over. The first guy gets a bullet to the chest and hits the deck, and the second guy does a very, very nice curl route. For any NFL fans, it's a beautiful curl route, and it runs down, and then it zooms in on his face, and he's rather surprised at what's just happened. That's quite funny. I've already turned it into a meme.
Is it? You're probably wondering how I got here.
No, it's the girl running away from the bubbles, but I should have done that one.
You see, that was the first thing that came to mind when I saw his face. I just heard the sound of, like, you know, the record scratching beforehand.
Oh yeah, no, that would have been good. I didn't think of that one. Like, the first one that popped to my head was the girl, chubby girl with the bubbles running around. I was like, oh, that's him. That's him right there. Except no bubbles, just bullets.
Indeed. He probably had the best day out of him and his mate, though.
Well, yeah. He actually saw the end of the day, as far as I'm aware. So, you know, swings and roundabouts, I suppose, isn't it?
He's a very lucky boy, that's all I can say. But yeah, I bet you he needed a fresh pair of trousers after realising what had happened.
Probably the same as the people who were videoing the missiles and stuff coming in down Crimea last night. As I've seen a couple of videos today, and there's a couple of I mean, don't get me wrong, I don't speak Russian, but if I was to translate it without knowing anything, it would be oh crap, because of the reactions on the video. Like, that one's close. It's it's all fun and games.
Until somebody loses an eye.
Sorry, Raver, say that again.
Say that again, Raver.
Oh, sorry, I was just completing his quote. You know, it's all fun and games until somebody loses an eye.
Oh yeah, I mean, there's got a couple of others with that, but yeah, that works. Until someone loses a couple of tactical bombers or something, which I haven't had confirmation of, and I'm still upset. But hey ho.
I am told that at least 2 are completely destroyed beyond use, and another 2 may be requiring repairs.
Lovely jubbly.
I always like to cheer him up. Alex, welcome back.
Thank you. Yeah, I wanted to comment on that video. So looks like these guys were from International Legion, right? They went from behind and took the second line, so-called second line of defense, knowing that that's probably where Russians would be running. And they did kind of run exactly that direction. So it's, yeah, Russians must have been very surprised, you know. So all these times they were kind of fighting in circle, being encircled. And yeah, I wonder what, like, it does to their moral. You know, it's enemy everywhere, like no safe. They should really have surrendered earlier, you know, or run to that line before. But that's the thing. They need to desert right now before Ukrainians appear there, because, and I also saw another place where, you know, just Russians are coming out of trench, totally kind of confused what's going on, and Ukrainian is meeting them just there, you know, shooting them. Yeah, they need to desert before Ukrainians show up, because then during the battle there is no time. This other guy was really lucky, you know. He probably jumped into the trench and, like, he was so close that they decided not to kill him. Otherwise, I don't think they were really planning to take. Well, maybe they were, but you know, it can be difficult to take prisoners when you are in the middle of a battle and thinking about your own life. So yeah, time to desert is now. That's the message.
With that, I'm gonna leave you. and I wish you all a good evening, a Friday evening. I think it's gonna be a very impressive and very exciting evening. We have a few people coming up again. Axel and Alan will come up as co-hosts. I say to you, good evening. Have a nice day, everyone, and thank you for listening to my silly voice.
Thank you, Mr. M. I always appreciate your help and assistance. Thank you. Now, I believe we actually have Robin and Sir Shaggy, but I never see Robin when she wants to come up as a speaker. It just doesn't always work for me. So, yeah, never mind. Now, I've had a little request before I drop off for the day, and that is to just go through the numbers and the MOD report. Oh, goodness me, I've just seen Robin. Magic. See? Twitter just proving me wrong. So before I go, I will just do that for us because apparently the North American or the ones who've just woken up more recently always miss out on this. So here is the scores on the doors for today, the 25th of August. We have 470 liquidated personnel, 3 tanks, 10 armoured personnel vehicles, 28 artillery systems. Lovely. 1 MLRS, 1 anti-aircraft warfare system. I always like seeing those on here. I really like to see those. They're usually kept a little bit further back, and it means that Ukraine have had a good day if they're taking that stuff out. So we have 12 UAVs, 3 cruise missiles, as reported this morning, 17 vehicles and fuel tanks, and 1 more of the very sexy special equipment, whatever the hecking heck it was. And now I will bring you for the first time today, because for some reason I've managed to keep forgetting to give it out. So today's British MOD report, which I'm hoping contains a bit of sarcasm, but we'll see. So today's British Intelligence Defence Update goes as follows. On the 23rd of August 23, exactly 2 months after the Wagner Group's mutiny, a Wagner-associated Embraer business jet crashed near Tiva, between Moscow and St. Petersburg. There we go. The Russian authorities claim 10 persons on board died, including the Wagner owner, Evgeny Prigozhin. There is not yet definitive proof that Prigozhin was on board, and he is known to exercise exceptional security measures. However, due to the circumstances, it is highly likely that he is indeed dead, even if it wasn't by this particular means. So, the demise of Prigozhin would almost certainly have a deeply destabilizing effect on the Wagner Group itself. His personal attributes of hyperactivity, exceptional audacity, and a drive for results and extremely brutality permeated Wagner are unlikely to be matched by any successor. Wagner's leadership vacuum would be compounded by the reports that the founder and field commander Dmitry Utkin and the logistics chief Valery Chekalov also died in the same incident. I can see that the UK MOD are practicing their regular sarcasm there, that they think it's awfully convenient that all 3 of these guys died in just one swoop like that. 'Tis rather, isn't it, Shaggy?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I can't see Robin yet, actually. Oh, hang on. Just as I say that, our request comes in. Oh, yes, and it's from Robin as well. There we go. Yeah, Twitter's doing that to me now. Must be listening. Elmer must be listening, you know. Maybe he's on the buttons in the background, in the backpack office. What do you reckon?
There's actually been a new update today, Shaggy. I noticed that very late last night. So anyway, I am going to get out of your way so the lovely Robin can
Let
join
me,
you.
let me say goodbye first, Mockers. I was trying to come up and I think I messed it up. I think Axel tried to give me a co-host right when I requested speaker, so I'm still down here. But anyway, it's lovely to see you, at least for a moment.
Ships that pass in the night. Well, you never know. If there's any big booms, I might just be right back. But I have a whole day to catch up upon now. So I have things that I need to do. So I'll go and do those things. My life is never, quiet or unbusy. Yeah, workaholic over here. Right.
Unbusy is
Ta-ra,
not the word I
everybody.
think of when I think of you, Mockers.
Much love.
All right. Well, have a great afternoon, mockers, and hopefully Robin will be up in the co-host seat next to me in a little bit. So I was just reading a post from Oryx. So he's done a little post of all the planes that have been pledged and delivered to Ukraine so far. It's 105 jets altogether. Some of these have already been given from way back. So there was 14 Su-25s in April given, purchased from Bulgaria. Given to Ukraine. I think that's a Macedonian flag, 4 Su-25s. If I got the flags, I need Nick up here to do me some flag OSINT. There was 10 MiG-29 ASs and 3 MiG-29As. That was from, I don't know what that flag is. Slovakia, I think. I should really have got me a flag map out first of all. 14 MiG-29s. These were delivered in April and May this year. These are quite interesting MiG-29s actually. Apparently they haven't been seen in the air yet, and they might be like super upgraded ones. So yeah, mentioning MiG-29s might bring that in, or Zagorman or Hopsley up. They love their plane stuff, and I love listening about their plane stuff as well. So yeah, Netherlands, as we know, 742 FA. F-16s A and Bs to be delivered sometime, training to be held. 19 F-16s A and Bs to be delivered. We know that 6 of them are due to arrive before the end of this year, 6 next year, and 7 the year after, and then some indeterminate number. There's no number on Oryx so far from Norway to be delivered. So yeah, planes are definitely coming. We need more of them. We need quicker, but hopefully there will be. I was reading a report that the US is going to start training pilots in the US from October, although they are already on their English course to get their English up a little bit more. So that's going to go on first, but from October. F-16 pilots to be trained in the US, which is late, but at least it's not never. So that's good. All we need now is to loosen the storage of those F-16s in the States and get those pilots in them when they're ready. That would be fantastic. Robin, I can see you next to me now. Well done. Thank you for yesterday, by the way. Basically holding the co-host chains while I was out about, getting a bit flappy.
Oh, hey, Shag. It was great. It was so, I was really sort of depressed that I couldn't join any of the demonstrations here locally because my knee is still not so good after having it replaced a couple of months ago. So I got to enjoy it vicariously. It was really terrific. And that post that you put up of the woman who was singing the anthem through your bullhorn was just brought me to tears again. I'm brought to tears a lot lately. But it really was wonderful. I really enjoyed it. So it was a nice addition to my time yesterday. It was not a problem at all. I'm glad it worked out.
All right, cool. Yeah, I've got to put that post up in the nest because I love that. Actually, I had it on repeat just before. I was a little bit emotional early on my timeline. There's another little video of a Ukrainian defender meeting maybe his wife and daughter back in Ukraine. They were very, very, very surprised. So that's lovely. I'll leave that one on my timeline rather than filling up the nest with it. Where it's well worth a little look. But get your hankies ready. That's all I can say. Yeah,
Yeah.
lovely. I love seeing those videos. There was one video I did see a few weeks ago which broke my heart basically. So as a little kid, and I think the caption was he was going to go and see his dad, and then he ran towards a memorial rather than his actual dad. So his actual dad had been killed, and that broke my heart actually. I'm so used to seeing these videos of a little kid or some families actually meeting their defender relatives alive and well. Some of them a bit injured, some of them look great. But yeah, a lot of families are going to be visiting memorials for their loved ones who've sadly been taken by this war of aggression of Russia. So that one really hit me a lot. That little kid as well. But yeah, it is good to see the other ones as well. Robin.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say I saw that too. That was really heartbreaking because you're expecting to see him run and hug his father. My
Yeah, I mean, you have to show both sides of the war. It's not all happy endings, as Ukrainians know, and as we can see as well. So you have to show both sides, and you can't brush it under the carpet. Yeah, but his dad's a hero. I hope he grows up. Yeah, I'm sure he's going to grow up knowing that. But I prefer his dad, as we all would, his dad to be around. But for too many, that's not going to be the case.
No, it is true. Ukraine is clearly, that you see the gratitude in every funeral and every time President Zelensky is with troops. So at least all those children who've lost their their fathers and mothers in some cases, at least they will have the nation behind them. But as you're saying, it doesn't take the place of a parent.
Yeah, exactly. So I had some. So yesterday, after the protest, me and Peter went to the Ukrainian club, and I found it now. It took a long time to scroll up. Shuba fur coat salad, Robin. Looks like well, it looked like rhubarb crumble to me when it arrived at the table. Peter ordered it, so it's a Ukrainian dish. Apparently, they also munch it in Russia as well. But this is the Ukrainian. The Ukrainians like this, so it's a food with it's like a, what do you call it? I don't even know what you call it actually.
A big
It's
surprise.
yeah, a big surprise. Well, it was, if you're expecting a rhubarb crumble, then it's definitely a big surprise because it's got pickled herring and beetroot. So, but I mean, it wasn't. I didn't order it. Peter ordered it, but he let me have a little taste of it, and it was actually surprisingly okay. I mean, when he said pickled herring, the first thing I thought of was surströmming, and I was like, "This is not going to be good." But it was. Well, I've never had surströmming. I don't particularly think I want it either. But this has made me think, well, maybe a bit of pickled herring is not so bad. It wasn't cooked pickled herring; it was pickled. So yeah, maybe because it wasn't fermented for 30 centuries or whatever they do with it. That's what makes it okay. But yeah, it was quite nice. It only had a little bit of a fishy taste in it. I was quite surprised at. Yeah, you could taste the beetroot. They love their beets over there in Ukraine. I mean, I like beetroot as well, but I don't think I bet as
Come
many
on,
beetroot.
Shaggy. Come
Yep.
on, Shaggy. You're from the north. You're
Yeah,
from the north. You
I am.
know herring. Herring rules.
But we call them kippers, though.
Oh, only in the way you make them.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I love my smoked kippers actually. My mate down in Cape Town doesn't like my smoked kippers because I remember coming home once, very drunk, making some kippers and forgetting about them. And then the fire, then I remember getting shaken awake, and the whole house was full of smoke, and it smelled of kippers for really quite a long time afterwards. So I was banned from making kippers in his place, but I do like a kipper.
Yeah, and I love pickled fish too. Unfortunately, it is neither surströmming or lutefisk, the two most vile sounding fish products ever invented. But yeah, it's it's the beet thing is really interesting. If you don't like beets, I don't think you can be Ukrainian because it seems to be everything seems to be filled with them. I happen to love beets, so that makes me happy. But if you don't like them, I think you'd have a big problem.
Yeah, I've got to not wear white stuff when I eat beets.
That
'Cause
that is a problem. Every time I have a bowl of, I make a big pot of borscht once a week, really. I have it almost every day for lunch, and I invariably have to put my shirt in the washing machine after I eat, no matter what I do. It really is very difficult to eat without getting it all over yourself.
yeah, but it's really hard to get out something white as well. It really does. You can use it as a dye. Wouldn't be surprised if they use beetroots as a dye actually. Um, but yeah, it does get on there. So yeah, I need a bib. Fortunately, I've got a big beard, so that acts as a bit of a bib actually. It's a multi-use. Although things do get stuck in it as well every now and again. Anyway, that's my eating habits.
But and also you can
Yeah,
keep a snack there for later, right?
yeah, store breakfast, a little bit of breakfast on it for lunchtime, just for a little bit of 11s. There we go. Well, sorry about that, everybody who's listening.
Yeah,
So yeah, so I always carry
I'm
on.
just going to say we've degenerated rather markedly in the last few minutes.
Yeah, sorry about that. So yeah, when I go to the Ukrainian club, there's always these different types of food they have, which I never knew about. I mean, I like the varenki, those little parcel things. Although I don't like the color of them. They look a bit boring, bland. I like them when they're a bit crispy on the outside, so they've got a little bit of crispiness on them. Little bit of, what's the word I'm looking for? Bruleed a little bit. They look a little bit bland, but they're lovely on the inside. And there's loads of different ones. I like the sweet ones. Um, I've got a bit of a sweet tooth, so I really like the dessert ones, as it were. But the other ones are really nice as well. They do fill you up really quickly as well. So I saw one plate and I thought that's not going to be enough. So I ordered 2 portions last time I was there, or a few times ago, and I was stuffed afterwards. I think next time I'll just order 1 portion. Actually, I was hungry. Never order food when you're hungry. Although you're very often going to be ordering food when you're hungry. That's why you're ordering food. But yeah, a bit like going shopping actually. Never go
I
shopping.
seem to remember you had some beverages along with that. That might have helped.
Yeah, the beers kept on flowing last night because when you buy around for someone, they always normally buy one back and then somebody else buys one, and before we knew it, we had a table full of beers. So yeah, it took a while to get through. I think I've still got one in the car. Actually, you just reminded me, I've still got one in the car. I put it in one of my boots so it didn't fall over, but yeah, it's going to be a bit dodgy right now. Oh, I've actually got another one as well. I got another one in my bag. I bought 3 from Tesco's, not far from the protest yesterday. So yeah, I've got another beer in the bag that's going in the fridge. Yeah, give me 30 seconds, Robin. I'm gonna put my beer in the fridge.
It sounds like a good idea, especially with the one out of the car, because if maybe it doesn't get as hot where you are as it does in New York in the summer, but an exploded beer can in a car is really not something you want to experience. Now, with that, while Shaggy is off taking care of his beer, which is a very important thing, let's see what I had. A couple of interesting. Oh, this I thought was wonderful. I think we mentioned it. Mockers, I think, mentioned it last hour, but that let me just find the story about the decoys that yeah, earlier in the war, the Ukraine had been making HIMARS out of wood and stuff to draw Russian fire, so that to avoid getting the HIMARS destroyed, first of all, and also to find out where their installations were. But apparently, there's a private company, Met Invest Group, has begun manufacturing iron decoy equipment identical by its appearance to radar stations and artillery. And they, in another example of Ukrainians going all in for the war effort, this company has made over 250 of these decoys and provided them to the Ukrainian army free of charge, which I think is absolutely fantastic. Oh, and Shaggy just put up a picture of this bottle of beer. Oh, I'm jealous. Living in New York, you're really at the mercy of your at the shops in the area about what kind of beer you can get. We live in a, they talk about food deserts. So Axel, you would sympathize. I live in a beer desert. It's very hard. I can get Pilsner Urquell, and that's about it. I mean, which is fine, but there's so many other wonderful beers, including what I see Shaggy's just putting in his fridge for later. So I'm very jealous. You back, Shaggy?
Yeah, I'm back. I've just done a post of that beer as well, just so everyone knows what I'm talking about. It's a nice Erdinger. I like Erdinger, although it does go to my head a little bit, especially when mixed with a few, well, maybe half, maybe, I don't think I got up to half a dozen Ukrainian beers last night, but I definitely had 3. Yeah.
My God, I would be
And I
under
had
the
3.
table. I'd be in a coma.
Yeah, I had 3 for 3 at the Ukrainian club, and I bought 3 bottles. I gave 1 bottle to a lovely Ukrainian girl who was telling us about some stories. She was from Kharkiv. If she's listening. Yeah, she was telling us about one of her relatives kind of got caught behind the Russian lines, behind in Russia actually, and he had an accident or something happened to him. I'm trying to get guys to come up to talk about it. He basically lost his leg, and then they were trying to her family and whatever were trying to get him out of Russia. So he managed to come out across the lines near Kharkiv actually, and he basically got into a bit of a some Russian troops there were saying, "No, you can't go that way." And he was like, "Well, you can either shoot me or you can let me go." And they basically let him come across. And he's in Ukraine now. But the story she regaled to me was really quite harrowing. And whatever for this older gentleman, I think he was in his 60s or something like that. I think it was like a grandparent or a great uncle or something. So I'll try and we're following each other. So I'll message her and try and get her to come up and let the space know of her story. I met had some lovely chats with people yesterday at the protest in London. So I made some nice contacts. I'd like some of those people to come up. There's another guy that I'm now in contact with. He's made a documentary called Fragments of Ukraine. He's like a war correspondent type person. So he's been in Ukraine. I think it was May and June this year. It's also on my timeline as well. So he's made a really nice documentary. Really well edited actually. The bits that I've seen are really well edited and very, very punchy. So yeah, I'm going to try and contact him as well. So yeah, these events are, as well as showing support for people, it's also good to from a MriyaReport point of view to find people as well, so they can come and bring those stories and share them to a wider audience as well, which is what we're here for, is to share these stories. What do you think, Robin?
Yeah, I think it's wonderful that you've run into a few people like this. It's so important for us to hear first person stories because with the best of intentions and our hardest efforts, it's easy to be a little bit to be a little isolated from really what's going on the ground and remembering how horrible it all is and how much we have to do everything we can to get it done right away. I'm so glad this man made it back. Kirill Budanov was in the news, I think it was today again, saying that that Ukraine has many fewer prisoners of war than the Russians do because the Russians captured so many Ukrainians right at the beginning of the war. So it means that they're not in a position to leverage Russian war prisoners to get Ukrainians back. So it's very fortunate that he managed to get back under his own steam.
Yeah, that's why one of the hopes of this offensive, especially in the Kurdon region that I had anyway, was a great big massive encirclement of a lot of Russian forces, with the hope that they'd all surrender, which would then give a lot of Russians to trade back for all, as you say, all these Ukrainians which are being held. And obviously seeing the state of the POWs when they are returned to Ukraine, the sooner the better. So obviously the offence is going to take as long as it's going to take, but hopefully kind of they'll catch a load.
And also, I mean, one thing I find, well, I don't find surprising given it's Russia, but apparently on Russian POWs, they found these little handouts that they were given, basically telling them to blow themselves up with a grenade rather than allow the Ukrainians to capture them. So this may be part of their, I mean, that's one way to keep Ukraine from getting too many POWs. It's really, I mean, I hope there are at least some Ukrainian troops are smart enough to realize that obviously the Russian government does not have their best interests at heart if they're telling them to blow themselves up rather than being captured.
Yeah, exactly. It's all a bit sad. But I mean, talking about yesterday a little bit, I missed Axel. I missed another fellow. I didn't hear his words when he was speaking on the space. When I handed over to him, he was walking up the road to get away from the protest a little bit, so it wasn't too noisy on the old feedback thing. So I'm hoping to get him back at some point. Was it an interesting conversation? He was yakking away for quite a while, but I've no idea what he was talking about. He's done a lot of great work with drones and stuff like that, and been over there. And he was at the NAFO conference as well. So I hope to get him back to give a bit more of a chat. Some of it's top secret what he's doing. He is in NAFO Special Forces Division. I think he's the the first NAFO squadron leader now. So I was a bit jealous of when he told me that. But he deserved it. He deserved it.
Well, I
Great guy.
should have asked him whether he's gotten paid yet, because I still have not gotten my first redacted check from redacted HR. I'm very upset. I've been working for months.
Yeah, he does it for the kibble, I think, and the beers. Yeah, so I mean, I gave him some beers yesterday. He enjoyed it. It's very good. But I can see Tracy's got a hand up. Tracy.
Thank you, Sir Shaggy. Hello, everybody. Just quickly, because I've unfortunately got to go out in the world. Don't have time for these things. I only have time for things to do with Ukraine now, by choice, of course. But I just wanted to say I'm just going to donate the $10 that I pledged yesterday. I'm sure you probably already did yours, Shaggy, anyway, but if not, I'm reminding you. And I'm going to be cheeky and ask if anybody else can do the same. Please consider it. Or do more if you can, or less.
I'm
Either
throwing
way,
another 10
it's
in.
all very gratefully received.
Tracy, I'll throw another.
And that's it. Thank you.
And make sure you hear me. Tracy, I will throw another 10 in the bucket in honor of your contribution also.
Yeah, no, Tracy, I'd actually, Robin was just answering you then, Tracy. I don't know if you can hear her or not. But anyway, Robin's going to also donate $10. And I'd forgotten. So thank you for that reminder. I am logging into PayPal right now. Where are we sending this one? MriyaReport.
That makes sense. Is PayPal up and working again? Because last I knew we.
Oh, yeah. That's a good point, that, isn't it? PayPal doesn't work anymore.
Yeah, actually, this is a good opportunity to tell people if you want to donate to MriyaReport, and I definitely suggest you do. We're doing a lot of really good work. Go through the MriyaReport.org website, and it will direct you to the valid a utility that we're using for contributions to this point. Tracy, did you have something else you wanted to say?
It shows connecting for me. She shows connecting for me. I'm just working my way past the "We Need You" pop-up box on the MriyaReport website. So then I'm going to go to the little lines on the right-hand side, click Donate Now, and then wait for a little bit, and it'll come up with a donation page. Thank you. Thanks to your generosity, MriyaReport saves lives in Ukraine, which we do. So when loyal listeners like you become a dedicated donor, MriyaReport can fulfill more requests for help, answer urgent pleas for special equipment, which we're doing, and deliver life-saving aid. So on there, you can do a monthly recurring donation, and you can include a little round it up thing. So if you want to donate $20, you can round it up to 21 to help cover those transaction costs, or you can just do a one-time donation. And you can pay by, well, it says here, I've got all the credit cards. It's all very simple, and a really nice layout on there as well, and just fill it all in. I think all my bits are already filled in already. I might have made a donation once or twice or several times redacted before. So I'll make that other one for you, Tracy. Hope you can hear this. So yeah, £10. What is it? Friday. I have to think of some taggy line for Friday. Fiver Friday. Well, that's only 5, and I'm doing 10. So double Fiver Friday. But we need it to start with an F. It needs to rhyme, basically. I like things that rhyme. So someone have a think about that. Cece, you're really good at this. What do you think we caught today?
No, it doesn't rhyme. Well, it doesn't rhyme, but it is alliterative. 55 Friday, if you can do it. If not, 5 twice. For anyone who's new to and didn't hear the little quick spiel before, just look for the red bat phone on my name. If you're in the US, and just move your thumbs as fast as you can. It only takes 2 minutes, and write Biden with our list of everything we want. ATACMS, anything else you want on there, your wish list. ATACMS, Humvees, these are my suggestions. Obviously F-16s are happening, but I'm sure a little more support wouldn't help. Tourniquets, anything you'd like. And there's also an example for resist.bot I put in the nest that Arrow, props to Arrow, who's really great and persistent on his texts and letters. So if you're lazy or late or busy or what have you, you can just copy and paste his or tailor it to your own. Resist.bot, and then look for the red bat phone on my profile. Every time you see that, it's a little red reminder. Thanks.
Thanks, Cece. Could you just, while you're up, could you please give us the phone number of that reprehensible head of the Ukraine caucus? You gave it before, and I didn't write it down fast enough. I'm terrible with numbers.
Yes, that unfortunate human's name is Andy Harris, and hopefully we can turn him into being a fortunate human. That article is on the resist.bot post that I have in the nest, but his phone number to call him, and politely but maybe a strongly worded letter or message at 202-225-5311. Andy Harris is his name, Congressman, and it's 202-225-5311. I feel like a TV advertisement for only $9.99, for only free right now for you, special for you. 202-225-5311.
Thank you so much, Cece.
Yeah, thanks a lot, CC. How about 5x5 Friday? So I like that. It all rhymes and stuff like that. So 5x5, you can either donate 25 or 5 or 5 plus 5 or 55. 5's my favorite number in like the universe and everything. So yeah, I like 5. I got the Azov coin, challenge coin from Monty, number 55. I love that thing.
Did you see the newest coin, Shaggy?
I saw a new one. No.
Oh, it is unbelievable. It's painfully. I know that your last one was quite a stretch for you, but because of what you did. But this new one, you may not even want to look on Monte Bay, MONTAY BAY. They're challenge coins, and they're the most gorgeous pieces of art, and all of the money goes to. I think this one's to the 93rd.
Yeah. So I'll have a little look at that one. I did see a post saying that one of the Georgian Legion coins has been handed over. Number 100 has been handed over to a Ukrainian museum, and it's going to end up in their museum, which is awesome. It had a little fella on it as well, which is brilliant. So yeah, that's really good. I like those kind of things, and anyway, we can donate money. But but we're still trying to raise money for War Doggo and his mega thermal drones, as I call them. So they're going to be really handy. I'm looking forward to some video of those after they've been in action, as well, as it were. They're not going to be in action, i.e. dropping things. They're going to be used for probably recon and for looking for mines and stuff like that just after the sun's gone down. So yeah, if we can get that fundraiser cleared out while it's still kind of warm and the sun will heat up those mines, especially the anti-tank mines and metal mines during the day, and then as the air temperature drops and the ground temperature, the soil and stuff like that drops, it drops quicker than the heat that's going to be kept in the metal of those mines, of those anti-tank mines. So the drone with a really good thermal imager, that's why it's quite expensive, these drones, will fly over and be able to see where those mines are, so that the Ukrainian defenders will then be able to plot, as well as being handy to see where those mines are, but also to be able to plot quite quickly the best route through a minefield, so that the sappers only have to clear the minimum amount of mines to be able to get the armor through there. So that's why these drones are really, really important. They would literally speed up the offensive. So anybody that's kind of having a little about this offensive being slow, these are exactly the type of equipment that are required to be able to help the Ukrainian defenders get through those amazingly deep and chock full of minefields that the Russians have had time to lay. Well, not lay, just chuck mine. Sometimes lay, sometimes just chuck them about. Millions of mines, basically. So yeah, finding the easiest way through those minefields is crucial for the speed of this offensive. Is crucial to save sappers' lives at first off as well, so they don't have to clear as many mines. They put themselves as risk, as at risk, especially if there's artillery and stuff like that coming in, which the Ukrainians are really quite good at taking out before the sappers go in. But if they miss any or whatever, then that makes it really dangerous. You don't really want to be hanging around in a minefield when artillery is coming at you and people with man pads and stuff like that. So yeah, cluster munitions. I want these M26s. Can't wait to hear news of those being used. These M26 cluster munitions are way better than the 155 cluster munitions, which drop about, I don't know, about 80 little cluster bombs, whereas these bigger ones, these ones that are fired from HIMARS, for instance, these M26s, I think they're called, if I remember correctly, they've got a few hundred. They've got like 700 little bomblets in there. So yeah, those I really want to get to Ukraine as quickly as possible. I was always a bit in the past. I was always a bit wary about cluster munitions because of the dud rate. But the dud rate on these ones is like 1%. They're order of magnitude better than the cluster munitions that the Russians use, even though the Russians deny using them. But they're very, very. I think they're very, very effective. From what I've read, they're very, very effective at clearing Russian trenches and just helping take out even artillery systems and stuff like that, which then enable the sappers to not be fired upon when they're trying to clear these minefields. Plus, War Doggo's drones, the type of drone we're trying to get War Doggo. Those drones with the thermal cameras are really good thermal cameras to see those mines. So yeah, very important.
Yeah, I would say, Shaggy, if in terms of saving lives, if you want your money to really go far, this is the time to give it to our campaign for those thermal drones. Not only will we be saving sappers' lives, they won't have to go in cold to a minefield and hope they find the mine before it blows up on them. There's a really high injury rate among sappers. It's a very dangerous job, and the faster the minefields are clean, the faster the offensive can take hold, the faster areas will be liberated, and people under the brutal invaders regime will be back under Ukrainian control, and we'll get the war done faster. So you can, in 3 ways, your one contribution can be saving lives in 3 ways. So I really please consider it now. The minefields are a big issue, and the faster we can get War Doggo and other units, these thermal drones, the faster they can take care of the problem on the front lines, and the faster we can drive the orcs back over the border where they belong.
Yeah, very important. I mean, there's a few different things that I like kind of donating for. Tourniquets is one of my big ones. There's a fella. I don't know if I can say. I won't say their name over the internet, but they're gonna over the past few months and whatever, having listened to Ryan and people like that and medics and Latin, not Latin, Ryan and language learner, decided to get my own IFAC up to the same, a very decent IFAC for myself, which is to travel around within my car. But I'm going to donate one to exactly the same one, being made up for a Ukrainian defender somewhere in the States. Because I can't just buy stuff for myself and not do anything else. So I bought 2. I'm going to buy 2. So I've just got a message today saying that's all been done, and my tourniquet that I'm donating is going to go to some defender in the 82nd Airborne, or the 82nd, wherever that is, somewhere in Ukraine. So yeah, that makes me feel good. That, and I'm looking forward to seeing what's going to be in my little IFAC when it arrives. I never know if I'm going to use it or not, but well, if I haven't got it, I'm not going to be able to use it, am I? And I may be able to save a life at some point in the future if I come across a car accident or something like that, and it may help. But anyway, regardless of whether I get to help anybody with mine, I know at least one Ukrainian defender will have one with Cat 7 tourniquets and all the other stuff that goes in it, and hopefully it will help save a Ukrainian defender.
It's interesting, Shaggy. I was thinking, when I was a kid, I was in Girl Scouts my whole childhood, and we did first aid courses, and everybody had, we called it a first aid kit. It was like a what do we call them? AFAC. But it's what I find interesting is the spillover from this conflict is it's educating so many of us in so many different things. Alan and I are starting a book club on Sunday nights, and we're going to be reading Timothy Snyder's On Tyranny, and that's another thing that we really have learned out of this horrible invasion of Ukraine is to how important it is to understand how Russia got the way it is, and to understand that our democracies in all of our various countries are only as safe as we make them by defending them appropriately and by understanding how things can go wrong. So it's very interesting, the spillover to things other than the specifically about the wars. I find it very interesting. Not to mention that we're getting to enjoy Ukrainian cuisine, right?
Yeah, sorry, phone lock went on there. I was just replying back to a DM. Yes, exactly. I've learned loads over the past year and a half. It's been very, very emotional. I've learned that kind of stuff. But yeah, I didn't really know. I know more about military stuff now than I ever thought I'd ever know. Also about first aid as well. I do want to put myself on some first aid courses as well. But there's no point me getting any of this equipment and not being able to know how to put it on. That's another important thing I've learned as well. And I've learned obviously loads about Ukrainian culture and food. Some of it looks amazing. Some of it looks dodgy. But I'll give it a go anyway. I have learned that Ukrainian beer does give me a bit of a hangover. I have to say, I think my voice has gone down a few octaves today, which kind of happens. I might be okay again tomorrow. But yeah, it's learn loads about Ukraine, the Ukrainian people. That's why it's really quite good getting out and about to protests if you can. You'll meet Ukrainians in real life, which is an order of magnitude better than just online. Even though being online, it's very, very good to hear voices, but when you actually see somebody and talk to them in the eye, it's really, really good. And they like it as well. They like seeing people who are not Ukrainian supporting Ukrainians as well. Just speak to a couple of people yesterday who hadn't realised they were kind of new to the UK, hadn't really realised the support there was in the UK, and they were all teary-eyed and very happy as well. So yeah, and some people who hadn't heard of MriyaReport, I explained it to them a little bit, told them what we do, and they were really quite surprised and very, very happy that there's a space that's been going on 24/7 since before the full-scale invasion started, where we just talk and share information and listen to people's stories and listen to Ukrainian stories and Ukrainian supporters' stories and give information about the military updates and all the things we do basically. And they were pretty gobsmacked about it. So hopefully I've got a few more listeners, and hopefully if you're listening, any people I was speaking to yesterday, just press that little mic button, press that little request button bottom left of your screen on your phone, and request to speak and come up and share your stories or just ask questions. That's what we're here for. We love people coming up and chatting. Apart from trolls and vatniks, I'd rather go to their spaces and communicate with them there and educate them there. I like this being a Ukraine friendly space for Ukraine support, for Ukrainians and Ukraine supporters. So yeah, just press that button and pop up. Robin.
Yes, I agree, and I must say, I'm sure, because Ukrainians, like everyone else, not every single Ukrainian is a wonderful person, but the percentage of wonderful people I've met who come from Ukraine in the last couple of years has been really amazing. It's really enriched my life, aside from anything else. And if we can do, we all do what we can do to try to help. It's a good thing.
All right, thanks a lot. Just had a little DM through from wherever a listener. I don't recognise the handle, but so they might just be a listener. So they're talking about just giving some information about the Norway's F-16s which Norway said yesterday that it was going to give to Ukraine. So there was no numbers on that, but he's just informed me that the Norway had a deal with Draken, which I think is an American company, and that was for 12 F-16s. So that may mean if that deal's been cancelled, then there may be 12 Norwegian F-16s going to Ukraine at some point. But that's just a That's just a little bit of maybe information there. We'll see. We'll have to obviously wait for official announcements, but to put a number on that, or a vague number on that, might be 12. So Denmark's 19. Holland is the answer to life, the universe, and everything, 42, and Norway maybe 12. Anyway, I can see Terry's got his hand up now, and then Cece. I think you had a hand up before, but let's go to Terry.
Hey guys, that was awesome listening to you yesterday, Shaggy. That was awesome, really good. I know it looks like you guys are maybe looking for someone to finally put their hand up and talk. Just curious, I haven't had a chance to even look at anything yet. And please don't be mad if you've already talked about this, because I'm sure you have at some point today. What did we finally see a swarm of drones from Ukraine, or what was up with that? Something like 40 or 70 drones or something?
Yeah, I'm hearing about.
What's up with that? Do you know?
Yeah, I'm hearing about a swarm of drones that went in Crimea, but I wasn't listening this morning because I was unconscious, dealing with a hangover after getting in and staying up till 3 o'clock in the morning. So, Robin, if you know an update on that one, but I did hear there was a bit of a swarm, and the word swarm was used, and that's really good, like a saturation attack type thing. I saw a few pictures of some drones the Russians are claiming to have electronically shot down, but I don't know kind of how all those pictures are or whatever. But yeah, Robin, have you got anything on that?
I don't firsthand, but as I was waking up this morning, so I leave the space running all night, so I wake up to hear things in a haze, and I think Mockers was talking about it, and I seem to remember it was some number north of 40, and the Russians, of course, said that they disrupted them with electronic means, but nobody seemed to be taking that very seriously. I certainly didn't. So, yeah, it's great.
Oh, I've just got the information up now. So this number 42 seems to be quite it is the answer. This is a reference from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, by the way. 42, life, the universe, and everything. That's the answer to it. But yeah, Russia said it. Well, Russia says it's down 42 drones. Now I don't believe that. This is from Bloomberg. It's behind the paywall. That's bummer, isn't it? I'm going to do some more research on that, and I'll get back to you. It'll be about 5 minutes, probably. Oh, Ming might know.
Oh no,
You're
sorry,
welcome.
Shaggy, I don't know anything about it, but I missed the whole story about you and last night. Did another Alex Ferguson lead you astray? What happened?
Well, he did lead me. He did lead me to Tesco's. Actually, I thought we were going to I thought we'd finished protesting and we were heading to the Ukrainian club to get some beers. But no, just before the Ukrainian club was a Tesco's, so he ushered me into the Tesco's. So I bought some beers initially, three beers. I wonder if my beer's cooled down enough now. Anyway, so we went to Tesco's, got 3 beers, gave one away to a lovely Ukrainian who was very, very chatty. Met some guy from the Home Office, actually, who was he had a nice camera. So I showed him my NAFO MI69 and my CIA IDs just to prove who I was, which made him laugh. Explained to some Ukrainians who are laughing away. We got those from, what was it, Fella McFellaface. You can get these NAFO ID cards, and yeah, I donated for another tourniquet, so I got my ID card and a tourniquet ×2. So I was explaining them to that and explaining to them how NAFO raised funds and how MriyaReport raised funds, and yeah, I was just kind of educating people. So I don't know if he led me astray. I think we led each other astray. He was the last person to get the round in when me and Peter were about thinking, right, we've managed to finish these beers. Then another fella then turned up with more beers. So very nice, very nice. He's working today, and I've just been recovering basically. So I hope he's okay. I think he will be. I got home. I don't know what time it was. I think Peter made it home as well. He was a bit worried about missing his last train. It's like being a teenager again, or in your early 20s, actually going clubbing. So yeah, it was a very good day, Mick. Hope to see you in London one day, Mick.
Oh yeah, no, you'll see me in London. I show up there from time to time. Although
You have to
weirdly, London's one of those. We were talking about London earlier this morning. It's like one of those weird cities where, I lived there for like what, 10, 15 years, something like that. And I don't know anyone there. There's like, I've got one friend in London now. Maybe I'm just too old or something.
Well, I don't know about too old. You're as old as well, I used to say you're as old as the woman you feel, but that's maybe a bit off. But you're as old as you feel in your heart. And since I've been a member of NAFO for over a year now, I just feel like a teenager basically. I've definitely got my naughty streak back, but it never really left. But it's definitely been added on to since I've been a member of NAFO. Sometimes I forget that kind of not everyone in the world knows NAFO and knows what we do, and therefore, yeah, when you start talking to people about bonking, which I did yesterday, they kind of give you a little bit of a funny look, so you have to explain what bonking is.
Yeah, I've got my NAFO license to bonk as well. It's a bit dodge.
It is, but it's funny, and that's the main thing. One, we've raised money for Ukraine, and two, it's funny, and three, you got something physical to show someone.
Hey,
Hang on, I want to carry on.
I was going to say, have you guys gotten your official NAFO ID cards that Fella McFellaface
Yeah.
was giving out?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, so you can, with Fella McFellaface, yeah, you can get your own ID card. I think it's £3.50 if you just want the card. But if you want it, you can donate a bit more, 15 or 30 or something like that, and get yourself. And then so I donated 30 and got one tourniquet for one of my Fella cards. But I've got two Fella cards, so two tourniquets. So yeah, go and see him, and he'll let you know all about it.
Ming,
was that at Language Learner? Was that at our tourniquet fundraiser?
No, but I've done that one as well. I spread it around. I donate to MriyaReport and other things as well. I've got other interests as well, so I kind of spread it around, as they say. Yeah, I got my my Azov coin. So there's loads of things. Actually, during that interview that I was interviewed for yesterday, it was a little bit strange. It wasn't the interview wasn't specifically for a Ukrainian film. It was to do with solidarity. Solidarity was their theme. So I obviously piped up and I got the I got the booby answer. So I said, "Oh, solidarity, left." A bit of a muppet, and then they explained kind of what it was: solidarity with people in need, with people who are fighting for justice, which is basically what Ukraine is fighting for justice for this Russian aggression and for international law and that. So during the interview, I've now lost my train of thought. So yeah, so I was explaining about people, and they asked me the question. Some people don't want to donate arms to Ukraine. So what would you say to those people? And my simple answer is, well, you don't need to support the donation of arms to Ukraine if that's not your thing, but you can support the donation of humanitarian aid to Ukraine, and that's also needed. So you don't have to donate for bombs or write your names on things and things like that. You can donate to anything you want, even if it's cat food. So here at MriyaReport, we've donated for things, mostly things that are not going to be used. Well, some of the things not going to be used directly for frontline troops, but we donated for like the victims of the Novakhovka dam disaster, and solar powered water generators and things like that, and all sorts of stuff for both civilians as well as the defenders. So these people just need to think about, okay, what am I comfortable donating for? What am I comfortable to advocate for? Because Ukraine needs everything from military stuff to non-military stuff. So there's going to be, I can't think of, someone's going to be able to find something that they're happy donating for and happy calling for their countries to give more of. And it's just triggering that in that other person and making that person think, yeah, actually, you know what, tourniquets. Yeah, why doesn't my government just give 1 million tourniquets to the Ukrainians? They need them. Yeah, doesn't my government just give loads of pumps and stuff to pump water out of flooded areas or water purification systems? Yeah, so these are all the things that people who are maybe a little bit more pacifists, if I can put it like that. I don't like the actual war aspect of a war, then there's all the civilians and all the families of the civilians and the people affected that are not the soldiers who you can help and focus on them. You can just find your own little niche and just focus on it, but don't get discombobulated by thinking you're going to be supporting something or an aspect of the war that you don't want to really support. You find your little area and just go full bore on that and don't stop until the Ukrainians have kicked the Russians invaders out. And then even after that, then everybody should be involved in the reconstruction and the help with reconstruction, both of the physical buildings and roads and infrastructure, as well as helping the Ukrainian defenders who've been injured by this Russian aggression, helping their literal physical and mental reconstruction, if I can put it like that, because it is going to affect them deeply mentally and a lot of them physically as well, with the limbs that they've had taken off in effect by the Russian aggression, and support. So they're going to need support for the rest of their lives, as well as their families as well, to help them. So it's an ongoing thing. It's not going to stop this support, not from my angle anyway, and not from a lot of people I think who are listening at the moment. It's when the actual physical battlefield is over and the kinetic part of the war is over. There's going to be many more years afterwards, helping reconstruction and helping support those people that have survived this horrible genocidal war. So there's a place for everybody in supporting Ukraine. You just need to find your place, find a place you're happy with, and then grab that opportunity to help with both hands and go forward. What do you think, Robin?
Yes, that's a very important message. And when you think about, I mean, the challenges that Ukraine is going to be facing for the next 20, 30, 40, 50 years, and the fact that most Ukrainians who are out of Ukraine now plan to return. They want to be home and building their country again. But I think MriyaReport's going to be around a long time. NAFO's going to be around a long time. God willing, this war will be over soon. But then we will have to pivot to the rebuilding and the healing of both the country and the people. And that's going to be a project for the rest of our lifetimes, probably.
Yeah, exactly right. I'm just going to do a little bit of digging around for some news. If there's anything new, I know there's OPSEC stuff. I'm hearing rumours that things are happening both near Robotny. There might be a bit of what do they call this? Combined arms. There might be a bit of combined arms action around there. Oh, CC.
Is there an update on the column of vehicles? I know we're all on a lag, a non-OPSEC update on the column of Ukrainian vehicles from yesterday.
So I heard from various different sources the column was either like 80 vehicles or 200 vehicles or 300 vehicles. And that's all I know on that, really. It's a bit up in the air. Probably because of OPSEC reasons. So I'll try and have a look and see what the latest is on that and get to you with anything that I have.
Shaggy, could you back up on that? I think I must have missed this story. What remind me what you're talking about.
So if I've got this correctly, there's a bit of there might be I'm going to put might in here and caveat it all. So there might be a bit of a combined arms, bit of a counter, bit of an offensive going on, probably around Robotny. If I remember correctly, Robotny is on a little bit of a hill, so it might be around one side and around the other in like a pinstry type movement. Although I think it's mostly coming from the west side, the east side of Robotny. But yeah, apparently the Russians are panicking a little bit. A lot of the Russian channels, they're calling in saying they need help, they need support and all that, because there's 80 vehicles coming at us. And then other reports are saying 200 vehicles are coming at us. Then another report saying there's 300 vehicles coming at us. So yeah, it looks like it's kicking off around there. So once Ukraine ground down the Russians at Robotny, and I'm seeing some huge numbers of potentially how many troops are involved on each side. and we're talking tens of thousands, over 100,000 in some cases of troops involved in this action around there. But it's where the Russians decided to. That's it. It was a strong point for them, and it was where the Ukrainians look as though they've said, right, we're going to trick the Russians a little bit too. This is also quite strategically important from a topographical point of view and a logistical point of view. You need to get past Robotnik to get further south, and they chose a part of the Russian front which was really quite heavily fortified, because normally if you go for areas which are quite heavily fortified, I think if you manage to get through them, then the defenders there would think, well, we put heavy fortifications here, so that therefore behind it's going to be a little bit weaker. So the Ukrainians have kind of got through this. Robotny, I hope I'm pronouncing that right, but Robotny is how I remember it. Oh, Randy's going to have information on this better than I can waffle. Randy.
Yeah, well, they're through Robotny, and they're theoretically moving south, but there's also discussion they're moving east and west. The key one to me is Verbovi, which is in the east. And if they take Verbovi, they're opening up the whole secondary trench line to laterally go down. They can laterally go down the lines in the trenches. So that's where, and there's reported they're on the outside of Verbovi now, and there's a lot of fighting. But I got to go down now. I wanted to give you that.
No, thanks very much for that, Randy. Yeah, that sounds very good. I mean, if you get to the size of the trenches, then you can go down those trenches. That's awesome. That might be called a flanking maneuver. I don't know. I'm not military. I've learned all I know. Well, 99% of what I know in the past year and a half regarding military stuff. Ming.
Yeah, no, I think I'm not military either, but I think that's technically called an enfilade maneuver. If you go down the sides of trenches rather than, frontal.
Oh, blimey. There's a new word for me. Enfilade. I'm going to have to Google that one.
That's enflating fire he's referring to. It's from a French tactic developed by means of moving their carrés in order to then go behind and outflank the other party and then shoot them in the sides or half in the back. Yeah. Enfilade. Encapsulated.
Yeah, definitely sounded French. Anyway, the word. I'm glad you also said the word flank. Makes me feel a bit better because it sounded like a flanky type thing. Enfilade.
Yeah, the maneuver is a flanking. The maneuver is a flanking maneuver. They're trying to pierce through the lines and exploit the opening which is there. The question is whether the topography lends itself to it. They seemingly have a couple of say little ridges to take.
Yeah, I've noticed that side. It's on the topographical map, it changes quite a bit on that side of the Zaporizhzhia Oblast, going into the Donetsk Oblast compared to further to the west, where it gets really quite flat and stuff like that. So when I was looking back, it must have been back in April to see where I thought, just guessing, the Ukrainians would go. There was all these little river valleys and little kind of say ridges and stuff like that. So quite a lot. So the Russians having occupied that, they're going to be having occupied the high ground, which is generally what you want to do, which makes it difficult for Ukrainian defenders trying to take that territory uphill.
Shaggy, I presume Bearded can say something about this in more detail because he's been following during the day whilst I haven't been able to.
Oh yeah, brilliant. Bearded.
A classic saying we used to use was enfilade fire from a defilade position, which basically means try and take somebody on at 90-degree perpendicular to them and give them a hard time. That's all. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning to you, Bearded.
Missing the sound of any frogs. I think it's frogs in the morning, isn't it? And birds at night or something. Missing the sound of those, Bearded.
The other way around. Frogs at night, birds in the morning, and we're just getting to daybreak here.
Okay. Bearded, quickly, could you highlight to people what it means if and when IFVs with a gunnery capacity of either the Marder or preferably the CV90, or maybe the Bradley can pierce through the line, have a clear shot from what you just said, a defilade position to take out the enemy and spray them properly. What it means for the other side, how it impacts the remaining entrenched infantry, and what you would do then.
Okay, quickly, here we go. Well, the first thing you got to remember, these latest or most recent generation armored vehicles have a sighting system that can reach out to 1,000, 2,000 meters. So while it looks all very gun-ho and war-y to assault a trench with the infantry fighting vehicle alongside the dismounted infantry, yes, there's a time and place for it. But the optics and the range of the gunnery system, you want to hold them off a bit, walk the infantry in, provide that fire from 200, 300, 400, 500 meters away, or use that cannon capability for depth targets. Various ways the infantry crack a nut when they're armored and mechanized and avoid driving around in steel battle taxis. But yes, rolling up a trench from one flank and working laterally just winds the shoulders of whatever you're trying to do whilst on the march south, so to speak. Axel.
Yeah, that's the whole point. So what happens is you trip the line, you pierce through them, you make it possible that essentially the main line can attack if there is a possibility, not a minefield ahead, can attack, can take out the remaining forces, overwhelm them whilst you pierce through further, gain ground, and potentially even encircle whatever is left and take prisoners. But what happens is you seriously reduce the combat effectiveness of the troops which have been enfilade.
All these new words, enfilade, defilade. I'm going to have to get those in my head. Bearded, did you have anything else?
No, have a great day. I'll see you in about 8 hours. Bye.
Wonderful. All right. Wonderful. Robin.
This is just a little addition to one of the stories that we were covering earlier, which I found sort of fascinating. Was about the special operation into Crimea recently, and one of the stories was that Su-30, a Russian jet that was taken down. What I didn't realize, and maybe it was just me, but apparently in those little boats that the special operators are using, they had tricked them out with air defense system, anti-tank and anti-ship missiles, which of course the Russians were not expecting, to the detriment of the pilot of that Su-30 that was shot down. I just found that sort of fascinating. I'm imagining this little rubber boat with anti-tank missiles. It's probably not what it was, but anyway, that was talk about planning ahead, and the Russians not planning ahead too well.
Thanks, Robin. Sorry, I was just typing a reply to a listener there. So yeah, it sounds like the Ukrainians are starting now with their breakthroughs. I think there's a couple. It's taken as long as it took because Ukrainians haven't got all the weapons they want, and the Russians had a lot of time to prepare these defenses. I know we were kind of laughing at them first of all when we saw these trenches like all in a straight line and stuff like that, but they have turned out to be fairly a lot more robust, especially with the minefields. That's the biggest thing. They had a very long time to put a load of mines down, which caused a lot of problems. We definitely didn't give Ukraine enough mine clearing gear, as with everything else. So it just takes time. I'm seeing some reports of more stuff coming for Ukraine in that aspect, but there definitely needs to be a order of magnitude uptick in those type of things. But the Ukrainians have got on with it and done what they've can, and I think we're starting to see reports of breakages in the Russian lines in various places. So yeah, the next couple of weeks is going to be quite interesting from that point of view. I think the counter-offensive is has been reported, is going to take ongoing for a few more months as well. It's not going to be like a little couple of months jobby. It's more of a 6-month jobby. It's a big old line. There's lots of different places. There's down in Kherson. There's a Zaporizhzhia area in various places. There's around Bakhmut and Solidar, and then there's up in the east as well. So it's a big old front line with defences that have been put in there. Some of them are there from 2014, around that time, in the Luhansk and Donetsk area, which I mean they'll have been there for years as well. So they're going to take a little bit to get through. And then there's the new stuff, the Surovikin line, as it's called, which well, basically we help the Russians have time to build by not giving the Ukrainians all the things they asked for when they asked for it, which would enable the Russians to have time to build fairly decent defenses. I mean, amazing defenses compared to what Russia normally does. But yeah, never underestimate your enemy. It springs to mind when it comes to that. Even though the Russians do daft things a lot of the time, they're not all completely stupid, unfortunately. I wish they were, but they seem to have managed to, especially with mines.
Yeah.
So yeah, Robin.
That's one of the things that I saw an interview with General Zaluzhny a couple of months ago, and that was one of the points he made. He says he has a lot of respect for Russian forces, that they should not be underestimated. They do stupid things, but they still have a lot of weaponry, and they've got a lot of people. Even if they're untrained troops, throwing them into the meat grinder, they still can do a lot of damage. So it's that was his point. One of the things that I think we're going to find, as the mine clearing is a big issue right now, but already in some areas, I know they were talking about it around Bakhmut. Once you get far enough, there aren't going to be mines because you'll be getting to where behind what the Russian lines were, and they obviously didn't mine behind their own front lines. So, but then again, we have to give them enough for them to be able to push them back quickly enough that they don't have time to start mining on their way backwards. The thing I'm most excited about is Tokmak and heading toward Melitopol. So if they manage to cut the Russians in two there north of Crimea, that's going to make a massive difference. So that's the thing I'm hoping for. And I think it's this is the frustration with OPSEC, which is so important. But I think many of us have all sorts of inklings that a lot is going on, and we're going to find out a lot. President Zelensky hinted that good things will be coming in Crimea in the next little while. I think Budanov has been smirking a little more than usual lately, and Zelensky has, I don't remember him ever really promising that good things are going to be happening, and he seems to have telegraphed that we should expect positive things. So all of that is wonderful, and let's keep on our representatives and make sure that Ukraine continues to get the support it needs and even more, because I think this is a time when we can make a big difference.
Yeah, exactly. So I've just been sent something by a lovely listener. Legit. I won't give you full name, but thank you very much for this. So there's apparently a job advertisement in Romania. So Draken. And Draken is this company that has a lot of F-16s, American company, I think, that trains F-16 pilots, and I think Australia had a deal with this company for some aircraft that got cancelled, and they're involved in quite a lot of the F-16s being bought, and then the contracts being cancelled and stuff like that. But anyway, Draken is looking for experienced F-16 instructor pilots for duty in the Romanian Air Force. Training location of the 86th Air Base in Romania. So yeah, it says here in the job advertisement, instructor pilots will be flying former Royal Netherlands Air Force F-16Ms. So I'm thinking it might have something to do with the Ukrainian F-16s that the Netherlands are giving, because I think the Netherlands are giving all their F-16s to Ukraine. I'm
That-
not quite sure in stages. Did you hear about this, Robert?
Yeah, this I hadn't heard about, but I think it's a very good bet that that's what's going on. I know the recent thing I read about the F-16s from the Netherlands was that they might be keeping a small number back to help with training, but that would be great. Training in Romania. I mean, among other things, it's much easier to much less of a dislocation for the Ukrainian pilots to be. Are you? Oh, I'm getting. I'm not sure if I was cutting out. I was getting messages. But anyway, I think it would be much easier on the Ukrainian pilots too to be training closer to home. So that just sounds like a great idea. Good.
Yeah, these ones say they're going to be pilots will be flying former Royal Netherlands Forces F-16Ms and in brackets F-16A/B Block 15 aircraft upgraded to the midlife upgrade configuration. It says here to train ROAF, so Romanian Air Force pilots. Candidates, preferable candidates to be available for 19-month contract periods, but not less than 3 months. So yeah, hopefully these trainers will be either training Ukrainian pilots or will free up some Romanian trainers who can then train up Ukrainian pilots. So maybe have something to do with that. I wonder if Axel knows anything about this whatsoever, if Axel's available. Axel's the air wing on the panel at the moment, all by himself.
If he's listening, he may be out in the garden.
Yeah, exactly.
I am listening. I'm overhearing what you're saying, but I didn't really listen. I apologize. What is the question, and may I help?
So I'm getting a report that Draken in Romania, so Draken's an American company to do with F-16s and stuff like that. Draken is looking for experienced F-16 instructor pilots for duty at the Romanian Air Force Base, located at the 86th Air Base near Borsia in Romania. Instructor pilots will be flying the former Royal Netherlands Air Force F-16. So I thought those F-16s were going to be going to Ukraine at some point.
There will be a lot of training going on in Romania. OP4 training and the likes will happen there. And both Bill Zagolman and I know someone who actually flies for that company.
Oh, brilliant!
Yes,
Brilliant!
we do.
Brilliant! So,
He's a member. He's
Oh,
a member of the Doolittle Air Wing.
who's the Goldman? You've popped up. I didn't even see you come up there. All right. So, what does this mean then? Does this mean that these instructor pilots are going to be used to train Ukrainian pilots, or free up current instructors that are already there to train Ukrainian pilots, or something else?
Yeah, they'll be training. They'll be doing the training. I'm sure that's because I believe it's a Lockheed Martin. Be facilitating the fit out of the training facility. Let's call it that. All the stuff you need to do training, and it looks like Draken will be actually conducting the training.
Yes, it is.
So it's really the three entities getting together. The infrastructure is going to have to be supplied by Romania, and the instructors by Draken, and kind of the infrastructure, facilities, ground support equipment, training implements will be supplied by Lockheed Martin. It's the way it looks like it's falling out, and it'll be if they're going straight to F-16s, it'll be experienced pilots that are going. The higher experienced pilots that are going over to do conversion training.
So this is really good news. I mean, I was really hoping to hear news that Draken were going to be helping. I know they're really involved in a lot of contracts, like the Australian planes and the Norwegian planes. I think it was. There was various contracts which they had, and they've been cancelled and stuff like that. So I really hope they were going to come on board, as it were. And
they're kind of a niche company. They find kind of niche things that'll offer governments savings, like the person that Axel and I know. He does aggressor flying. He flies aggressor. So in training, obviously you have the good guys flying aircraft, and then you have what's called an aggressor aircraft. If he's the bad guy, you're either trying to avoid him or try and go get him, as part of your training. And Draken buys these aircraft from foreign sometimes foreign aircraft, so that they can do realistic aggressor training where they go out and fly, the opposition role in training. And that's what Draken, does. They do it for like the U.S. Air Force, so the U.S. Air Force you don't have to maintain a fleet of MiGs or whatever aggressor aircraft that they want to use. The Air Force doesn't have to maintain that fleet. They offload it to a company that then, can do it cheaper, because they're not turning over personnel like a military would be. So Draken's pretty renowned at getting into these niche roles like this.
All
And
right,
it's a very important segment of training. It's often not trained as much. I'm not saying that this would be a lack in the US Air Force, hardly. But in many NATO air forces, as training regimes have been scaled down, the frequencies, flight hours have been scaled down, as budgets shrank and politicians reined in to gain the peace dividend. Exactly that. OPFOR aggressor training has been reduced. And we were, whilst in the Cold War, European air forces were always at the bloody ready, and I would say particularly well trained. This may have deteriorated a little bit, a wee while. But to Goldman, please.
No, I think I don't know this obviously, but Draken could be filling two roles in this. They could actually be doing the training, the actual training of the pilots to say, here are the buttons, here's how you launch a missile, for an F-16. They could be doing that, and they could also be part of that training, flying the aggressor aircraft as they're training the Ukrainian Air Force pilots to kind of work together, because usually, I think they're only going to do like two aircraft formations, and so there'll be two aircraft going out against one Draken flown aggressor aircraft, or vice versa, and that's how you get realistic training. And I suspect Draken will be filling both of those roles, both the training on the F-16 and then flying aggressor.
Yeah, thanks very much. I was just replying to Dan John, but I might as well reply to him here. If Dan John, if some country wants to give the UK F-16s, we'll definitely give them to Ukraine. Save typing something there.
Yeah, and Shaggy, just to round this off, both Bill and I will try that our friend who has been on the space in the past, as soon as he gets out of his bloody constrictions, which have been denying him full mobility in recent weeks, that he gets back up here into the seat and tells us a few anecdotes and stories, as much as he is allowed to prior to being on the ground in Romania.
Okay, yeah, that'd be brilliant. I mean, I do like hearing about the air stuff. It's just it's always been flying has always been a love of mine, and aircraft and fighter pilot, because I wanted to be one. I know there's lots more to the war than just flying, but it really interests me. Right,
he's a charter member of the Doolittle Air Wing, so he'll be back. Welcome back with open arms.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. The air wing we have here, the Doolittle Air Wing is well, fantastic. Basically, the knowledge we get out of that is really good, and I think everyone's learned a lot from the Doolittle Air Wing. Right, so go to a couple of hands. So get a Ming first, and then John.
Yeah, no, the other thing about Draken is they're backed by, I think, Blackstone. They have a competitor backed by one of the other really big private equity shops. I forget which one, maybe Carlyle or one of the others. But it also means they've got really deep pockets to grow and really fund anything they want to do.
Oh, cheers. Haven't Blackwater changed their name to Z now or something?
No. Blackstone. Blackstone's the biggest private equity fund in the world. I think. Yeah, the last time I checked, they had 280 billion under management, something like that. But yeah, I worked for a startup of theirs, and they're not shy about spending money if it looks profitable.
Yeah, I was getting Blackwater mixed up with Blackstone. They're very different things, definitely. Yeah. Anyway, then John.
Yeah, Shaggy, that was for your eyes only. So yeah, Anyway, that's a joke.
Oh,
But actually,
sorry, brother.
yeah. No, it's okay. So my question to Shaggy was in the DMs, why the hell is the UK not giving their F-16s? And obviously they don't have. Anyway, so I have a question about this Draken. What is it? Yeah, Air Force contractor. Does anyone know where the name comes from? Because to me it sounds like comes from here. You know, maybe the most notorious double delta jet fighter is called Draken. Ja-35, Swedish plane from Saab from the 50s, I think 60s. Does anyone know? Is that the origin of the name? It means dragon, by the way. The dragon in Swedish.
Yeah, I think that's what they went for. Quite straightforwardly, they took the Viking name for dragon. Then John.
Okay, cool. Thanks for that.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, that's cool. Different countries seem to have go after different kind of animals or different kind of characters anyway. So Germany with their tanks and their cats, as it were, and maybe some. Well, you got the Gripen, which is like the Griffin, I think it is, which is a fantasy animal. I don't think they actually existed, but you never know. They may have
They
done.
do.
They probably did in there.
Hundreds of them. Well, at least 100.
Yeah, I definitely want to free the Griffins or Grippins. I like saying Griffin. I like the way Mette says Griffin.
Yeah, Gripen. She's pronouncing it with the wrong R. You know, the Grip. It's R from the throat. Gripen. If you're from down south. And also we have Viggen, which was the one before Gripen. J-37. Another cool plane. Looks a little bit like Gripen, or Gripen, but older technology.
Yeah, when I was a little bit confused when Goldman was talking about the opposition planes. I thought it was he was talking about an actual plane, but there are planes called like prowlers and things like that, which sound a little bit like like that. But that's an actual plane name, prowlers and various other plane names like that. I really do like most of the plane names that are out there. Actually, some of them are great. I love the Blackbird. That's after the Spitfire and the Hurricane. That's my favorite plane of all time, the SR-71. But anyway,
Sorry, Shaggy, how about the Firefox? The Mac 6 or whatever. 8. The movie, I mean.
Yeah, that was quite good. That and the browser wasn't too bad either. I quite like the Firefox browser, but nothing will top the SR-71. I saw that in real life, really quite close up once when I was in my teens. That was just awesome. Never saw it fly though. It was sat on the ground when I saw it. Yeah, love that thing. Mink, I saw you flicker there.
Oh, I flickered. Sorry, I was actually trying to put my hand up, but you spotted me sneakily flickering. Yeah, no, Danger. The Swedes and their weapons. I mean, bloody hell, the Draken looked so cool, and that really weird tank without a turret. I forget what it was called, but that was bloody cool too.
Yeah, it has. I mean, the real denomination is Stridsvagn 103 or 103. You know, battle tank 103. So it's the third version of a 100mm gun. So that's what it means. But I mean, here is known as the Stridsvagn S. S. Honestly, I don't know what it stands for, but yeah, it's a cool one. It's also called fighter jet on tracks because it has a gas turbine. It sounds like a fighter jet. So yeah, it's a cool machine.
Well, thanks a lot for that, then, John, on this Feel Good Friday, mockers. That's quite good. Feel Good Friday. Make a donation to MriyaReport and feel good on Friday. There we go. So if I mean, I'd like to, while we got Goldman up, if you've got any more thoughts, Goldman, you want to share with us regarding air stuff. I don't want to waste your time here. I'm all ears when it comes to air stuff. So just pipe up if you want to mention anything that's running around your grey matter at the moment regarding anything, because that would be great.
The only thing looking forward to understand why Ukraine put JDAMs, facilitated putting JDAMs the Su-27. So that's an interesting development. It's kind of good. It's kind of subtle, but they had previously only had JDAMs on their MiG-29s. And the big difference between these two aircraft is one is a longer range aircraft, like twice the range. So why would you put a JDAM on a long range aircraft? Other than when you want to fly a long way, you drop a JDAM. So where that first Su-27 launches a JDAM will be very interesting.
Oh yeah, that does interest me. Well, the other thing that interested me, I think I heard a bit of a conversation. I think it was yesterday, might have been the day before, with you guys on the air wing talking about these Polish MiG. I think were they MiG-29s or MiG-31s?
Yeah, MiG-29s. Yeah, they haven't shown up in airspace yet. That are the most likely candidate to have Western avionics upgraded in them. So there could be a bunch of engineers out there right now working on that. Wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully they're going to make when they're ready, the souped up MiG-29s, as I'm going to ignorantly refer them to. I wonder if they'll come up with a new variant name for them. The souped up version, that'd be quite good. Some funny
Yeah, I
kind
mean,
of.
these are the dots. You see these things that are happening, and you say, "Ooh, that's interesting," and I haven't seen anything happen. Those are the two things, and the third thing out there that's laying out there that's going to come home real soon is the delivery of GDLSB. The ground-based ground-based launch. Yeah, so
small diameter bombs. Those ones.
Yes, they will extend the range of HIMARS significantly, and the day they show up on the battlefield, we will all know it, because 20 targets that were seemingly out of range will disappear all at once. All the HIMARS will be loaded up with them, and it'll be a glorious day. Those are the three things I'm waiting for.
Yeah, those small diameter bombs, they were announced months ago, and I thought they were being used by now, but they seem to have taken a long time
Well,
to actually get.
they said it was February, and they said the fall. Like, you know what I mean? So, they were a new design, so they had to go stand up and, it's a modified new design. So it's not a completely new design, but it's a modified new design. And they talked about the fall.
Oh, okay. Oh, that explains it. I missed that bit then. I missed the fall bit in there. I just remember them being announced and thought, oh, they're going to be really handy.
And that's something that can be delivered in the thousands, not the hundreds. Like, right now, I'm sure Ukraine's metering out Storm Shadows and Scalps, and they're relatively short supply. Once Boeing stands up manufacturing of those, they'll be able to deliver thousands of them. So we'll know when it happens.
Well, Mockers is going to love that Boomfest when they get delivered. Yeah, she's going to have a little bit of rest before they get delivered. So she's going to be doing many hours a day with booms on that one. Then John.
Yeah, about the GLSDB. The Goldman, when you talk about them, don't forget Saab. It's Boeing and Saab.
Yeah, correct. You're right. I don't want to leave out Saab.
Okay. Thanks.
I was a little winded. I'm out walking, and I was trying to collect my thoughts.
Yeah, no. I'm
as Shaggy asked me an open-ended question, so I was like, okay.
I'm just joking. But anyway, yeah.
No. You're right. Saab is part of the deal.
We don't want any wars between you guys.
No, we don't actually. Anyway, yeah, let's leave that. So, Goldman, do you know about those JDAMs? Do they have to be programmed, if that's the right term? I don't know. Before you take off, or how does it work?
Yeah, in the case of what's been implemented now, yes, they are ground programs. Now, on the right aircraft, they can be retasked in flight. But that's not what, if you had them on an F-16, it's a little different than having them on a MiG from using all the capabilities.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So it's kind of a walk around to make use of them from what they have. Yeah, okay, got it. Thanks.
Thanks very much. Beal, your hand went up and down, or you're back up again. Beal Z.
Hello, hello. I've been listening since basically day 3, maybe. And I've never spoke on the forum before, even though I'm much of a talker. Instead of going into it too much, I just wanted to really quickly say, heard the SR-71 Blackbird. My dad's uncle, so my great uncle, he invented the heat shield on the SR-71 Blackbird. He worked for NASA, and when I was a little kid, he worked for NASA and Lockheed Martin. And when I was a little kid, he was very old and lived on a houseboat in Florida. And we used to go take him a case of beer every Sunday. And he gave me, I have a tie tack. Maybe I'll post a picture of the SR-71 Blackbird. And I have some schematics that he gave me that are framed. And I just thought it was really cool. My favorite planes are the P-38 Lightning, just because it looks so cool with 2 booms. I was a big fan of the F-4 Phantom because when I was a kid, I'd watch them take off all the time from MacDill Air Force Base. And I've always loved the SR-71. And who can't love the A-10 Tank Smasher? And, who can't love the F-16 if a Ukrainian is dropping a JDAM straight down Putin's throat? So that's what I got to say. Thank you, everyone, for every day of discussion. I love the intellect that we have on this channel, and I really enjoy listening to it all the time. So thank you, everybody, and go NAFO, go fellas.
Thanks a lot, Bill. Thanks a lot, Beelzebub. Thanks for coming up as well. Yeah, it's a lovely little story, that. Yeah, I mean, I saw the SR-71. I think it was RAF Mildenhall, or one of those American Air Force bases in the UK back when I was in the Air Training Corps, which is like the RAF for kids, back in the mid-'80s, that would have been now. Yeah, I had a lovely time there. I got some American servicemen gave me a pair of G-suit bottoms, because when you're in various planes, you got to wear a G-suit so your blood and everything stays in the right place. And he gave me a pair of bottoms that had this big hose coming out of it. Yeah, so I don't know what happened to that. Might be still in my dad's loft, actually. Might have been there for about 40 years now. But yeah, that was great, and got loads of little souvenirs off the American pilots there. Partly because we were like cadet Air Force type thing, and they were really very friendly, and that's why they let me get really quite close to that SR-71, probably within about 10 meters of it, having a little look around, being allowed into the perimeter of it. That's a lovely childhood memory I have of that plane, which is probably why it's stuck in my head. Anything else?
No, that's so cool, and not to get too much off topic. Here in Oakland, California, so I'm on a much different time than you guys, but we have a air museum here that gets overlooked a lot. There used to be so many Air Force bases and naval bases around here. We also have the very last Nike missile that can lift up and raise. But there's an air museum here that once a year has kids cockpit day, and anybody can sit in the cockpits, but you have to be very small to fit in those cockpits. So yeah, anyway, thank you very much. I appreciate you all.
Yeah, you're very welcome, Beelzebub. Feel free to come up any time, and I hope you continue listening. I'm sure you will. Ming?
Yeah, no, it wasn't an SR-71, but the only one I've got up close and personal with is the one, I think it's an A-12 at the Intrepid Museum, the USS Intrepid, the aircraft carrier in the harbor at New York. They have an A-12, which is the predecessor to the SR-71, and it's bloody cool. Okay, I totally agree with you, Beelzebub, on that one.
Yeah, Robin, have you got any plain thoughts or anything you want to, any other topic you want to bring up?
Well, on this topic, I really know very little. It's always interesting to me, as you were saying. I certainly have learned a lot about this, much more than I knew. But since I knew absolutely nothing, I don't have much to add. I just since we are at a break here, I just wanted to mention that one of our fellow co-hosts on an earlier topic, we were talking about the drone what were we calling drone storm, that Budanov had said that 70 were shot down, but 30% of those sent out hit the target. So that must be 70 were shot down and 30% hit. So I guess that's meaning about 100 drones were sent, if I'm doing my math right, and that's my math is very dodgy, but it was definitely a storm.
Oh yeah, definitely. That's definitely a swarm, isn't it? I wonder how many. I'd actually wonder how many drone pilots were in charge of those 100. Whether they each drone needed one drone pilot, or whether there were one pilot was literally controlling a few of them or not. I mean, I don't really know. It's more of a thought. I don't want to know the answer as well, because it might be upsetting. But that's one of the things. One of the drone pilots we had on MriyaReport, actually. Yeah, I got a fella for him, actually. One of Fairlane's drone pilots. Yeah, he had a great mem with him with a swarm of drones. I think it was just a photoshopped swarm of drones, but in the future, or maybe even now, who knows? Maybe the Ukrainians, I wouldn't put it past them, have figured out how to give one drone pilot control of a bunch of drones at one time, just to get them to where they're going. So that'd be interesting. That'll maybe something come out in the future when books are written and stuff like that, or maybe we'll get to know. I don't know. Maybe as a government, do you know much about drones and swarms of drones, and whether countries and militaries got up to the stage yet where a single drone pilot can operate a bunch of drones at any one time, or is that still kind of a work in progress?
Yeah, I'm not the drone guy. I've seen some interesting demos. I think, they use, kind of like artificial intelligence. I don't know that they control all of them. They control like one, and then that one kind of, they all like cue off of the one. But, I'm not sure I've seen anything that I understand about where that is. But it wouldn't surprise me that the perfect place to go do operational evaluation, if you think you got a plan, it's cheap to go out there and try it. It wouldn't surprise me that they're doing it just to see how it goes, right? It's a low risk, high reward type of thing. So why not? Why not? And you learn. I mean, that's what you're doing. You're learning.
Yeah, exactly. And you learn by making mistakes. So the first time you do it, it might not work. You may only get a small percentage through, which might be this 30% out of 100. And then as time progresses, you get better.
Yeah, even if you get like, what you do is you dissect what you lost, and the next time you do better. Like, I mean, that's how all this stuff goes. That's in an operational perspective. You'll make tweaks to your design or your approach to, the next time you'll get 35% through, and then the next time you'll get 38% through. Like, and you'll continue to iterate your approach until when you're doing that without like sacrificing human beings, and you're only sacrificing relatively low cost drones, there are really no obstacles to going and doing it, because the reward is high. Accelerated learning, it provides accelerated learning.
I would imagine too. It's a great way to scope out where Russian air defense installations are and that kind of thing, to see. Apparently they were able to overwhelm them to a certain extent, because I know Ukraine is doing much better than letting 30% through. So that maybe have been part of the calculation too. Send a big swing.
Absolutely. I mean, because that's what when you in the air, when you talk about wild weasel, where you're kind of, when you're trying to smoke out air defense, you're putting a ship at risk to allow the air defense to expose itself and then taking it out. You can do that without putting, an expensive aircraft at risk, right? It's the perfect application for that.
Oh, thank you for mentioning that, Sir Goldman. We don't have any other hands up. So could you take a minute to explain to me what this wild weasel business is? I've heard the term. I don't really understand it.
Yeah, it's just a term you use where you're, you know, air defense radars, they're vulnerable. Like, you know, you understand that the U.S. provided Ukraine HARM missiles, right? They are anti-radiation missiles. So basically, what they do is they lock in on a radar and, you know, drive right through the radar, right? That's what they're doing. They home right in on it and just drive right through the radar. So the key is to get the radar to turn itself on, and you're kind of putting an aircraft out there that's looking like a threat to force the aircraft to turn its radar on, and then you have a second aircraft that's kind of maybe lurking low. That you know when the aircraft or when the ground-based air defense system turns on the radar, the aircraft pops up, launches its HARM, and the HARM missile just drives right through the radar. It homes right in on it. So it's kind of a cat and mouse game where you're trying to get the air defense system to expose themselves as you set a trap. Right? That's what, in layman's terms, that's what's really happened. You're just trying to set a trap. You're putting cheese out there, and then you have a second aircraft that's kind of lurking, you know, without its radar on, you know, and just lying low and not you know, and then it pops up and then traps and you know, traps the radar or traps the ground-based air defense system.
Oh, thank you. That's brilliant. It's and because with the first plane, they have to turn the radar on. They can't just let it go through because it could be the first of several.
Right.
Yeah, that's brilliant.
Yeah. So that's, you know, that's a, you know, and that's a tactic, you know, for doing that, right? And, you know, like I said, it's a cat and mouse game. All this stuff is a cat and mouse game, and if somebody says, you know, when you're flying fighters, it's like flying in a, you know, what do they say, in a room with all the lights off, but the first person to turn on their flashlight is the one that dies, right? That's what's really going on.
Yeah, I heard you saying that last night. That flashlight analogy, that was really great actually, and yeah, definitely shone the light, bum, on that as well. You don't want to be the ones. I think you were talking about I think F-16s didn't need to turn their radars on because they could have Link 16 and
Yeah.
And use the Patriot batteries radars and stuff like that.
Yep, that's a approach to doing that same type of thing, where you're networking, you're using your network to get radars to expose themselves and take them down. You know, they don't think there's a threat, you know, to them, but then all of a sudden, you know, there is one, and it's too late to do anything about it.
Yeah, well, seasons ago, I was listening, and it does sink in
And you
eventually.
were, and again, that's the analogy of the first guy to turn on his flashlight dies is really a good analogy for folks that you're trying to get the other guy to turn on his flashlight, because you know once he does, you know where he is, and he doesn't know where you are.
Yeah, and the swarm attacks are very similar in my head to the saturation attacks that the Russians do with the Iranian Shaheeds and stuff like that, just overwhelming the air defenses of Ukraine. So the boots on the other foot, it seems to be now with the Ukrainians building up all their drones. I think United 24 are trying to raise money for 10,000 little drones. So that's a lot of drones. So I don't know if this drone attack reported today in Crimea was part of that the U-24 drones, or if they're just another bunch of drones that the Ukrainians have managed to produce, and the U-24s are still to come. But yeah, the drones, it's definitely turned into the drone wars. This war from the Ukrainian sides, and the Russians are playing catch up in various areas, and the Ukrainians are actually learning a little bit from the Russians as well. But we're not learning. I mean, I think everyone knows that a saturation attack is probably going to be a lot more effective than just sending one or two. At least I did anyway. I thought saturation attacks were good, but obviously for saturation attacks you need quantity. So yeah, that's going to be interesting going forward. I really hope Ukraine stays that step ahead of the Russians with our help and with our government's help as well. We just need to keep the pressure on.
Yeah, I agree. It's a cat in that world. It's a cat and mouse game also, because once you use the drone, that, you know, the Russians will capture some of those drones, and they'll send it back, and they'll let their engineers take it apart, and they'll find a countermeasure for it eventually, right? So that the half-life on a new variant of drone is probably relatively short, and probably measured in months before the Russians can develop a countermeasure for it. So it's important that you make a big impactor quickly, just in case it gets exploited at some point.
Yeah, iterative learning together with iterative advancements in things, and once one
Well,
thing's
then what you're doing is you're now you have to harden the wiring in the drone, which makes it more expensive, and then you got to put countermeasures in. So all of a sudden, what's a cheap drone can escalate in cost just because as you're developing countermeasures to countermeasures, right? So it is a case where you got to hit hard and fast with those types of things, because then they just get more expensive as your countermeasures and countermeasures need to be applied.
Yeah, definitely. Right, I'm gonna go to Griffin because I like your name. It's like Griffin, and then Alex, and then John.
Yeah, good morning. It's interesting. My military time goes back to the Vietnam War period. And there you saw A6 intruders and phantoms going out and deliberately going after North Vietnamese radar and SAM sites. And it's interesting to hear you guys talk and reflect on how far things have come, and yet how similar they are in terms of the cat and mouse game. And certainly the drones, and in particular the kamikaze drones, have certainly made an impression. And as you guys have well stated, the measures and countermeasures continue to grow, and it's funny how things come in a full circle. It almost gets to the point where, in order to defeat all these countermeasures that are used against drones, you have to have manned aircraft, and so on, and so on goes the story.
Yeah, exactly. It's that iterative, and things in wars as well progress very fast. Innovations progress very fast in war through necessity. So yeah, and things do. I mean, over the past year and a half, things have progressed. If from my perspective, or seemingly have very, 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 very quickly. So God knows where things are going to be in 6 months' time. I don't know, but I'll be here to hopefully report on it, and hopefully Ukraine will stretch ahead in the areas it can against the Russian aggression. Yeah, right. Alex and then John.
Thank you. I was just watching, I should probably watch the whole thing, but I was watching a debate between Vivek, he's a presidential candidate.
Ramaswamy or something?
Yes, Ramaswamy.
Yeah, just one little thing. Pekka, Mr. Vatnik Soup has got a Vatnik Soup about him today, I think. Anyway, just a little bit of info.
Oh, okay. And Mike Pence. And, like, funny thing, in the middle of the debate, so Mike Pence was referring to what Reagan was talking about communism. And he interrupted. Well, first of all, he keeps interrupting, and I think it's a good sign that he doesn't have much to say. His only strategy is to basically not to let his opponent make his point. But he said that I have news for you. Soviet Union is dead. Oh, really? Is it? I mean, then what's Vladimir Putin is fighting for tooth and nail? Like he's fighting for until last Russian. And what is it? Like denazification? Really? I mean, in the middle of the biggest war since World War II, this guy is kind of pretends that doesn't exist. The problem doesn't exist. He doesn't see the problem. And then, you know, like hearing what he said and like who refers to him. So I saw Tucker Carlson trying to kind of pump him up. I saw like David Sachs also trying to kind of support him. But what is the commonality between these three guys? I mean, they all admire Vladimir Putin. Like, look no further. It's speaking about, you know, because I don't know what was like Putin's hope for Trump. I know that like elections in America is his last hope. That kind of, I think we all agree there. That's what he's really hoping for. And I do believe that in vain, like nothing will come out of these hopes. But anyway, he needs to believe in some kind of magic, and that's the magic he currently believes in. But because Trump has kind of, so he needs plan B. And I believe this plan B is like, I don't know, is there, do they have to show who are, well, they probably, he doesn't directly fund this guy's campaign, probably through some third parties. But anyway, so yeah, look no further. Here is a guy. That's Putin's candidate in this election. Yeah, just strike me because. Well, anyway, so you said Vatnik Soup was about him today. Where?
Yeah, that's what I saw. I haven't read it yet, but it did cross my timeline as I was scrolling down. Yeah, so go and have a look at Pekka's Vatnik Soupy thing for today. It was either today or yesterday. It might have been yesterday's, but definitely it'll be on his timeline. I think he does a video channel on YouTube as well. I've seen it a couple of times, but I normally just read his posts on Twitter.
Yeah, I should go and read. But you know, not only this guy was constantly against Ukraine. That's one thing. But he's also like, how he can, you know, in the middle of this war, like 18 months, the biggest war since Second World War is going on, and he says, "Oh, Soviet Union died in 1990." Really? I mean, it's and this guy is planning to be what, like representing United States on the world stage? I don't think he has chance, but he he will work for his money, I guess. Anyway, thank you. We'll read what
I think.
Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome. I just checked Pekka's timeline. Yeah, it is the one he's done today. Came out 6 hours ago, so have a little look see at that one. Robin.
I was going to say, I think, you know, Alex is right. Fortunately, I don't think this guy has a chance in hell, which is where, well, whatever, anyway. But I mean, this is such an idiotic thing. Yeah, the Soviet Union is gone, but the Soviet Union was just one flavor of Russian Empire, and the Russian Empire project is alive and well. So who cares if it's called the Soviet Union or the Russian Federation? It's just. You know, as he was saying, it's not. He's blowing smoke. He doesn't really have that many arguments, so he's blowing smoke and interrupting Mike Pence, and you know, the whole time, and to try to throw him off without really having any. He doesn't seem to have any coherent policies of his own. But fortunately, I don't think he's got any traction either. I mean, if it's him and Tucker Carlson, I'm not too worried about the two of them.
Yeah. I mean, I hope so. Well, I hope not. Anyway, that's US politics.
But you know, like in other place, he was saying nothing less that we want revolution here in America, except for he didn't specify what kind of revolution, but he doesn't want reforms. He wants a revolution, nothing less. It's look at his Twitter, and he has some followers for sure. But yeah, nothing less than revolution.
Well, if he wants a revolution, he can go and stick himself in one of those stolen Russian washing machines and stick himself on a spin cycle. Anyway, then John.
Yeah, and set it to 1800, no, 1600 RPMs. Yeah, I mean, that guy is an idiot. I think he's. I'm not voting in the US, unfortunately, but yeah, he's just trying to catch the French, and probably hasn't got any policies, so this is his way. Anyway, so you were talking about. I think the Goldman were talking about the half-life of drones, which is very interesting. But I mean, one of the most expensive and shortest half-life must be the Kinshal, supersonic, super duper, win them all missile, which was big failure. A little bit like the moon landing, the latest Russian moon landing, Roscosmos. Hats off for you. Go fuck yourself, like the Russian warship. Yeah, but yeah, that must be the worst and the shortest half-life in history for the wonder weapon. Just want to put that out there.
Yeah, but Luna 25 did actually make it to the moon's surface.
Yeah, they did. They did. Yeah. I don't think the problem was probably the project charter didn't say that. Well, it said you have to land on the moon. They didn't say you have to also lift again. But I guess it was unmanned, so it wasn't really a requirement. So they didn't think about that. Just land on the damn thing and get it over with.
Yeah, exactly. A bit of a rush job, that one. So Goldman.
Yeah, I've been trying to push this and it's not getting any traction. Maybe I will. Maybe we'll here on this space. But I'm pushing to name the landing spot Luna Crater. And it's important to get a good name for it because a million years from now, that crater will still be there. So it successfully created a crater that I'm calling Luna Crater.
All right, we'll run with that one. We'll back you up on that one. Then John.
Yeah, the good man. Is that without the R? Just Luna?
Yes, that's because it's the Luna. Isn't that the Luna program? LUNA. Is that Luna 25? Wasn't that the vehicle?
Yeah, Luna's also a cryptocurrency that kind of went tits up about quite a few months ago, about a year ago as well. So unfortunate name, Luna. I have to say.
Yeah. And like I said, with craters on the moon, they're there a million years from now. So it's important to get the right name. To be around for a while.
Exactly. I wonder what spin cycle the Russians are going to put their landing, quote unquote, on the moon. Anyway, I'll stop with the washing machine jokes. So a little bit of news. Well, it's news to me anyway. So AFP, AFP. I got me dyslexic letters correct there. Said that yesterday, President Putin signed a decree forcing paramilitary fighters to swear an oath to the Russian flag. So yeah, they're gonna apparently swear an oath to the Russian flag. Presidential decree signed today, 2 days after the presumed death of the wonderful chef Yevgeny Prigozhin. So yeah, they haven't got a choice now. Then I thought they had a choice, but apparently no, they haven't got a choice. You either sign up or. So I wonder what's going to happen there. Let's go then John, then Goldman. Sorry, I was reading the articles. I don't know who was next.
Yeah, actually, I read somewhere, I think it was in the news, that this must be a good sign, that General Milley said that the Ukrainians are very close to breaking the first line of defense, which is likely an understatement, but this must be a good sign, because he's been quite negative before. Does anyone have any comments on that?
Yeah, I read a report that General Milley said they broke the first line of defense. Now, one of these things about these lines of defense I was a bit miffed with was that I thought there was a first line, a second line, and a third line, and then somebody snuck in an intermediate line, which threw me a little bit. I mean, an intermediate line is just another line, so that should be, what is that, line 1B or 1A? I don't know. Anyway, so Goldman, help us out on this one.
Yeah, I don't know the nomenclature on lines. I guess it's one that they built since they named them. I think that's what they were saying. like, when they named 1, 2, and 3, and they, when one was being compromised, they tried to quickly build one in between or something like that. So I think that's where these extra lines came from. But I wanted to start a little conspiracy on the Prigozhin unfortunate accident. Remember a week ago when the United States recommended that all Americans leave Belarus, and we were all kind of like scratching our heads. Why now? Like, why now? Like, it didn't seem like anything in the world had changed in order to generate the need to tell Americans to get out of Belarus. And then a couple days later, Prigozhin, takes a belly flop out of an airplane, and all those Wagner troops in Belarus. I think the U.S. knew it was going to happen, and I think that's what prompted. I think that's what prompted the warning for U.S. citizens to get out of Belarus. To be honest with you, I really think U.S. knew it was going to happen.
Yeah, it'd be interesting if they did. Maybe they've maybe they've got a bit of a few people in the Russian government who's telling them stuff on in Putin's inner circle. So Putin's going to have a little bit of a purge in his inner circle, maybe, to get the leakers out, or maybe not. Just get rid of the whole lot, reckons the government.
Yeah, I agree, and we all were kind of confused at why, what was prompting that, because there wasn't anything apparent that had changed and caused that. Now I think I know why. He's behind it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I had a theory that originally after Lukashenko said to Wagner, "Yeah, you can come to Belarus," I really thought that he was going to make Wagner into his private military company for him, and then I held that thought right up until I heard the reports that Lukashenko wasn't going to pay Wagner and wanted Moscow to pay for it, and then suddenly changed about turn really, really quickly, because if you're not going to pay the members of the PMC, then you're really not going to get their loyalty. So yeah, that was his big boo-boo. If he just maybe stuck his hand in his pocket, well, his country's pocket, they might be loyal to him. But no, he said no. He was a cheapskate, and then and now he's lost. I think he's lost that opportunity now. And Wagner are going to be, I don't know what they're going to be doing, actually. That'll be kind of interesting. I really hope they go into Russia, either with the Ukrainian-friendly Russian nationalistic people, and take out Putin. I really hope to see some guerrilla warfare from those chaps in Russia. A bit red on red. As I keep on saying, I love a bit of red on red. Right then, John, and then Beelzebub.
Yeah, I just want to say I had exactly the same thought, the government, when this happened, because it was only 1 or 2 days in between. So I had exactly the same thought that maybe this was it. And we know Budanov, he's been, with his straight face, smiling sometimes, saying that things are about to getting hairy. Basically, I mean, that's not what he says, but yeah. So likely there's people inside the Russian government close to it who knows things and maybe can set things in motion. Conspiracy theories, but nevertheless very interesting.
So, Goman, any reply to that? Because I think you had something to say just before I went to Den John.
No, I was just going to say it's an incredible coincidence. If that's I don't believe in coincidences. When you tell people to get out, and then 2 days later, the head of a volatile organization that's in that place, they're not going to be sitting on their hands in Belarus. All those Wagner, they're not getting paid. They're pissed off that their boss is gone. Right? They're not going to just sit around and pout.
Yeah, they're not going to take up knitting, are they? Mercenaries are going to mercenary. That's what they want. That's what their job is, and that's what they want to do for the money. So yeah, I hope they mercenary in Russia. That'd be lovely, jubbly, and the irony will be slipping down. Will be dripping from that. Be awesome. Right, Beelzebub.
Oh, hello. Thank you. Sorry. Now that the seal is broken, I probably can't stop. But just really quickly, wanted to say I agree it was interesting with the Belarusian thing. I found it more interesting that, he had gone to Africa and gathered several of his top brass, and then they went, to St. Petersburg or to Moscow and then to St. Petersburg. So it was there was definitely people knew that something was going to go on. I think maybe the evacuation of the U.S. from Belarus or the warning could have actually been a diversionary thing. It might have even been psyops to screw with him or with Putin, or who knows? I mean, who knows what the disinformation. What's the guy call it? Disfolklore. But I did have a funny thought. It's kind of morbid, but somebody just posted, the $250,000 wanted FBI, or $250,000 FBI wanted poster crossed out of Prigozhin. And I said, well, I missed that chance. And I was jokingly thinking, oh yeah, you would, I was just about to do that, but you'd have to give some proof that you did it, like his head or something. So check it out. Out of the bodies found in the plane crash, one of them didn't have a head. Coincidence? I'll leave you with that. Thank you very much.
Yeah, the Putin's definitely Putin may have gone for a decapitation strategy, which means something completely different. But I find it quite funny. But yeah, you've definitely popped your cherry on the speakers panel. Once you've done it once, you can't get. You just want to keep on doing it. So I hope to see you a bit more.
Thank you very much. You guys have a great day.
It's easy, isn't it? It takes you a while to get the to grow a pair, as it were, to get up to the speaker panel. But once you've done it and you don't get splatted, or you realise it's not so bad actually. I quite like this. Then yeah, you'll be up and down like a jackrabbit.
Totally. Well, I'm a professional musician, and I do a lot of public speaking. So I kind of purposely held back with the MriyaReport because I didn't want to be, a person that just chimed off anything I felt. So, if I need to get smacked back down, just let me know.
Don't worry. Don't worry. We're well trained at that. We went to a redacted school for doing that. But we love speaking coming up.
Although
Yeah.
the people we smack are the Vatniks, so you're safe.
Exactly. Thank you. Bonk them all. Let the gods sort them out, is what I say.
Yeah, exactly. And before God gets to him, we'll get to him. Brilliant.
Cheers.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Right, I think it was Kerry, then Ruse. Oh no, sorry, it was Ruse, then Kerry.
Yeah, we shouldn't forget, as usual, that the Russians are all about narrative and story. So how do we know that the Surovikin line now is broken? Well, they fired him. They kept him on as something as long as it held. If it would hold, he would still be employed, but now he's fired.
Yeah, apparently he's been. I read the line. He's been put at the discretion of the military of defence, so they can do whatever they want with him. So maybe make him into maybe put him into a concrete block for a bit more reinforcement for his Surovikin line. I don't know, or maybe that's just New York, where the dodgy mafia people up there do that. From reports, that might be a myth, or has that actually happened, Robin? You've gone, Robin.
Oh yes, I'm talking to a muted mic. It's amazing how that doesn't work. As far as I know, that has actually been documented a couple of times, but it is a big myth also. So, but I wouldn't, if I were him, I would stay away from T, windows, and concrete.
Yeah. Do not step away from the cement mixer. Kerry.
And airplanes. Don't forget airplanes.
Yeah, airplanes, windows, and definitely airplane windows. Yeah, lots of stuff. Yeah, there's not going to be many places you're going to be safe in Russia anymore. Maybe in the middle of the Urals and in a mountain 1,000 miles from any human human being, but then a bear will bite your ass. So yeah, I don't know. It's just not very good, really. Kerry.
Hi, Shaggy. I don't know if you guys were talking about this earlier, but it's like oh, that old chestnut that just keeps coming round and round. So I've just seen that, and I'm assuming it's come out sort of today, that Spiegel has said that they've written an article that basically has indicated that the Nord Stream pipeline attack was highly politically highly dangerous and traces lead in one direction to Ukraine. I mean, how many times does this have to go around the block? I don't know if it's the result of the Russians just trying to pull any old done and dusted story back out of the bag because things are looking so bad for them. I just thought I'd throw it in there so we can expect to have to deal with that one all over again. But yeah, rather disappointed in Spiegel. But Axel, I'm sure will have something to say about this, about how rubbish they are. I'd like to know, because I'm not being a German speaker. I have no idea what their reputation is.
Yeah, rubbish is the word. I personally am very depressed about this because I spent a year in Germany. I used to read Der Spiegel religiously, and it was a great magazine. It really kept you up with the news and everything. But they seem to have gone off the deep end, and I would not be surprised if there's some Russian money involved, because it makes no sense otherwise. But yeah, Axel will be around. We can ask him later.
Thanks, Robin. That was my understanding, but like yours, I had thought it was a high quality paper, but as with many in this last year and a half, papers that we thought had good journalism have been shocking us with their gullibility.
Yeah, 100%. Robin, was it the Goldman next or Ruse?
I think it was Roos, but we will have to use the honor system. Do you guys know?
Go on there.
I'll answer this because it was the last comment. Basically, I think Ukraine could have handled this better if they had just gone out half a year or a year ago and said, well, we would have been proud to do this, but we didn't have the resources. Someone else did it. But we'd do it again if you build a new one. Then this all would have been gone now, because it's all about people trying to blame Ukraine for wanting to do it. If they said, yes, we wanted to, but we couldn't, it would be over.
That's a good point. Unfortunately, they didn't do that, but yeah, that would have taken the wind out of the subsequent sales. But I think that from, was it Kerry who saying this is just Russia trying to throw anything at the wall and see if something is going to stick because they're desperate at this point.
Yeah, yeah, woulda, coulda, shoulda, didn't. Here we are. Let's go forward. It's kind of how I sum all that up. You can learn from your mistakes, but if you dwell on them, then you're not going to move forward. Really, you're just going to go round and round in circles. So yeah, hopefully lessons are learned from everybody. Basically, I think supporters of Ukraine, the governments supporting Ukraine, have got a lot more lessons to learn than Ukraine has in this, because they've done really well from my perspective. But yeah, lessons can be learned all from everybody, every day, every second of the day. So Goldman, did you have your hand up before?
Yeah, I did. I was just going to make a snide comment about Sir, whatever his name is. Can you imagine, now that he's kind of like doesn't have a real job, can you imagine being a commercial airplane pilot and seeing him get on your aircraft? You probably would want to like fake illness or something like that, based on what happened to Prigozhin. Like,
yeah,
I can't imagine him getting on an airplane and like everybody getting off. Like,
I would.
Yeah, I mean,
I know the exact pilot to ask for that, Peter S. I'm going to ask him when he pops up. what he would do if Surovikin walked up to his plane. That would be amusing. Yeah, I know what I do. Well, I'll probably make sure I had a parachute in the plane. Might even go for a little parachute jump partway through the flight. Or maybe that just happens in movies. Although I have jumped out of a perfectly working plane twice in my life, so second time was actually scarier than the first time. First time you don't really know what's going on. Second time you know exactly what's going to happen. Sometimes the second time is worse than the first time. At least it was for me. I was down in Cape Town. That was awesome though. Apart from my so the straps kind of squished my bits, should we say. That was a bit painful the first time round, and then the second time same thing happened, but I realized that you can pull yourself up on the parachute and lift yourself and sort yourself out, as it were. So just a little tip.
Listen, folks, this is why you listen to Maria Report. You'll learn things here you'd never learn anywhere else.
Yeah, so anyway, quickly moving on to Ruse.
Yeah, I have this advice to any Russian airplane crew. There are probably something you can eat that gives you instant bad tummy or something. Have a pill of that and always carry it on. And whenever you see someone that you wouldn't fly with, just eat one of those pills and vomit all over the place so that they kick you off.
Words to live by. Shaggy, I have one of our alert listeners sent me something that I just wanted to mention. This is great. If you remember, the beginning of the invasion, the day of the invasion, Sean Penn, the American actor director, was in Kyiv with President Zelensky in the midst of doing a documentary. And that documentary at the time was supposed to be sort of entertaining about the comedian who turned into a president. But Penn stuck around and did a lot of coverage of the beginning of the war, particularly, and was really, I was quite impressed by the gravitas of his understanding of what was going on. Well, that movie has been finished. It's just as an article in Ukrainska Pravda today that the movie, it's called Superpower, and it's going to be released on September, the day after Rosh Hashanah, September 18th on Paramount Plus. So I think this is going to be, I assume this will be a very good movie, and I think it will probably be a very good pro-Ukraine movie and may be able to do some good. I personally don't get Paramount Plus, but I will be subscribing for 1 month in order to watch this. Anyway, something to look forward to. I think it's going to really be a big contribution.
Okay, yeah, that does sound like a good watch. I think it just reminded me. So on my timeline, I'm going to stick it in the nest actually. So a friend of mine DM'd me over on Instagram, telling me that they had a friend who's a kind of a documentary filmmaker type person. His name's Michael Nigro, Nigro. I hope that's how you pronounce his name. So he's done a kind of a documentary type thing series on some truthdig.com. Called Fragments of Ukraine. I've seen a little bit of it. It's basically about his travels through Ukraine in May and June of this year. So he's a busy chap apparently, but I'm gonna try and get him to come along and talk about his experiences on there. If he's got the time and stuff like that. I had a little look at a few clips of his kind of documentary thing, documentary film, and yeah, it looks very well edited, put together, and yeah, I kind of really like the way he did it. The bit that I've seen, so I only found out about that about an hour or so before I came up co-hosting. So I've had a look at the whole thing, but that looks quite good. So I'll shove that up in the nest for everyone to have a little look at.
Maria Report should shoot for the moon. Let's see if we can get Sean Penn on. I don't know if it's even possible, but I'm going to try to see if we can at least get a letter in his direction.
Anything's possible. Well, most things are possible, and that's definitely possible. He's alive. We're alive. We have emails and communication methods. So yes, whether it is likely, that's a different story, though. But I know what you mean. I know what you mean, Robin. Just playing with you. Right, I'm going to find this post. You take over for 10 seconds, Robin, because I'm going to find
That
the post.
that will be easy since Roos has his hand up. Over to you, Roos.
In at least in parts of Europe, Paramount is called is streaming under Sky Showtime, I think. What was the name of the movie? I'll see if I can find out where
it's
streaming in Europe.
It's called Superpower, apparently. And if you go to pravda.com.ua, and then English, you should be able to find there's an article that was posted today. That's Ukrainska Pravda. You can see it, but it was had its world premiere at the Berlin Film Festival this year, and the title, at least I assume it'll be the same everywhere, is called Superpower.
Okay, I'll just scribble that down on my notepad. Hopefully, I'll save. There we go. Save, so I don't lose that name. I'll have a little dig around to that as well. All right. So, anything on your list of news to bring us, or anything to talk about, Robin? Before I see what I could. I do know the Turkish Foreign Minister is in Kyiv today for a meeting. This is. I think this is kind of quite important for the upcoming meeting of Erdogan and Putin. I think that's happening in Moscow. I think Erdogan's kind of buckled and decided to go to Moscow rather than Putin going to Istanbul to visit Erdogan. But I think there's various meetings. I think another Turkish minister was at the Ukraine platform, the Crimean platform event that happened a day or so ago. I think a couple of days ago. Erdogan surprised me when he came out and said Crimea is Ukraine unequivocally. So say that unequivocally, and you know what I mean. That word.
That word.
Yeah, that word. I haven't even opened the beer yet. I'm thinking now it's 18:22 where I am, and it's nearly time to open that beer that's in the fridge. But anyway, yeah. So he's it looks to be Turkey, Mandy, Turkey. You never know with Turkey, do you? You think they're
Exactly.
aligning more with us, and then they go and do a stupid about face. Maybe that S-400 that got toasted, that got annihilated by the Ukrainians, and made the Turkish made him go, bloody hell, we just wasted all that money on that S-400. We really want Patriots, and no, you're not going to get them, Turkey, unless you sort yourself out. But coming onto Ukraine sides fully would definitely be a step in the right direction. What do you think then, John?
I think you have two Swedes on the panel there, and you're talking about Turkey. It's inflammatory. You have to be careful, Shaggy.
That's true. Well, take your tinfoil hat off and then wrap the turkey in it and then cook it slowly. Yeah, that's what you need to do. So yeah, I'm really hoping by the end of the year. Well, I'm really hoping before the end of the year that Turkey. I think it's October when Turkey are going to do some vote in Parliament, isn't it? Because he said he was going to do it just before the Turkish Parliament broke up for their summer holidays, just before the Vilnius conference, and then he didn't. And therefore, I think they're back in. I think it's October or something like that. And Hungary is just going to fall in line once Turkey does it, because they don't like being the spare testicle hanging. They need a couple of them hanging with Turkey as well. So yeah, I hope once Turkey does that in early October, hopefully that Hungary will come online. Yeah, what do you think then, John?
Can I give an African response to that? That means I'm not so good at it, but yeah, we heard that before. So Shaggy, we will see. But yeah, that's how it is. Turkey is Turkish.
Yeah, exactly. And as that Vatnik says, 200 Zorka, who seems to have disappeared off the planet at the moment. Time will tell. I like that phrase actually. I don't like that Zorka guy, but that phrase I really quite like actually. All right. Who was next? Was it? I think it was Ruse, then Meta, and Kerry's hand's just gone up. So let's go Ruse, then Meta, and then Kerry.
I think that it is likely that Turkey will actually accept Sweden into NATO now, but I think it's less likely than it was last autumn.
Okay. All right. My brain's trying to process that. But yeah, I mean, I think, yeah, it depends. I mean, a lot is going to depend if Putin really pisses Erdogan off at this meeting that Erdogan is going to go to in Moscow. Then, I mean, Erdogan is a bit of a stroppy old git. So, so that would actually help with Swedish accession. So yeah, I'm rooting for Putin to piss Erdogan off during the meeting that's going to be happening between the two of them in Moscow, reportedly at the end of this month. So yeah, with the Turkish foreign minister in Ukraine today, speaking to President Zelensky about the peace plan, about some other PC initiative as well. Hopefully, going to have chats about that as well. Because once Sweden's in, there's lots of talk in the Swedish press and from the Swedish. Well, you'll be able to talk about this, won't you, then, John, about the Swedish MP saying, yeah, once we're in NATO, it's good to go on various other things.
Yeah, exactly.
Then, John?
Yeah, and actually, maybe we should start offering the Gripens to the Kurds instead, or as well. That might change things around a little bit.
God, then, John, I don't think that's going to work, actually. I don't actually think that's going to work. Yeah, maybe stick a few Korans in them as well. No, this is not going to work, then, John. Yeah, you're not going to be involved in those negotiations, buddy. Yeah, right. Let's go to Kerry the Messi.
Sorry, guys, I'm back. I just ran back because I heard Mete first, then Kerry. Thought I had enough time to scrape up another bit of trimmed grass. I can't believe that Erdogan's going to Russia. I could not think of something more risky to do. I really couldn't. Yeah, why? Why is he going? I would play hardball and make Putin come to me. There is so much that could go wrong in so many ways with Putin going to, with Erdogan going to Moscow. I just think that's absolutely bloody insane. I've just got a million different scenarios going through my head.
See, I kind of quite like the idea of him going there because he's kind of giving way first of all. So that to me, my logic means that Putin has to give way next in Moscow. So maybe something is going to give way with Putin, and if it doesn't, then Erdogan's going to go, hang on a second, I've kind of given way by coming here, and then you're giving me nothing back. Sod you, Putin. I'm going to now just sign the accession agreement or get it passed in double quick time and stick two fingers up at you. So it depends how you look at it, I suppose. What do you reckon?
I don't know. I would go with Kerry. He has humiliated Putin several times. I hope he brings his own tea in a flask when he goes. Nothing else. Kerry.
Thanks. Shaggy, you surprise me. You're too kind. Have you learnt nothing, my dear, despite all of your time on MriyaReport and your 18 months as a NAFO fella? He will not give on a single thing. He will not move on anything. He will not read the room and go, oh, you did this, I'll do that. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, but Kerry, you're forgetting my my superpower.
What is your
superpower? I have my superpower is to be able to get within the Vatnik walls. Yeah, to get behind their walls.